Chapter 6651, Retreating Order. Just as the Mech pilots fighting for Herzog-Cadden had discovered, Carmine Mechs generally functioned a lot better if they had solid direction. This was why Vess designed the Jacket Commander to accompany the Yellow Jackets back in the Red Ocean. While not everyone took the Jacket Commander model seriously, those that did saw great value in using them to keep the undertrained and poorly disciplined Carmine Mech pilots in line. Unless the pilots assigned to the Yellow Jacket Mechs were former veterans who had been forced to retire due to age or injury, the ones that just started out were not soldier material in the slightest. Whether it was their piloting skills or their ability to understand what to do on the battlefield, they were largely rookies despite whatever gaming skills they possessed. The virtual Mech simulation games did a pretty decent job of giving norms the fantasy of piloting a Mech, but the reality was that the simulation degree of those games were far lower than the professional simulations used by actual Mech pilots. After all, the inability for norms to interface with Mechs through the neural interface was the biggest obstacle. Without overcoming this hurdle, there was no point in trying to go for realism. Along with other limitations between games and actual battles in reality, a lot of gamers found out the hard way that dominating their opponents across the galactic net did not mean they turned into expert pilot material as soon as they entered the cockpit of an auto-heretic. Of course, perhaps these gamers might be able to translate their game sense into much more valuable Mech piloting competences after they received proper training. It was too bad that virtually no Carmine Mech pilot was patient enough to go through the full 10, 12, or 15-year Mech Academy experience. They also did not express much interest in going through a shortened 5-year training program just to be able to learn the basics of controlling their machine without helm assistance. These Carmine Mech pilots are too pampered and lazy. This is exactly why the MTA prohibited or heavily discouraged high degrees of automation in legitimate Mech designs. As soon as Mech pilots no longer need to work so hard to become a competent fighter, they will always take the lazy option 9 out of 10 times. The critics had a point. If these norms had no choice but to receive professional instruction to adequately pilot their machines, then they would reluctantly do what was necessary, as was the case in the Red Ocean. However, because such an easy option was already available from the start, many Carmine Mech pilots had already taken for granted that real Mech piloting should be a more equitable form of cooperation between man and machine. The mere mention of this idea was sacrilege in the halls of the MTA. Even though they were rather heavy-handed in their enforcement of their principles, there were good reasons why they insisted on imposing their own order. The auto-heretics are poisoning the space peasants by giving them all of the wrong ideas about Mechs. We should have been more forceful in punishing the people who produce and make use of them. Now look at what has happened. Only a month has passed, and already the norms are taking it for granted that they are supposed to control their Carmine Mechs as if they are the captains of their own ship, while the living Mechs serve as the crews that executes the commands. This was indeed what was taking place. While there were still Carmine Mech pilots that was willing to go through the effort of learning manual operation in the hopes of being able to become equals to professional Mech pilots, there was a growing majority that was too lazy to go through all of that effort and simply trusted their battle partners to do all of the hard work. You don't understand, Charles. The old model of man, unilaterally controlling the machine, is outdated and will soon be relegated to the dustbin of history, as far as I am concerned. The new model of man cooperating and sharing responsibilities with the living machine is the future of Mech piloting. How can you say such a thing, Josie? Do you know what kind of disaster you are setting yourself up to? If you continue to let an artificial intelligence maintain control over your own weapon, it can always turn it against you and the people you care about. Have you forgotten your history lessons already? There were many attempts in the past where people stupidly trusted in their automation to make their lives more convenient. They're all dead now because their own systems went out of control and ruined their lives. This is only the latest repeat of that horror story. Mark my words. Your auto-heretic can never be trusted. That is a lie. You don't understand at all. If you would just lower your resistance and try out an auto-heretic yourself, you would know that your fears are overblown. These Carmine Mechs are not controlled by those stupid and exploitable owls. They aren't integrated with any advanced AI processors as far as we know. They are living Mechs. They possess their own souls. They have to because without this quality, they wouldn't be able to form blood pacts with humans such as ourselves. It is the bond between our souls that tells me that I can utterly trust my battle partner to have my back at all times. The pact will break before he ever betrays my trust. Wait a second, did you refer to your Carmine Mech as he? You have gone mad. You have gone utterly mad. From the moment you think of your machine as a person, it is already too late for you to return to sanity. Discussions like this took place in both third-rate states and first-rate states. It couldn't be helped. The suppression from the Big Two and the so-called guardians of peace was anything but airtight. The auto-heretic Mechs and any information about them kept slipping through one of the many different gaps. Meanwhile, shady and underground Mech manufacturers kept producing them as if there was no tomorrow. It only took a relatively short time for the rapid proliferation of Carmine Mechs to stir up trouble in every corner of human space. They especially became a more common sight on more rural and less developed planets, where the Big Two's footprint was not that great. The auto-heretics also became popular in private asteroid bases and grungy space stations, where honest folk usually tried to stay away. They even began to show up on planets that were used as hunting preserves. Many different hunters who used to be unable to hunt huge exobasts due to their lack of genetic aptitude had embraced the new Carmine Mechs with great joy. Even though they lacked the skill to operate their machines skillfully, they were able to skip the learning curve and go straight into the hunt by relying on their helms to perform all of the complicated Mech operations. Of course, these hunters usually overestimated how effective they became and how much their young and inexperienced living Mechs could actually defeat deadly exobasts. But at least they had a chance to make their dreams come true. The people who opposed the rise of Carmine Mechs were way over their heads on this matter. There was no way to put the cat back into the bag once it got out, especially when there were many third parties that secretly did their best to support the naughty feline in the shadows. To their credit, the established powers adjusted their general strategy once they found it was a lost cause to prevent the rise of the auto-heretics and the increasing number of variants released at a rapid rate by other Mech designers. The Big Two and the Guardians of Peace showed signs of no longer wanting to bother with trying to keep auto-heretics away from rural planets and more obscure space habitats. They simply did not have the numbers or support to enforce their own order. Doing this allowed them to concentrate their manpower and assets in more prosperous, developed and centralized locations. Port systems, most industrial systems, and particularly large and important space stations all received much more extensive patrols and monitoring. Public support for the Guardians of Order was also a bit higher in these places, because many citizens increasingly began to hate the violence and destruction that followed every time Carmine Mechs became a common sight in a neighborhood. This unfortunately led to a rapid rise in incidents that only spread misery to everyone. On one ordinary day on a relatively modest and out-of-the-way planet in a third-rate state, a large estate suddenly started to get attacked by huge lasers that were powerful enough to melt through alloy walls. The estate was owned by a local realtor that was earning well in a nearby city. However, that wealth was not enough to beef up the security of his country estate by much, and it certainly was not enough to hire Mechs for security. The security guards on foot initially attempted to make a stand by relying on the turrets to fend off the Mech, but the auto-heretic was able to deal with these inflexible defenses before they could inflict too much damage. When the guards had nothing left that could be used to harm a Mech aside from heavy one-use missile launchers, They took one more look at the tall and intimidating Mech and promptly ran away. Not that it helped, because the Mech mercilessly aimed its energy rifle at the fleeing ants and continued to shoot in their general direction. Ha 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 ha, this is so easy. The Carmine Mech pilot did not even have to put in the effort to aim, because his living Mech would automatically correct, every time. This was like playing a game with an auto-aim cheat, but better because he was destroying the enemies he once vowed to kill to the last man. The Mech continued its rampage and began to shoot at every employee or family member of the man that the Carmine Mech pilot loathed beyond anyone else. Kill! 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 The Carmine Mech pilot showed no hesitation and felt no remorse about killing so many people that was not responsible for bringing him to ruin. It was only after he managed to enter the back garden and found the realtor who forced him from his home that the Carmine Mech pilot finally paused. WW, who are you? Why did you do this? Have you forgotten my name already? Figures. It was because of you that I lost my home, my job, and my dignity. Did you ever think that I would come back with an auto-heretic and pay you back for all of the pain I have suffered? You are mad. Even if you want to take revenge on me, why kill all of the people who have nothing to do with your grudge? I may be guilty of what you accuse me of, but my wife and daughters are completely innocent. Lies, you are all guilty. They have taken the money you earned from taking away my home, so that makes them guilty. Each and every parasite must die. The Carmine Mech pilot did not deign to kill the culprit, who was responsible for making him homeless with the energy rifle of his auto-heretic. Instead, his machine slowly strode forward even as his target scrambled to his feet and attempted to run away into the nearby woods. There was no way a tiny human could outrun a massive Mech. It only took a short amount of time before red splattered all underneath the foot of the auto-heretic. The Carmine Mech pilot felt lost after he had completed his revenge. What have I done? Power was not always a blessing. Chapter 6652, The Introduction of Security Zones. Human civilization in the Milky Way galaxy occupied a vast amount of territory. Half the galaxy encompassed a huge amount of star systems, of which only a fraction was occupied by humans. Even so, this still amounted to an astronomical amount of planets that were populated by millions, if not billions of people each. The enormous territories occupied by humans made it so that central authorities such as the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance lacked the numbers to properly enforce their authority on every single star system and planet. Space was too big. If people truly wanted to avoid the big twos enforcers, they could simply travel to an out-of-the-way star system that was devoid of any permanent human occupation and play with auto-heretics all of the time. In fact, most people did not really bother to uproot their entire lives so that they could travel to a star system where the Mechers and the Fleeters were unlikely to show up one day. They just stayed on their home planets and piloted their auto-heretics in places such as underground Mech arenas, remote lands, and many other forms of private property. As long as the Big Two, the guardians of peace and any local authorities that cooperated with them, did not hold much sway on a planet, then the locals were pretty much free to purchase and pilot their auto-heretics without much fear of getting punished. Even though most people still believed in the power of the MTA and CFA, they no longer respected them as much as before. This loss of respect was extremely damaging to the Big Two, because they could no longer dictate the rules anymore. While the Big Two still held a lot of sway in most developed states and star systems, their influence continued to degrade in the poorer and more remote regions. It couldn't be helped. Carmine Mech had become so desirable that trying to prohibit their use directly went against the will of most people. Third-raters especially embraced them due to their long-term alienation towards the distant first-raters and their overwhelming desire to uplift themselves by any means possible. For the first time in centuries, third-class norms were able to slightly rise above their space peasant origins and gain the power to fight and protect themselves. The rush of power of piloting an auto-heretic version C might not amount to much in an absolute sense, but it caused many third-raters to gain an inflated sense of Tibetan letter F60, Tibetan letter F41 strength and confidence. While there were usually MTA branches on each of the planets where these violations occurred, the Mechers who worked over there knew better than to act high-handed. There were already examples where the regional managers tried to confiscate the illegal auto-heretics from their owners. In most cases, these attempts provoked violent reactions, as the Carmine Mech pilots always refused to become separated from their bonded partners. The Blood Pact almost always caused the humans to develop unreasonably close relationships with their machines. From the perspective of the MTA, it was perverse to see so many individuals succumb to the fallacy that the huge lump of metal was their friend, relative, and maybe even another part of themselves. As such, taking away their Carmine Mechs was just as bad as taking away their spouses or their children. Not only did the ensuing scuffles result in a lot of tragedies, but they also incensed the rest of the population of a planet. MTA branches had already fallen, either as a direct consequence of overly repressive actions, or due to the preemptive measures taken by multiple conspirators who decided to combine their forces. The rapid loss of control and reputation of the Mech Trade Association subsequently produced a lot of ripple effects that rapidly changed society in many parts of human space. The new Carmine Mech pilots gained more courage because of this. They became more daring in their defiance towards the Big Two, thereby causing the old order to crumble even faster. While that did not mean they all became criminals who gleefully began to employ weapons of mass destruction against each other, it was clear that their willingness to abide by the order of the Big Two had dropped to the lowest point in centuries. Fueled by both eager Carmine Mech pilots and many different interest groups that had a bone to pick with the Big Two, a negative feedback loop had formed. It was clear that the MTA and the CFA needed to change their approach, or else the current situation across the Milky Way would continue to spiral down to an unacceptable degree. A lot of contentious discussions within the halls of the MTA, the CFA, and the Guardians of Peace. We cannot let this stand. We must hire more personnel and expand our forces in order to properly enforce our rules onto the regions of space that are flagrantly making a mockery of us and our rules. Don't these space peasants understand that we are trying our best to protect them from their own mistakes? We must reinvigorate our efforts to educate these ignorant fools and make sure to strengthen our control over all of the states. PFF, you drones from the guidance faction have always wanted to take control over all of the states. Do you even recognize how impossible it is to realize your fantasies? We do not have the funds, manpower, and assets to control every single region of space claimed by our race. Besides, even if we do, your heavy-handed approach will only be met with greater resistance. Why did you think we allowed the states to exist? It is because our association must maintain a layer of separation between ourselves and the space peasants. As soon as we take over the states, there is no one for the citizens to blame for their own suffering and misfortunes than us. If your goal is to turn us into tyrants, then congratulations, your plan will surely make that come true. It will only be a matter of time before a coalition that claims to fight for justice will rise up and try to overthrow our benevolent rule. Then let us form a compromise and formalize our current approach. There are regions of space where we can enforce our rule without problem. There are also other regions of space where we cannot fully guarantee the safety and protection of every space peasant against the dangers of Carmine Mechs. Then there are regions of space where we have already given up on enforcing our rules concerning the use of the auto. Heretics and their many variants. What are you suggesting? We must retrench ourselves in the first region, seek to build up our infrastructure and defenses in the second region, and leave the third region alone until we are ready to bring it back into the fold. My ultimate proposal is to formally divide human space into safe zones where the safety of most humans can be guaranteed. Risk zones where humans must be more on guard against the threat of violators. And free zones where we have graciously allowed the space peasants to make their own bed so that they can lie on it. If all goes well, the latter will descend into widespread anarchy, but we can afford this loss. Are you mad? That will only encourage all of the rebels and criminals. If we do anything to confirm that we have lost control over the so-called free zones, then our legitimacy will suffer a permanent blow. We will never be able to retake these lost territories because the population rightfully believe that we have abandoned them and left them to fend for themselves. Then, what would you have us do instead? We are incurring far more damage to our reputation and prestige by maintaining the fiction that we are still in control over our entire society. Wake up. Maintaining my partition will allow us to contain most of the violence and instability to the free zones, which are the least valuable territories to us. People who desire to go against our will and become Carmine Mech pilots will leave the safe zones and risk zones to emigrate to the free zones, thereby improving the security levels of the former two. At the same time, the free zones will become so dangerous that they shall serve as proof that our rules and regulations have merit. The proposal to partition human space into different security zones provoked a lot of controversy, but also attracted a lot of supporters. The Galactic Mech Council and the Grand Admiralty debated over this contentious subject for more than a week behind closed doors before they finally published a joint statement. The proposal had passed. From today onwards, the territories of human civilization in this galaxy shall be partitioned into safe zones, risk zones, and free zones. Each may encompass parts of the regions claimed by first-rate states, second-rate states, and third-rate states. The institution of security zones is not a purely administrative measure. It has real consequences to the rule of law, the degree of enforcement, and the amount of leeway we grant to the people who reside in them. We strongly advise those who believe that they live in the wrong security zones to relocate to other security zones, where they can enjoy all of the protection or freedom they desire. Many people throughout the galaxy reacted with shock, happiness as well as dismay when the Big Two unveiled a new galactic map that divided all of the human territories in different security zones. The Big Two had made very few mistakes when drawing this map. They had largely translated the actual situation in those star systems into an officially recognized set of boundaries. Many people still thought it was strange for the Big Two to refer to the most dangerous and risk-prone regions as free zones. Do not think that you will be able to live in a paradise if you live in free zones. They are called this way because we recognize that a part of our galactic population desires to live without rules they consider excessive or undesirable. Freedom is a double-edged sword at best, and a euphemism for anarchy at worst. You may not believe us at first, but it will soon become obvious that we are correct when your homes are being crushed by the feet of unrestrained Carmine Mechs, and when piracy and barbarism has taken precedence over the rule of law. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance is of the opinion that people without restraint will ultimately cause disasters for themselves and the people around them, but we recognize that many of you are not convinced of this. We are therefore willing to give the largely unconvinced people of the free zones the opportunity to live in their desired freedom. Do not forget that you are responsible for your own decisions. If a number of you end up developing and deploying weapons of mass destruction against each other, then do not expect us to save you and offer our aid. This is the consequence of rejecting our well-intentioned rules. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. We are convinced that this will take place in every free zone. If you wish to avoid the mass murders, the 07 to 55 reckless deployment of illegal weapons, and the other abuses that are about to occur, then you should do your best to move to the safe zones where you can return to a society where order and peace is being preserved. Thank you for listening. The creation of security zones stabilized the rapidly changing situation across human space. They increased the security levels of all safe zones, caused the risk zones to become the next battlegrounds between the Carmine revolutionaries and the Guardians of Peace, and also turned the free zones into magnets for wannabe Carmine Mech pilots. While the Big Two succeeded in stabilizing their own areas of control, they also showed a lot of weakness by acknowledging their widespread loss of influence. Their enemies became emboldened as a result. They took advantage of the changes and accelerated their plans to plot the demise of the faltering hegemons of human civilization. Chapter 6653, Mixed Reception. The establishment of security zones immediately divided human civilization in the Milky Way. Of course, people were no stranger to division. They had a long history of dividing people by placing labels onto them: first-raters and space peasants, Big Two and the subjugated, people from the galactic center and the folk from the galactic rim, potentate and norm, Carmine Mech pilot and professional Mech pilot. Now, the Big Two introduced the humans of the Milky Way to a new category of division. This one divided people by the area in which they lived. Many people discovered to their dismay or satisfaction that they suddenly lived in a safe zone, risk zone, or free zone. What stood out to many people was that safe zones weren't as large as many people thought. The regions of space that the Big Two was able to ensure a high degree of control mostly amounted to numerous first-rate states and second-rate states in the galactic center. Further away in the galactic rim, the Big Two could only guarantee their protection in the safe zones centered around capital star systems, port systems, and highly industrialized star systems. As for the galactic rim, the Big Two could hardly protect anyone aside from their own strongholds. The MTA had taken the initiative to shut down many branches and withdraw to the sector headquarters located in every star sector. There, they no longer did anything but observe the chaos unfolding around them while defending their only remaining presence in far-flung star sectors. Even with the help of the Galactic Gate Network, it was too difficult for the Mechers and the Fleeters to send reinforcements to many places. Therefore, the isolated enclaves left in the free zones that were under the control of the Big Two maintained a complete defensive and isolationist posture. The forces stationed over there not only had to learn to become more self-sufficient, but also refrain from going on expeditions unless the need was too great. In other words, unless the alien empires, the cosmopolitan movement, the Five Scrolls Compact, or any other powerful enemy force overtly tried to take over and establish their own dominion, the Mechers and the Fleeters would not make a move. The consequences were massive and countless. Many people, especially the ones who lived on a planet that fell under a risk zone or free zone, grew a lot more uncertain about the future. Everyone felt the economic consequences. The long-term stability and the limited scope of warfare and other incidents throughout human space had long fostered a prosperous business environment. Now that many companies concluded that doing business in the riskier markets was no longer as easy as before, they all adjusted their strategies. They soon began to cease their expansion plans, lower their commitment to every business venture that came under risk, and in a few cases outright pulled out of dangerous regions of space entirely. The mass readjustments caused many markets to grow unstable. The stock markets went deep into the red, while many people lost their jobs. This exacerbated the loss of stability in the free zones and certain risk zones, as a lot of unemployed people blamed their recent misfortunes on the actions of the Big Two, as opposed to the introduction of the auto-heretic. The MTA and CFA became incredibly maligned by the people who felt abandoned by the snooty first-raters. Public opinion on the Big Two dropped even further. It became so bad that insulting the Mechers and the Fleeters had become a new norm. As the weeks passed by, many people quickly adjusted to the new status quo. The changes happened the fastest in the galactic rim. The Big Two had retreated from much of it, only maintaining their enclaves as safe zones and the biggest and most developed star systems as risk zones. This meant that the galactic rim had effectively devolved into frontiers, where law and order had taken a huge backseat. Many residents of the free zones felt very mixed about their new designations. A lot of people, mostly those with the money and the connections to acquire their own auto-heretics, welcomed the newly gained freedom to pilot their Carmine Mechs in the open. No longer did they have to fear that the Mechers or the Guardians of Peace would swoop in and confiscate their Carmine Mechs by force. Other people began to miss the stability guaranteed by the Big Two. They might not think this way at first, but after the very obvious withdrawal of the MTA and the CFA, people began to grow a lot more fearful about their future and the future of their state. One of the free zones, where the mood was especially tense and mixed, was the Jaina Star cluster. Professor Vess Larkinson had become a household name in this region of space, once again. Even though he had already departed to the Red Ocean, many of his living mechs still persisted in the hands of old customers. Due to the Jaina Star cluster's remote location, historic low importance, and the lingering influence of Professor Larkinson and the Living Mech Corporation, many of the states in this region had been among the most enthusiastic adopters of the auto-heretic mech line. Even if living mechs had been relegated to curiosities, display models and collection pieces, many people still thought fondly of the products designed by Vess Larkinson. When they learned that Professor Larkinson not only introduced a brand new living mech, but also happened to upstage all of the mechers and arrogant first-raters by smashing the genetic aptitude tyranny, the people of the Jaina Star cluster embraced Carmine Mechs with great enthusiasm. The Komodo Star sector was no exception to this rule. The Friday Coalition had won the Komodo War and largely eradicated the influence of the Hexadric hegemony and Professor Larkinson. Due to the strong influence of the Friday Men, the Komodo Star sector had initially become one of the rare places within the Jaina Star clusters where the local and regional authorities strongly repelled the use of auto-heretic mechs. The Friday Men did not trust any living mech designed by Professor Larkinson and tried to stamp them out whenever possible. However, the Friday Men underestimated the effectiveness of their enforcement measures. The Friday Coalition may have won the war, but they had lost a huge amount of manpower and resources in the process. The Friday Men had already begun to rebuild, but much of their manpower and assets were tied up in the reconstruction and reorganization of the vast territories that used to be governed by the Hexadric hegemony. What was worse was that the Friday Men also lost much of their investments in the Red Ocean after the Great Severing. The Friday Coalition's economy took an enormous hit and was still trying to recover before the Carmine Revolution took everyone by surprise. As a result, the Friday Men were unable to patrol all of the star systems claimed by third-rate states in the rest of the star sector. Carmine mechs popped up like weeds in the periphery of the Komodo Star sector and many other low-populated star systems. Even if the Friday Men organized many patrol fleets and tried to roam around and crack down on the auto-heretics in an attempt to deter others from adopting the latest living mechs, they suffered the same problems as the MTA. Not only did they fail to lower the insanely high demand for Carmine mechs, but they also made themselves incredibly unpopular by attempting to take away the toys from all of those mech enthusiasts. The problem became so bad that even the Friday Men themselves began to get their hands on auto-heretics, in defiance of the coalition partners that opposed their existence. With the Big Two having ceased all attempts to enforce their rules and remove the annoying Carmine mechs from people's hands in the free zones, many Friday Men secretly did whatever they could to become Carmine mech pilots and take pleasure in their new machines. These events and more had caused a lot of consternation among the leaders of the different coalition partners. Groups such as the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group advocated for a more conciliatory stance towards the existence of Carmine Mechs. Other groups such as the Gage dynasty and the Kansu clan opposed the use of any living Mechs within the Komodo star sector. What complicated the matter even further was that opinions became divided within the coalition partners themselves. One of the many people who became troubled by the latest events was a former friend of the now legendary senior Mech designer, who had become recognized as the father of living Mechs. Daddy, was Larkinson as amazing as he was in the past? He was Priscilla. I never really appreciated it back then, but he already managed to stand out as a Mech designer who made a habit of challenging the status quo. If I remained loyal to him, then I would have benefited much more from his rise to greatness. Do you regret leaving him, Father? I don't. We all make good choices and bad choices in our lifetimes. Letting hindsight determine whether we have made the right choices is a short-sighted way to look back on ourselves. We are all defined by our choices. No matter whether they are good or bad, they have shaped us who we are today. I made my lot in life by defecting to the Friday Coalition. Perhaps I would have become a better Mech designer if I remained at the side of my old friend Vess, but I wouldn't have met your mother and have a pair of lovely girls like you if that was the case. My love for you all trumps my desire to leech off my old friend. Carlos Shaw had made peace with his past. He had already spent enough years looking back and agonizing over all of the right or wrong choices he had made. He eventually realized that his successes and failures defined him. Every experience was a learning opportunity. So long as he accepted this truth, he became confident he could become a better person going forward. His life became much better after he changed to a more positive and accepting mindset. He had done his best to forget about his life as a brighter and embrace his new life as a Fridayman. For whatever reason, he began to hook up and marry with a Legendra Gage, a branch member of the powerful Gage dynasty. While Carlos suspected that a Legendra only took interest in him due to his value as a former friend and employee of the infamous Vess Larkinson, he liked to believe that this was only one of the reasons why she took an interest in himself. Whatever the case, the two became happily married and had 2 kids. Owing to his promotion to a journeyman Mech designer and the support of the Gage dynasty, both of his children enjoyed a good start on life as designer babies. Right now, his lovely Priscilla was eagerly finishing her breakfast, while his wife Legendra made sure to feed their baby Muriel with a bottle filled with a special nutrient solution. I will be staying late at work, Carlos mentioned to his wife. My mentor wants to keep me there in order to continue our study of the auto-heretic Mechs and to question me about my time with Vess. The woman furrowed her brows. You have already made repeated accounts about your past with him. The MTA and the Friday Coalition have extracted everything you know about your former friend. I know, but I still have to go through the process just to satisfy the curiosity of newcomers who have taken an interest in my case. Besides, it is not all that bad. My relationship with Master Huron has gotten closer due to my old friend's revenge plan. Every time something related to Vess takes place, the Master becomes obsessed with my old friend and his works. I happen to benefit from his habit. Yep, that was right. Due to their common association with Vess Larkinson, Carlos had managed to get hired by Master Huron. Right now, Carlos had become a proud employee of Huron Interworks in the Warsaw Giant System. Chapter 6654, Old Friend. As an upstanding member of the Friday Coalition, Carlos Shaw held resemblance to his past self. He went through several medical treatments to heal the old war wounds that hadn't been fully healed after he lived through the last Bright Vija War. He also forgot about his former life as a brider and tried his best to integrate into the Friday Coalition. He embraced his identity as a second-rater. He tried to become a successful Mech designer in his own way. With the support he received over the years, he managed to become a qualified second-class journeyman Mech designer, though he struggled to keep up with the competition. Carlos would definitely be the first one to admit that he was no Vess Larkinson. He was not even particularly excellent compared to the journeymen of the same generation within the Friday Coalition. However, Carlos knew firsthand what it took to stand out in the Mech market. This was why he had devoted his life to promoting a vision for Mechs that was at least somewhat original and uncommon. He succeeded by developing a class, I-design philosophy, revolving around triple combination Mech design. It was basically an approach towards designing 3 separate Mechs meant to operate in groups of 3. What was special was that all 3 Mechs should be able to combine with each other and form a combination Mech that was controlled by all 3 Mech pilots. Under certain circumstances, the power of this single large combined Mech should allow it to produce results exceeding what it could have done if the Mech remained separate. However, the conditions to realize this improvement turned out to be hard. The Mech pilots either had to be siblings who lived together with each other for a long time, or they had to be veteran soldiers who were close friends with each other and served in the same unit for multiple years. Without a great degree of understanding and camaraderie, any attempts to combine forces and form a single combined Mech was bound to end up in disaster, as the left hand contradicted the right hand. It was pretty clear that Carlos Shaw clearly took a lot of inspiration from the works of Vess and Master Huron. He did not deny the fact he got inspired by their works. Carlos took pride in his own Mech designs and did not feel ashamed that he was borrowing the concepts and best practices of better and more superior Mech designers in order to accomplish his goal. It was too bad that it was hard for Carlos to gain traction in the Mech market. His products mostly remained theoretical exercises as they generated little interest on the Mech market. Aside from small groups of oddball Mech pilots who wanted to gain the upper hand in Mech competitions by betting on his triple combination Mechs, Carlos failed to establish a strong brand in the Friday Coalition and other states. It did not really help that he used to be a third-class Mech designer until recently, and that he used to be associated with the infamous Devil Tongue. This was why Carlos remained a dependent Mech designer all of the time. He did not have the capital to start his own Mech business and achieve rapid growth like his old friend. Carlos did not feel jealous about this, or blame his own incompetence for failing to do the same. One of the lessons he learned when working with Vess was that designing Mechs should always be the primary occupation of a Mech designer. It sounded obvious, but way too many Mech designers got distracted by business affairs or wasted a lot of time by playing politics. This was why Carlos tried his best to keep his head down and continue to remain productive during his work hours. He did so by studying the textbooks of the Clarion University of Mech Design and working on his assigned Mech design projects under the leadership of Master Huron. Becoming a dependent Mech designer meant working for others. Carlos did not have the luxury to devote all of his time to design his own Mechs. Instead, he had to use his growing expertise to solve problems for the Mech design projects led by Master Huron or one of his trusted subordinates. Carlos did not find anything wrong with this practice. He might not be able to realize his own vision, but he continued to learn much about what it took to design a good Mech by studying the good points about Master Huron's design philosophy. When Master Huron was in a good mood, he would even set a bit of time aside to teach Carlos a few tricks of the trade. Today was not a good day, however. Master Huron looked troubled when Carlos arrived to start another work day. "Is that another auto heretic?" the newcomer asked as he entered one of the master Mech designer's well-equipped workshops. "It is, but this one is different from the ones we have seen before." The bald older man spoke, even as he continued to work on studying the lone Carmine Mech. "This is not one of the many variants where third parties attempt to differentiate their own works by blending Professor Larkinson's design philosophy by adding in their own specialization." When Carlos stepped closer, he looked up at the Auto Heretic version B and could spot many different design quirks that he immediately recognized as Vess' work. It was definitely him who was partially responsible for designing this Mech. He may have convinced a master Mech designer to share the burden with him, but he dictated most of the design choices and design direction for this historic project. To be honest, Carlos only had admiration for his old friend by being the first to solve one of the biggest problems in modern Mech design. If Vess did not mysteriously align himself with human traitors and rebels and seek to sow chaos and division within the entirety of human space of the Milky Way, Carlos would have been more open about his admiration for his old friend's work. He still did not understand what was happening, to be honest. How could a red ocean Mech designer release a line of Mech models in the Milky Way? More importantly, why did Vess become hostile towards the Big Two, and what great purpose did he try to accomplish? Carlos was unable to answer these questions, much to the disappointment of his past interrogators. Vess had grown too quickly. He had already made a lot of progress in forging his own legend after leaving the old galaxy behind. Carlos understood his old friend less and less with each passing year. This was one of the reasons why he failed to figure out the auto-heretic design. Carlos let out a sigh and pushed this personal failure aside. "Are you still trying to decipher the blood pact, Master?" he asked, as he floated up to the cockpit where he found Huron studying the cockpit seat. As the interface that was responsible for physically connecting the Mech pilot to the mysterious organic components of the Carmine system, the cockpit seat with its many blood channels had been the subject of a huge amount of studies. Many Mech designers wanted to know the secret behind blood pacts and how it enabled a norm to control a Mech. While most never achieved anything useful, Master Huron was one of the rare exceptions. "I am getting closer," Master Huron said. "The latest and most disruptive work of your old friend is becoming more and more familiar to me. I think I am getting closer to understanding his mindset and attitude. I can see more and more parallels between his Carmine system and my lifelong experience with working on neural interface technology to achieve interconnectivity. I do not consider him to be my unofficial disciple for nothing. I think you should be more careful about your statements. The MTA and the leaders of the Gage dynasty won't be happy with you for expressing so much support to a Mech designer who inflicted a lot of damage to their interests." Master Huron nonchalantly shrugged as he continued to pick apart the cockpit seat with his manual tools. "It doesn't matter. None of them will punish me for saying so. We are living in a free zone now, remember? The only safe zone in the star sector is the Centerpoint system. Every other star system is no longer under the regime of the Big Two. It is only a matter of time before auto-heretics become more ubiquitous than normal Mechs in this region of space. My fellow Fridaymen do not care at all about how my unofficial disciple used to be their enemy and only want to pilot their own Mechs." He was right. The auto-heretics could not be stopped. The demand for them was so high that they even managed to inflict the most damaging blow to the Big Two since the start of the Age of Mechs. Even if you are correct, our leaders still need time to adjust their mentalities. You should refrain from making too many statements in support of Vess before the Gage dynasty and the other coalition partners finally change their policies towards living Mechs. They're too slow, Carlos. Ever since they won the Komodo War, they have lost their competitive drive. The Hexers always made sure to keep our leaders sharp and focused. Now that we have solved this threat, the Friday Coalition is becoming more and more muddled. The setbacks we have suffered only reinforces this impression. We are not handling the problems resulting from losing access to the Friday colonies and the uncontrolled proliferation of Carmine Mechs well. Our current leaders are too prideful to admit defeat and reverse their ban on living Mechs. The ban was turning into a joke. More and more people, including other Fridaymen, violated this rule just so that they could become Carmine Mech pilots. The Friday Coalition was pretty much the only holdout in the Yena star cluster. Pretty much every other third-rate and second-rate state in the neighborhood had already embraced their new reality as occupants of a free zone and allowed their citizens to make use of Carmine Mechs. Of course, the states did not want these new Carmine Mech pilots to use their powerful machines to pick fights with others. They were all trying to experiment with policies aimed at limiting the abuse of these powerful war machines. Some policies were more successful than others. The ones that saw more success were usually the ones that did not outright ban conflicts involving Carmine Mechs, but instead sought to divert the fighting away from populated areas to minimize collateral damage. The competitive Mech scene suddenly experienced a huge resurgence as a result. Many Carmine Mech pilots wanted to test their skills against each other. A huge demand had emerged for relatively safe and controlled ways for Carmine Mechs to clash against each other without going for the kill. Rather than risk their lives and blood packs in real wars, the Carmine Mech pilots strongly preferred to become Mech athletes and earn fame and fortune in the Mech games. Whether the state succeeded in diverting the energies of a lot of enthusiastic Carmine Mech pilots by organizing a lot of new Mech competitions remained unclear. Carlos had a feeling that these efforts might not be as successful as most people hoped. As one of the people who used to know Vess on a personal basis, Carlos had always known that he could bear a grudge. Vess also had an awful habit of resorting to extremes if he ever had a chance to retaliate. Though Carlos had already broken off with his old friend at this point, he still paid close attention when Vess appeared in the smiling Samuel Star sector one day and used his works to trigger the collapse of the Vulcan Empire. Somehow, Carlos had a strong suspicion that Vess repeated his old playbook, but at a much larger scale than before. Chapter 6655, The Existential Threat to Neural Interface Technology. Professor Vess Larkinson was playing at a completely different level from most Mech designers. While the Devil Tongue's work single-handedly reshaped the existing order in the Milky Way galaxy in a matter of months, Carlos Shaw was still struggling to gain traction in the Friday Coalition's Mech market. The gap between the two Mech designers from the Bright Republic was too fast. There was no possible way that Carlos dared to compare himself against his former friend and employer. Fortunately, he had grown older and wiser by this time. He no longer felt any strong surge of jealousy or envy. It was silly for him to even think that he could become as brilliant as Vess. That did not necessarily mean Carlos was always content to remain inferior to him. No one doubted that Vess was a prodigy who ramped up quickly and grew at an insane rate not seen since the explosive rise of the polymath. No, Carlos made the same decision as many other Mech designers who found themselves bereft of early opportunities and successes. He planned for the long game. As long as he worked diligently and never gave up no matter what setbacks he suffered, he would surely make steady progress. There was no need for him to plan for becoming a master Mech designer so soon. He should take this step by step. He should first worry about becoming a senior Mech designer. It didn't matter if it took a century or 2 centuries for him to become a master Mech designer. So long as he could afford the life-prolonging treatments, he should be able to do okay. Carlos threw most of his concerns related to the enormous changes taking place across the galaxy. He recognized that he was far different from Vess in that he possessed virtually no agency in these affairs. He should just work like an honest journeyman Mech designer and focus on improving his own work and design philosophy. Right now, the auto-heretic design offered plenty of insights to Mech designers like Carlos. Though there were signs that the design was a bit rushed, the application of tech and components was exquisite. The Mech industry had already deduced that Vess had partnered up with one highly skilled rational master Mech designer. The latter was so precise and calculated in her work that it seemed as if she was already getting rather close to bridging the mythical gap to the next and ultimate rank. Of course, the unspoken implication of this analysis was that the master in question likely hailed from the Mech Trade Association. Only the Mechers themselves trained rational Mech designers in large numbers. Carlos, yes, master. Come here and study this cockpit seat for me. Do you recognize anything that may be responsible for producing a metaphysical bond between man and machine? I am not sure, but I do not think so. Nothing about these parts suggests that they are doing anything aside from what they are supposed to do on the surface. The seat is designed to comfortably hold a pilot and cushion him when exposed to other forces. The straps are designed to hold the pilot in place. The parts related to this strange blood interface doesn't have much electronics or other systems at all. At the very least, I have not identified anything that remotely resembles a neural interface. It is clear that whatever mechanisms VES uses to establish the blood pact, it does not rely on a direct physical vessel. The pair had actually established this before when they first got their hands on a recovered auto-heretic version B-Mech. The lack of a direct physical interface of any kind perplexed not only Master Huron, but pretty much every other Mech designer in the Milky Way. The Fridayman Master should have known he wouldn't find anything different in this machine, but his obsession drove him to deny the reality before his eyes. For the first time in his life and career, he encountered a Mech that did not bother to include a neural interface. It was possible for auto-heretics to add neural interfaces. Many enterprising Mech designers had already developed their own variants where they slotted one in, and as far as their experiments showed, the Carmine Mechs performed even better when paired with potentates. Of course, norms had no use for the neural interfaces. They would only burn out their brains if they forced themselves to use this old tech. Perhaps that was why Master Huron couldn't stop himself from spending his valuable time on picking the auto-heretic Mechs apart. As a neural interface specialist, he felt as if he and all of the other Mech designers in the same sub-community failed in their jobs. While neural interfaces were still safe due to their superior benefits to potentates, they had undoubtedly been upstaged by the brand new Carmine system introduced by the auto-heretic designs. The reason why Master Huron had dropped or suspended a lot of projects in order to spend more time with these Carmine Mechs was because he felt an existential threat. Neural interface technology was old and extremely mature. It had existed long before the use of Mechs, but it was only after the start of the age of Mechs that its potential was truly being tapped. While the MTA imposed many restrictions on the development of neural interface technology, many specialists had developed incremental upgrades and improvements over the years. However, no matter how hard they tried, they failed to make any serious breakthroughs, the most important of which was to make them compatible with norms. With each passing generation, the upgrades became more and more marginal. Nowadays, the neural interfaces developed by most specialists such as Master Huron amounted to side grades rather than upgrades. It basically meant that their tech performed better in a few areas, at the cost of decreasing their performance in other areas. Every neural interface specialist knew what this meant. If they failed to develop any major breakthroughs or created a new technological paradigm, it was likely that neural interface technology would reach the substitution phase of the technology life cycle. What this meant was that the persistent weaknesses and lack of innovation in neural interface technology opened it up for a superior replacement. Of course, the Carmine system was nowhere close to threatening the dominance of neural interface among regular Mech pilots, but this was just the start. Contrary to the tried and true neural interfaces, Carmine systems were brand new. There were rumors on the galactic net that Professor Larkinson accidentally developed his very first Carmine system when he designed and fabricated the Bastion. The expert heavy space knight sounded like the perfect prototype for a Carmine Mech. If this was the case, then the Carmine system had been invented just before the Great Severing. Nobody possessed any depth of understanding of Carmine systems, but even a novice Mech designer could guess that Professor Larkinson had only scratched the surface of this amazing new branch of technology. Even if it was mostly based on metaphysics as opposed to conventional technology, the Carmine system was just beginning to be commercialized, which meant that there was definitely a lot of untapped potential within this research direction. Professor Larkinson and many scientists in both galaxies were probably working hard to improve and optimize the implementation of the Carmine system in any way they could. While the bizarre nature of the Carmine system and the Blood Pact prevented most third parties from developing major upgrades, they should at least be able to develop indirect improvements, such as improving the compatibility and reducing the rejection rate of the blood production and transfusion instruments. The greater threat was when Professor Larkinson released more modern Carmine Mech designs that featured a new generation of Carmine systems. The moment he solved the critical shortcoming that limited a single Carmine Mech pilot to a single Carmine Mech, it was over for the neural interface industry. Rather than keep using an old and stale piece of tech that only 3.5% of the population could use, most people would rather turn to a substitute that was applicable to nearly 100% of the population. This was why Master Taquemin Huron could never rest. The only way to prevent his specialization from fading away into irrelevance was to develop a design application that broke the current limitations of this tech. Several hours went by as Master Huron continued to obsess over a brand new control system that he could not figure out. Even though he was able to make a few more clever observations due to the few similarities between the two different techs, he still failed to understand the essence of Carmine technology. Carlos was not as optimistic as Master Huron, but then again, his specialization was not at stake. While it would be inconvenient for Carlos to learn how to integrate a new control system that had to be organic for whatever reason, his design philosophy should still be compatible with Carmine Mechs. As their work session came to an end, Master Huron and Carlos carefully put the disassembled parts back together in a better state than when the auto-heretic left the Mech factory. The older of the two actually looked optimistic. "I am making progress." "In what way, Master?" Carlos carefully asked. "It is not what you think. I am no closer to deciphering the working principles of the Carmine system. It is clear that I lack the essential new theories that must have been developed in the Red Ocean after its displacement to another galactic supercluster. I, along with many other Mech designers, initially suspected that these theories only apply in the new environment. But the fact that the Carmine system is able to work well in our current galaxy suggests that the new theories are not as exclusive as we thought." "What does that mean?" "It means that we are missing a vital branch of metaphysics in our overall understanding of science and technology," Master Huron said. "I have a good idea of what that might be. When you promote to the rank of Senior Mech Designer and subsequently Master Mech Designer, you are privileged to learn a number of remarkable secrets about certain truths, many of which are related to metaphysics. I believe that the MTA knows far more about it than ordinary galactic citizens such as ourselves. If the Mechers insist on denying the secrets that may be able to help us understand the essence of the Carmine system, then they are doing us all a great disservice." Carlos was reluctant to talk about any subject that maligned the MTA, but he wanted to know what the Mechers were hiding as well. "Isn't that good, in a way? The MTA are the masters of technology. Even if they keep expertise on metaphysics to themselves, they should surely be able to improve neural interfaces on the basis of the unconventional tech used in Carmine systems." Master Huron sneered in response. "You are putting too much trust in a group of first-class incompetents. Just look at how much effective territory they lost in a short amount of time. Rather than putting our faith in an institution that has egregiously failed us multiple times, it is better to take matters into our own hands." "What? What are you talking about, Master?" "I am talking about seeking out contacts that may hold the secrets we desire." The Fridayman Master grinned. "Before the start of the Carmine Revolution, any attempt to do so will invite sanction from the MTA. Now that nearly the entire Komodo star sector has been designated as a free zone, we no longer have to abide by the Big Two's patronizing taboos and restrictions. We can seek any knowledge we desire and develop any technology we want." Carlos took a few steps back. He had a feeling that Master Huron might not be so restrained in his own research anymore from this point onwards. Do you even know who to contact to borrow the expertise you need to advance your research? Master Huron briefly frowned. I do not, but perhaps others in the Gage dynasty might have a better idea. If not, then I still have a last resort. And what is that? We may have to enter the Nyxian Gap. What do you mean we, Master? Chapter 66, 56 Gains and Losses in the Carmine Revolution. Many historians and other experts predicted that the Carmine Revolution may be the crisis that may put an end to the age of Mechs in the Milky Way. The Big Two would definitely be the first ones to refute this theory. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance may have been caught off guard by a crisis nobody saw coming, but they managed to stabilize the situation in the galaxy and prevent their reach and authority from crumbling even further. When people looked at a map of the Milky Way galaxy, they would see that the Big Two had lost a huge amount of territory. If the galaxy was shaped like a pizza, then human space encompassed half of it. Of that half, the crust and much of the outer ring had been cut away from the direct control of the MTA and CFA. At most, minuscule pieces of sauce and toppings had been left behind that somewhat proved that the Big Two still maintained a light and mostly nominal presence in the star sectors that they had left behind. However, the wealth and resources of the Milky Way galaxy was not evenly distributed like a proper pizza. Much of the delicious toppings were sprinkled at and around the center of the pizza. Cutting away the outer ring might look like the Big Two lost a huge amount of territories, but they all happened to be largely devoid of toppings anyway, so it was not as if the MTA and CFA lost a lot of wealth and power. In fact, there were those among the Mechers and Fleeters that actually preferred the new status quo. They always thought of the galactic rim and the more remote parts of the galactic heartland to be a burden. They were not entirely wrong, as it usually cost significantly more funding and resources to keep the vast and sparse regions of the outer half of the galaxy under control. Now that the Big Two had gotten rid of this useless burden, they not only shed the obligation to patrol and pacify all of those low-value regions of space, but they could also concentrate their armed forces. Logistics became a lot simpler for them, and they were able to significantly increase the security levels in the territory they still held under their grip. The Big Two were already taking advantage of their tactical withdrawal from the outer half of the Milky Way galaxy, and relied on the concentration of force to pacify several risk zones at a time. The Carmine revolutionaries were steadily losing ground that they did not have time to properly secure. While they had managed to earn a huge initial victory by making the MTA and CFA look weak and forcing them to give up a huge chunk of territory, that did not necessarily translate into a big strategic advantage. The Big Two possessed immense forces at its disposal. The MTA's mighty god pilots and most of the CFA's uncountable battleships had not yet even mobilized to put down the Carmine Revolution. The Mechers and Fleeters still cared for their reputation. It would not look or sound good if they used their most powerful military assets that were meant to crush alien opposition to terrorize human citizens instead. If not for that, the MTA and CFA would have been able to speed up their reconquest of the risk zones and ultimately the free zones several times faster. Perhaps it was not bad for the Mechers and Fleeters to take their time. Too much had changed in a short amount of time. Many of its leaders were still stuck in the past. Their insistence on returning everything to pre-Carmine Revolution conditions was causing a lot of arguments within their ranks. They needed to clarify their new direction and unite most of their members before they were ready to launch a full counterattack. In the meantime, the Carmine revolutionaries were gearing up to defend their gains and make sure the Big Two did not regain what they lost. This was easier said than done, because most of the so-called revolutionaries consisted of disorganized rabble and opportunistic troublemakers. All sorts of messy people had taken up the mantle of a revolutionary for a variety of ulterior motives. While there were definitely a lot of strong believers in Carmine Mechs among them, it could not be denied that plenty of other folk had sought to take advantage of their momentum. Already, the galactic net was rife with rumors and sightings of unwelcome visitors from the cosmopolitan movement and other known terrorist organizations. Plenty of other threatening people and groups had mixed in as well. They were just a lot better at hiding their nefarious origins. The empowerment of gangs, criminals, anarchists, would-be warlords, and other unsavory groups led to a deterioration of prosperity and happiness throughout the outer galaxy. The free zones weren't wealthy in the first place. Now that a lot of groups felt unconstrained enough to act on their darker impulses, the lives of many common citizens took a turn for the worse. Those who lived in weaker states suffered a lot more from this than those who lived in stronger states. Fortunately, the common folk were not as defenseless as before. So long as they could acquire auto-heretic mechs, they were quickly able to organize basic militias and defense forces that allowed them to fight against many adversaries that sought to exploit the population of a city or a planet. Naturally, all of this fighting inevitably led to a lot of collateral damage. The words of the Big Two appeared prescient as the dramatic uptick in mech-scaled violence led to a lot more killing than had ever taken place in recent times. The Komodo Star Sector was no exception to this rule. As the Star Sector where the father of Carmine Mechs originated, it was home to the strongest. Carmine Mech fanatics in the Milky Way. No matter how much the Friday Men tried to suppress the proliferation of auto-heretic mechs, the Third Raiders secretly produced them in great numbers and distributed them everywhere they could. The auto-heretic version C was originally designed with the use of materials that were commonly available in the Yena star cluster, so production of this dirt sheet model had begun several weeks sooner than in other parts of the Milky Way. This meant that the Friday Men were already behind the curve once they noticed the Carmine Mechs popping up here and there. The rapid spread of auto-heretic version, C-Ticus, had done what the hexadric hegemony could never accomplish. The attraction of the Carmine Mechs had caused much of the third-class population of the Komodo Star Sector to turn against the Friday Coalition. While it was still too soon for any major uprisings to occur, a lot of people purposefully ignored the Friday Coalition's prohibition against living mechs, and the auto-heretic mechs in particular. So many Third Raiders had become Carmine Mech pilots in a short amount of time that they were already beginning to harbor greater ambitions. One region of space where the common folk were gearing up for a fight as the Bright Republic. The third-rate state would have been forgotten by nearly everyone, if not for the fact that it was the birthplace of Professor Vess Larkinson. It had received vastly greater attention, with many Carmine Mech pilots and other assorted fans choosing to go on a pilgrimage to the humble planet of Cloudy Curtain. Cloudy Curtain had already changed beyond recognition. The Sand War that had devastated many third-rate states more than a decade ago had culminated in the scouring of Bentheim. Once the Bright Republic had been savaged by the Sandmen to the point where it lost its main economic engine, the Friday Coalition had reduced it to a client state under the joint management of the Ilvain Protectorate and the Vija Kingdom. This essentially meant that the Bright Republic had become a puppet state to the two third-class lackeys of the Friday Men. While the state still existed on paper, everyone knew that the Ilvainans and the Vijans were slowly gobbling up more and more star systems that should have belonged to the Bright Republic. It was a slow-motion conquest that none of the Brighters believed could be stopped. After all, the Friday Men were negatively disposed towards the Bright Republic due to all of the losses caused by Vess Larkinson and the Larkinson clan. The Brighters were not willing to lose the state that they and their predecessors had fought to defend for many generations. However, the losses they suffered during the Sand War and the lack of recovery due to the deliberate manipulations by the Ilvainans and the Vijans had left them with little recourse. The diaspora of Brighters that had moved to other states were doing their best to make a comeback, But there was only so much they could do with the limited number of people that were forced to uproot their lives and move elsewhere. They lacked the capital and manpower to build up a powerful Mech force that could take back their state. Besides, even if they did succeed in their unlikely rebellion, the Friday Coalition had many ways to sabotage the effort to restore the independence of the Bright Republic. The Carmine Revolution changed everything. The Friday Coalition had become distracted and overwhelmed by the uncontrolled proliferation of auto-heretic mechs. The Bright Republic had become famous throughout the Milky Way. Every fan of the newly introduced concept of Carmine mechs had taken the time to learn where Vess came from, thereby causing the state to attract a lot of attention. When people learned of the effort to restore the Bright Republic, a small proportion of them grew sympathetic enough to lend their aid. The Bright Liberation Movement, which used to be known as the Bentheim Liberation Movement, suddenly received a lot of donations and other forms of support from all kinds of random third parties across the galaxy. With the help of the Galactic Gate Network, these benefactors were not only able to donate hard cash, which the BLM could use to fund the acquisition of more conventional mechs as well as auto-heretics, but they were also able to supply serious hardware. This included surplus starships, heavy industrial equipment, and a huge amount of supplies, enough to fight 10 wars. This not only allowed the BLM to rapidly expand its expatriate mech forces by adding in a large amount of auto-heretics, but the rebel organization also welcomed the arrival of a lot of sympathetic foreigners. While the influx of cash, war material, and tourists also caused the Bright Liberation Movement to become a lot more disorganized, the huge increase in strength and other forms of support had given the rebels a lot of confidence. "We need to strike while the iron is hot," a former senior military officer of the Mech Corps argued. "Just say the word, and my men and I will return to the Bright Republic with raised flags. If can blitz the protectors of the faith and the Mech Legion, they will be forced to give up a huge amount of ground, thereby allowing us to gain an immediate foothold into our state. Just say the word, Senator, and we can commence our operation right away." Former Senator Camden Tavar shook his head in disapproval. "Patience. It is not time yet. Time is on our side. Our people have waited years for liberation. They can wait a couple of months longer. The longer we wait, the more support we receive." Senator Tavar had come a long way since the last time the Tavar family and the other founding families held the reins of power in the Bright Republic. After the Ilvain Protectorate and the Vija Kingdom took over, the founding families suffered greatly as the foreign occupants sought to dismantle the old power structures. Senator for life, Camden Tavar found himself stripped of his position and was forced to flee lest he got arrested for trumped-up charges. Not everyone from the Tavar family managed to get away before they got swept up. This had always been one of the senator's regrets. This was part of the reason why he agreed to become one of the leaders of the BLM and work towards liberating the Bright Republic from its current state of occupation. Chapter 6657, Bright Liberation Movement. The Bright Liberation Movement possessed a checkered past in its previous incarnation. Back when the Bentheim Liberation Movement fought for the independence of the state's only port system, it had largely been regarded as a band of terrorists. The BLM never managed to gain traction across much of the population because few people thought it was a good idea to separate Bentheim from the Bright Republic. If the port system, and possibly a number of surrounding star systems, declared independence, then the neighboring Vija Kingdom would just swoop in and swallow up the much more vulnerable port system in an instant. However, the one good thing about the Bentheim Liberation Movement was that its deplorable actions at least restrained the actions of the central government. The government officials who resided in Rittersburg did not dare to divert too much wealth from the port system to many of the other provinces of the Bright Republic for fear of boosting the support of the rebels. This proved that the BLM's leadership actually possessed a degree of shrewdness and pragmatism that Senator Tavar could respect. Now that he became one of the leading figures of its direct successor, he truly found that the BLM certainly knew how to keep its act together. The only problem that Tavar had with the past and current incarnation of the rebel organization was that its lower ranks were severely lacking in discipline. They were a far cry from the professional soldiers of the Mech Corps. If not for the fact that a lot of deserters from the Mech Corps had left the Bright Republic and hooked up with the Bright Liberation Movement, Senator Tavar would have doubted whether it was worth it for him to spend his years trying to wrangle the rabble. Fortunately for him, and many other Brighters, the Carmine Revolution vastly improved the BLM's prospects. The discussion on the strategic steps that the BLM needed to take continued to rage on. There were multiple leaders who advocated for immediate action. We cannot waste too much of our time on troop building. We are losing momentum the longer we sit on our thumbs. If we take too long to begin our offensive, many of the tourists will get bored and leave. Most of them are not that useful to us to begin with in their current state, Metcalf. Senator Tavar calmly retorted. Many of them are Carmine Mech pilots with more false bravado than skill. They need more training in order to fight more effectively. They don't need to fight, Metcalf Larkinson contemptuously said. They are already making themselves useful by volunteering to serve as our cannon fodder. If they survive the initial battles, then we may decide to train them more seriously. But first, they need to prove they have the guts to fight in a real war. Metcalf Larkinson was not a Mech officer. He was just a resentful 60-year-old veteran Mech pilot who managed to escape the Bright Republic when the Larkinsons suddenly became wanted. Unlike most of the relatives that managed to get away, Metcalf Larkinson did not answer the rallying call of Ark Larkinson and refused to join the Larkinson family or Larkinson clan. He was one of the few who wanted to continue to do his duty to the Bright Republic, even if it had turned hostile to him and the Larkinsons. He was not really a qualified leader, but he managed to gain more prominence by making use of his Larkinson name. These days, his influence had grown by a considerable extent, especially since he was a blood relative to the legendary father of Carmine Mech. Senator Tavar would not be able to dismiss the aggressive suggestions of Metcalf Larkinson as easily as he wished. He needed to engage the stubborn soldier with proper arguments. You should not treat our foreign volunteers in such a callous manner. They are our guests. They have shown their goodwill to us, so we must show them the respect they deserve. We need to pay more attention to our reputation. All of our actions and decisions will reflect onto Professor Larkinson one way or another. As a Larkinson yourself, you should know that his name and your name has always stood for honor and duty. Do you truly wish to forsake the reputation that your predecessors had fought with their lives by throwing away the lives and ruining the piloting careers of so many foreign Carmine Mech pilots? We still need their support and the support of their backers to keep the Bright Republic after we have taken it back. Let us not disgrace our war heroes by painting our state and its citizens in a negative light. The BLM was in the public spotlight now. These short-sighted rebel leaders had always suffered from myopia. They were unable to understand the greater diplomatic context that they were operating under. Our movement is not a platform for an old man like you to springboard your way into galactic politics, Metcalf Larkinson complained in lieu of a better counterargument. Senator Tavar rapped his knuckles against the table. I wouldn't be here if I did not love the Bright Republic. My family was one of its original founders. We have a duty to restore what is ours. I am merely cautioning you to pay attention to diplomacy. You may not like it, but we need outside support to retake the Bright Republic and keep it out of the hands of our enemies. Do you not realize that the Friday Coalition can resort to any measure up to, and including direct military intervention, to erase all of our gains? That caught numerous leaders by surprise. Not all of them had thought far enough. The old man shook his head in disappointment. We are living in a free zone now. The Big Two's rules no longer apply anymore. Aside from the common consensus that we should not try to acquire and make use of warships and superweapons, we are allowed to do almost everything else. That includes second-rate states directly intervening in third-rate states. Now that the Mechers and the Fleeters no longer impose any invisible restraints, the Friday men will no longer face sanction if they directly deploy their vastly superior second-class Mechs on a third-class battlefield. This scenario sounded a lot more realistic now that the leaders processed the greater implications of living in a free zone. Shouldn't the Friday men have their hands full with the Hexers? Perhaps in the future, but not to the same extent, Senator Tavar replied. Unlike our BLM, the Hexer cause is much more extreme. Too extreme for most people, in fact. They also require vastly greater funding and support in order to reclaim their former territories in the Komodo Star sector. While the Hexer expatriates may still be able to muster several powerful armored forces in the next year, their poor diplomacy will continue to hamper their attempts to build a coalition. In summary, do not expect the Hexers to keep the Friday men busy in the short term. We must find a way to deter the Friday men from invading our fragile and recovering third-rate state with overwhelming force. The only viable way to do so is to borrow a page from their book. What do you mean by that, Senator? Have you forgotten how the Friday Coalition won the Komodo War? The Friday men leveraged their diplomacy to invite a large amount of foreign military support to help them in the war against the Hexers. The Friday men also borrowed the expert pilots of third-rate states in our star sector to stack the deck against their archenemies. Their strategy worked, simply because the Hexers were not able to match the Friday men's efforts. Never ignore the power of making friends with other states. That caused a lot of other leaders in the meeting to rethink their own approaches. They never really appealed to foreign aid in the past, but that was mostly because no one really cared about the Bright Republic. It was different now that the historic deeds of one of its former citizens had put a galactic spotlight on the state. The Friday Coalition is not in a good place as far as diplomacy goes, another BLM leader said. It is the only major state in the Yena Star cluster that is continuing to prohibit the production and use of carmine mechs. Everyone and their mother knows that Professor Larkinson used to be enemies with the Friday men. That has definitely caused many carmine mech pilots and the people around them to develop a bad impression of the second-rate state. The Friday men tried to kidnap or kill him multiple times. If they succeeded, every carmine mech pilot right now would still be stuck as powerless norms who would never be able to pilot a machine in their lifetime. That was also a good argument. It was difficult to gauge how much the Friday Coalition lost support and whether it would lead to more serious retaliatory actions. But for now, no one was willing to offer any military aid. Part of that was because many states were too concerned about the deteriorating security situation to spare much forces elsewhere. Senator Tavar possessed a much better picture of what the Friday Coalition might be going through in the future, but he doubted the others were interested at the moment. It is true that the Friday Coalition is in a weak position at the moment. That makes the second-rate state dangerous. Its leaders may decide that they need a show of strength in order to repair the confidence of its citizens and demonstrate to everyone else that they are still in charge of the Komodo Star sector. If we start our operation to take back the Bright Republic too soon, we will become the nail that the Friday men will seek to hammer down. The faces of many BLM leaders turned ugly after hearing that. They were not stupid enough to reject this possibility. If that is the case, how long do we need to wait? Metcalf Larkinson asked in a more subdued tone. Half a year to a year, Senator Tavar estimated. Events are still developing quickly, so you do not need to wait longer than that. The Friday Coalition will continue to grow more and more unstable as it is, struggling with an unsolvable dilemma. In the meantime, foreign donations and volunteers keep coming in from the other parts of human space. Many may feel discouraged and decide to leave, but I believe that you can compensate for their absence with other newcomers. What is important is that you must give them enough time to learn how to fight as a unit in an organized mech force. Carmine mech pilots are not soldiers, so you must work to correct that shortcoming so that they have a good chance of surviving the coming battles. The meeting continued as the leaders of the Bright Liberation Movement continued to address a range of other topics. The former senator mostly took a backseat on these discussions. He was not directly involved in matters relating to officer promotions, logistics, and so on. He also attracted enough of the limelight for himself. If he kept attracting so much attention, then he would eventually come across as a usurper rather than a contributor. There were already too many rebels who harbored a lot of suspicion about Camden Tavar's motives within the BLM. He was not the sort of person who was traditionally associated with the previous incarnation of the rebel movement. In truth, some of their accusations were correct. Senator Tavar was already thinking about the next step of his career. He did not intend to dedicate the rest of his life to the Bright Republic. It was too small and inconsequential for his current appetite. As long as he wrangled the BLM into a successful reconquest of the Bright Republic and managed to earn a good reputation while doing so, he was confident he could insert himself into a larger political organization. After all, since Ves Larkinson and his fellow soldiers of the Flagrant Vandals had fought so hard to extend his lifespan by a century, he may as well make better use of his additional years. Chapter 6658 Pariahs. The Yena star cluster was undergoing a huge amount of change. It had already been subject to a lot of changes. The Komodo War completely reshaped the relevant star sector, while the short-lasting but incredibly disruptive Crown Uprising seemed to have a certain relationship with the mysterious Nyxian Gap. Now, the Carmine Revolution had put the hazardous region in the spotlight once again. Master Huron was not the only Mech designer who thought about entering the Nyxian Gap. As suicidal as it sounded, those in the know learned that a brand new power was on the rise. The existence of the Oblivion Empire was not publicly known, but it was pretty much an open secret among high society. Very few people knew that the Oblivion Empress was actually a woman called Cynthia Larkinson. Those that did generally tried to avoid any mention of it for various reasons. It was doubtful whether this secret could be kept for long, but for now the Oblivion Empress remained a mysterious figure who already held sway over her own warlord state before the start of the Carmine Revolution. One reason why many people began to pay a lot of attention was due to a secret that was better known. Those in the know learned that the Oblivion Empire was the origin of the auto-heretic Mech line. The clues were already obvious. Not only was it located particularly close to the star sector that Professor Ves Larkinson originated from, but the original Mech designs of the version B and version C variants were also based on exotics that were commonly available in the Yena star cluster. What truly added more credence to this suspicion was that the Oblivion Empire not only fielded actual auto-heretic Mechs before anyone else, but also began to distribute and sell them at a rapid pace. The Oblivion Empire was the main reason why the Yena star cluster already featured the highest density of Carmine Mechs in human space. Although the more productive and developed star clusters located in the free zones in the galactic heartland were about to overtake the Yena star cluster, this was still an impressive feat considering its remoteness. The population's extensive familiarity and brand awareness of LMC Mechs and living Mechs also contributed to the extraordinarily fast adoption of the auto-heretic Mechs. This caused many observers to develop the assumption that if they wanted to seek the origin of Carmine Mechs, they needed to flock to the hazardous region known as the Nyxian Gap. Despite the many dangers and warnings associated with this asteroid-filled anomalous space, visitors kept pouring in with increasing frequency. Few of them returned. Whether this was because they ran into an accident, got killed by pirates, or successfully joined the Oblivion Empire, nobody knew for certain. The likely truth was a mix of the three possibilities. Entering the Nyxian Gap without guidance was perilous, but as long as the daring newcomers managed to survive the natural hazards produced by the anomalous region, they usually had an opportunity to encounter one of the Oblivion Empire's patrols. Who knows what kind of treatment they received? Despite the lack of information coming out of the Nixian Gap, that did not deter people from seeking out the Oblivion Empire. Even before the start of the Carmine Revolution, rumors had already spread that it offered unique benefits to people who desired to become stronger. Mech pilots who had no hope of attaining a breakthrough in regular space fearlessly ventured into the Nixian Gap in pursuit of a promotion through less conventional means. Those who grew bored with the mundane qualities of their boring lives sought out the Oblivion Empire for a chance to get in touch with forbidden magic. The multiple taboos surrounding the Oblivion Empire most certainly deterred a lot of people from casually seeking it out, but the ones with the greatest desire for change and enough courage to go through with it were excellent recruits. People such as Master Huron did not think the Oblivion Empire would reject them. They were smart, clever, and highly productive workers that could contribute to the rogue state in many different ways. While Master Talkwoman Huron was still hesitating whether he should go ahead and pull the trigger before the Friday Coalition changed for the worse, another Fridayman Mech designer had already made the decision to take a chance. "Are you sure about this, Master Olson?" "Not everyone who goes inside makes it out alive. Nothing can save us when an unexplainable anomaly swallows up our starship." The charming woman wearing a multi-layered midnight blue dress smirked at her direct disciple. "That is where you are wrong. I have already made a secret arrangement with an old acquaintance who has already joined the Oblivion Empire. With her assistance, we can rendezvous with a patrol dispatched by the Oblivion Mech army and safely journey deeper inside." "You already have a way in." Oleg Vorn reacted with surprise. "I do. I know the master who designed the auto-heretic designs. You may have met her once." It is difficult to maintain contact with each other under the current circumstances, but I am glad that she still paid attention to a few communication channels. Oleg began to frown. "Even if you have managed to secure safe passage to the Oblivion Empire, is this truly the right course of action for us? We are doing better than ever. Many people have begun to know you and your work due to being Vest's nominal master. Our sales has quadrupled, and many people have begun to request commissions from you. Not only that, but the Grand Loxic Republic has relaxed a few of its policies towards foreign master Mech designers such as you. We may finally be able to construct a large manufacturing complex in the capital star system, like you always wanted." Life had not been great for Master Carmen Olson and her direct disciple. Despite her contributions to the Komodo War, the stigma of being the first, Fridayman to notice Vest's talents and accept him as a nominal disciple proved too much. She could no longer stay in the Friday Coalition, especially after the state continued to deteriorate in several ways. Setbacks such as the catastrophic Battle of Pima Prime that led to the death of St. Jeremiah Gage had caused a lot of Fridaymen to channel their anger towards Vess. Larkinson to the nearest available scapegoat. Master Olson became that scapegoat. By giving Vess Larkinson a chance to rise up in society and receive the support he needed to quickly grow out of the early stage of his career, the Master Mech designer bore the undeniable responsibility of enabling one of the single most damaging enemies the Friday Coalition had fought against. The problem became so bad that Fridaymen were even blaming much of the losses incurred by the great severing to her name. Though Master Olson had weathered multiple storms in the past, her deteriorating situation in the Friday Coalition made her continued presence untenable. Neither the Vermeer Group, where she hailed from, or the Carnegie Group, where she worked for a long time, offered any support in a time where she needed it the most. Her allies deserted her over time. Her friends no longer accepted her calls. Her commercial ventures were going bust. Her access to confidential databases got revoked. She was no longer able to use special procurement channels to acquire rare materials that she needed to conduct her research. Master Olson did not consider herself to be an ungrateful Mech designer. She still felt she owed her loyalty to the Friday Coalition, or at least the Vermeer Group, for giving her the opportunities she needed to become a master when she became a century old. Though she used to hate the grueling training and competition that broke many of her fellow candidates, she now understood that this was one of the few ways to set herself up for enduring success. Yet as she became more and more isolated, Master Olson eventually reached a point where she had to conclude that she no longer had a future in the Friday Coalition. Her status and her previous contributions, at least, ensured that she would not get arrested in a short amount of time, but she feared that lingering goodwill would run out sooner than later. She left before any ugly incidents could pass. Unfortunately, in order to remain discreet and prevent the Friday men from tracking her down and taking her back so that she could continue to serve as their scapegoat to blame all of their misfortunes on, Master Olson had to sacrifice much of her business empire and her fixed assets. She abandoned the expensive titanium garden that she used to take pride in. She abandoned all of her remaining employees without giving them a proper farewell speech. She was also unable to clue in her remaining friends who still expressed their support for her, such as Master Meredith Katzenberg. Master Olson only took away her direct disciple Oleg and enough luggage and assets that could fit aboard a small and speedy stealth courier vessel. She had made the right decision to prepare this emergency evacuation plan ahead of time. Master Katzenberg informed Master Olson later on that the Friday men, and especially the Gaugers, had grown quite upset that she managed to slip the noose just as they had gathered enough evidence to bring her to trial. Losing the foundation that she built up in the Friday Coalition over the course of multiple decades caused her to lose a lot of wealth and business opportunities. She was only able to retain her most valued treasures and her liquid assets. Master Olson decided to settle in the winged Serenade star sector. It was located in the center of the Jena star cluster and boasted considerably higher economic activity. Of course, the Mech industry was already saturated with many different competitors. It was difficult for Master Olson to start from scratch and build a new foothold in the local Mech market. Things were looking up, though. Oleg was right that her past association with the father of Carmine Mech revived her fortunes. So why did she decide to abandon her efforts to get herself established in the Grand Loxic Republic and uproot her life yet again? My old friend inside the Oblivion Empire encouraged me to join her side. She did not dare to convey anything concrete, but she dropped certain hints and code words that stimulated my imagination. Master Olson cryptically said, "And that was enough for you to decide to leave. There are more factors at play, Oleg. To be honest, I do not welcome the renewed attention. People are paying attention to us for the wrong reason. Just as is the case in the Friday Coalition, certain parties may decide that the best way they can strike at Vess and his works is by targeting his former master instead. There are other reasons why I have decided to leave," Master Olson calmly said. "I cannot share them with you. If you follow me into the Nyxian Gap, then I will let you know at that time. You may choose to remain here or depart to another destination if you want. You have spent enough time under my wing. It is time for you to become more independent and start your own ventures. Your relationship with Vess is much vaguer and less well known, so you will not receive too much attention." Oleg was also still a journeyman Mech designer, which automatically made him inconsequential to all of the big shots. The man paused for a few seconds before making up his mind. "If you choose to leave, then I choose to go with you. I agree with you that it may be better for me to go independent, but I can do that while also becoming a part of the Oblivion Empire. I think the rogue state is big enough to accommodate the both of us as we are working on separate research and design projects." Master Olson looked slightly disapproving. "Do not be in a hurry to make a decision. Take your time to consider the pros and cons. I am not ready to depart right away, so think about your goals and how you can best fulfill them. The Mech industry in a free zone is undergoing rapid changes. The rules are being rewritten as we speak. Even so, your work conditions will likely be much different if you decide to become a part of the Oblivion Empire." This was a life-changing decision that could have far-reaching consequences for their career progression. Chapter 6659, The Importance of Restraint. The Carmine Revolution in the Milky Way led to enormous disruptions. The lives of virtually every human had been impacted by it one way or another. While the lives of many people had become brighter and more colorful now that they had an opportunity to become Carmine Mech pilots and wield greater personal power than ever before, the lives of many others came to a premature end. Original humanity therefore became awfully divided over whether Vess deserved to be praised or condemned. The Carmine revolutionaries and other supporters praised him to the heavens. They respectfully called him the father of Carmine Mechs and already looked forward to the release of his next Carmine Mech line. The Big Two and the Guardians of Peace predictably maligned him as the Devil Tongue. Vess Larkinson had become the model of a Mech designer who possessed no ethics and recklessly broke the rules for his selfish desires. Even if his Carmine system granted norms a benefit that no one had ever managed to provide in the past, there were much better ways to introduce it than to dump it onto the galactic Mech market all at once. Supporters and haters argued against each other nearly every day. This led to a lot of breakups in families and friendships, as people who used to be close to each other found themselves at opposite ends. Those living in safe zones tended to respond a lot better to Big Two propaganda and gradually started to fall in line. There were many of them that were no doubt secretly eager to pilot auto-heretics, but they understood that uncontrolled access to them would make it much more likely that their homes would get destroyed. Those living in the free zones held no goodwill towards the Big Two anymore. The space peasants believed that the Mechers and Fleeters abandoned them. Now that they had become a lot more vulnerable than in the past, they eagerly sought protection, and piloting one of the auto-heretics sounded like a good way to improve their security in a new and more uncertain period of time. This turned the so-called risk zones into the most acute battlegrounds of the Carmine Revolution. These were areas of relative stability where Carmine Mechs made an advance, but had yet to trigger enough changes to shake off the yoke of the Big Two. The Mechers and the Fleeters made a more concerted effort to maintain an active presence in the risk zones. The Guardians of Peace organized their own efforts to preserve as much of the old order as possible. However, the Carmine revolutionaries were not content with staying in the periphery of the galaxy. They sought to increase their footprint in the galactic heartland and pry away the more prosperous territories from the established powers. Their success was mixed. As long as they did not face highly organized opposition from the Big Two, they were usually able to use the allure of the auto-heretic Mechs to convert lots of people into supporters or even volunteer fighters. The biggest reason why the Carmine revolutionaries had not been able to make as much progress as they wished was because of their inherent disorganization. There was no single organization leading the uprising fueled by the availability of auto-heretics. Anyone who was willing to make a stand and publicly oppose the Big Two's regime could claim the identity of a Carmine revolutionary. This meant that a lot of messy people with diverse and occasionally murky origins were able to ride the wave and gain power for other purposes than just fighting for Carmine Mechs. The lack of coordination and the absence of a central authority made it difficult for the Carmine revolutionaries to organize effective defenses or counterattacks against the Guardians of Peace. However, their passion and enthusiasm amplified their fighting spirit and allowed them to fight a lot harder than their opponents. This alone was not enough to overcome the problems related to coordination, but certain parties were already beginning to rectify this particular problem. While it was nearly impossible to completely centralize all operations conducted by the Carmine revolutionaries, certain parties in the dark were already beginning to rectify the problem. "So it's true. The first-rate superstates are taking our side," a rebel leader said. "Which one do you come from, sir?" The impeccably well-dressed man entering the isolated chamber with a pair of armored guards in tow. The first-rater did not answer immediately. He instead strode towards the center and took a seat at the plain metal table. He did not show any disgust or irritation at the lack of furnishings or the slight onset of rust due to lack of maintenance. Only after he had taken his seat did he begin to respond. I represent the interests of one of the numerous ancient clans of the Greater Terran United Confederation. That is all you need to know for the time being. That was informative, but not as much as the rebel leader wanted. It was all he could expect to get from this mysterious Terran envoy. Are you Terrans still trying to pretend you support the Big Two, even though everyone knows that you would be the first ones to cheer their downfall? All in good time, Commander Arton. The time is not right, and the consequences of taking action are much greater for our superstate. Think for a moment what will happen if the Greater Terran United Confederation, and most probably the new Rubarth Empire, publicly announce their withdrawal from the treaties imposed on them by the MTA and the CFA. Unlike small and scattered rebel movements such as yours, our defection and open defiance cannot possibly be allowed to take place without an immediate counterreaction from the Big Two. Declining to retaliate will truly prove to everyone that they have grown too weak and are no longer fit to reign over human civilization. Wait, are you truly suggesting that? The Terran envoy steepled his hands and nodded with a grim expression. The MTA and the CFA will send out their war fleets. It is anyone's guess how many they will send. No matter whether their response is light or heavy, we cannot stand by and allow the Mechers and Fleeters intimidate us into backtracking. We will send out our own armed forces, but we expect them to be at a significant disadvantage. That will necessitate us to mobilize our strongest assets. The rebel commander immediately understood what the Terrans and the Rubarthans had to rely upon to defend their border regions against a retaliatory attack by the Big Two God pilots. Not entirely, but it is an adequate answer. The envoy responded. No one can predict what might happen at that time. The MTA alone is able to mobilize enough God pilots to outnumber the God pilots that have pledged to protect our superstate and the Rubarthan superstate. However, we believe the actual number of God pilots that the Mechers can mobilize is substantially less. There are those at the top of your profession that disapprove of repressive measures, belong to a faction that is ideologically opposed to the MTA's recent policy decisions, or hold sympathy for star nations that long to be free. That made the numbers game a lot murkier. It may be possible that very few God pilots would choose to mobilize in order to bring the first-rate superstates back into compliance. Many theorists believe that this may be one of the driving reasons why the MTA had yet to mobilize its God pilots. So long as it remained unclear how many of them supported the old order to the point where they were willing to fight to preserve it, the Carmine revolutionaries and other opponents wouldn't be able to anticipate how much opposition they would face. Holding the God pilots back also gave the Mechers, who wanted to protect the old order, more time to convince the less reliable powerhouses to take their side. What if the Big Two fails to gain enough support among the God pilots? The rebel leader curiously asked. Then that will not reduce the danger too much. You have to know that the CFA can deploy an abundance of battleships. These ships may be inferior to God pilots in every way, but they can be deployed alongside friendly God pilots. So long as they enjoy enough protection from a God kingdom, they can still play a role in a fight of this level. Other than that, the CFA can completely overwhelm our border fleets and raise our planets with brutal bombardment campaigns. Our territories are vast, so it is impossible for our limited number of God pilots to cover every border. Many lives will be lost depending on how many enemy God pilots participate and how ruthless they can be towards their fellow humans. That sounds far too extreme, sir. The Terran envoy shook his head. The Big Two are desperate. They will pay less attention to their image and put greater emphasis on results. The Fleeters will eventually turn into hypocrites and have come to resemble the enemies they once rebelled against. But their brutal campaign will effectively deter other states from declaring their own return to nationhood. Shouldn't your state be strong enough to defend most of your star systems against such an offensive? the rebel leader doubtfully asked. There have always been rumors that you and the Rubarthans have secretly amassed a large number of warships of your own. This would be a good time to unveil them and show that the Big Two are not the only ones who have them anymore. Even if we did build a secret armada of armed starships, we will never expose them so easily. As I have said, there are many complicated political considerations that we need to take into account. The wrong decisions can easily plunge this entire galaxy into all-out warfare and ultimately lead to the downfall of humanity as the dominant race. We cannot allow ourselves to be weakened to the point that the aliens will begin to take back the territories they once claimed as their own. That sounded as if this standoff would continue to remain stuck in stalemate for a long time. The Big Two did not want to mobilize all its god pilots, fearing that much fewer than would choose to answer the call. The god pilots of the first-rate superstates were generally a lot more united. They would definitely fight for the independence of their Terran or Rubarthan polities. Even so, there were far too few of them to cover enough border regions to prevent widespread raids and incursions. The Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire would definitely burn as a result. This may incense the Terran and Rubarthan god pilots and push them into fighting harder. Perhaps they may go on a destruction spree on their own in order to take revenge. The humans on both sides wanted to avoid triggering such a spiral, so they were not above making implicit agreements with their enemies. For now, the conflicts between the two sides were mostly confined in the risk zones. The combatants also only made use of mechs. The fleeters may have begun to deploy a few warships here and there, but most of them amounted to armed scout and courier vessels. The CFA had kept most of their cruisers and battleships at the border of human space where they could do more good. This was especially the case when it became more important than ever for the fleeters to patrol the borders and prevent alien infiltrators from slipping inside. The rebel leader roughly understood the reason for all of the hesitation by this time. He never thought that the Carmine Revolution would have brought the Big Two and the first-rate superstates so close to the brink of total annihilation. As long as either side made the wrong move, the situation could easily spiral out of control. Lots of people would die, and a huge amount of assets would get destroyed. Warships would make a rapid return across human space, as many people demanded protection against the CFA's unbridled use of its own battleships to sow death and destruction upon populated planets. The worst consequence of all was that god pilots may end up fighting against other god pilots. The death of a single one already represented a massive loss to the human race. If multiple of them died, then that would directly weaken the overall strength of human civilization, thereby emboldening external enemies. Faced with these disastrous consequences, the best decision the top players could make was to maintain restraint and allow lesser forces to wage war in their stead. The rebel leader suddenly understood his own place in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 66-60, The Arrival of the Amaranto Mark Roman III. The Carmine Revolution had two completely different meanings to different people. To the humans of the Milky Way, the Carmine Revolution evoked a mixed response. The very topic of Carmine mechs provoked a lot of controversy and polarized a lot of opinionated individuals. The Carmine Revolution was responsible for fulfilling the dreams of billions, if not trillions of people, but it also amplified the existing fault lines in human society and created new ones in record time. Compared to the intensive division caused by the sudden introduction of Carmine mechs in the Milky Way, the people of the Red Ocean remained remarkably well-behaved when faced with the prospect of allowing norms to pilot mechs. The much smaller size of human-occupied space in the Red Ocean, the extensive cooperation between VES and several factions of the Red Association, the differences between the Yellow Jackets, the auto-heretics, and the institution of martial law, and the alternative means of self-empowerment through systematic cultivation, all contributed to a remarkably low incident rate among Red humanity. However, the biggest reason why Carmine Mech hadn't resulted in so much chaos and instability was because the Red War loomed over everyone's heads. Every norm that decided to bond with a yellow jacket would automatically get drafted. There was no way that states would allow these civilians to play around with Carmine Mechs in their backyards when they could make a material difference in the war effort after a few years of rushed training. Therefore, those who wanted to fulfill their childhood dreams of becoming a Mech pilot would be able to do so, but only with the realization that they would soon get marched into a training camp and be forced to become a soldier if they wanted to keep piloting their Carmine Mechs. These reasons and more were why the Yellow Jackets generated much less of a buzz among red humans. Still, people's attitudes towards Vess' invention was a lot more uniformly positive. He had torn down the genetic aptitude tyranny and given everyone the option to become a dignified soldier. The only question now was whether the native aliens would give them enough time to complete their basic training. That appeared less and less likely as the 4th Defensive Band was on the verge of collapsing. It only took a short amount of time for the situation in the Viola Magnifica system to become much more dire than before. The native aliens had already overrun other adjacent strategic locations across the Torald Middle Zone. The recent departure of ace pilots across every middle zone had caused gaps to form in the defenses of many fortified star systems. Despite the efforts of the Red 3 to compensate for these defensive loopholes, it was too late to stop the native aliens from launching concerted attacks led by formidable phase lords. In the face of the native gods of the Red Ocean, massed firepower and the desperate resistance of expert mechs could only do so much to slow them down. As the fortified star systems around Viola Magnifica crumbled within a matter of weeks, the mood within the fortified star system, where the expeditionary fleet as well as the 77th Warborn were stationed, had turned grim. Preliminary evacuations had already begun. The Red 3, along with many other forces, transferred away much of their non-essential personnel that they could spare. This had a significant effect on the recovery rates of damaged mechs and hardware. The departure of many mech technicians, engineers, electricians, and so on meant that the mechs and defensive installations would not be able to get back into fighting condition in a short amount of time. Not that it mattered all that much. The alien presence in the Viola Magnifica system was constantly growing with every passing day. Now that many other points on the 4th Defensive Band had fallen into enemy hands, the aliens were able to divert spare assault fleets to this location in order to remove the final obstacle before they could safely begin their attack on the 5th and final defensive band. There was no question anymore that red humanity would lose control over Viola Magnifica. The only question was how much the defenders who remained at the key planet and stronghold were willing to make the invading aliens bleed before they finally beat a retreat. Both sides already had plenty of experience of how bloody these takeover battles could become. As the defending side, the red humans enjoyed an inherent advantage, but they were bound to suffer a lot of losses while getting beaten back time and time again. The native aliens had to be more proactive and purposefully send their face fighters and warships into kill boxes where they would have to endure massed firepower from multiple angles at a time. However, as long as their accompanying phase lords were willing to lead the charge, they could rapidly destroy a lot of vulnerable hardware, thereby creating gaps in the human defensive lines which they could use to create more space for subsequent attack runs. This was one of the reasons why the adjacent fortified star systems collapsed so quickly in the past few weeks. The remaining defenders all knew what they had to do. It was impossible to defend Viola Magnifica to the death, so they did not even bother to aim for this result. Instead, they needed to stall the native alien advances long enough for all of the defensive guns to do their work and demolish a lot of alien hardware. The more face fighters and starships they managed to destroy, the fewer the enemy would have left to assault the 5th Defensive Band, at least for a time. Killing lots of native aliens also helped to slow down the Red Tide offensive. While most of the aliens drafted into the war possessed very little individual agency and power, major setbacks and losses always caused their fleets to become more reluctant to engage in further attacks. The alien commanders could not treat their subordinates like emotionless pawns. They had to pay attention to morale and give the troops enough time to recover. With that in mind, the Larkinsons, along with many other soldiers, geared themselves up for a grueling fight. They would most definitely get pressured in the decisive battle that everyone knew was coming. Many of their comrades and fellow clansmen may end up dead by the time the expeditionary fleet withdrew from this doomed star system, but at least their sacrifice had made a difference, however small. Very few soldiers who were still stationed in Viola Magnifica had lost their nerve. Most of the Mech pilots and other servicemen had gone through enough fighting to adopt a veteran mindset towards the conflict. They all knew what they were fighting for. They risked their lives and exposed themselves to the attacks of phase lords and warships so that their families and their fellow humans in the rear could remain protected against these threats. As the remaining forces made their final preparations, the champions that were left to put up a final stand against their alien counterparts geared themselves up for their greatest challenge since the start of the Red Tide offensive. Welcome back, Davia. The woman who many people expected to experience a breakthrough in the near future made a curt nod towards Joshua and Caddies. I came back just in time, I see, the guest pilot of the Larkinson clan remarked. What is the progress of the alien buildup? You're better off asking Commander Kaisela Ingvar or one of the many other senior officers. Joshua shrugged. I don't pay attention to the intelligence reports anymore. Knowing how many alien warships and phase lords have arrived from afar is unsettling. I am better off if I am focusing on my own game. I need to work towards my breakthrough. My wife here has offered a huge amount of help with that, though I wonder whether she has gifted me a blessing or a course. Venerable Davia Stark slightly smirked in amusement. I heard. You have gained an unruly new sword, or shall I say scimitar, an expensive one as well. That's an understatement. Joshua let out an exasperated sigh. Did you know that if I want to charge up the blade, the bitter scimitar burns through at least 100 grams per activation? You don't know how many people complained when I got so excited about cutting through transphasic alloys like a hot knife through butter that I activated it 3 times in a row. Keddies dramatically shook her head in disapproval. We did not choose to augment the bitter scimitar with face water charge technology just so that you can single-handedly drain all of our face water reserves within a matter of days. Though Joshua had definitely become convinced by the power of the new bitter scimitar to the point where he was. Willing to put up with its evil and hostile personality, he still suffered regular complaints about his profligate resource wastage. At least he and his battle partner learned firsthand how easy they could cut through obstacles that they normally considered impregnable or difficult to assail. Can I take a look at your new weapon? Sure, but it is currently stored in a safe container. I will show it to you next time I deploy into the field. I want to take a look at your newly upgraded expert Mech. So this is the Amaranto Mark Roman III, huh? Yes, she has definitely undergone a metamorphosis. I always knew that my decision to serve your clan and its patriarch would pay off. I do not think a finer expert marksman Mech exists that can complement my lethality even further. Venerable Davia Stark smiled with pride. The Amaranto still retained her slender, dark, red-coated Mech frame, but received a lot of obvious improvements, from the switch to a special combination of archimetal to the huge reinvention of the instrument of vengeance. Compared to the first iteration of the iconic marksman rifle, the current iteration looked like a much bigger and more formidable crystalline beast. It was larger, thicker, and most importantly, featured a considerably longer barrel than the original instrument of vengeance. The application of luminar crystal technology reached greater heights, as Vess and Harry Kaikkonen, utilize their combined expertise to elevate the tangible and intangible qualities of the formidable weapon. I heard that your new weapon received an ultimate module in the form of an internal chamber, Joshua said with evident curiosity in his voice. That is correct. The two-step execution crystal is amazing, but I have yet to test it out in a serious capacity. I want to keep its true capabilities a secret against the native aliens. Their lack of preparation against its capabilities may give me a large advantage in the upcoming battle. I will make sure to use it to strike a decisive blow when the aliens think they are safe from my sights. The grin on her face suggested that she intended to make a very loud statement with her newly upgraded expert mech. As Joshua and Kedis admired the much more powerful rendition of the extreme firepower concept, the former asked another question. I don't see the instrument of doom around here. Did it get upgraded as well? Sadly, that is not the case, Stark responded. The design department didn't have time or something. I am fine with that. The instrument of doom may be more suited against our current foes, but the instrument of vengeance is the original firearm that Vess has paired with my Amaranto. The two are designed to work perfectly in tune with each other. I do not believe my performance will be any inferior if I only make use of this rifle. The upgrades have improved firepower so much that I do not think there is any need to bring out the outdated instrument of doom. While Venerable Joshua certainly admired the instrument of vengeance, he was pretty sure about one thing. The bitter scimitar that his wife had mysteriously forged and presented to him all of a sudden was probably a lot more lethal than the instrument of vengeance. How could he tell? Joshua couldn't feel a strong but intensely hostile life inside the extreme luminar crystal rifle. Chapter 66, 61 High Burdens. With Venerable Davia Stark's permission, Joshua and Kedis got to take a closer look at the Amaranto Mark Roman III. The machine was currently the latest completed high-ranking mech, designed by the impressive Miracle couple. The combination between Vess' creative genius and Gloriana's meticulous technical mastery resulted in a work that nearly perfectly combined their respective strengths. However, it was undeniable that Gloriana claimed a significantly greater share of ownership of the high-tier expert mech than before. This material is all kinds of weird, Kedis observed with a notable degree of perplexity. I can tell that it is blended with Salu's gas, as it is partially resisting my examinations. I can also tell that it is almost entirely made up of hyper materials, with only a small proportion of exotic materials mixed in to make it tougher and stabler. The internal structure should be especially more fragile than what the designers could have developed if they used more conventional first-class materials. What does that all mean? Joshua asked. Let me put it like this. Every conventional mech is designed like a hard-boiled egg. It has a hard shell and a fairly soft interior. One of the excellent advantages of Architect is that it introduces a technological paradigm where the differences between the two becomes less. The architecture is so different that it is possible to homogenize the exterior defenses and the internal defenses to a much greater degree than was possible in the past. Oh, so that is the reason why the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III is a lot tougher and more able to take risks than before. That is right, Joshua. The Archie race has strange notions about what technology should look like. There are definitely advantages to their approach, but it is hard for engineers of other races to understand the convoluted and sometimes counterintuitive mindset needed to work with Architect. The normal choice to make with this tech is to apply the same scheme onto the Amaranto Mark Roman III. It would allow this expert mech to maintain a light and fast mech frame while also enhancing her defensive buffer by a large extent. The defensive upgrade would have been a game-changer compared to the Mark IL iteration. Instead of doing that, Vess and Gloriana instead opted to use solarium as a form of external plating and Diverna's alloy as the main material for the internal structure. And that matters because it's like turning back to the clock, Kedis explained with an exasperated voice. Gloriana purposefully used Architect in a different way than the alien race intended. She used the alien architecture as a means to apply hypermaterials throughout the entire Mech frame at a much greater proportion than she would normally be able to get away with. Do you know how amazing it is for her to successfully pull this off from an engineering standpoint? All of the activity generated by Diverna's alloy will produce a huge amount of emissions, mostly in the form of light, but also in the form of heat and other forms of radiation. That would have wreaked havoc in a conventional Mech frame. But one of the advantages of Architect is that its internal mechanisms are so much more well-shielded against interference that the Amaranto Mark Roman III should still be able to operate close to her peak condition, even when she is glowing like a light bulb. Joshua could only scratch his head in response. He wasn't stupid. He roughly understood the gist of his explanation. He just didn't know what the big deal was all about. His wife evidently saw that in him, so she stopped trying to make him understand. Forget it. You will only begin to appreciate how much of an offensive upgrade this is for the Amaranto Mark Roman III when you finally see her in action. Davia is right. She doesn't need the instrument of doom in order to inflict damage at a level that surpasses that of a typical high-tier expert Mech. The instrument of vengeance that is designed to effectively tap into the excess power produced by the Mech frame effectively turns this oversized luminar crystal rifle into an incredibly powerful cannon. The vision behind it is amazing, and Vess and Gloriana do deserve lots of credit for being able to realize such a demanding technical concept. As the only Mech designer among the three, only Caddies possess the eyesight to better appreciate the profound technical accomplishment of the Amaranto Mark Roman III. Her offensive prowess had been raised to an extreme, all without making too many compromises in terms of defense, mobility, and other factors. This meant that while the Amaranto Mark Roman III excelled at long-range target elimination, she could also put up a mean fight if confronted up close. The only problem was that the instrument of vengeance was not the best weapon to wield in close-quarters combat. It has a plasma blade bayonet, Venerable Davia Stark mentioned. It is not as if my battle partner is completely defenseless at close range. However, I probably won't be able to rely on it to fend off the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III and so on. Vess and Gloriana have made it abundantly clear to me that resorting to the bayonet is purely a last resort. The Amaranto should rely on other melee mechs to defend herself against enemies up close. The Bastion was the perfect complement for this role, Keddies mentioned. The expert heavy Space Knight can directly shield your Amaranto against ranged attacks, thereby allowing her to stay put for longer periods of time. The Bastion is also great at fending off most close-ranged attackers, as long as they are not too powerful or numerous. If a martial-oriented phase lord ever gets close, the Bastion will be in much greater danger than your Amaranto due to the differences in mobility. That was one of the disadvantages of piloting a heavy Mech with a strong defensive focus. It didn't help that the Bastion was falling increasingly behind the times. It was not as old as the first Sword Mark Roman II, the Riot Mark Roman II, the Evertshanger Mark Roman II, but she was very clearly not designed to confront the enemy types deployed by the native aliens. Venerable Janzi was one of the high-tier expert pilots of the Larkinson clan that was most at risk of dying in the upcoming operation. Her awfully slow Bastion was not as capable of retreating as the other high-ranking mechs of the Larkinson clan. She might actually have to eject her cockpit if she wanted to escape the clutches of a phase lord that was hell-bent on killing her and her machine. Whether she was willing to do so was another question. Janzi and the Bastion formed the very first blood pact of its kind. It was pretty much the role model for all subsequent blood pacts. The bond between pilot and Mech was so much more intimate than the ones formed between complete strangers. Would Janzi ever permit herself to leave the Bastion to her lot if the machine was on the verge of getting torn to pieces? Joshua could not imagine it, and was the same for the others. This was why giving her enough cover to retreat was one of their secondary objectives for the upcoming fight. The Viola Magnifica system was not a location worth dying for. It was important to make the aliens bleed for every fortification they destroyed, but the troops had to keep the big picture into account. They needed to survive so that they could fight the aliens again in another day. Venerable Stark and Venerable Joshua began to speak about potential forms of cooperation between the two. The massive upgrades to the expert marksman Mech had huge implications on the battlefield. If my new Amaranto performs as well as I hoped, we will attract an enormous amount of attention from the enemy phase lords. They will seek to prioritize our destruction once they realize how much danger they are in if they leave me unopposed, Davia Stark said. I have already spoken with St. Linda Cross about how to handle this scenario. She promised me that she can only hold back one enemy phase lord at most, and not for long if she is confronting a greater phase lord. It is good news that we still have Kaysella with us due to the fact that her future Ace Mech upgrade is already in the works, Kedis mentioned. She can relieve your burden as well by providing massed fire support with the help of her command field. She can't actually halt any phase lords in their tracks, though. She is much more suited to counter the massed warships. She doesn't have any assets that are strong enough to duel against phase lords up close. Saint Commander Kaysella was an excellent asset for the upcoming battle. As one of the few ace pilots who remained behind in the Viola Magnifica system, she could empower lots of ranged living mechs and amplify their firepower to the point where she could effectively wear down the spatial barriers of phase lords over a distance. However, it was not viable to rely on melee mechs to physically fight these phase lords to a standstill. The gap in absolute power was simply too great even with the benefit of enfeefing mechs, so that they performed similar to low-tier expert mechs. In a way, both the Amaranto and the Minerva Mark I suffered from the same problem. They were backline combat assets that preferred to focus more on damage output than impeding the advances of incredibly powerful opponents. Kedis began to frown. Both of you are in an awkward situation now that I think about it. Kaysella is an ace pilot that is limited by her expert mech. She cannot fully utilize her full power due to the technical constraints of her own machine. As for you, Davia, you are still a high-tier expert pilot that is currently paired with what could credibly be called an ace mech. The fact that Gloriana installed ace mech-grade resonating exotics into the mech frame in advance is a risky decision. The Amaranto will hold you back if you fail to break through and continue to remain stuck as a high-tier expert pilot. However, so long as you are able to attain your sainthood during the upcoming battle, you will be in a much better condition than our Saint Commander. Your Amaranto Mark Roman III already fits you perfectly at your new rank, so you can unleash your full potential and inflict much more damage onto the enemies in the field without worrying about damaging your machine. Her message was clear. Many of the problems that hung over their heads would become a lot easier to deal with as long as Davia Stark broke through. Kedis may be able to help. Joshua spoke up. You must have heard the stories already. She has published a new theory that has taken the swordsmanship community by storm. She has also given me, and many other expert pilots, advice on what they need to focus on in order to break through. The swordsmaster in question smiled in response. I can consult you if you are open to my advice. As one warrior to another, I think that you are already on the right track, especially now that you are piloting an upgraded machine. However, if you don't want to end up like General Ark Larkinson and Venerable Benjamin Larkinson, and fail to break through in the past few months, despite receiving new machines of their own, you need to reflect deeper on the power that you wish to rely upon. I think I will take you up on your offer. I am not arrogant enough to assume that I have all of the answers. The other expert pilots have already given you praise on how extensively you have broadened their perspectives. Though Caddy's Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta sounded simple, the value in this new theoretical model lay in its ability to contextualize the power system of high-ranking Mech pilots. In other words, Her new theories gave them a logical explanation on how to systematically increase their breakthrough chances. Chapter 66, 62 New Synergies. The Bitter Scimitar and the Amaranto Mark Roman III were not the only new combat assets that the Mech designers of the Larkinson clan had introduced to the expeditionary fleet. Kedys had already released a corrective update to the recently released Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II that offered significant advancements related to her new school of reformed swordsmanship. This was especially relevant to the Larkinsons, as the Sword Maiden Mech Legion already fielded a small but formidable corps of quasi-first-class versions of the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II. The good news was that the older version did not have to be scrapped. Kedys and other competent Mech designers or Mech technicians could apply relatively quick and easy modifications in order to update them to the latest iteration of the design. That allowed them to be fully ready and prepared to fight at their best in the upcoming confrontation. Another new addition to the lineup was the mysterious Karma Cutter Mech line. Absolutely no one aside from Kedys knew how Vess was able to design and complete this solo project without exposing any news. Just like the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II and many other releases from the design department, the Karma Cutter came in two different editions. The commercial edition was a fairly mid-range hyper mech that attempted to find a balance between functionality and affordability. So far, the regular second-class version of the Karma Cutter failed to make an impression. People did not understand the point of this rifleman mech in the current day and age. It sounded like an effective counter against many forms of hyper-technology. It also promised to be highly effective against cultivators. However, most ranged mech pilots worried more about shooting down agile face fighters and wearing down the formidable defenses of enemy warships more than anything. They had no need for a mech that sounded like it was more effective at countering human forces. The Larkinsons reacted more positively to the introduction of the Larkinson edition of the Karma Cutter. The quasi-first-class rifleman mech packed a mean punch, and while it lacked the luminar crystal weapons of other machines, such as the Fey Fianna, that didn't matter when firing at huge and not too mobile targets such as Phase Lords and warships. Vess had been quite clear that he designed the Karma Cutter specifically for the battle. Crier Mech Legion. The battle criers in turn welcomed this mech model with open arms. They had always felt neglected due to their lack of signature mechs that could allow them to differentiate themselves from the other mech legions and develop their own iconic mech doctrines and battle tactics. However, there was one other mech legion in particular that objected to the exclusivity of the Larkinson edition of the Karma Cutter. Why do oafs like you get to enjoy the Karma Cutter by yourself? A penitent sister mech pilot marched up to a group of battle criers and complained. This is a mech blessed by the superior mother herself. It is only through the power of her damnation phase that this Karma Cutter can strip away the power of hyper-technology and isolate its enemies. This should be our signature mech model, as we are the people who can best channel the superior mother's power. Well, though luck, woman, because the Karma Cutter is all ours. The Patriarch himself designed it for us. We are the only mech legion that is equipped to fight against extraordinary threats, whether they come in the form of high-ranking mechs, Kai cultivators, or alien phase lords. We need a mech like this in order to do our jobs properly. Stick to what you are good at, and we will stick to ours. Just because the superior mother is a design spirit to the Karma Cutter does not mean that you can take it away from our mech legion. If you have a problem with that, take it up with the Patriarch. While the penitent sisters continued to complain about the fact that the brutes of the battle criers could not properly appreciate a mech that was blessed by the superior mother, that did not stop the latter from acclimating to their new machines and their interesting new weapon. The Null Rifle was an unconventional mech rifle that forced the battle criers to adopt a completely different approach from what they were accustomed to when piloting the Nullifier mech model. The latter was equipped with the iconic but aging Godkiller heavy luminar crystal rifles. Previously, the Nullifier Battalion had made a name for themselves when employing the enhanced versions of normal transphasic luminar crystal rifles. They were the most effective standard weapons to employ against phase lords outside of certain artillery. Cannons. This made the Nullifiers equipped with the limited amount of Godkillers a favorite target for commandeering or enfeoffment for Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar. Now, she had gained another powerful option in the form of the new quasi-first-class Karma Cutter Mechs. The only problem was that Vess released them so recently that the Larkinson clan could only produce and ship out a limited quantity of them. The spirit of Bentheim had to stay behind rather than joining the preemptive evacuation, just so that her fabrication halls could churn out as many Karma Cutters as possible. It is worth it, Legion Commander Hugin Cinnabar told the Saint Commander when she paid a visit to the battle criers in order to examine the new mechs in person. The Nullifiers are not weak by any means. Their Godkillers are still amazing. It is just that they were designed to allow standard mech pilots to suppress and maybe even take out enemy expert mechs. They were mechs designed for the conflicts of the past. The best thing about the Karma Cutters is that they are designed for the conflicts of the future. While they are admittedly not as valuable in the present, their value will only increase once more and more human as well as alien threats make more extensive use of E-energy to empower all of their combat measures. Kaesela Ingvar studied the copies of the Karma Cutters that were currently on standby in one of the hangar bays. As an ace pilot, she and her companion spirit could always obtain a good impression of what another living mech was good at by relying on her command field and other senses. Right now, she could feel that the Karma Cutter was designed around the concept of severing something mysterious and intangible. Its physical damage output was not the highest by any means, but its true lethality rested in its ability to disrupt the enemy's connection to E-energy radiation and potentially other factors. Legion Commander Cinnabar and Saint Commander Kaesela directed much of their attention to the specially designed weapon of the Karma Cutter. The Null Rifle is a low-tech ballistic rifle, the battle crier commander said, but that is an oversimplified explanation. It is best characterized as a delivery vehicle for null rounds. The hyper bullets are designed to cut the karma bonds of anything it hits, whatever that means. We have only briefly tested out this feature and found that it actually does what it is supposed to do. The only issue is that since the null rounds need to be fabricated in large numbers, they are only made up of low-grade or occasionally medium-grade exotics and hypers. They are not laced with face water either, which means that a single round cannot produce much of a difference. Getting struck by a single energy beam from the Godkiller Heavy Luminar crystal rifle is much more painful. Ballistic rifles generally inflicted much less damage on impact than Gauss rifles. The firing rate of the latter was generally low, but they were much more favored in mech combat because each projectile flew much faster and had an easier time punching through armor. I see what you mean, Kaesela said with greater interest. The Null Rifle is a polar opposite of the Godkiller. It is a weapon that relies on spraying lots of low-grade bullets, hoping that piling up on quantity can produce a qualitative change. It is an interesting concept. There is an exception, though. 2 exceptions, to be precise. First, the Null Rifle is equipped with an underbarrel grenade launcher. The Karma Cutter can choose to launch a null round grenade. It works similar to a fragmentation grenade in that it is designed to launch null rounds in every direction upon detonation. I am told that the Patriarch designed it to let the null rounds cut the karma bonds of targets that are poorly protected from behind, and to more effectively take out highly maneuverable small craft. The grenades significantly enhanced the Karma Cutter's ability to fend off alien face fighters and other mechs. The new mechs only had to be careful not to throw them near other friendly mechs. What about the ultimate module? I am told that this is the crowning feature of your Karma Cutter model. The Legion commander grinned. That is right. It is a rather strange device, We haven't been able to test it because it relies on a specific condition in order to work. Supposedly, the deep chamber can capture a strong soul of one of enemies that are killed in the vicinity of the Mech. After the deep chamber imbues that soul into a null round, the projectile will undergo a powerful transformation over time that makes it much deadlier than before. After that, we can choose to fire it, allowing it to cause much more damage than what the null rifle is ordinarily capable of. The Patriarch isn't able to give us any more details than that, but he swears it is worth it. He did warn us that we need to be careful about handling the D round. If we don't fire it in a short amount of time, then we need to transfer it to containment in order to prevent it from wrecking our null. Rifles? Saint Commander Kaysella frowned. The functionality of the new Ultimate module sounded a bit too convoluted. The time it took to create a D round was especially concerning. A decisive battle was about to take place, so she was afraid that the Karma Cutters wouldn't have time to produce a single decent D round. She inwardly shrugged. There was no need for her to pine over this unreliable gimmick. She already understood what the Karma Cutter was capable of, and she could see many ways she could make them more useful in the upcoming battle. I have heard enough, Cinnabar. Patriarch Vess designed the Karma Cutter for good reasons, and I believe I may be able to leverage them to our advantage in the upcoming fight. Please tell your men to take into account that I may commandeer or even enfief them, especially in the latter phases of the battle. Will you begin by empowering the heavy artillery Mechs in our fleet? Commander Cinnabar asked in a knowing tone. That is correct. My current plan is to begin the fight by empowering the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III in our fleet. Their long-range damage output is excellent, and I can use them to soften up the defenses of any incoming phase lords and warships. I will not be able to do this forever, because the Eye of Ilvain Mechs are essentially stationary. It would not do me good to remain in a single position, especially if I am being pursued by one or more phase lords. I will need faster and much more mobile Mechs by my side to inflict massed resonance-empowered ranged attacks. I am reluctant to throw melee Mechs against phase lords, but now that the Karma Cutter model has entered into service, I have a better alternative available. I will rely on your nullifier Mechs for long-range damage output. I will make use of the new Karma Cutter, Mechs to rapidly debilitate enemy phase lords at mid-range or closer. Both commanders could see the synergy between Kaysella's command field and the Karma Cutters. A single null round was weak. Firing lots of them in a short amount of time could produce better results, but there was a limit to this improvement. What if Kaysella suddenly enfiefed a Karma Cutter into a Baron, thereby temporarily boosting its offensive performance to the level of a low-tier expert Mech? Its null rifle would hit much harder, and its extraordinary effects may become amplified as well. If Kaysella repeated this trick with 30 more Karma Cutters, then nobody could imagine how much more dramatic their damage output and offensive utility would become. This was the power of a good high-ranking Mech commander. Chapter 66-63, The Power of Arc. As the defenders of Viola Magnifica made their final preparations, the native aliens were wrapping up their own efforts. Scouts had observed that the native aliens had stopped receiving any further reinforcements a day ago. The alien commanders were now busy with trying to organize their many fleets and agree on a common attack plan. This would probably take a bit of time, but not too much. The only reason why the aliens had yet to start their offensive was because the attacking side consisted of fleets that belonged to multiple different alien races. Interspecies coordination had always been a problem for the native races. They generally did not like each other. While the circumstances forced them to set aside their animosity towards each other, that did not mean that all of their hostility had disappeared. Entire battles had been won or lost, depending on how extensively the fleets of different races were willing to coordinate their maneuvers with each other. Bad teamwork could occasionally lose them a battle that they should have won in theory, due to their superior numbers. Such problems occurred quite frequently in the beginning of the Red Tide Offensive. The aliens were learning, though. They were not inflexible enough to let this problem persist. They discovered the hard way that it was better to delay an attack and reserve an additional day, just to sort out the coordination problems in advance. A big attack like the one that was about to take place may cause the aliens to sit around for 2 more days, but not any longer than that. They were eager to produce results, because the longer they lingered, the greater the chance a random god pilot might drop into the star system and wipe them all out en masse. As the specter of a decisive battle loomed over everyone's heads, the remaining high-ranking Mech pilots in the Viola Magnifica system were doing their best to improve their chances to make a difference during the imminent battle. With the departure of many powerful ace Mechs, such as the Mars and the Royal Gem, the burden largely shifted to the remaining expert Mechs. This was hard because, according to the latest scouts, there were as many as 6 Phase Lords gearing up to lead the upcoming attack. St. Linda Cross and St. Commander Casella could not fend off 6 Phase Lords at once, of whom several happened to be greater Phase Lords that possessed rich experience with fighting against ace Mechs. Unlike the Battle of Mazepan, where St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson managed to slay a powerful greater Phase Lord while driving away another, support from the Red 3 was meager to say the least. While their fixed combat assets remained in the star systems, they had withdrawn part of their mobile assets. There were less first-class multipurpose Mechs and warships left to provide fire support and help with wearing down the defenses of the formidable Phase Lords. This meant that the burden shifted to the remaining ace pilots and expert pilots. When they compared their strength to the estimations of the enemy's strength, it was clear that the former fell short by a huge extent. There was only one surefire way to even the odds. We need to break through. If we don't have at least 3 or more breakthroughs, the enemy Phase Lords will be able to overpower us by relying on a combination of numbers and hard power. Every expert pilot knew what needed to be done. Expectations were high, causing many of the ace pilot candidates to bear a lot of pressure. General Ark and Venerable Benjamin were among the ones that felt a lot of responsibility over their continued failure to break through. Kedys had met with the two in order to provide her consultation to the pair of expert pilots that had remained stuck, despite being paired with 2 near-modern high-tier expert Mechs. "Have you thought about what I shared with you last time, Ark?" The general of the 77th Warborn slowly nodded. "I have. I have spent hours musing over your theories. To be honest, I did not want to admit that a younger woman such as yourself possesses a greater grasp on the nature of our power, to the point of developing a logical theory on how we can work towards our breakthroughs. However, it is childish of me to reject your advice because of our generational gap. I have talked to several other expert pilots about your heaven-earth-man trifecta, and they all agree that your theory is the best one they heard, even though it is short on specifics. It at least gives us a more reliable means to evaluate our development and figure out what we need to work upon as expert pilots. And do you recognize which of the 3 aspects you can work on in a short amount of time?" "I do," the general spoke. "The heaven component is most likely holding me back the most. I admit that my man component is not as good as that of Venerable Deci before her deserved breakthrough, but I have been working on that for months. According to your theory, the reason why I still failed to trigger my breakthrough was that I was directing too much attention on repairing my willpower. I completely neglected the necessity of building up the foundation of what will become my domain. Privately, Kedys believed that General Ark's weakest aspect was actually his man score as opposed to his heaven score. She did not think it was wise to share that particular opinion with him. His pride had been repeatedly bruised over the years as younger and more talented Larkinson expert pilots successively broke through. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, St. Isabel Coton, and St. Commander Casella Ingvar were all young enough to be his children. The matter became a little more questionable in the case of the more older St. Deci Larkinson, but she still belonged to a younger generation than Ark. It must have been hard for the prodigy and rising war hero from a past age to see himself get overtaken by these youngsters all of the time. General Ark must regularly be questioning his own competence, why he couldn't become an ace pilot, despite piloting the Lionheart, a still fairly recent fifth-generation living Mech and a masterwork no less. This made it all the more delicate for Caddies to bring up this topic. She had already done her best by giving him a theoretical framework that he could use to analyze his own shortcomings. She only feared that his blind spot regarding his own qualities may be too big for him to come to the correct conclusion. That wasn't her theoretical model's fault. It would merely be another case of garbage in, garbage out. Instead of trying to solve General Ark's true shortcomings, Caddies believed it was much more realistic to help him improve his heaven score instead. At least that should be an attainable goal in the short term. Given your unorthodox approach as a high-ranking Mech commander, have you figured out what element or concept defines you best? She asked instead. I have thought about it. The initial answer I came up with was light. I have always seen myself as the savior and protector of my troops and my state. I always feel obliged to stand up and become the brightest presence on the battlefield, so that the enemy focuses their attacks on myself rather than the troops under my command. The Lionheart was also designed with this concept. With the help of Lumosium, it literally shines brighter when my willpower grows stronger, and my warborn places their faith in me and my machine. I like to see myself as a paladin who is sworn to use the light to protect the weak and the incapable. Caddies looked intrigued. Is that what you truly think you are? Do you see yourself as an incarnation of light that is compelled to protect the weak? Ark slowly shook his head. I used to think that, but light is more of a tool to me than a quality that defines my being. I like to shine bright because of practical considerations, not because I am a vain attention seeker who wants everyone to stare at me. I think that there is a better concept out there that can encapsulate my philosophy towards combat. In order to figure it out, I have been spending my time on rewatching archival footage of all of my previous battles. And did you manage to find it while reviewing the highlights of your Mech piloting career? I think so, General Ark said with a confident expression. It clicked with me when I thought about it. While I have not been able to manifest it particularly well like Saint Deci had done just before her breakthrough, I know in my heart that I have found the right direction for myself. Would you like to share this concept that you think represents you best? Caddies curiously asked. Idol. The Swordmaster blinked. What? Perhaps I should use the term idolatry instead, General Ark said with a smile. I greatly identify myself with the ideas behind this term. Idolatry stands for showing extreme admiration or reverence to another. For much of my life, I have served as a role model and an example to others. From my classmates at the Mech Academy to the soldiers of the Mech Corps, I have always felt the need to step up and give the masses the encouragement they demanded of me. At times, I even felt as if I had become a god. Perhaps I should have used the concept of belief or worship instead, but as a brighter that makes me feel uncomfortable. I am fine if others regard me as their idol, because that is what I am. Their faith in me literally fuels my power. The stronger they think I am, the stronger I become in reality. Now that I have recognized this core component of my power, I am confident that I will succeed in breaking through in the next battle. That sounds marvelous, Ark. You agree, right? It is so obvious, yet. I have never consciously thought about it in all of the years I have been fighting as a high-tier expert pilot. Now that you have helped me discover my true power, I am preparing myself to commit as fully to the upcoming battle as possible. I have already made the arrangements to spread my name to the troops outside of the 77th Warborn. The more people I am able to inspire, the more I will be able to reward them by fighting harder than I have ever done before. Caddies had to admit that this was definitely an answer that only Ark could come up with. She suspected that the main reason why he identified so much with this concept was because he was his own biggest worshipper. Still, whether he was right or not, at least he had broadened his perspective, and was working on improving his strength from another angle. Since this is the case, you don't need my guidance anymore. My only remaining advice to you is that if you are truly convinced that idolatry is the basis of your power, then you should be careful to fight on your own battlefield. If you stay too close to other high-profile champions, you will have to share the limelight with them. They are also idols to the troops, you know. I am aware of this problem. Ark seriously responded. My chances of breaking through are much greater if I am the only high-ranking expert pilot on the battlefield, but I can work with this situation. The enemy will never allow us to fight our ideal battles. As long as I can persevere and stand out on my own, I will never fail. This is what I believe. Well, at least Ark was not lacking in confidence anymore. Chapter 66, 64 Final Skirmishes. The final battle of Viola Magnifica had begun just before the start of the 4th year of the Age of Dawn. The native aliens had completed their preparations and began to advance on the planet that had frustrated them for so long. The human defenders had done their best to prepare, but the fighting that took place in the months preceding to this momentous day had continually worn down a portion of the orbital defense network and the Mech forces that sought to hold the native aliens back. Although every offensive push made by the aliens caused them to lose a lot more hardware and lives than their human adversaries, the calculus was still in their favor due to their heavy numerical advantage. Now that numerous powerful ace pilots abided by the orders of high human command and transferred to the much more strategically important upper zones, the native alien commanders behind in the middle zones recognized an excellent opportunity to make a lot of inroads into the middle zones. The aliens remained patient for the time being. They did not launch all of their forces all at once, but instead began to send out their scouts and skirmishing forces to gather more intelligence and confirm that the human defenders had not secretly called in reinforcements in order to lay an ambush. Space was big and largely empty, so it was very hard to hide a large concentration of troops. However, there were still numerous planets, moons and asteroid belts that could be used to hide a number of surprises. The aliens were concerned whether the humans had hidden any secret bases or fleets in these locations, so they sent out huge swarms of face fighters and occasionally a few fast and light warships to investigate their current situations. At the same time, the human defenders were also suspicious whether their adversaries had brought in additional warships or an extra phase lord or two. It wouldn't be the first time the native alien commanders tried to be clever and try to take the humans by surprise. Both sides therefore had a strong interest in deploying enough scouts and skirmishers to all of these satellites and fight an information war. The goal of both sides was to collect as much intelligence of their enemies as possible, while denying them the opportunity to gather their own information. Hundreds of small fights ensued across the star system. The fights surrounding the empty and undeveloped planets generally lasted an hour or so before the human defenders took the initiative to withdraw. Enough time had passed for the formidable industrial machine of the native aliens to pump them out by the millions. The only reason why the native aliens couldn't deploy more face fighters to the front lines was the lack of trained pilots and the limited amount of transportation capacity. If not for these problems holding the aliens back, they would have chosen to deploy at least 3 times more face fighters. Even so, the intelligence reports indicated that the aliens already deployed at least 50% more face fighters than all of the Mechs in the star system. The ratio may even be higher. This made the fight to gather intelligence a lot more dangerous to the participating Mech units. Each of them had to face the prospect of getting outnumbered whenever they made contact with the enemy. Due to the fact that every face fighter was equipped with a small transphasic energy shield or the more advanced Azure energy shield, each of them took effort to disable and destroy. The numerical and material advantage of the native aliens did much to compensate for the inherent lack of flexibility of the alien strike craft and the utter lack of skill and experience of their pilots. Aside from the more elite face-fighter units that were better geared and piloted by real soldiers, the most of the craft were piloted by alien conscripts or alien soldiers who used to serve in other capacities. While they were able to understand the basics of operating the simplified control scheme of a typical face fighter relatively quickly, they were still very far behind their professional human Mech pilot counterparts. This caused the two sides to adopt different doctrines when it came to deploying their small craft and what sort of tactics they should employ when they were locked in combat. The human Mechs tried to avoid fighting in the open whenever possible. It was best to take advantage of nearby hard cover, whether that was a moon, an asteroid field, or the hull of a friendly starship. Since they were almost always outnumbered, the Mechs needed to make use of complex maneuvers and impeccable teamwork to grind down their tough opponents. What was even more important for the Mech pilots was that they needed to be ready to disengage at all times. They couldn't afford to suffer an even greater disadvantage in the numbers game. If the Mech could not be saved, then the Mech pilot should at least be given a chance to flee to safety. Even if the Viola Magnifica system was doomed to fall in the hands of the aliens, the Mech pilots could still recover and fight in other contested star systems. The native aliens, on the other hand, were a lot more straightforward. They were generally much less capable of complex maneuvering. They also lacked the training and awareness to follow complicated orders. Most alien races found it best to just point at a target and tell the alien fighter pilots to pounce. While the direct approach caused the aliens to yield mixed results, they didn't care so long as the alien face fighters took down at least one Mech before they went down themselves. Certain alien races did not even bother to put much effort into picking up their fighter pilots after they ejected from their cockpits. The Nuncers, for example, nearly always tried to recover their lost brethren that were floating around in space. The Orvans did not even bother to include ejection seats in the cockpits of their weakest face fighters at all, as their high-caste masters held great contempt towards the low-caste members of their race. Given how easily the native aliens were able to replenish their face fighters and fighter pilots, the human Mech pilots bore great pressure. They constantly had to fight at their best. Any victory only inflicted a temporary setback to the enemy forces. The Mech pilots still chose to persevere. They had no other choice. They weren't about to give up and allow the aliens to roll over human space without opposition. Most of the Mech units that participated in the skirmishes consisted of light and medium Mechs. Out of the Larkinson army, the flagrant Vandals excelled in this mode of combat the most. Their tried and true ferocious Piranha Mark Roman III might not be as new and equipped with the latest technologies as the newer Mech releases, but each of them had received light upgrades and modifications by one of the many low-ranking Mech designers in the past few years. They hadn't developed any official variants of the ferocious Piranha Mark Roman III design, but instead provided customization services for Vandal pilots that were willing to spend their merits. These upgrades ranged from stronger armor plating, sharper weapons, upgraded sensor systems, and maybe even a compact external Azure Shield generator. This was one of several ways the flagrant Vandal Mech pilots were able to cope with the period before the design department released the much-anticipated ferocious Piranha. Mark Roman IV. Director Gloriana had already allocated update projects of many staple Larkinson Mech designs to numerous different design teams, and shouldn't take much longer for them to present their initial batch. However, it was too late for the Mech pilots stationed in Viola Magnifica, as they all had to make do with last-gen Mechs. "I'm under heavy fire," a ferocious Piranha Mech pilot shouted as his Mark Roman III weaved through the asteroids in the way. "I've got 3 Orvan face fighters on my tail, and they have already blown away one of my Mech's arms." The flagrant Vandal pilot already considered himself a veteran, but he should have been more vigilant before a trio of face fighters ambushed his machine while they had huddled behind an asteroid with their power shut down. As the light skirmisher continued to maneuver around asteroids, Incoming laser beams took a lot of effort from the Mech pilot to evade as pelted at the rear of the machine. Many of these beams as possible. He did not always succeed, but whenever a laser beam was about to strike a more delicate section such as the flight system, the ferocious piranha automatically took action and forcibly juked it to the side. The ferocious piranha had become a third-order living mech a long time ago. It had grown rapidly during the Red War and could be considered a veteran among its kind. The Vandal Mech pilot did not show any irritation whenever his battle partner overruled his piloting decisions and performed a different action. The two had developed a lot of trust over the years. They also refined their teamwork to the point where the living Mech knew exactly what he was allowed to do at specific times. Right now, the Vandal Mech pilot entrusted his ferocious piranha to help dodge attacks that launched far too fast for any reasonable human being to evade an incoming laser beam attack in time. A more skilled Mech pilot would have been able to rely on his or her intuition to evade such attacks, but the ferocious piranha Mech pilot was not demigod material. This made it viable to rely on the Mech to evade the most difficult attacks instead. Even so, the light skirmisher was suffering more and more damage to its rear plating as well as a few internals. It would not last long if it failed to shake off its pursuers. Fortunately, after passing a certain asteroid, 2 additional light mechs emerged from the cover of nearby space rocks and began to chase and open fire at the enemy facefighters. The Stingripper Mark Roman II were ranged light mechs armed with luminar crystal submachine guns. These light and compact weapons did not pack much a punch, but they were able to spit out energy beams at a fairly high firing rate, thereby making them perfect for harassment as well as gunning down fast and maneuverable targets. The 2 Stingrippers concentrated their fire on one facefighter, seeking to overwhelm its azure energy shield and rip apart its vulnerable body. However, this took quite a lot of attacks due to the lack of space suppressors weakening the enemy azure energy shield up close. "Come on, attack us, we are right here." Damn, the Orvan pilots aren't falling for it anymore. They've learned. The facefighters doggedly pursued the ferocious piranha Mark Roman III, even though it had already been half crippled. The Orvan Mech pilots had apparently been instructed to ignore the Stingrippers. They had made the right decision. The Stingripper Mark Roman II, while only a bit less outdated than the ferocious piranha Mark Roman III, had turned out to be one of the best and most cost-effective counters against alien facefighters. The highly evasive properties of the Stingripper model made it a nightmare for alien strike craft to land their shots on the light mech. They became especially more difficult to target if they fought in unison with ferocious piranhas, as their glows synergized very well with each other. Therefore, if the Orvan pilots wanted to avoid getting disturbed by the ferocious piranha's suppressive glow, while at the same time getting deceived by the Stingripper's own glow, it was best if they could take out one of them first. The Stingripper pilots felt angry at being ignored, but they took advantage of the situation to finally pop the energy shield of their target and disable it with a torrent of energy beams. However, the remaining 2 facefighters were ultimately able to finish the job. The ferocious piranha lost propulsion as its flight system had suffered too much damage to remain operational. The Vandal Mech pilot only hesitated briefly about evacuating from his machine. However, the third-order living Mech did not want both of them to perish. "Go. Don't try to save me. Leave so that you can take revenge with a better living Mech. I have lived a short but good life already. As a Mech, I have fulfilled my purpose throughout all of these years. Let me do my duty one last time." Though the Mech pilot still felt unwilling, he couldn't allow himself to abandon his fellow Larkinsons. Ejecting. The ferocious piranha rapidly turned around before ejecting its cockpit away from the pursuing facefighters. This left the 2 remaining facefighters in a confrontation against 2 Stingrippers piloted by angry Vandal Mech pilots. "Finish them off. Don't let the pair get away." The Mech pilots did not forget that they needed to down more facefighters if they wanted to make the final fight more bearable. The more strike craft they eliminated in the asteroid field, the less the aliens were able to deploy in the main battle. Chapter 66, 65 Asteroid Belt Skirmishes. The flagrant vandals fought hard to prevent the aliens from advancing with ease and collecting more information. The ferocious piranhas, the stinggrippers, and the light hunters formed a classic combination that allowed the flagrant vandal mechs to fare extremely well against other enemy small craft. They made the aliens fight for every scrap of data. Their increasingly more experienced and veteran mech pilots, as well as living mechs, frequently outmaneuvered and outfought the clumsy face fighters. Yet it did not seem to matter. The ferocious piranhas could dive close and use their space suppressors add-ons to weaken and disrupt the enemy craft in multiple ways. Yet the light skirmishers had attracted so much notoriety among the alien fighter pilots that the ferocious piranhas usually got focused down first. The stinggrippers were able to evade ranged attacks much better than other mechs by relying on a combination of ECM and the perception distortion effect produced by Kahlo. But the value of these capabilities were severely discounted when the native aliens left the light harasser mechs for last. The light hunters possessed excellent sensor and scanning capabilities, allowing them to detect enemy craft through the dense environment of asteroids and space, dust with their powerful Samaisal orbs. Unfortunately, the advance warnings granted by these scout mechs did not help friendly mech units all that much when the aliens deployed so many face fighters in a wave that pretty much anyone could see them coming. While the flagrant vandals did make use of other mech models to add more throwing weight to their mech legion, most of their machines were still predominantly lightly armored. They could not evade every attack, nor fight the enemy face fighter formations with favorable numbers. Even if they pulled off several successive ambushes, more face fighters arrived that were fresh and fully capable of gunning down mechs that had already spent half their resources or more. The aliens are deploying more face fighters in the asteroid belts than expected. Is the intelligence wrong? Did the aliens bring more face fighters than we thought? We need more help if we want to slow the enemy down further. Help is already coming. The avatars of myth, the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters have all dispatched their mech units to the asteroid belt. There is a good opportunity to eliminate a large amount of alien face fighters without the interference of warships and phase lords. Fight them hard and try to take down at least 3 of the enemy before your mech goes down. For the clan, for humanity. The native alien forces committed a surprising number of face fighters to clear out the asteroid belt. The human commanders saw an opportunity to allow their mech forces to fight the enemy face fighters on much fairer terms than was possible under other circumstances. Most warships couldn't fly into the asteroid belt without crashing against several space rocks. The phase lords that led the alien armada were so arrogant that they disdained the thought of participating in these small skirmishes. For these reasons and more, the Larkinson army dispatched additional forces that were already in reserve. Bright warriors, red axes, lucid rages, buzzy bees, fey fionas, Valkyrie redeemers, maidens of adversity, second swords, storm swords, as well as the new Stormblade samurais all entered the asteroid belt at different points and fought against the advancing alien face fighters. The medium mechs weren't as fast and maneuverable as the light mechs fielded by the flagrant vandals, but the mechs of the avatars, sword maidens, and penitent sisters made up for these shortcomings in other ways. For one, they were much more suited to collide head-on against the alien face fighters and brawl against them until they broke and scattered. These medium mechs did not confront the alien face fighters by themselves. They joined forces with the light mechs of the flagrant vandals in order to increase their detection envelope and prevent the alien craft from running away without penalty. The Larkinsons had fought alongside each other enough times to refine their cooperation. Come on, sisters, take these face fighters down while we are still drawing their attention. 3 maidens of adversity flew together and joined forces to share their modular armor plating with each other. Their iconic battle skirt system not only allowed them to dynamically form physical barriers that could block quite a few attacks, but they also allowed the Mechs who possessed the same armor system to share their modular armor plating with identical machines on the same side. These were not the original modular armor plates that were derived from an outdated Mech design. These were improved transphasic hyper armor plating that could more effectively resist enemy attacks, especially those launched by most face fighters. The three maidens of adversity hailed from the same squad of penitent sisters and were able to tightly coordinate with each other. Not only did the hero Mechs dynamically switch their formations to present the least amount of surface area to their most threatening opponents, but they also concentrated their fire against the same targets. As the defense-oriented hero Mechs did their job of attracting the attention of the enemy face fighters, a pair of Valkyrie Redeemers swooped in from behind another asteroid and charged straight at two enemy face fighters each. Not even bothering to use their upgraded Luminar crystal submachine guns to lay down harassing fire. The Valkyrie Redeemer Mark Roman III was a classic among the penitent sisters, the Glory Seekers, and the Hex Army. Updated for the Hyper generation, the Valkyrie Redeemer had proven to be one of the most effective Mech models fielded by the Larkinsons and Hexers for one reason. When they channeled their glows, Helena's gaze seemed to pierce across space and directly pin the alien fighter pilots with a gaze that foretold their own impending deaths. Although persistent exposure to E-energy radiation had passively spurred the growth of all alien spiritualities in the Red Ocean, Helena had grown a lot stronger as well, so the pilots of the face fighters were still vulnerable to this effect. The gap between Helena and these mortal alien fighter pilots was too big. Since the alien soldiers had not yet engaged in systematic cultivation, their untrained spiritualities were not strong enough to withstand an attack on this level. Their lack of experience and tempering put them at an even greater disadvantage. Even if they heard about Mechs that were able to fill their heads with illusions about their impending demise, learning about it and experiencing this frightening effect for themselves was still different. The alien fighter pilots targeted by marked for death ability froze for varying amounts of seconds. This made their craft a lot more vulnerable. Not only did they get hit by more energy beams from the Maidens of Adversity, they also failed to evade when the Valkyrie Redeemers finally closed the distance and thrust their spears straight into the Azure energy shields that protected them from damage. Though the spears deformed upon collision, they had successfully completed their jobs. The weakened energy shields failed to withstand the kinetic impact damage and bursts like bubbles. The two face fighters suddenly became exposed, causing them to get torn to shreds by the Valkyrie Redeemers with the help of supporting fire from the Maidens of Adversity. The Mech subsequently teamed up to eliminate the remainder of the alien fighter craft. They went down much easier due to the prior losses and due to the intimidation factor of the two Hexer Mechs. Good work, sisters. We have eliminated another batch of alien scum, and without suffering losses this time. Do not become complacent. According to the latest transmission, the aliens have already begun to adjust their strategy. They are no longer trying to sweep everything at once. They are beginning to concentrate their face fighters to make them much harder to defeat. That will just give us all a fixed target to fight against. Let us rendezvous with our other sisters and introduce these poor aliens to the power of hexism. Though the penitent sister Mechs performed well against their alien foes, their machines wore down after encounter. The Maidens of Adversity could only use up so much modular armor plating before their battle skirt system became bare. The Valkyrie Redeemers were inherently offensive Mechs that inevitably sustained damage over the course of fights. Their round shields provided them with a little bit of physical protection, but they weren't as big or thick as the tower shields of typical knight Mechs. The Sword Maidens fared a little better. Keddies had taken such good care of them that they possessed the highest proportion of quasi-first-class transphasic hyper Mechs. Aside from the last gen, but still fairly capable second swords. The Storm Swords and the brand-new Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II proved their worth whenever they closed in on alien face fighters. Unlike most other mechs that had to attack many times in order to break the Azure energy shields that protected the physically fragile face fighters from harm, the Transphasic Hyper Swordsman mechs equipped with Stormblade technology were especially designed to counter their defenses. The Sword Maiden mech pilots employed no trickery or deception. They simply charged directly towards a squadron of face fighters. If the face fighters flew in empty space, then they may actually be able to outpace their pursuers. However, the mechs were considerably better at lateral movements. Although the aliens tried to be clever by employing the basic tactic of weaving around so that they could always target a mech from the flanks, the Sword Maiden mechs mostly ignored the incoming attacks and closed in just to deliver one or more good hits. Every strike was accompanied by a soundless but violent electrical discharge. The Transphasic Hyper version of Stormblade technology was much stronger than the original version. The Azure energy shields destabilized much faster than normal, causing the shield generators of the face fighters to work at full capacity to maintain the active defenses. Though both the Storm Swords and the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II made use of the same tech, their applications were different. The Storm Sword was designed with the classic Sword Maiden fighting approach in mind. They were armed with electrified versions of greatswords that not only possessed greater reach and power, but were also able to contain much higher charges than most other weapons. This meant that a Storm Sword typically only had to land 2 or 3 good hits to completely overwhelm an enemy fighter craft's Azure energy shield. The Stormblade Samurai wielded a pair of one-handed Stormblades instead. What they lacked in power and reach, they made up for it with faster attacks and slightly better mobility. The two mech models did not have to rely on fancy glows or strange gimmicks to defeat their alien adversaries. They only had to rely on the power of their space suppressors, their physical attacks, and the Stormblade effect to quickly scramble the enemy's Azure energy shield and cut the face fighters to shreds. Unfortunately, their biggest problem was that they too suffered in terms of defense. While the quasi-first-class mechs were still able to withstand a number of hits, none of the Sword Maiden mechs were designed to withstand repeated attacks. Combined with relatively average mobility compared to light mechs, the alien face fighter pilots learned to keep their distance and wait until they amassed larger numbers before confronting the native aliens. The aliens are wising up. If we keep this up, these skirmishes will turn into full-blown battles. Then, what would you have us do? If we keep evading their larger units, we will just give up ground and allow them to clear out the entire asteroid belt. We need to consolidate our forces and fight harder. The avatars of myth have already transmitted a rallying call. Commander Melker apparently wants to launch at least one big push in order to give the aliens a bloody nose. That sounds interesting. He is being bolder than usual. As the fighting all along the asteroid belt intensified, more and more mechs and face fighters began to gather together. All of this culminated in a series of battles where both sides fought against each other more directly. Chapter 66, 66 Willpower Mirage. Commander Melker Larkinson waited as the scattered mechs of the Larkinson army withdrew from their forward positions and arrived at the rallying point that he had set. Dozens of mechs trickled in over the course of half an hour. He expected around 1,000 mechs to arrive by the time he was ready to commence his plan. This was not a large amount of mechs compared to all of the small craft that had been committed in this star system alone. Melker, along with many other mech pilots, had become more and more accustomed to fighting battles involving tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of mechs. The native aliens fielded even more face fighters so long as they were able to transport them all to the front lines. All of these battles tested Melker in ways he had never been challenged. He had to maintain a clear head, pay attention to the strategic disposition of both the defenders and the attackers, predict the next actions of the enemy forces, and figure out what he and his avatars could do to attain a better outcome. The battles were exhilarating and terrifying. Even quasi-first-class Mech such as his customized and upgraded Larkinson edition of the Fey Fianna turned into nothing more than slightly better cannon fodder. There were many times where he felt so utterly small and weak on the battlefield that his presence or absence ultimately wouldn't make a difference. There were plenty of other Larkinsons that could do so much more to influence the course of a major battle. There were the expert pilots and ace pilots who could defeat powerful enemy champions or wipe out hundreds of weaker units with their high-ranking mechs alone. There were much more brilliant mech commanders who could inspire greater courage and duty among their men, or possessed excellent tactical acumen that enabled them to defeat enemy forces that were thrice or quadruple the number of mechs under their command. There were also visionaries like Vess, whose works and ideas changed red humanity for the better without needing to step foot on the battlefield. Melker was none of those Larkinsons. He was pretty average, to say the least. The only reasons why he was still held in high esteem was because he was a true-blood Larkinson and supported Vess since the beginning. The fact that his leadership also did not cause the avatars of myth to go downhill also helped a lot. Even so, Melker still felt unfulfilled. He was being outshone by many others, and his efforts to break through had consistently failed. Practicing an auxiliary Kai cultivation method had caused him to become better and smarter, but it was not as if other Mech pilots ignored systematic cultivation. When everyone improved with the help of systematic cultivation, Melker ultimately ended up in the same relative position as before. He had been struggling for a long time on what to do with his future. He had ultimately decided to give up on becoming an expert pilot and try his hand at becoming a Kai cultivator instead. But just when he was about to switch from the commanding controller auxiliary Kai cultivation method to a more serious Kai cultivation method that would permanently transform his spirit. Doing this was a serious matter, as the Red Collective had warned that once a human began to practice Kai cultivation in earnest, he would no longer be eligible to become an expert pilot anymore. Well, there is an exception for companion spirits. You are already practicing a method of your own, right, Jonas? Melker's companion spirit briefly poked his head out and nodded. The companion spirit that spawned from his companion spirit seed ended up as a fairly mundane-looking gray short-haired cat. Jonas was still fairly young, but he had already begun to develop his power as a spotter and detector by practicing the perceptive assistant Kai cultivation method of the assistant series. The cultivation method department of the Red Collective originally developed the assistant series for Kai cultivators that sought to provide greater help in less direct ways. Even though the assistant series lacked any direct combat enhancements, the extreme specialization in specific kinds of utility made it easy to become very powerful in a single capability over time. The different variations of Kai cultivation methods of the assistant series ranged from turning the human brain into an organic supercomputer to operating multiple high-tech instruments with great proficiency at the same time. People eventually discovered that the assistant series also happened to be highly compatible with companion spirits. Most of the people who gained companion spirits did not harbor any crazy ambitions to pursue two different main careers at once. People like Caddies pursued two careers with relatively little overlap at the same time, were the exception rather than the rule. Many people who obtained companion spirits would rather have them complement their existing strengths. That way, they would be able to achieve much more success in their chosen careers. Melker was still determined to be a Mech pilot, and he would also like to retain a leadership role. Having Jonas practice the perceptive assistant Kai cultivation method seemed like an excellent idea. For now, Jonas was not able to detect the approach of masked alien face fighters due to his shallow cultivation, but he would probably be able to extend his detection range by numerous kilometers once he had more time to grow and cultivate. In any case, ever since he saw how well Jonas was able to begin his practice in his Kai cultivation method, Melker came close to pulling the trigger himself. The only reason why he held off on trying to become a double Kai cultivator was because he had yet to make up his mind on which method he wanted to practice. The Larkinson clan offered a few good ones, but the selection was rather limited. The premium offerings available in the repository were not necessarily worse, and their catalog was much larger and more varied. He had just begun to narrow his choices to 5 different Kai cultivation methods when Kedys suddenly published her manual of reformed swordsmanship. Melker had no interest in swordsmanship. He specialized in piloting riflemen mechs, so why did he need to read a book on how to wield a sword? It turned out that the new publication contained a lot of profound theories about the nature of willpower cultivators, of which mech pilots were included as well. "Heaven, earth, man," the Visard Legion commander whispered. "Interesting. It has a ring of mysticism to it." Does it apply to everyone, or is it only valid for willpower cultivators? He was more inclined to believe in the former. If a person wanted to become stronger as a Kai cultivator, he could not do so by relying on heaven alone. Many Kai cultivation methods emphasize the importance of developing a specific mindset, constructing an elaborate artistic conception in one's head, or becoming more disciplined in behavior. These were all rules and instructions meant to raise the man score of a Kai cultivator. Those with talent probably possessed inherently high scores when came to practicing certain cultivation methods, but Melker did not think he was blessed in that way. The Earth score became a lot more important for that reason. Aside from talents that could make a huge amount of progress, others needed to rely on cultivation aids such as elixirs, pills, and in a few cases specific kinds of artifacts. Each of these resources were produced from planets, asteroids, and such, so they all fell under the category of Earth to keep everything simple and organized. As the Avatar commander, Melker should not be weak in this aspect. He used to pilot the Golden Beacon, but had switched over to the much more powerful and much more suitable Fae Fianna. However, just like many other mech pilots, having a good mech did not necessarily increase his chances to break through as a mech pilot. Unlike before, Melker not possessed a more detailed understanding why he had remained stuck as a standard mech pilot all of this time. According to theory espoused by Kedys, if his Earth score was more than sufficient, then his heaven and man scores were too deficient. The answer should be simple, right? He just needed to raise his heaven and man scores. He had already been doing the former by practicing an auxiliary Kai cultivation method, while Jonas practiced a more serious Kai cultivation method. It was his man score that was dragging him down. He did not think he could obtain a convenient elixir or artifact that would help him pierce the extraordinary threshold as a mech pilot. He had performed enough evaluations on himself to conclude that he was not expert, pilot material. He was also growing older, if not in body then in mind. Responsibility had a way of making him more thoughtful and less impulsive. Granted, he had always been rather reserved in the past, so his changes only reinforced his existing tendencies. Try as he might, he just couldn't replicate the stupidly confident or irrationally driven mindsets that characterized the expert pilots that he had met in person. Each of them were defined by their overpoweringly strong personalities. It was as if they were humans dialed up to 11 or even higher. Melker could never imagine himself undergoing such a change. He might not even welcome it if he had to become a different person like Janzi. "Maybe I should stop thinking about a future that will never come to pass," he sighed. At his age, Melker found it increasingly less realistic and rational to continue to pine for a breakthrough that would most likely never come. Rather than waste any further years on chasing after an illusionary dream, he could do himself a much greater favor by pursuing the much steadier path to becoming a Kai cultivating mech pilot. Examples of that had already started to show up across human space. They were particularly loved by older mech pilots who had already grown old and weaker. Since they were no longer in peak condition, their breakthrough chances were minimal. They might as well turn to Kai cultivation instead, which was much more systematic and transparent. The Mech pilots all appreciated that they not only received clear instructions on what they should do to reach the next cultivation stage, but that they could also sense their progress in real time by sensing the growth and development of their Kai cultivation. Melker was twice as young as the average age of Mech pilots who went down the path of Kai cultivation, but he was already thinking about starting ahead of time. The Larkinson clan constantly faced greater threats. The avatars of myth also deserved to be led by a stronger and more capable leader. I am not going to spend the next 40 years flailing around while trying to test my courage in stupid challenges, or whatever. The Manual of Reformed Swordsmanship briefly revived his hopes of a better future, but it was ultimately a mirage in his opinion. Melker did not think he was destined to become a powerful expert pilot, let alone an ace pilot or god pilot. All of this willpower business frustrated him, never gave him a clear indication of how much progress he made or what he needed to do to trigger a breakthrough. Perhaps that was the point. The uncertainty surrounding willpower cultivation made it so that only the most confident, disciplined, strong-willed, and resilient of warriors would be rewarded for their superhuman efforts. Melker, most definitely, did not think any of those words could be attributed to himself. This was why he reluctantly set aside any further thoughts about pursuing willpower cultivation and reaffirmed his decision to become a Kai cultivator. The only question is what cultivation method I should practice. This was an important choice, because if he wanted to get started on a few of them, he would have to perform a ritual on the battlefield. Chapter 66, 67, Larkinson Exclusive Contract Cultivation Method. Contingents of the avatars of myth, the flagrant vandals, the sword maidens, and the penitent sisters came together. Much of the gathered mechs consisted of melee mechs. Ranged mechs tended to suffer from a disadvantage in the current battlefield, though they could still be useful in certain situations. Nonetheless, Legion Commander Melker was happy with what he got. The mixture of premium second-class mechs and considerably more powerful quasi-first-class mechs should be enough to close the gap in equipment. Captain Koltov, which alien leader unit is leading the face fighters allocated to this area? We have identified dozens of elite face fighters of Pulmer design that are coated in dark yellow and bear purple markings. Typical of the Pulmer race, each face fighter is made out of highly saturated transphasic materials and possesses different pieces of advanced technologies. Our light hunters have only been able to collect enough readings to identify a portion of them. The only confirmation we have is that the Pulmer face fighters are definitely equipped with imitations of modern human hyper-technology. Great! Melker frowned. What is your judgment on their combat power, Captain? I would say that they are tougher and more difficult to take down compared to our quasi-first-class mechs. Their power reactors are definitely more powerful than ours, as we are still restricted by the limitations imposed on second-class mechs. This was not the first time Melker cursed the artificial rules and restrictions that ensured a strict separation between tech levels. All of the quasi-first-class mechs fielded by the Larkinson clan could have easily become at least twice as powerful if only they were able to upgrade their power reactors to proper first-class machines. However, unlike ordinary grunts, Commander Melker understood the reasons why the Red 3 had never rescinded this restrictive policy. The Red Ocean was already suffering from a shortage of resources, especially first-class materials that were strong enough to withstand the rigors of high-end warfare. Letting second raters make use of first-class exotic materials would instantly cause their prices to skyrocket. Many first-class mech forces would instantly experience a lot more difficulties in replenishing their losses, as their mechs cost 50 or even 100% as much too. The clear demarcation of tech levels also had a guiding function to the native aliens. While the Red Cabal and the major alien races never divided their own heterogeneous tech development into numerous distinct classes. They quickly learned from their hated enemies and adjusted their own troop deployments accordingly. Both sides developed a tacit agreement where they only sent their best units to the upper zones, their more disposable cannon fodder to the middle zones, and their trash to the lower zones. Even the aliens struggled to deploy enough high-end warships and face fighters to the front in a short amount of time. Their production was gradually ramping up, but the losses inflicted by Red humanity was also considerable. Just the hardware being lost to rampaging god pilots alone had reached an astronomical figure. This made it so that the native aliens preferred to concentrate their best assets and distribute their lesser units to war theaters with lower strategic value. That did not mean that all of the alien units sent to the middle zones were garbage. Just like how every significant human troop concentration hosted champions and elites, the native aliens also made sure to do the same. These powerful combatants were not necessarily meant to carry the entire fight. They instead acted as force multipliers that could easily amplify the combat power of regular units due to their special characteristics. Pulmer face fighters are rare, but they are definitely among the most troublesome to fight against. Commander Melker frowned. The yellow ones that showed up this time look like their alien pilots are trying to prove themselves. Captain Koltov commented, "Our scouts haven't made enough observations to provide enough proof, but when I look at the images, I can't help but suspect that they are trying to lure us into a trap so that they can annihilate us in one fell swoop. Call it a gut feeling." That was an interesting opinion to share. Captain Sarah Koltov was a veteran flagrant Vandal pilot that had managed to keep up with the growth of the Larkinson clan. She began with piloting the old Hellcat model of the original 6th Flagrant Vandals. Over the course of numerous years, she switched over to specializing in the ferocious Piranha while working her way up to the rank of Mech captain. As a former Brighter and Third Raider, that was quite impressive, as she constantly had to improve and learn in order to keep up with the rising standards of the clan. Second Raiders and First Raiders that were born as designer babies and received further. Although former Third Raiders such as Melker and Sarah Koltov still managed to maintain their current positions by virtue of their dedication and contributions, they still had to work hard in order to meet the minimum standards required to do their jobs. For now, they were doing fine, but what about the future? Systematic cultivation allowed the people of different classes to close the gap between each other, at least on the surface. The argument was that Kai cultivation methods provided the exact same benefits to First Raiders, Second Raiders, and Third Raiders. They should therefore benefit First Raiders the least and Third Raiders the most. However, the availability and affordability of cultivation resources could easily cause these people to grow apart from each other. First Raiders earned more and had much more money and resources at their disposal. It was much easier for them to acquire powerful elixirs and helpful artifacts that could speed up their cultivation progress. They also had easier access to high-end cultivation methods and could easily afford the expensive resources to get started in these advanced scriptures. Third Raiders could only make do by relying on their own talent and efforts. Melker was glad that he was no longer in the latter position anymore. As the Avatar commander, he had earned enough salary and merits to afford many expensive cultivation resources. In fact, he already ordered a bunch of them in order to get a better feel and understanding of their associated Kai cultivation methods. He already acquired access to 3 different methods that had caught his interest. One of them had been developed by the Tea Institute, while he redeemed the remaining 2 from the repository. Each of them made large promises. They were especially designed for military commanders that were looking to make a greater impact on the battlefield. He actually considered 2 more promising Kai cultivation methods, but he ultimately kept them as reserve options. The reason for that was because they promised to help him empower his subordinates in a similar way to Saint Commander Casella's famous command field. Melker instinctively rejected the decision to imitate Kaysella. It was not that he thought that he placed a lower value on the direct empowerment of subordinates, but he simply did not want to be known as an imitation of the saint. Commander. It might not be much, but Melker was determined to make it grow, and to do that, he needed to become stronger in his own way. He briefly went over his options so that he could make up his mind. The most obvious cultivation method for a Larkinson in his position was the Larkinson Design Spirit Contract Method. Developed by the Tea Institute with input from the patriarch himself, it was a cultivation method that made the practitioner powerful by forming a mutually agreed contract with a more powerful entity, which in this case happened to be one of the design spirits of the Larkinson clan. The Tea Institute actually told him that it was primarily a form of contract cultivation, due to the fact that Melker would mainly be able to develop his strength by absorbing the strength of another entity. It actually had a lot in common with the blood pacts that became more prevalent these days. Both cases involved two different parties signing a metaphysical contract with each other that imposed certain rights and restrictions. The design spirit could not unscrupulously try to manipulate the contract cultivator. The practitioner also had to abide by any specific demands or requirements the design spirit might impose in exchange for donating a portion of his or her power. Both parties had the right to unilaterally dissolve the contract at any time. If that ever happened, the practitioner would get to keep his cultivation progress, but would not be able to form a new contract with another design spirit for around half a year due to mental stability considerations. There were several pros and cons associated with this new contract cultivation method. The obvious advantage was that it imposed very low requirements on the part of the practitioner. It did not require any talent to get started, though having it would certainly make it easier to absorb and digest the strength of compatible design spirits. The practitioner also did not have to spend much of his time on meditation, mental exercises, or constructing an extremely complicated artistic conception. The design spirit already did the heavy lifting. Melker only had to focus on assimilating the foreign energy. Depending on how quickly he was able to absorb the strength of a design spirit, Melker could grow powerful at a rapid speed. Personally, one of the reasons why he liked the Larkinson Design Spirit Contract Method was because it fit the theme of the avatars of myth extremely well. As long as Melker absorbed enough power from a design spirit such as Titania, to the point that his domain was nearly identical to her own, he could one day have her descend into his body, or maybe his companion spirit, thereby turning one of them into her avatar. Titania would subsequently be able to channel her strength and fight against enemies like a real Kai cultivator, for as long as Melker was able to sustain her presence. This ability promised to become more powerful as his own cultivation advanced. Perhaps one day, he would be able to replicate the effect of a battle formation, but allowing it to last a lot longer without requiring the assistance of others. However, as much as Melker found this method to be attractive, it also came with obvious downsides. For example, there was no way to avoid contamination. The more Melker absorbed the strength of a design spirit, such as Titania or Kalanxo, the more he would come to resemble them. His personality, his behavior, and his perspective would all come to resemble his contracted design spirit. Melker was not very willing to sacrifice his humanity in exchange for power. Another disadvantage was that the lack of personal effort required to progress in this method caused him to lack self-sufficiency. The only reason for his power was because he begged another design spirit to donate a few scraps. If the contract ever expired, Melker would lose much of his capabilities. He would just degenerate into a Kai cultivator that was lacking in personal abilities. What also bothered Melker was that the hard limit of this contract cultivation method was that his strength would always be limited by the strength of a design spirit. If the latter was no longer able to grow, then he would remain limited as well. Perhaps he could mitigate this problem by forming a contract with a different entity, But that came with a lot of compatibility problems that would set him back for a long time. Despite all of these factors weighing the design spirit contract method down, Melker still liked it because it was by far the least difficult cultivation method in his consideration. As long as he made a deal with the right design spirit, there should be no chance for him to fail in his contract cultivation. After spending several decades fruitlessly trying to advance to the rank of expert candidate, Melker deeply appreciated the certainty and ease of this Larkinson exclusive method. Do I take the easy way out, or should I take a chance on a more challenging cultivation method? That was because it was centered around the use of Chi formations on the battlefield. Chapter 66-68, Formation Master Series. Chi cultivation came in many different forms. The Red Collective's cultivation method department recovered many old texts and figured out a lot of different means of power expression. When Melker sought out a Chi cultivation method that could expand his capabilities in a way that was helpful to a Mech commander, he quickly became attracted by the mention of formations. It turned out that formations were a big deal in Chi cultivation. The way he understood it was that it was a purposeful way to leverage massive amounts of E-energy radiation to produce powerful outcomes, often far beyond the actual cultivation level of the practitioner who set up the formations in the first place. This immediately attracted his attention, due to the promise of being able to produce significant results without needing to be strong himself. However, when Melker dove into this subject, he found that it was a lot more complicated than he expected. There were at least 2 recognized categories of Chi formations. There were the highly familiar battle formations, which were usually practiced by groups of Mech pilots in order to gain strength that exceeded the sum of their parts. Every Larkinson already had a good impression of battle formations. However, there were still differences between the classic battle formations taught by the Red Collective and the bastardized battle formations utilized by numerous Larkinson Mech legions. The former generally did not rely on borrowing power from a design spirit or other specific entity. Originally, battle formations were supposed to be pure applications of Chi. They relied on taking control over large amounts of E-energy from the environment in order to form a powerful energy structure. They could potentially allow a group of weaker practitioners to summon a large energy construct that could fight head-on against a powerful enemy, such as a phase lord. However, the demands on the Mech pilots were hard. They needed to possess a certain combination of talent, comprehension, analytical ability, trust, and teamwork in order to pull it off correctly. The trump cards invented by the Larkinson clan were like the contract cultivation version of battle formations. T formation, then a Larkinson battle formation. The former did have its advantages, though. They were not exclusive to specific Mech legions or those who were in the good books of the design spirit they borrowed power from. Anyone could practice them so long as they met fairly reasonable requirements. The practitioners of classic battle formations could also leverage them more flexibly and exert greater control over them as their cultivation and mastery increased. They were combination techniques that possessed very high ceilings. There were other ways to play with Chi formations. The Red Collective defined spell arrays as employing specialized material formation anchors to temporarily or permanently direct the behavior of E-energy in the environment to produce a powerful effect. These formation anchors usually came in the form of flags, totem poles, and stones, but could take other shapes as well. What was important was that the formation anchors had to be carefully designed in order to work. They had to be made out of hyper materials and had to be integrated with runes, patterns, or other mysterious markings that effectively played the role of a programming language. Making the formation anchors was only half the job. The next challenge was to deploy them in a specific location, and that demanded deep insight into formations, the flow of E-energy radiation, and terrain knowledge. Depending on how they were designed, the formation anchors had to be placed at specific locations and at very specific distances and angles from each other. There were so many different variables that the formation master had to calculate and take into account that it was impossible for general Kai cultivators to set up most of these incredibly complicated spell arrays. These spell arrays could produce nifty effects, many of which were difficult to replicate with technology. The most straightforward spell arrays were those with offensive and defensive purposes. The former could turn a region of space into a killing ground where half-material swords stabbed everyone inside an area. The latter could channel lots of E-energy to form an energy shield that could cover an entire space station like a Titan shield. A more exotic category of spell arrays were illusory ones. They could project all kinds of illusions to deceive the enemy and conceal what was truly located in a certain area. Certain aspects of their strength, such as their access to E-energy. Then, there was the utility category of spell arrays, which contained everything else that could not be placed under the previous categories. There were amazing spell arrays that could accelerate healing, perform remote scrying on a distant area, and even protect against enemy scrying attempts. In short, spell arrays alone possessed a lot of depth and variety. It was already amazing that the Red Collective managed to recover, decipher, and modernize an entire set of them in a short amount of time. This was the most classic form of formations. In theory, only one formation master was necessary to design, deploy, and potentially control active spell arrays, though nothing stopped them from working together. When Melker learned about the subprofession of formation master, he felt compelled to learn it, but he initially grew intimidated by the high intellectual requirements to make it far in this field. Formation masters had more in common with Mech designers than Mech pilots. They needed to be incredibly smart and possess deep knowledge on how the universe worked, and how E-energy worked in order to combine the two together to produce amazing battle formations and spell arrays. Though Melker did not believe his learning ability was bad, he was nowhere near comparable to a Mech designer or an engineer. Out of the Formation Master series, there was no way he could attain great success in the General Formation Master, Battle Formation Master, and Spell Formation Master of Kai cultivation methods. The Red Collective valued them a lot for this reason, and specifically compiled the Formation Master series of Kai cultivation methods to help people get started in this esoteric field. Sadly, it had yet to attract a lot of interested people. Most people that had decided to become a serious Kai cultivator were much more attracted to flashy and more straightforward options, such as cultivation methods that allowed them to fling fireballs or fly in the air without the use of technology. Studying Kai formations was largely intellectual in nature, and that made many people feel as if they had to go back to school and endure the high pressure of memorizing and comprehending a lot of advanced book knowledge. The threshold to becoming a successful formation master was high. It would also take a long time for those who started in this field from scratch to gain the knowledge and understanding to design his first successful spell array. Fortunately, the Red Collective did not leave Mech pilots in the dust. It turned out that the collies also took less intellectually gifted and inclined individuals into account and expanded the Formation Master series with cultivation methods specially geared towards people like himself. One of them was the combat spell Array Master Kai cultivation method. It all of the aspects aided designing and creating your own Kai formations. This allowed the cultivation method to focus more on deploying existing Kai formations, mostly spell arrays, and controlling them in a more proficient manner on the battlefield. This sounded much more to his liking. While Melker still needed to learn a lot of theory about Kai formations, he only needed to understand a fraction of the knowledge this time. In fact, much of the expertise was related to calculating and identifying the places where he needed to place the formation anchors. Depending on how well he positioned the anchors, the resulting spell array could produce effects that were 20%, 50%, or 100% as strong as its theoretical maximum. There was a way to cheat this process. Many of the tedious and complicated calculations were necessary in order to identify the right positions in a given terrain to place the anchors. However, a formation master with enhanced perception capabilities could not only collect more useful data to speed up the calculation work, but could even spot some if not all of the right locations to place the anchor by observation alone. This meant that Melker could borrow his companion spirit's excellent perception to immediately deploy the more basic spell arrays that he had procured in advance. This shortcut did not work for the more powerful and advanced spell arrays, but there was no need for Melker to think about that in the short term. Is this really what I want for myself, though? If he had a choice, then he would definitely try to achieve a breakthrough and become a glorious expert pilot. He already ruled that out due to losing his patience and lacking the confidence to succeed in this trajectory. He saw no point in becoming a pure combat-oriented Kai cultivator. All information related to the subject informed him that expert pilots, ace pilots and god pilots could wipe the floor with Kai cultivators in direct combat. The unreasonable willpower of high-ranking Mech pilots defied the heavens and repelled all hostile sources of E-energy. Since this was the case, why would Melker try to work so hard to become an inferior version of true heroes and gods? The cultivation methods that were designed to partially imitate high-ranking Mech pilots fell short because they never promised anything to compensate for what was missing. Melker did not want to become an incomplete or inferior powerhouse. He would rather retain his pride and remain weak in a personal sense, if that was the case. Becoming a formation master, or more specifically, a combat spell array master, pretty much guaranteed that. Oh sure, practicing it would allow him to become smarter and become a lot more capable of performing the calculations to quickly figure out where to place the formation anchors. While that intellect boost might also allow him to pilot his Fey Fianna more proficiently, that was not the point of this Kai cultivation method. It's not flashy, but it can allow me to produce results far exceeding my own strength fairly quickly. It also had a bright future. High-ranking Mech pilots would always remain the premier champions of red humanity, but there were always too few of them to go around. Formation masters could assist Mech forces in many different ways that not even ace pilots or god pilots could replicate. Melker especially liked this subprofession, because it not only complemented his role as a Mech commander very well, but also did not overlap with Kasella's command field. This was an important observation. If his suspicions were right, then Melker could potentially deploy his spell arrays alongside Kasella's commandeered and Enfkoft Mechs. They could synergize with each other and achieve results that were far greater than what they could accomplish on their own. The Saint Commander is strong without a doubt, but she will never be able to weave magic with spell arrays like I can do. So long as I practice the combat spell, Ray Master Cultivation method. Melker felt enormously attracted to commit to this choice, but he still found the alternatives to be compelling as well. This was a life-changing decision. He did not want to make a choice that he would regret down the line. Aside from the design spirit contract cultivation method, which was probably the easiest to progress, there was also a third Kai cultivation method that he had been thinking about practicing as well. Chapter 66-69, Dangerous Legacy Kai Cultivation Method. When Melker looked for Kai cultivation methods that he could use to complement his existing job as a Mech commander, he sought for an alternative that did not have the intellectual requirements of a formation master. This was the main reason why he was still reluctant to commit to this path. While he had already exchanged a hefty sum of merits to gain access to the manual of the combat spell array master cultivation method, he became intimidated by the fact that he still could not escape the necessity of spending lots of time on book learning if he wanted to reach the advanced stages. The further he progressed as a formation master, the more essential higher math and comprehension became. If he did not make enough progress in these essential areas, his Kai cultivation would eventually hit a bottleneck and slow his growth to a crawl. Another disadvantage related to becoming a formation master was that it required a lot of setup in order to produce results. Melcher had an advantage in this aspect because he could command his subordinates to place the formation anchors at the coordinates he specified. He did not even have to enter the battlefield in person in order to make it happen. It would be even better if he was present. A spell array master specialized in controlling active Kai formations. Letting a spell array run by itself was like letting an autonomous battle bot fight. The bot could only follow its own programming and was not able to make flexible and unpredictable decisions. A spell array controlled by a formation master that knew his business belonged in a different category. Melcher would be able to use his own judgment and perception to employ more advanced tactics, make correct adjustments on the fly, and even inject his own power into the spell array in order to boost its strength and prevent it from breaking. While Melcher liked the sound of that, the requirements to control a spell array were not light either. The starter spell arrays that he had exchanged from the Red Collective were deliberately simplified to allow beginners like him to control them at a decent level. What he was worried about was that the difficulty ramped up quickly if he wanted to make use of Kai formations that were powerful enough to affect Phase Lords. Aside from that, it is not safe to remain too close to an angry Phase Lord. Powerful individual combatants such as ace pilots could resist the attacks of most Phase Lords unless the latter wielded Saint Piercer arms. Even then, most ace mechs were fast enough to escape the reach of those deadly weapons. A spell array master lacked those conveniences. The Formation Master series might be able to make him a little stronger and extend his lifespan and such, but it would not save him if a Nuncer Phase Lord physically trampled his mech with his gigantic hooves. This was why he sought a Kai cultivation method that could offer him a bit more self-protection ability. It was not necessary for him to become a budget, high-ranking mech pilot, but he should at least be able to survive the battles to come. The native aliens continued to grow stronger, and there may be even greater threats on the horizon. This was why he delved into the more obscure sections of the repository and tried to find a way to grow powerful that may be able to do a better job at meeting his admittedly demanding requirements. Perhaps he was being too picky, because he failed to find a superior choice. The best result he came up with was a Kai cultivation method that was arguably just as promising as the other two options into consideration. Different from signing a contract with a design spirit or deploying spell arrays into battle, the one he found in the least popular section of the repository was derived from an ancient cultivation method. The Collies merely translated the ancient text into standard language and edited it so that it became more understandable to modern people. Despite its murky background and mysterious elements, it promised amazing benefits to a practitioner that possessed the talent, perception, and perseverance to practice it over the long term. Since tea was an ancient cultivation method, the requirements to get started with it were much harsher. Not only that, but the translations could lead to misinterpretations that could cause Melcher to make a mistake in his progression. Since few people had begun to practice this expensive and obscure Kai cultivation method, there was no one around who could teach him. There wasn't any mature community of practitioners and cultivation scientists that were working together to figure out its secrets and demystify its more abstruse instructions. To put it in another way, Melcher would have to rely on his own efforts in order to master this ancient Kai cultivation method. If he encountered a problem that he could not overcome, then he could either remain stuck and make no further progress, or improvise and hope that would allow him to go forward. This was an exceedingly dangerous decision that could lead to cultivation deviation. Once that happened, Melcher would become compromised and suffer from a range of maladies, ranging from violent mood swings to complete changes in personality. Despite all of these well-deserved warnings, Melcher could not help but consider it anyway due to the promises it made. This was because practicing the Clockwork Hollow Sect Time Stream Magistrate Kai cultivation method might ultimately allow him to manipulate the property of time. Yes, time. According to the extensive analysis by the cultivation scientists of the Red Collective. The Kai cultivation method was originally created to form mid-level time-stream magistrates for the Clockwork Hollow sect. Time-stream magistrates were essentially Kai cultivators that specialized in the concept of time. More specifically, they were trained to manipulate how time affected themselves at first and subsequently everything within their range. This had many different uses and applications. A time-stream magistrate could speed up the passage of time on himself, thereby allowing him to move faster and spend more time on thinking and working. He could also slow down the passage of time on projectiles or even enemies so long as they were not strong enough to resist the effect. Naturally, Melker did not need to think about accomplishing the latter in the short term. It took serious attainments in the refurbished cultivation method before he could attempt such a magical feat onto others. While time-stream magistrates weren't powerful by themselves, their ability to manipulate time to this degree could allow them to produce a lot of favorable results, especially if they were Mech commanders. That was not even the main highlight of this legacy Kai cultivation method. One of their most powerful and costly abilities was to turn back the clock. By winding back their clockwork artifact, time-stream magistrates could effectively travel back in time. Even if they could only go back a number of seconds or minutes, this was already enough for Melker to change the course of a battle. What he found odd was that time-stream magistrates were actually not meant to wield all of these abilities. The Clockwork Hollow sect apparently developed much more powerful Kai cultivation methods that could allow practitioners to mess with time to a much stronger and more dramatic degree. The cultivation method department claimed. In any case, the aforementioned abilities were actually supplemental to their main purpose, which was to monitor the passage of time and ensure that was not being manipulated by unauthorized parties. Time-stream magistrates were equipped with a number of effective techniques that allowed them to track down and counter any time manipulation shenanigans performed by third parties. It made sense for an ancient organization like the Clockwork Hollow sect to raise their own version of law enforcers in order to prevent abuse of the same techniques they taught. When Melker grew curious enough about the Kai cultivation method that he decided to exchange it outright, he encountered several explicit warnings about the consequences of abusing time manipulation. Different from what he expected, the Clockwork Hollow sect did not put so much effort into regulating the passage of time, because they were afraid that spinning time into a messy yarn would cause the universe to collapse or whatever. The real danger came in changing time to the point of attracting the unwelcome attention of mysterious but exceedingly powerful godlike entities. These were beings who surpassed time and space to varying degrees. It was never a good idea to become known by them, because many of them were utterly alien and unpredictable. Another danger associated with abusing time manipulation was adversely affecting the futures of those who would eventually become one of those very same unfathomably powerful godlike entities. While these terrible gods could not manipulate their own past to undo their own natural fate, they were still able to protect themselves against unnatural changes. There was no way that Melker would be able to withstand the wrath of such a powerful godlike powerhouse. This meant that even if Melker did everything correctly and turned into a perfectly normal time-stream magistrate, he would still be playing with fire every time he manipulated time and affected the lives of a lot of people. Small changes to the timeline were relatively safe as they were too weak and lasted too short to get detected. It was only when a time-stream magistrate ceased to guard the timeline and started to resemble the criminal that he was supposed to watch out for that the risks would begin to rise. Practicing the Clockwork Hollow sect time-stream magistrate Kai cultivation method right away. He couldn't let it go, however. Even if he chose to turn his back on it, he couldn't help but recall it and read through its descriptions and his own notes. The Larkinson clan might have more use for a time-stream magistrate than a spell array master. The latter was awesome and all, but the former could guard him and his fellow clan against threats of a much more hidden and nefarious nature. The only question was whether any time cultivators would show up in the future that might pose a credible threat against the Larkinsons and the rest of Red humanity. If not, then a time stream magistrate became partially redundant. Another problem associated with this Kai cultivation method was that it was not easy to get started with it. Any cultivator of the Clockwork Hollow sect had to possess the very rare affinity of time. This was actually a nearly impossible condition to meet. Even during ancient times, the Clockwork Hollow sect struggled to recruit naturally talented seeds. This was why the sect came up with numerous ways to bypass or substitute for these harsh requirements. Melker managed to negotiate a deal with the cultivation method department about this subject. He borrowed special cultivation resources from the Red Collective that could theoretically allow any human to meet the starting requirements of the Kai cultivation method and become a time stream magistrate straight away. The caveat was that he could not complete this transformation at his leisure. The unorthodox method involved stealing the time of others, which meant that he had to conduct a ritual centered around his enemies in order to properly practice this method. Suffice to say, the Legion commander was not sure if he could get his enemies to cooperate. Perhaps it was better to consider the other two options instead. It's too difficult to make up my mind. Melker did not intend to procrastinate any longer. The time for battle had almost come, and he could not keep himself from holding back while the war progressed. One way or another, Melker intended to start a new chapter in his life. Chapter 66, 70 Initiation Ritual. Melker struggled to make a single choice out of 3 promising and powerful Kai cultivation methods. Each of them would have massive implications for his career, as well as the Larkinson clan, if he could make a huge difference in a battle. The homebrew design spirit contract, Kai cultivation method, pretty much guaranteed that Melker would become powerful enough in his own way. He could channel the power of a contracted design spirit for a longer period of time, and gradually become able to perform similar abilities by relying on his own strength. The combat spell array Master Kai cultivation method would cause him to miss out on gaining more direct combat power, but he would gain the capability to affect the battlefield on a large scale, thereby allowing him to boost friendly units and debilitate enemy units en masse. The most mysterious Clockwork Hollow sect time stream magistrate Kai cultivation method promised to turn Melker into a unique timeline guardian of sorts. It not only had great potential in manipulating the course of battles, but also enabled him to protect the clan from temporal assaults. The first method developed by the Tea Institute was by far the most economical one. The second one was demanding in terms of study load and hard work. The third was the riskiest one as it was derived from an ancient legacy text. If Melker was anything like his far more successful cousin Vess, then he would have felt inclined to take a bet on becoming a time stream magistrate. As long as he was able to overcome the many risks and perils associated with practicing a method that could hide all kinds of traps and variables that did not fit the current environment, he would be able to play with time in all sorts of useful ways. Most notably, he saw enormous value in the ability to wind back the dial of a clockwork artifact, effectively allowing him to travel seconds or even minutes into the past. He also felt that the Larkinson clan could use a guardian who especially monitored the timelines related to the Larkinson clan, or at least its most promising members. However, the latter might not be that relevant considering that it was incredibly difficult to comprehend time. Outside of the rare few that possessed an inherent talent in this E-energy attribute, everyone else who attempted to cultivate the Clockwork Hollow sect time stream magistrate Kai cultivation method would have to rely on insanely expensive resources that were aspected towards the time attribute. Then space hyper materials. The Red 3 and a few other major groups were able to produce the latter in reliable quantities by combining hyper-technology with face-water technology. If he committed to the latter, then he would have to compensate for his lack of talent in the time attribute by ingesting expensive elixirs and procuring rare time hyper materials to produce the signature artifacts of Clockwork Hollow. The latter was rumored to cost as much as a first-class expert mech, and that was just the minimum price estimate. Could Melker truly impose these cost burdens on the Larkinson clan? Perhaps. The clan was earning quite well these days, and Melker should still have enough personal funds and merits left to afford a few nice goods. Yet what about later? Melker did not want to become an enormous resource drain to the clan. He also did not want to end up stuck if the clan's income ever declined. Compared to the troublesome, time-related Kai cultivation method, any option from the Formation Master series was a lot more affordable. The more powerful spell arrays could only be realized by constructing high-end formation anchors that were entirely comprised of high-grade hypers, but most of them were still a lot more affordable than any hyper material related to the time attribute. A classic formation master could even become a powerful earner for the clan. The ability to design custom spell, arrays, and produce the necessary formation anchors to deploy them on or off the battlefield all demanded specialized skills, knowledge, and extraordinary capabilities that other cultivators could not replicate. Unfortunately, Melker had no hope of earning money by doing this because he did not have the time, interest, and brainpower to do all of this intellectually demanding work. Becoming a pure combat spell array master meant that he had to source his spell arrays from other formation masters. For the time being, the only existing formation masters were those raised by the Red Collective and several other major groups. The spell arrays they developed and released so far were fairly basic, but also expensive due to their scarcity. What made Melker more optimistic about becoming a spell array master was that the market for these new and exotic products would probably drop over time. As more and more formation masters emerged, the market for spell arrays would probably develop in a similar way to the market for mechs. The spell arrays would get more reasonable ranges. Having learned all of the amazing effects that spell arrays could produce, Melker was incredibly optimistic about this market. He believed that formation masters would become a profession that possessed prestige similar to mech designers. Meanwhile, combat spell array masters that were able to quickly and proficiently deploy spell arrays would become high-value combat assets similar to high-ranking mech pilots. Their methods and capabilities may be completely different, but their impact on the battlefield were probably on the same level. Wasn't this what Melker wanted all along? Even if he was not able to become an expert pilot, he at least wanted to become recognized as a powerful combatant. At this point, Melker did not care too much whether he became a supportive asset rather than a direct combat asset. The clan already had plenty of expert pilots and was gaining more ace pilots over time. What the Larkinsons did not have was a combat spell formation master. While other Larkinsons could become one as long as they had enough money and merits to spare, Melker believed he could do a better job than most. As Melker began to lean more and more towards becoming a formation master, he hesitated one last time. Was he willing to miss out on embodying the power of design spirits and becoming a time stream magistrate in order to deploy Kai formations? What do you think, Goldie? Nah. The golden cat manifested inside the cockpit and bathed Melker in her warm and pleasant glow. Naya. He smiled. It is reassuring to hear that you are okay with each of my choices. If this is the case, then I will go ahead and try to become a combat spell formation master. You know, if I chose to practice the design spirit contract Kai cultivation method, I strongly thought about forming a contract with you. As a Larkinson, I can think of no better choice. The golden cat tilted her head. Naya. Oh, I am sure that forming a contract with the likes of Gaia, the Superior Mother, the Phase King, Lufa, and so on will allow me to borrow and channel their powerful and useful capabilities, but I am not that close with any of them. They are all allies of the Larkinson clan, but they are not bound to us in the same way. You, on the other hand, are the literal embodiment of the Larkinsons. You are the last spirit to abandon us. So even if you aren't the most powerful among your kind, I still trust you over anyone else. Nah, yeah, Tilda. Goldie could feel the sincerity in his words. She leaned in and rubbed her body against his head. The two would probably become great contract partners if Melker practiced the most suitable method. Alas, the Legion commander had already made a different choice. He would leave this responsibility to other Larkinson Mech pilots that had given up on willpower cultivation. When Goldie left the cockpit, Melker already began to adjust his mindset. He recalled the mantras and instructions that were necessary to become a combat spell array master. They were fairly simple, as the Red Collective compiled the Formation Master series from a clean slate. Several minutes passed by as Melker underwent a partial transformation in spirit. The first step is done. As a premium cultivation method, it took far more effort than this to become a formal Kai cultivator. Getting started was one of the challenges of Kai cultivation. The threshold of the more advanced methods were always high. The Red Collective had thought about that and was prepared to conduct a special ritual that should allow him to get started with greater ease than usual. He began to load a special software program into the operating system of his Fae. Fiona. His Mech soon gained a new function that benefited Melker right away. It's much easier for me to crunch the numbers this time. Different from ancient formation masters, a modern combat spell array master could also be a Mech pilot. This meant that as long as Melker connected his mind to his Mech, he could borrow the latter's incredibly formidable processing power. Drone Mechs happened to possess more processing power than normal, so Melker could offload a lot of tedious calculation and simulation work to his Fae Fiona in order to obtain results a lot faster than usual. Of course, a computer was not able to substitute a combat spell array master in its. The more mysterious processes could only be performed by a cultivator that changed his spirit in a way that allowed them to do stuff that was otherwise impossible. Melker did not understand the science behind it, but that was not important. He only knew that if he wanted to employ spell arrays the fullest, he needed to undergo a permanent transformation. That is why I need to conduct a ritual. Similar to the ritual that would allow him to become a time-stream magistrate, Melker could also employ a similar shortcut to quickly become a combat spell array master. The so-called initiation ritual entailed personally deploying and controlling a simple debilitating spell array while remaining stationary. He also had to swallow an expensive elixir that was made out of ingredients that he couldn't understand while repeating a strange mantra. The more enemies affected by his spell array, the greater the feedback. There were several ways that this could go wrong. If the spell array and the Mech he brought to the upcoming fight were unable to contain the enemy face fighters, then Melker's Fae Fiona may be forced to move. Doing so would invalidate the ritual and waste the elixir that took a lot of effort for the Red Collective to make. If the native aliens also managed to capture or destroy the formation anchors, then Melker would suffer an even greater loss. Aside from that, interrupting the ritual at a critical point might botch his transformation into a combat spell array master, resulting in cultivation deviation or worse outcomes. In other words, Melker had to be completely confident in his battle plan. He also had to do a good job of anticipating the enemy's strength and moves. This test was part of the ritual. The more thorough his preparations, the more positive his mood became, which would subsequently affect his transformation in beneficial ways. Let's make sure the enemy won't be able to outmaneuver my forces. He began to take another look at the gathered intelligence and began to make many different guesses and predictions. The fact that the enemy facefighter force was led by an elite unit of Pulmer facefighters added a lot of complications. Every Pulmer facefighter was a technologically advanced black box. Human Mech pilots always hated it when they had to fight against one because no one could ever predict what they might encounter. Chapter 6671, Setting a Trap. Given the circumstances of the upcoming confrontation, Melker decided to lay an ambush. After all, why try to set up a spell array in the middle of a battle, while face fighters were shooting the mechs that carried the crucial formation anchors? The chance that something would go wrong was too great. One of the first lessons that a formation master needed to learn was that when one wanted to employ a spell array proactively against an enemy, it was best to employ them as traps. By setting a trap in advance, the formation master would be able to take the time to calculate the right placements without any urgent time pressure. Another factor that played in his favor was that the absence of fighting meant that the chosen battlefield remained relatively static. If energy started to spew in every direction while asteroids were blowing up, Melker may be forced to redo his calculations, as his previous ones were no longer accurate anymore. While Melker learned that more advanced formation masters would be able to compensate for these changes on the fly, right now he was still just an auxiliary Kai cultivator. His prior practice up until now only made him a little smarter and allowed him to multitask better. These improvements were far from enough for him to perform dynamic calculations in the middle of a battle. I have just sent out the coordinates along with instructions on where you need to place the formation anchors. Do your best to get close to them as possible and place the objects as precisely as you can relative to my Mech's position. Do you understand? What if there is an asteroid in the way? There won't be. If you look at the locations corresponding to the coordinates, the anchors should be buried just below the surface of different asteroids. Make sure to cover up the digging as best as possible. It is unlikely that the alien craft will be able to detect anything unusual when our mechs will attract all of their attention, but let's not make this easy for our enemies. The mechs carrying the formation anchors proceeded to split up so that they could bury the metal pillars into each of the designated asteroids. Melker had selected them carefully according to the calculations performed with the help of his Mech's formidable processors. Normally, it was beyond his ability to plant formation anchors in a three-dimensional space that was filled with asteroids. Melker had to make use of the enhanced eyesight of his companion spirit Jonas to scout for asteroids that possessed the right traits to hold a formation anchor and subsequently narrow down the coordinates by performing follow-up calculations. This is quite convenient. A suitable companion spirit could easily lower the difficulty of becoming a formation master. While Melker's decision to specialize in deploying and controlling spell arrays meant that he now became a supportive Kai cultivator twice over, he did not regret his decisions. Support Mech pilots were able to do just fine, while they did everything they could to boost other Mechs. They performed a noble function that was just as honorable as fighting more directly. Time passed by as his subordinates obediently planted the formation anchors at the designated coordinates. While it may seem as if these pillars that were predominantly made out of hyper-materials could be knocked out of position at the slightest disturbance to the asteroid they were hiding on, Melker was not too worried. Most spell arrays were able to tolerate minor deviations. The efficacy of the resulting Kai formation might drop, but it shouldn't disappear so easily. As long as Melker activated the spell array before the ensuing battle could mess up the environment further, everything should be okay, as the empowered Kai formation should automatically lock itself into place. It would become far more difficult to mess up the spell array once it came into power, especially from attacks from the inside. Melker's only concern now was that it was theoretically possible to break apart any spell array by relying on brute force. Excessively powerful attacks could break any barrier. If Melker could increase the flow of E-energy into an active spell array, it could withstand more attacks before reaching its breaking point, but he currently did not have many ways to make that happen. This made him feel concerned about whether the ritual may fail, because the enemy face fighters were strong enough to break the effect by force. If the enemy craft consisted entirely of cannon fodder small craft, then the chance that this would happen was small, but not zero. Transphasic weapons hit harder and inflicted more effective damage than Det -1. The Pulmer face fighters were worse. Many of them mounted additional high-tech weapons that enabled them to inflict massive damage to their targets. If the strike craft also happened to mount missiles with fairly potent payloads, then the spell array might shatter in an instant. Change of plans, he decided. Sir, the capacity of my new trap isn't high, Melker determined. We shouldn't entrap too many mechs, or else they will try to blast out of the border and succeed this time. Let's do this. Let us wait until half of the expected enemies will enter the Kai formation before I activate it. The remaining mech units should focus on eliminating the enemy face fighters that are trapped outside of the spell array. That is a big change of plans, sir. We can alter the assignments quickly, but many of us will still get caught off guard. This measure is too important for us. This ritual has to succeed. Dividing the enemy so that they are cut off from each other is a good way to sow more division and create coordination problems. That should hopefully distract them enough for them to avoid doing the obvious. Melker, along with a few mech officers, began to formulate a revised plan for the upcoming battle. He actually liked his new plan better. It became a little more complicated, but it was also better proofed against unexpected or undesired outcomes. Oh, I also shouldn't forget about swapping my Fae. Doing this was fairly easy, as there were numerous other Fae Fiannas among the gathering of Larkinson mechs. He soon contacted the mech pilots of 2 other quasi-first-class Fae Fiannas and called them over. I need to exchange my offensive Fae with your Azure Energy Shield Faes, Melker said. If you do not urgently need the additional defenses and could use the extra firepower, you can have my Luminous Fire Fae and Infinite Coil Fae. They are both transphasic, so they pack a mean punch. Sure, I can adapt. Melker had grown more proficient in piloting a drone mech, while at the same time controlling a multitude of Fae at the same time. He spent the last months participating in battles where he could deploy 6 Fae at a time, which was more than the starting point for the living mech. It was not until very recently that he was able to expand his living Fae entourage to 8 Fae at a time. This was a pretty major boost in power and flexibility. A typical Fae was considerably larger and more powerful than most spurs attached to the back of the mech. It was thanks to the help of the commanding controller auxiliary Kai cultivation method that he quickly became a qualified drone mech pilot. Much of the gains he made with this auxiliary cultivation method would get subsumed by a more superior Kai cultivation method as long as there was enough overlap. As time passed by, the scouts of the flagrant vandals successfully encountered and had begun to lure them over to their chosen ambush site. The flagrant vandals tried not to make it too obvious. While the native aliens had neglected the importance of scouting ahead for their main forces, Melker did not want to underestimate his opponents too much. If one of the Pulmer facefighters possessed an extremely powerful high-tech scanning system, then they could probably detect a large amount of mech hiding behind asteroids. If these mech wanted to do a better job of hiding themselves, their pilots could shut down their power reactors and let the machines cool to nearly the same temperature as the space rocks. Melker had declined to do so. He did not mind it if the aliens detected his mechs in advance. It would make this even better as the native aliens were obviously tasked with clearing the asteroid belt of human enemies. They are about to arrive. The waiting mechs began to heat up a bit more in anticipation of moving into action. The Fae Fianna, piloted by Melker meanwhile, began to deploy all 8 Azure Energy Shield Fae around the mech frame. The Legion commander would leave the responsibility of attacking the enemy to other mechs. He needed to focus all of his concentration on conducting the initiation ritual while simultaneously controlling the spell array. The flagrant vandal mechs soon flew into sight. The light mechs nimbly weaved around the asteroids while presenting themselves as enticing targets to the vanguard of the main enemy force. As dozens more facefighters came close, hundreds of mech started to emerge from behind their asteroids. The melee mechs began to charge forward in order to intercept the leading. The ranged Mechs began to attack the alien craft, while using the asteroids as cover whenever possible. Energy beams, Gauss rounds, and missiles began to fill the kill box as the light face fighters desperately tried to use their superior mobility to evade the attacks. Many of them suffered hits onto their Azure energy shields. The defenses held up only for a moment before they began to collapse in quick succession. The volume of fire proved too much for the face fighters to evade or withstand all of Orsov enemy the hits. Even as 16 or so face fighters fell from the initial barrage, the main face fighters had finally arrived to reinforce their heavily bruised vanguard. The fighting rapidly grew more and more intense. The native aliens did not seem to pay too much attention to whether they were being lured to an ambush. Multiple face fighters had tried to disengage from the thick of the fighting and began to scout the periphery in order to detect any nasty surprises. Whatever scanning methods these craft used, they apparently did not detect anything suspicious about the buried formation anchors. Since the Larkinson Mech Force truly did not install any bombs or other suspicious devices into the surrounding asteroids, the alien fighter pilots became more certain the enemy did not prepare anything special. The mixed native-alien force began to commit harder to the fight. They flew forward to strafe the human mechs and fired their missiles whenever they saw an opportunity to inflict serious damage to their targets. Melker smirked at the sight. Despite the losses that had begun to occur, the native aliens did not notice that their face fighters were gradually getting pulled within the range of his soon-to-be-activated spell array. He had a feeling that his plan was slowly coming together. The only concern was that the Pulmer elite face fighters had yet to commit to the fight themselves. They maintained their distance from the main fight and stayed in reserve for the time being as their alien fighter pilots ruthlessly analyzed the unfolding battle. Melker felt uncomfortable about them, especially now that he was approaching a critical moment. Sword Maidens, go send a unit of Storm Swords and Stormblade Samurais to circle around and engage the elite Pulmer face fighters in battle. We need to know what they are capable of and how well they can fight. Vandals, send out your light mechs to Roger. Acknowledged. Dozens of mechs that had yet to go deep began to disengage from the main fight and flew their way past other face fighters in order to confront the most powerful enemies on the battlefield. The Pucklemers definitely noticed that their craft were being targeted. Now that the humans had sought to challenge their tech, they no longer remained passive and began to unveil their technological gifts. Right before their eyes, 7 of the enemy face fighters suddenly flew into each other and linked up, causing them to form a combination gunship that was much larger than a typical face fighter. A large muzzle extended from the center and suddenly began to generate a relatively massive energy signature. Careful! Evade! The charging Sword Maiden mechs hastily aborted their attack run and began to split away from each other, but it was too late. A massive transphasic positron beam erupted from the muzzle of the combination craft and whipped it from left to right, causing a large handful of mechs to sustain heavy damage or outright get cut in 2 pieces. Even the defenses of quasi-first-class mechs failed to withstand the might of this energy discharge. Chapter 6672, Evolving Alien Strike Craft Doctrines. Unlike Red Humanity, the native aliens never really developed an obsession with their own small craft. While they did use them to varying degrees in the past, they never placed much emphasis on these craft. They were mostly used as patrols and occasionally screening units for their home ships. They were mainly useful for doing the jobs that were too small for ships to bother with most of the time. That changed when Red Humanity won their battles one after another by relying on mechs alone. Compared to warships, mechs were far smaller and possessed only a fraction of the power. Yet it was precisely because they were small and maneuverable that they were able to evade a large amount of warship attacks and concentrate their power in ways that allowed them to achieve maximum results with minimum investment. Even if human mechs won as many battles as they lost, The native aliens actually lost out in a material sense, as warships were much more expensive and took much more resources to build. The native aliens may have their pride, but most of them could not ignore the reality in front of them. They had begun to imitate their human foes in order to shore up their weaknesses and close the gap. The problem with their behavior was that they could never surpass red humanity through imitation alone. No matter whether it was the Orvans, the Pulmers, or the Zamail, none of them had been able to replicate a Mech that could work for their race. Even the active collusion of the cosmopolitan movement could not overcome the fundamental technological obstacles that stood in the way of this ambitious endeavor. Neural interface technology was solely developed with human brains in mind. Alien species that looked close to humans actually possessed very different biologies and brain structures. It was impossible for the same neural interface that was solely designed with humans in mind to work perfectly with an alien. This caused the native aliens to remain stuck with face fighters. To be fair, the alien scientists and engineers had actually done an excellent job of modernizing their old starfighters with human-derived technologies. Now that the higher-ups were willing to invest serious money, resources, and manpower into them, the speed of development of face fighters had skyrocketed. The face fighters developed in the current year were much better than the ones While this rapid improvement phase would eventually reach a plateau, this was probably years away. For now, the native aliens had only spent a few years on focused development of their face fighter concept. The weapon platform was still relatively fresh and new to them, which meant that they were just beginning to think about making more impactful changes than simply arming them with upgraded weapons and shield generators. What the Pulmers had just unveiled was deeply concerning to red humanity. They had moved beyond imitation and had begun to innovate their own solutions on how to make use of face fighters. An analyst began to share his key observations with the command group over a separate communication channel. The Pulmer elite face fighters are equipped with different tech and modules, but their frames are nearly identical in shape and dimensions. It appears that this unit has adopted this common form factor to allow them to combine together into a combination gunship. Once 6 of the craft have attached themselves to a 7th Pulmer face fighter, they automatically begin to fuse their energy generation, their Azure energy shields, their computing systems and sensor systems. This will not only make them tougher and more resistant against our attacks, but it can also enable them to fire transphasic energy weapons at a power level that far exceeds the damage output of a quasi-first-class Mech. The Mechs that had been struck by the super energy beam attack were actually struck down by a strike that even first-class multipurpose Mechs would struggle to resist. All Melker knew when he heard that was that none of the Mechs under his command could withstand such a powerful strike. He briefly checked the conditions of the Mechs and Mech pilots affected by the devastating enemy strike. The second-class Mechs had been severed apart to the point where the cockpits outright vaporized with their Mech pilots still inside. The quasi-first-class Mechs managed to fare a lot better, but they sustained so much damage that they were no longer able to participate in the ongoing battle. The ones equipped with stronger Azure energy shields and thicker armor were able to limp away under their own power. The other quasi-first-class Mechs that were too heavily slanted towards offensive clearly suffered a lot more crippling damage due to their inadequate defenses. Fortunately, many of the Mech pilots still managed to survive thanks to their well-shielded cockpits. They were able to eject without a problem as their rear side had not suffered as much thermal damage as the front side, to intercept and down our clansmen. Whether the cockpits would make it back was uncertain, but Melker was forced to shift his attention to the elite Pulmer face fighters. The quirky alien race had brought 21 in total. They had already formed into 3 combination gunships, with each of them outputting elevated energy emissions that far surpassed that of any individual Mech or face fighter. The good news was that the combination gunship that just launched a huge attack did not appear to be capable of discharging such a powerful attack in a short amount of time. It had retracted its super positron cannon and instead began to use a multitude of regular face fighter cannons to launch a multiple of weaker and more manageable attacks. The gunship still remained dangerous and difficult to deal with, but as long as it was not able to eliminate a lot of quasi-first-class mechs in a single sweep, then its threat level had dropped to a more reasonable level. There were two other combination gunships. They both shared similar aesthetics, but were mounted with different modules developed and installed by the Pulmer fighter pilots themselves. Melker could not underestimate their power. He distinctly gained the impression that the Pulmers had purposefully tried to develop a solution that relied on a greater scale in order to more effectively resist expert mechs. It's so obvious, but none of us ever thought about it before because our thinking has always been constrained by the MTA and R-Ray's rules and limitations on the sizes of mechs. Melker figured out. The native aliens aren't subject to those rules, and they don't have a strong bias to the current size range for mechs. It is pretty logical for them to explore the concept of slightly larger craft, such as gunships, in order to develop a more convenient anti-mech solution. The aliens are evolving their strike craft doctrines. Even though there were merely 3 of the combination gunships on the battlefield at the moment, their impact was nothing less than a low-tier expert mech due to their much stronger attack and defenses. Their mobility had taken a big hit, though. Their forward acceleration had improved by a notable extent, but their turning radius and responsiveness had deteriorated by a large extent, causing them to become vulnerable to flanking attacks. The aliens were not stupid, though. Soon enough, the 3 combination gunships became surrounded by a large escort of regular face fighters. This made it much harder for the mechs of the Larkinson clan to storm them with melee mechs or wear them down from a distance with ranged mechs. Although Melker had already issued a set of new orders, the mechs tasked with trying to get past the screen and disable the combination gunships struggled to produce results. While the Fey Fyanas, Valkyrie Redeemers, Red Axes, Second Swords, Storm Swords, and so on were able to chew through regular face fighters at a decent pace, they were all bogged down by the cannon fodder. While there were ranged mechs that were able to gain an unobstructed angle towards one of the 3 combination gunships, their attacks were akin to drops in an ocean, as the combined energy defenses of 7 Pulmer face fighters easily resisted these incidental strikes. This put the combination gunships in a perfect position to strike back. Equipped with the latest stolen human and alien technologies, the combination gunships strafed every mech in their sights with a diverse combination of laser beams, positron beams, Gracer beams, plasma bolts, electrical bolts, Gauss projectiles, micro-missiles, and even more exotic weapons. Not only were most of these weapons as powerful as the ones used by real first-class multipurpose mechs, but the Pulmer combination gunships were scarily accurate in their weapons fire. The Pulmers had always been infamous for possessing better targeting systems and fire control systems than the other alien races. Their warships were able to track and predict the movements of mechs better than every race, including red humans. The gunships had not reached that exaggerated level, but they came pretty close. These gunships are shredding our mechs apart. It's like we're fighting against 3 expert mechs. Their power reactors are much better than ours. They won't run out of energy anytime soon. If we do not eliminate them right away, most of us will die, Melker grimaced. He and the rest of the Larkinsons had severely underestimated their enemies. They based the strength of this alien strike force on past encounters, which was a mistake due to the fact that the native aliens were rapidly improving their face fighters. He could not see a way to overcome this acute problem through regular solutions. Anytime he ordered his mech units to circle around and strike at the combination gunships from another angle, the aliens would react right away and make sure to send enough face fighters to block this flanking attempt from succeeding. If Melker had more mechs at his disposal, then he could have overwhelmed the enemy. Unfortunately, He neither had the numbers nor the champions to turn this situation around. At best, his Mech force would be able to attain a Pyrrhic victory for a battle that was ultimately not worth all of the losses. At worst, the alien face fighters could annihilate everyone, especially considering that the human skirmishing forces were so dispersed from each other that reinforcements would take at least half an hour or longer to arrive. "I can't delay this any longer," he concluded. The only way he could think of that could turn the battle around was to deploy his spell array. The formation anchors corresponding to a relatively simple confinement array had already been placed in the correct coordinates. The ensuing battle had only slightly caused them to drift away from their most optimal positions. What should I attempt to seal with this spell array? If he could temporarily confine the bulk of enemy face fighters in a sealed space generated by the spell array, then the Pulmer gunships would suddenly lose much of their protective screen, making them a lot easier to attack and take down. However, if the Pulmer gunships turned all of their guns onto the spell array, they could potentially overwhelm it and cause it to break down a lot sooner than intended. The same would happen if they happened to be trapped inside. It would just take longer for them to get free, as the spell array was inherently designed to prevent the people inside from breaking out of their cages. However, trapping fewer aliens inside the confinement array will cause the ritual to take a lot longer to complete. Can I afford to remain stuck here for so long? Melker tried his best to think of a good way to employ his sealing spell array. There were no perfect solutions available, so he had to choose between two risky and suboptimal courses of action. Should he attempt to confine a large quantity of cannon fodder craft, or should he attempt to trap the much more powerful combination gunships? Chapter 6673, Larkinson's Outmatched. Alien face fighters used to be considered a joke. At the start, the aliens trotted them out in order to stop Mechs from surrounding and whacking their home ships with impunity. The alien craft performed badly because the humans were not used to fighting with strike craft to such a refined degree. The primitive alien strike craft doctrines were adequate for the low-level conflicts that they fought between themselves, but proved completely inadequate when fighting against a race that spent 4 centuries perfecting the use of Mechs in multiple levels of warfare. No one considered alien face fighters to be a joke now. While they still possessed similar characteristics as before, their designs had improved considerably. Their transphasic energy shields turned into more superior Azure energy shields. The native aliens finally began to put more emphasis into training their fighter pilots. The many hard lessons they learned on the front lines caused them to evolve their strike craft doctrines at a rapid pace. The relatively small battle taking place in a specific section of an asteroid belt in the Viola Magnifica system taught red humanity that alien face fighters had moved on from being a joke to becoming a real threat. Even though only 21 elite face fighters demonstrated traits that were powerful enough to overwhelm ordinary Mechs, that was already more than what this contingent of the Larkinson army could handle. Melker cursed under his breath. If he had been careful enough to bring an expert pilot along, then the Pulmer combination gunships wouldn't have been able to down so many Mechs and end the lives of so many clansmen. However, the expert pilots had their own responsibilities to deal with. There was no good reason to divert them to the asteroid belt where only skirmishes were supposed to take place. The planners did not anticipate that both sides would consolidate their scattered units in order to conduct a proper fight. Melker partially regretted his decision to take this action. He was able to accept the destruction of living Mechs. As precious as they were, the machines were generally okay with dying so long as they fulfilled their functions to the end. What he could not accept was that his greed to strengthen his cultivation and gain the Larkinson Mech pilots, 11. Around 1,000 Avatar, Vandal, Sword Maiden, and Penitent Sister Mech pilots entrusted their lives and futures to Melker, but he had failed to lead them properly. He underestimated the threat posed by the Pulmer elite face fighters. Their state-of-the-art hybrid human and alien tech was far beyond what a good second-class Mech force could handle. Melker did not remain idle. He continued to issue orders and attempted to reposition the forces in an attempt to open up a chink in the alien armor, but to no avail. The aliens not only had plenty of well-shielded cannon fodder to throw at the Mechs, but the Pulmer combination gunships always seemed to know which Mech units posed the greatest and most acute threat. Their scarily accurate and powerful cannon barrages regularly shattered quasi-first-class Mechs, or at least managed to drive them away. The difference in firepower between the two sides was so great that it may end up deciding the outcome of this battle by itself. This was an amazing prediction, given the strength of the Larkinson Mechs. The Larkinson Mech attempted to make use of their trump cards. The avatars invoked numerous design spirits to give them an edge against their opponents. While their Mechs did become stronger as a result, the boost was not enough to make them last longer in the face of the absolute firepower advantage by the Pulmer combination gunships. Dozens of Swordmaiden Mechs came together in order to perform a battle formation, yet they had to scatter in advance as the prepared Pulmer craft launch extremely potent transphasic missiles at the rigid formation of swordsman Mechs. The Pulmers had proven with their tech and responses that they were not only familiar with the Larkinson Army's battle tactics, but also prepared counters to neutralize them as effectively as possible. The Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem that Vess frequently touted as a trump card of the Larkinson clan was having an effect. Mech units that had cooperated and fought alongside each other for months tried to coordinate their maneuvers so that they were able to combine their forces and assert control over a large amount of E-energy radiation around their formations. They were generating pseudo-domains around themselves. With the conscious efforts of the living Mechs as well as their Mech pilots, they began to produce metaphysical phenomena that no other machines could generate at this time. Most authoritative Mech officers in a unit took charge of the formation and tried to leverage all of the E-energy into amplifying the attacks or the defenses of Mechs so that they could put up a better fight. Mechs that previously struggled to overwhelm the defenses of face fighters began to produce results a bit faster as their attacks destabilized the enemy Azure energy shields significantly better than before. The more creative among the Mech officers tried to shape E-energy into other forms, such as decoys that could attract firepower or create a translucent cat construct that was able to frighten the less experienced alien fighter pilots. While these measures made a difference, the use of the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem only allowed the Larkinsons to narrow the gap instead of closing it entirely. This isn't working. As long as those Pulmer combination gunships keep making use of their advanced tech and guns, our measures aren't enough to take them down. The feeling of getting countered at every turn made the Larkinson Mech pilots lose their confidence even faster than before. If they weren't able to properly leverage their strengths, then how were they supposed to win this battle? Loss of confidence was a fatal outcome in any battle. As Commander Melker saw that his forces were becoming increasingly more disarrayed, he realized that his soldiers were not taking this situation well. They had rarely ended up in situations where they had lost so much initiative and control. They also weren't used to fighting without the cover of allied units or powerful champions. This should actually be a situation that could best stimulate the breakthrough of a desperate Mech pilot, but unfortunately for the Larkinsons, no such event had occurred by this time. It was quite logical for their morale to drop. Melker felt as if he was out of his league. He not only made mistakes before the start of this battle, but he also failed to make the right responses. He couldn't help but suspect that if a more competent and impressive Mech commander such as Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar was in charge, the Larkinsons would have been able to gain the upper hand by this time. Was Melker even cut out for this job? He was just an ordinary Larkinson who rose up from his third-class roots, but never fully managed to keep up with the brightest talents of the clan. Troops in battle more than ever he had done in the past. I am letting my imposter syndrome fill my head with doubts again. He was aware that this was detrimental behavior, but he couldn't help it. Melker was intimately familiar with this mental condition, as he never felt he fully measured up compared to much more successful Mech pilots and Mech commanders. In a clan that was filled with a multitude of talents who had managed to realize their potential, it was hard for relatively ordinary and mediocre Larkinsons to feel strong and capable enough to matter. Right now, Melker felt frozen by indecision. The only other way he could change the situation besides ordering a retreat was to activate the spell array that his Mechs deployed in advance. The problem was that he felt a lot less confident about being able to contain the enemy and complete the ritual. The firepower of the enemy elite face fighters exceeded his estimations. While Melker did not understand spell arrays to a great degree, he roughly understood that the basic one that he procured from the Red Collective was not designed to resist so much firepower. With no good choices available to him, Melker felt paralyzed and helpless to stop his forces from suffering a defeat at the hands of the aliens. Getting beaten by alien face fighters was not that uncommon nowadays. There was not much shame in getting defeated by them. Many Mech forces that were active in the front lines had suffered losses in the past. The Larkinson army was different. The premier armed forces of the Larkinson clan boasted excellent talents, superior living mechs and equipment, excellent maintenance, and abundant high-level support. The Larkinson Mech pilots had rarely suffered any true defeats since the start of the Red War. Melker did not want to contribute to the first truly catastrophic loss of the Larkinson army. As the pressure of the deteriorating situation continued to weigh down on his shoulders, he suddenly froze as he made a realization. What am I doing? Instead of trying to figure out a proper response to the disadvantageous situation his troops had fallen into, he was procrastinating like an incompetent idiot. This was not what a proper Mech commander should engage in at this time. Even if he harbored doubts about his qualifications to command a Mech force, he needed to compartmentalize all of his distractions and deal with them after the battle. He remembered that he was not an ordinary red human. He was a Larkinson. He was a member of the best clan in the Red Ocean. There was no way he and his fellow clansmen would allow the native aliens to drive them away like ragged beggars. An angry fire lit inside Melker's heart. He immediately activated a communication channel and began to broadcast his words to every Mech under his command. Larkinsons, stand fast and do not give up. The native aliens have caught us by surprise with their amazing tech, but our Mechs are not weak either. We are the vanquishers of gods. Our Mech forces have managed to slay dark gods as well as native gods over the course of multiple battles in the past. Are we going to allow these ball-shaped alien losers to trample over our dignity and tear down our pride? Not a chance. Remember who you are. We are Larkinsons. We belong to the strongest and most successful clan in the Red Ocean. Our living Mechs are the envy of red humanity. Trust in your battle partners, and they shall reward you with their performance. Trust in my command, and I shall lead you to victory. For the clan, for the clan, for the golden cat, for the golden cat, for victory, for victory. Yelling a few slogans might sound trivial, but had a marvelous effect of reversing the decline in morale and boosting everyone's spirits. However, Melker was well aware that the effects of his speech would only remain temporary if he did not capitalize on this momentary advantage. This was why he was ready to turn the tables on the native aliens. Do not lose hope, men. There is still a pathway towards victory. Be prepared to follow my commands as best as possible. We need to position our forces and the enemy forces precisely according to my new plan if we want to make our Larkinson name proud. Melker did not bother to use his voice to issue verbal commands, as it was too slow for his needs. He directly used his neural interface to upload a set of orders and movement commands to the different Mech units that were still active on the battlefield. Soon, hundreds of Mechs and face fighters began to shift across the asteroid-filled battlefield, like moving chess pieces. Almost every element was moving exactly as Melcher envisioned. Chapter 6674, Costly Endeavor. Avatar Commander Melcher no longer thought about failure. He needed to win. He had to win. As a Larkinson, Melcher bore the responsibility of upholding the honor and prestige of the clan. No alien was going to kill his men and get away with it. So what if the Pulmers were known as the smartest and most technologically advanced race in the Red Ocean? Melcher was not about to let them defeat his Mech force. His brain began to heat up as he started to make a lot more calculations. He used the processing power of his advanced Fey Fiona to help him simulate the movements of different Mechs and face fighters. He used his intuition and gut feeling to issue orders that would hopefully nudge the different elements to the locations he wanted. The placements of every piece on the chessboard needed to close to perfect in order to produce the effect that Melcher wanted. The most important variables that he needed to control were the 3 Pulmer gunships. They were in the wrong locations at the moment. If he wanted his new plan to produce the best possible effect, then they needed to move forward and take a small turn in order to enter the range of the spell array. In order to lure them forward, the Larkinson Mechs under his command began to perform dangerous maneuvers. As the dogfights intensified, the battle lines began to blur, causing many Mechs to move back and forth around the asteroids. The Pulmer combination gunships were the exception. They only flew at a relatively low pace as they did not need to engage in any maneuvering. The surrounding facefighter escorts blocked the vast majority of Mechs trying to attack the key assets. Any ranged attacks that did manage to get past simply crashed against their powerful Azure energy shields. Melcher was not looking to defeat the combination gunships at the moment. He only wanted them to advance, and that was what they did. The battlefield was not a static box that remained completely fixed until the battle had run its course. Battle space constantly shifted back and forth. Melcher had to make sure the fight drifted to the area that was most favorable to his plan. At the same time, he had to make sure that specific friendly and enemy units ended up in the right place at the right time. It was extremely difficult to make this all happen by issuing orders alone. There were many occasions where Mech units suffered losses and had to flee backwards, thereby messing up one of his arrangements. He would be forced to issue another series of orders in order to compensate for the disruptions. The old Melcher could have never kept track of so many different units and knew what to do in order to advance his demanding plan. This time was different. Cultivating the commanding controller auxiliary Kai cultivation method for a number of months had vastly increased his raw cognitive capabilities. Now that he had gained more confidence in his abilities, he became more efficient and adept at ordering his subordinates around. It also helped to have more confidence in himself. He regularly beat himself up in the past, causing him to place himself at a lower position relative to other prominent Larkinsons. This was not a healthy mindset. Melcher was much better off if he recognized his current strengths and relied on them to work his way towards victory. It did not take long for the situation to move towards his ideal state. If he wanted to trap a portion of the enemy face fighters without thinking any further, then he could have activated the spell array a lot sooner. Instead, he purposely delayed this step and waited for his Mech forces to subtly position the enemy face fighters without making the native aliens suspicious about his true intentions. All of these demands added to the delay, causing dozens of Mechs to get destroyed and more to sustain serious damage. The longer he waited, the greater the balance of power would shift towards the enemy. Wait too long, and the battle became unsalvageable. Though Melcher wanted to wait longer in order to improve the variables even further, time was running out. He could not let the current situation drag on for too long. It's time. Commander Melcher took a deep breath before he retrieved a special artifact. The small disc looked like a strange black dining plate, but it was actually the standard shape of a formation control artifact. Not only activated the artifact, but also allowed it to sync up with the formation anchors and trigger them online. At the same time, He began to close his eyes and began to repeat a mantra whose meaning he did not fully understand. The surroundings began to change, as lots of E-energy began to alter their behavior due to external stimuli. The space that encompassed a part of the current battlefield immediately began to change. Much of the space had already become less visible due to the spread of debris, the discharge of energy beams, and all of the dust and pebbles that exploded from the nearby asteroids whenever they got struck. However, as soon as the spell array went to work, visibility dropped even further as a strange white mist began to develop numerous mechs and face fighters. They were all pulled into the confinement array, which had taken on the shape of a giant cube. Everything that happened to fall inside this giant cube of white mist had lost complete contact with friends that had been left outside of the confinement spell array. With just a single move and a lot of preparations, Melker successfully sowed confusion while also splitting the enemy force in half. The alien fighter pilots did not understand what they were dealing with. The ones caught outside of the mysterious spell array quickly disengaged from the human mechs and tried to make sense of the area that had become engulfed in white mists. They soon found out that the mists was a byproduct generated by especially high concentrations of E-energy. What was also interesting was the units that became engulfed by the mysteriously impenetrate white mists. Over 2/3 of the standard alien face fighters had disappeared. That was not all. A more serious consequence was that one of the combination gunships had also been swallowed up by the mists. As for the humans, only 1/4 of the mechs in the field had disappeared into the strange white mist, and nearly all of them consisted of Avatar and Sword Maiden mechs. They were the strongest and most formidable mechs when fighting at close range. The Redaxes, Second Swords, Storm Swords, and Stormblade samurais, and so on would clearly fare a lot better in a tighter and more confined space than any ranged mech. This suggested that the white mists was not a natural phenomenon, but was instead generated by the humans. The aliens began to open fire on the mists. They made sure to shoot the edges and the far sides of their targets for fear of causing friendly fire, but these disruptions were beginning to make it a lot more difficult for Melkot to control and sustain the spell array. "Intercept the face fighters that have remained behind," Melker barked. "You don't have to go for the kill, but just keep them occupied so that they don't shoot at the spell array from the outside. The one that is currently deployed is not that great and is known to be vulnerable to external shocks. Do not let the Pulmer combination gunships fire all of their guns at this active array. It would be hard to force the deadly alien gunships from focusing their multitude of weapon barrels at the obvious target. The only way to force them to aim their guns in another direction was for the remaining mechs to fly forward and threaten to hack their way past the Azure energy shields. That was what the Larkinsons were doing. The Penitent Sisters jumped at this opportunity to serve their penance. Their origins and traditions compelled them to do the jobs that required the greatest sacrifice. Their Valkyrie redeemers and maidens of adversity were no longer in the best conditions anymore, but they still tried to force their way past the face fighter screen and threaten the 2 remaining Pulmer combination warships. Although their assignments were extremely risky, they managed to pressure the alien face fighters without suffering too many losses at this time. The alien face fighters that were left outside of the confinement array were unable to repel their opponents with as much ease as before. This profoundly changed the dynamic of the battlefield. The remaining 2 combination gunships had lost a significant portion of firepower. It no longer became as unbearable for human mechs to approach their positions as before. What was also impactful was that many of the escort face fighters disappeared as well. By locking away 2/3 of the enemy face fighters, the remaining third were much less numerous than before. Since their numbers had dropped by such a large extent, they were unable to provide effective screening for the 2 remaining gunships as before. The ranged mechs of the Larkinson army were able to focus their fire onto the priority targets much easier this time. and tried to occupy the enemy screening elements as much as possible. While the battle outside of the confinement spell array had yet to swing decisively towards the Larkinsons, they had definitely gained an advantage this time. "It's working. There's not as much cannon fodder in the way this time. We need to take out a combination gunship as soon as possible. Even if 2 of them are left, their damage output is still too great." More and more Mechs tried to bypass the diminished number of face fighters and attack the Clyte Pulmer craft directly. Now that the Larkinson melee Mech were finally able to get close, they were able to subject the alien gunships to space suppressors. This had a very noticeable effect on the layered Azure energy shields of the 2 combination craft. Their defenses weakened significantly, causing every sword strike and energy beam attack to inflict much more effective damage than before. Even though the melee Mechs came under heavy attack as they circled around the 2 alien gunships, their Mech pilots chose to persist as long as possible in order to make the greatest possible contributions. Even if their living Mechs shattered into pieces and their lives came under threat, the Larkinson Mech pilots gritted their teeth and drew out all of their potential just to keep them active for a few seconds longer. The desperate and costly measures were taking effect. Since the Mechs focused all of their efforts on just one of the gunships, its defenses deteriorated at an alarming speed to the Pulmers. Eventually, its energy defenses broke, causing the high-tech frames to become exposed. The Pulmer fighter pilots apparently panicked because they hastily split up from each other and fled in different directions. "Hunt them down. Do not let a single of those craft escape." Although the high-quality materials used by the Pulmers caused their face fighters to resist attacks a lot better than usual, their relatively thin armor ultimately doomed them to a quick demise. "We did it! Our pressure has instantly dropped by half. We need to finish off the other one as well." The Larkinsons outside of the spell array finally felt relief now that they had tilted the balance further in their favor. Revenge on the remaining combination gunship that was left outside. Melker no longer paid much attention to what was taking place around the spell array. This was because he became much more concerned about the conditions inside. The melee Mechs that had been trapped alongside the alien face fighters initially gained an advantage, but the confined aliens quickly made adjustments and had begun to fight back with all of their power. Chapter 6675, Confinement Spell Array. The humans and alien craft that got caught in the spell array found themselves in a very different space than before. Somehow, the E-energy radiation around them exhibited completely different behavior. Instead of flowing passively from Messier 87 to outward directions, it had instead begun to form into complicated loops that caused them to change the surrounding space and produce all kinds of unclear effects. While the humans had been warned in advance of what they should expect, the aliens enjoyed no such luxury. The pilots initially became confused by how they ended up in a space filled with mist. While the density of this strange and insubstantial fog was not as severe inside the spell array, it reduced the range and effectiveness of all of their sensors. Of more concern was the total cutoff of communications with the alien units located outside of this strange area. When the face fighters attempted to fly away in order to escape the confusing mist, they found that they weren't actually getting away. Their sensors and positioning systems started to make all kinds of illogical observations. Despite traveling in somewhat straight trajectories, the craft somehow ended up looping around so that they passed by the same asteroids as before. This was impossible. Had a phase lord arrived and contorted this area of space into a closed loop, that shouldn't be possible given that no obvious spatial activity had occurred. The aliens were highly familiar with this series of phenomena and would have known if they were being affected by the power of a native god. The humans must have employed a powerful trick. That quickly became the consensus among the alien fighter pilots. The Pulmer fighter pilots of the Soul Combination gunship that got pulled into the strange space gathered the most data and conducted a rapid analysis. They were the first aliens to conclude that if they wanted to break out of this human trap, they should open fire at their surroundings and attempt to overwhelm the effect that trapped them in the same volume of space. It was best if they concentrated their attacks in a single direction of coordinate, so that they could quickly overwhelm whatever invisible barrier kept them contained. Although the theories formed by the Pulmer fighter pilots were not completely correct, their solution happened to be the second-best choice they could make. The key nodes or weak points of the active spell array. Then they should be able to cause enough disruptions at critical junctions to produce a cascade of failures, thereby unraveling the entire spell array with minimal effort. However, the native aliens shouldn't have brought such an expert along. The best they could do was to rely on brute force and fire lots of hyper weapons to disturb the flow of E-energy radiation. This process took a lot longer and wasted a lot more resources, but it would still be effective in this case due to the rudimentary quality and properties of the spell array. It couldn't be helped. The Red Collective had only begun to develop spell arrays relatively recently. None of its formation masters were any better than apprentices in their new and unfathomable craft. In fact, it was not as if Melker could make use of stronger spell arrays anyway. The entire point of deploying the confinement spell array was to conduct a ritual that would allow him to become a proper combat spell array master. With that in mind, Melker had to do two things at the same time. He had to devote a significant portion of his concentration to verbally repeating a mantra while constructing a specific artistic conception in his mind. The Legion commander also had to actively control the active spell array. The experience was rather weird and disorientating, but not as much as he expected. If he had to describe it, his control over the spell array was probably similar to that of piloting a Carmine Mech, though he had never done that in person. The descriptions vaguely matched. With that in mind, Melker quickly tried to leverage his decades-long experience as a Mech pilot to get past the novelty and try to operate the spell array as quickly as possible. He was beginning to make progress. He found that he could obtain a vague panoramic view of the three-dimension space that encompassed the confinement array. He then found out that he could perform basic operations, such as reinforcing the containment barrier in a specific direction, so that it could resist more violent and disruptive attacks. What he found more useful was the ability to increase the density of the disorienting fog. This decreased the detection range of the enemy face fighters even further, causing them to miss the mechs that were not all that far away from their positions. This confinement array is a lot more useful than I thought. The ability to blind the perception of the enemy to this extent was quite powerful, though he knew it wouldn't work against more powerful entities that possessed proper defenses against these kinds of effects. Pulmer face fighters might be great at detecting enemies in conventional space, but they were not equipped to counter an effect that the ball-shaped aliens had never encountered in the past. Melker found that he could do more with the array, but he lacked the proficiency, knowledge, and cultivation to be able to make use of them at this time. For example, if he was better able to master the operation of the array, he could selectively kick a friendly or hostile unit out of the spell array. He could also allow for friendlies to pass by unobstructed, while leaving any designated enemies trapped in the same space. However, Melker was still far from reaching that point. He also needed to get his hands on a more powerful and advanced spell array to be able to do a lot of nifty stuff, such as isolating every enemy face fighter in their own isolated cages so that they could be defeated in sequence. All in all, the world of Kai formations had a lot of potential. While Melker believed that the native aliens would eventually wise up and develop their own countermeasures against them, Red humanity should always remain several steps ahead. Instead of fantasizing about how he would be able to manipulate the battlefield, once he became a stronger combat spell array master, Melker needed to focus on his current priorities. He largely disregarded what was taking place outside of the spell array and focused on continuing the ritual while directing the mechs inside to attack the confused face fighters. While he was straining to exert more control over the spell array, he suddenly thought about using his companion's spirit to enhance his connection. The Jonas exited his head and entered the formation control artifact. The idea actually worked. As an energy-based life form, the feline companion spirit was able to interface with the active spell array much easier. Melker found that Jonas was able to exert a bit more control over the spell array due to his inherent advantages. It was like Melker was struggling to see in the dark, only for a cat to be able to look at his surroundings as if he was in daylight. The Legion commander took advantage of this convenience and began to direct the trapped Avatar and Sword Maiden Mechs to attack the face fighters. At this time, the spell array was already beginning to expose a few faults. The sustained attacks from all of the trapped face fighters as well as the combination. A spell array wouldn't be able to fare much better. It was only due to its unconventional nature and properties that its containment was not fully susceptible to material attacks. This was why the Mechs couldn't arrive too soon. When the powerful melee Mechs came close enough for the aliens to detect their approach, it was already too late for the targeted craft to evade. The Mechs did not attempt to attack all of the enemy face fighters at once. Instead, they grouped up and charged at only a fraction of the enemy craft at a time. By ganging up on their chosen targets, the defenses of the latter quickly succumbed due to a combination of powerful transphasic attacks as well as the effect of multiple overlapping space suppression fields. The cannon fodder face fighters did not last more than a few seconds. Once their azure energy shields popped, their metallic frames quickly got torn to pieces. Get out! The Mechs did not turn their weapons against the other face fighters, but instead turned around and disengaged. The alien fighter pilots instinctively attempted to pursue, but the disorienting environment of the confinement array made it difficult to keep track of the fleeing Mechs. Melker tried his best to intervene. He and Jonas tried to manipulate the internal space so that not all of the face fighters would be able to maintain pursuit. As a few seconds passed, a few face fighters found themselves flying off course. They suddenly became separated from the main elements and lost sight of the fleeing Mechs as well. As the face fighters attempted to turn around and fly back in order to seek refuge in numbers, a contingent of Avatar Mechs suddenly charged in from the flanks and overwhelmed the face fighters. Though the face fighters tried to put up a good fight, the Mechs held the initiative, and their pilots were more than experienced enough to capitalize on this advantage. Melker repeated this trick multiple times. This wouldn't have worked if the veteran Avatar and Sword Maiden Mech pilots hadn't been instructed on what to do in advance. All of the prior planning and preparations paid off big time. The trapped face fighters were beginning to lose more and more of their numbers, while the Larkinson Mechs managed to minimize their own losses. This was all because of the fact that the spell array had trapped the face fighters in an environment that was under his effective control. This is rather fun. Melker fell in love with Kai formations. If he could repeat these kinds of feats on a larger scale in the future, then he would dedicate his remaining life towards his chosen Kai cultivation method and become a master at deploying and controlling these wonderful spell arrays. Damn, the aliens aren't taking the bait anymore. After repeated cycles of hit and run attacks, the Larkinson Mech units found that their enemies no longer dared to pursue the annoying machines. It was clear that doing so would only cause them to get split up and defeated in detail. The Pulmer fighter pilots most likely deduced that rather than play into the hands of their human enemies, it was better to turn their remaining guns against the spell array and break it as quickly as possible. Melker could not allow this to come to pass. The ritual had made a lot of progress. He could feel that he had repeatedly jumped closer to getting started in his new Kai cultivation method every time a bunch of aliens died. Change of plans. The Avatar and Sword Maiden, Mechs no longer tried to defeat the trapped enemy strike craft by chipping away at their numbers. They understood the urgency of the situation and boldly committed to a full assault, causing them to charge at the face fighters with the intent to draw their weapons away from their breaching attempt and direct their firepower elsewhere. It's working. We're getting hammered, though. We've managed to kill plenty of face fighters, but they still outnumber us. They also have the support of their powerful combination gunship. Both sides began to suffer a lot of casualties. Melker winced whenever he sensed the death of a Larkinson Mech pilot, but he persevered, knowing that this was an unavoidable aspect of warfare. Though Melker did not intend for this to happen, the demise of those clansmen boosted the progress of his ritual even further. It was working its way towards completion at a much faster rate than he expected. Before he knew it, the ritual had finally reached its apex. It's coming. The entire spell array shuddered as Melker suddenly felt as if he was able to conjure it. Chapter 66-76, Melker the Sealing Master. From the moment Melker's ritual succeeded, his mind and spirit exploded. He immediately felt as if a hidden part of himself had accumulated so much energy that it opened itself up to the universe. He immediately began to attract a large amount of E-energy radiation, thereby generating an energy vortex that visibly affected the surrounding space. That was not all. His ongoing connection with the confinement spell, Array, allowed him to use it as an additional source of E-energy. At the cost of reducing its strength, Melker was able to speed up his breakthrough process and strengthen his new foundation as a combat spell, Array Master, considerably faster than usual. This was the benefit of using a shortcut to get started in the combat spell, Array Master Kai cultivation method. The Red Collective definitely knew its business when it came to optimizing this kind of stuff. As Melker's essence changed on a fundamental level due to the absorption of so much E-energy, his artistic conception quickly became more powerful and real. The artistic conception was based around the image of a spell array. In fact, it shared a great resemblance to the confinement spell array that he used to promote his breakthrough into a formal Kai cultivator. This had massive implications for Melker. His artistic conception became the focal point of his Kai cultivation and would have a great influence on his affinities, abilities, and inclinations. One of the consequences of forming an artistic conception around a sealing spell array was that his affinity for this type of Kai formation rose massively. This was why he could immediately feel a much greater sense of closeness and compatibility with the confinement spell array. He was already beginning to take advantage of this by strengthening its effect, making it harder for the distressed alien face fighters to break out of the cage by attacking the mists in a single direction. If Melker had not broken through, then the probability was high that they could have broken out by now, but because his control of the array improved so much, he was able to fortify its defenses past its normal performance. He was even able to exceed the standard control options and perform changes that were outside of the normal bounds of the spell array. This allowed him to strengthen the containment in one direction at the cost of weakening the other directions. 111 single direction might break the confinement spell array, but it was too bad that Melker was able to respond much better to this measure than before. This is amazing. He sighed as he continued to marvel at his increase in strength and capabilities. His improvement in cultivation also expanded his mind by a considerably larger degree than he expected. He felt as if his mind suddenly expanded in a nearly physical sense as he could recall many more memories, keep track of 10 times more variables, and speed up his calculation speed by who knew how many times. It was as if he had truly turned into an organic processor, all without relying on artificial implants and augmentations. Is this what it is like to be a Mech designer or an engineer? His sudden expansion in cognitive capabilities caused him to view reality from a much different perspective than before. He found that he became more analytical and data-driven. His perception improved as well, allowing him to more intuitively estimate the dimensions, mass, and density of different objects. He was even able to perceive the flow of E-energy radiation a lot better than before. Melker could also feel that he could manipulate it with the help of his newly established foundation as a combat spell array master. He had read about this in the extensive notes about the ritual and the Kai cultivation method. Combat spell array masters could be divided into further categories. There were general array masters that could work equally with every type of Kai formation. Then there were specialists who purposefully chose to specialize in using one classification of spell array. Melker had chosen to become the latter because he would rather excel in one area than become mediocre in all areas. He was done with staying unexceptional. Having spent so much time in the Larkinson clan, he had long figured out that the most successful talents tended to dedicate themselves towards a single pursuit above all else. They were quite clever and self-aware about their strengths and weaknesses. They knew not to be too greedy and purposefully narrowed the scope of their progression in order to make sure they could make the greatest contributions to the clan. Even Keddy's was an example of this despite pursuing two non-overlapping careers. Maximize the synergies between her two professions to the greatest possible extent. Melker did not regret the decision to specialize in scaling-type spell arrays. The ritual demanded the use of a spell array, so he could not become a general spell array master from the onset. The only way to become this was to follow the normal process, but that took way too long and demanded too much book learning. In contrast, upon breaking through, Melker understood so much more about sealing spell arrays than a few minutes prior. He not only mastered the existing theories that he studied beforehand, but also understood truths and concepts that he had not formally studied. This was amazing, and was a testament to the power and efficacy of the ritual. It appeared that Melker had pulled it off at a high standard. Not only did he manage to confine hundreds of trained soldiers, but a proportion of them also died inside the spell array. This included the living Mechs. Though Melker should have felt guilty about taking advantage of the deaths of his own clansmen to fuel his cultivation, he was way too ecstatic about gaining true power to let this inconvenient fact ruin his mood. I have just become a sealing master. From today onwards, Melker felt confident in his ability to deploy and operate all of the sealing arrays that the Red Collective managed to develop up to this point. There were ones that could encompass a much greater volume of space, potentially allowing him to entrap an entire alien warfleet. There were also ones that were much stronger than the basic spell array that he was limited to using at the start. Then there were spell arrays that provided much finer and more precise control. They may even include features that were characteristic of other types of spell arrays. However, he was unable to leverage the latter effects as well as sealing. This was the price he paid for committing to a specialization. He was aware that there were many other nifty spell arrays that could launch attacks, resist attacks, generate convincing illusions, and even heal wounded people. He was not prohibited from making use of them, but he wouldn't be able to deploy them as quickly and use them as smoothly as other types of spell array masters. If there was no one else available than Melker, then letting him make use of an attack or defense Kai formation was better than nothing. Melker could focus on what he was good at, while leaving other types of spell arrays to other Kai cultivators. He was perfectly fine with committing to sealing-type spell arrays. In his opinion, the ones that focused on attack were redundant, because Mechs and warships could already output much more damage than all but the most extravagant attack spell arrays. The ones that focused on defense were probably perfect for protecting structures, towns, and warships. Melker actually felt tempted to specialize in them instead, but he ultimately concluded that a function that could easily be replicated with technology was not worth investing in, at least for the time being. Perhaps formation masters may be able to develop more unique and innovative defensive spell arrays that could guard against enemies in more effective ways, but Melker did not want to rely on such a passive means of Kai manipulation. The spell arrays that focused on illusions could produce many strange and weird effects. The confinement spell array had minor illusionary properties by generating mists that could scramble most sensors, but they could easily be negated with the right techniques or equipment. More powerful and advanced illusory spell arrays were not so easy to defeat. They were among the most difficult to detect and guard against. Most targets probably wouldn't even notice that they had entered into the wrong area. From what Melker learned from the Red Collective, illusory spell arrays could employ many devious tricks onto their victims. They ranged from hiding entire structures or warships out of any form of observation, mistaking allies for enemies, distort the perception of time, so that much more of it passed in reality than they thought, and hypnotize targets into committing actions that they would never do if they were sober. Though Melker felt incredibly attracted to these effects, he ultimately felt a little put off by their evil vibe. Only those who possessed a compatible mindset would be able to make the most out of illusory spell arrays. Melker could easily see an individual like Vess make use of illusions to fool his opponents, but a more rigid and straightforward personality like Janzi was completely unsuitable for this approach. According to his own sensibilities, he felt that he might actually have a high compatibility towards utility spell arrays. These were generally helpful and relatively harmless Kai formations that could provide a myriad of positive effects. The ability to promote physical recovery or observe a meeting between alien commander multiple light hours or even light years away could be incredibly valuable over the course of the Red War. Yet Melker ultimately felt it was better for a non-combatant to take up this specialization. He wanted to become a combat spell array master in order to gain more agency on the battlefield. This ultimately led him to specialize in sealing spell arrays. The ability to confine the movements of enemies was an invaluable capability. It was also very hard for modern human technology to replicate these effects on a wider scale. Melker also felt more attracted by the other possible functions of sealing spell arrays. He had already learned that the Red Collective's own formation masters were working hard to develop spell arrays that could seal space, thereby weakening every form of face-water technology and spatial manipulation. The formation masters were also working on spell arrays that could remove alien spacers from their warships, prohibit the use of energy weapons, disable flight, and more. Best of all, once Melker became a domain shaper, he could use his artistic conception to deploy a weaker version of a sealing spell array into reality by using his inherent powers alone. This was one of the benefits of specializing in this type of array. There was no need for him to deploy any formation anchors beforehand. Of course, the range and power of this innate spell array was only a fraction as powerful as the real deal. Melker could only gain enough power to protect himself, and only if his enemies weren't too strong. It was better than nothing. A true formation master ultimately had to rely on preparation and planning in order to make the most out of his capabilities. He was never meant to fight against enemies on the spot. Melker was completely okay with that. He already experienced the power of a sealing master today, and he had become completely enthusiastic about what he could do in the future. First, I need to finish off these enemies, he reminded himself. Once he pulled himself out of the high of his own breakthrough, he became more aggressive in controlling the active confinement spell array. Enough Larkinsons had died today. Melker was not about to let any more of his clansmen Norwich during Thai Seneth Eckermich. Chapter 6677, The Cost of Spell Arrays. After Melker broke through and became the only combatant of the first major cultivation rank on the battlefield, the entire dynamic of the skirmish had taken a decisive turn. The native aliens had already fallen into a disadvantage after getting split into two without warning and losing much of their cannon fodder face fighters. The destruction of one of their Pulmer combination gunships had caused the enemies to lose one of their trump cards, while the other two combination craft were currently under heavy siege. Although their powerful first-class armaments devastated many of the melee mech that attempted to wear down their overlapping Azure energy shields, the gunships were not able to cope with so many quasi-first-class mechs at once. Slaughter these Pulmer bastards. Vengeance for the fallen. Teach these aliens that our clan never loses. no matter whether it was the combination gunship that was located inside or outside of the active spell array. The Larkinson Mechs swooped in on them with righteous fury and prevented them from escaping. From the moment they became affected by over a dozen space suppression fields at once, much of their attacks and defenses became a lot feebler. In the end, both combination warships chose to split apart from each other, causing them to splinter into 7 smaller vessels that subsequently fled in multiple directions. There was no way the Larkinson Mechs were willing to let these Pulmer's bastards get back alive after all of the Mechs and clansmen they killed. "Pursue!" "Wait!" Melker sent out a priority transmission. "Back off! Their power reactors are heating up. Their safeties have been overridden. They are about to explode." The warning could not come too soon. Many of the melee Mechs had already begun to fly away before 14 elite Pulmer craft simultaneously self-destructed. This was the most correct decision that their fighter pilots had made. There was no way any of the craft would be able to overcome the blockade of all of the Mechs that surrounded them from every angle. Since the Pulmer fighter pilots were about to die, they may as well take as many enemies down with them as possible, and there was no better moment than now when there were so many Mechs in their vicinity. The early warning helped, but the power reactors used to feed all of the advanced energy-hungry systems, along with the remaining energy reserves of the elite face fighters, were akin to energy bombs by themselves. When the Pulmers deliberately induced all of these parts to blow up in the most violent way possible, their final gestures shattered the armor of many melee Mechs that failed to get away in time. A handful of machines suffered so much damage that there was nothing intact in their highly deformed Mech frames. Their cockpits automatically ejected their Mech pilots at the highest possible speed in order to prevent the pilots from suffering the same fate. Melker winced a bit when he saw how much damage just 21 Pulmer elite face fighters had inflicted on his forces. While the Puckelmers had the backing of cannon fodder from other native alien races, the fact remained that this skirmish had pressed the Larkinson forces under his command a lot harder than they should have been capable of doing. It appeared that the latest wave of reinforcements consisted of much stronger assets than usual. Though costly, the decision to confront the native alien face fighters head-on in this asteroid belt was ultimately the right decision. The Avatar commander and his forces had gathered detailed, up-to-date intelligence about the latest technological advancements that the Pulmer race managed to realize. If the Pulmers had brought more of their sophisticated elite face fighters, or if the elite face fighters developed by other races possessed similar advantages, then the decisive battle that was on the horizon would probably be a lot more hard-fought than everyone expected. This was a concern for later. For now, Melker needed to consolidate his gains and clean up the battlefield. Though both sides had suffered severe losses, the native aliens had lost the only reason why they remained competitive in the battle. Without the oppressive combination gunships, the remaining face fighters lacked the strength and the numbers to overcome the battered but vengeful Larkinson Mechs. There was no need for Melker to keep the confinement spell array active anymore. He chose to deactivate it in order to prevent it from suffering any further strain. He already knew that the formation anchors had suffered damage as they struggled to resist the earlier attacks. They had paid the price to contain so many powerful attacks. He did not look forward to retrieving them and inspecting the damage. He developed an attachment to the very first spell array that he deployed in battle. While the mysterious white mist quickly cleared up, the additional clarity did not provide much relief to the alien fighter pilots. Their leaders had perished. Without the strength and the leadership of the Pulmer fighter pilots, the REM aliens lacked the authority, rank, and gravitas to command the remaining alien face fighters. It was situations like these where the quality of soldiers became most pronounced. If the Larkinsons ended up in this situation, then they would have appointed one of their own as a temporary commander without a problem. Letting anyone take charge was better than letting everyone run like headless chickens. The clansmen also shouldn't have too many problems with following orders due to their strong trust and camaraderie towards each other. No matter what, even if a battle had taken a turn for the worse, it would take much more extreme conditions for the Larkinson Mech pilots to lose all semblance of order. Commander Melker temporarily set aside most of his thoughts related to becoming a combat spell array master and focused on his more immediate leadership duties. He made sure to dismantle the resistance of the enemy face fighters as much as possible while keeping any further losses to a minimum. Once the eager avatar, Sword Maiden, Penitent Sister Mech managed to break apart most of the face fighters, the battle was all but over. Melker instructed the Vandal Mechs to pursue the remaining stragglers that were desperately fleeing away, before instructing the remaining intact Mech units to set up patrols and perform search and rescue operations. It was only after the light hunter Mechs of the flagrant Vandal Mech Legion reported that no other enemy face fighters were present in the surroundings that he relaxed for a bit. He did not dare to lower his guard entirely in case there were secret stealthed Archie ships lurking around, but it was unlikely that those ships would bother to enter the asteroid belt. "We've won, sir," Captain Sarah Koltov of the Flagrant Vandal transmitted. "We annihilated the alien face fighters, but we're down to less than half our mechs. This is not an ideal victory, but it is the best we can get in the Red War." Commander Melker did not feel this was anything worth celebrating about. How many of our Mech pilots who piloted those destroyed machines managed to preserve their lives? Too much, but it could have been worse, sir. We paid too great of a price just to take down 21 Pulmer elite face fighters, the Avatar commander bitterly said. "I suppose we managed to get ahead according to the calculus of war, but it doesn't feel this way. At least, you managed to become a formation master. We have all seen what you have been able to do by yourself. What you have done is a feat that not even an expert pilot can do. If you can do this again, but on a larger scale during the next big fight, then you can definitely teach the aliens a hard lesson." "It's not that simple, Captain," Melker corrected the Vandal Mech officer. "Do you know how many merits it took to redeem the cultivation method? Do you know how much MTA credits our clan had to spend in order to commission the production of the formation anchors? I won't bore you with the specifics, but this single set of formation anchors costs millions of MTA credits." "Oh, you get what you paid for," Melker begrudgingly admitted. "You have to understand that it is really amazing to be able to deploy a sealing spell array over a large volume of space. Large as in relative to human size, not strike craft size. It was also able to withstand a lot of punishment, far more than what a typical army of foot soldiers can produce. This was a spell array that overwhelmingly relied on the use of high-grade hyper materials to perform so well. This is the only way to make it effective in a battle like this. It is too fragile and limited in scope to be won in a larger battle or in a fight involving many more first-class combat assets. Oh, that is disappointing to hear. Does that mean that your nifty spell arrays are only useful in the middle zones and the lower zones, and only in smaller engagements?" "Not exactly, Captain. This is just what I am capable of at the start. If I have time to progress my cultivation, learn more theories, and order more advanced spell arrays, I can do the stuff that you mentioned. The latter can get very expensive, though. I am not a full formation master, so I can't make my own spell arrays. Training other Larkinsons as formation masters won't help too much because the biggest reason why the costs are so high is that it takes serious money to acquire the raw materials. So you are suffering the same problem as many other first-raters. There are too many buyers and not enough sellers." "Correct," Melker sighed. "It all comes down to resources. This is why we are fighting so hard to defend the front lines. If we are getting pushed back, then we will not only lose access to the resource-rich star systems in the vicinity, but also expose the star systems further in the rear to native alien incursions. Once these new locations are turned into battlefields, it is no longer viable to mine resources or produce goods anymore. That will further exacerbate our resource problems. 111 promote the Formation Master series among the general population. As it was completely impossible for ordinary or even moderately wealthy civilians to become Formation Masters. Despite the obvious value and demand for spell arrays and battle formations among a growing number of far-sighted groups, it took far too much capital to raise a large number of Formation Masters. While many people may be able to justify the price, given that a Formation Master was able to produce as much of an impact on the battlefield as an expert pilot, that argument was only valid for wealthy parties. 10 minutes passed as the Mechs assigned to retrieve the formation anchors buried in the surrounding asteroids returned with their precious prizes. Melker frowned as he studied the conditions of the anchors. They're almost scrapped. They can still be used, but they will probably break entirely if they are being subjected to similar strain. The good news was that even if the formation anchors broke, some of the high-grade hyper materials could still be recycled and reused. His Mech forces also managed to retrieve the largest pieces of scrap from the Pulmer elite face fighters. The Larkinsons could have earned a much greater profit if it managed to preserve much of the integrity of these high-tech face fighters, but the pilots had been too vengeful to hold back at the time. Melker did not blame the pilots. He hadn't issued any orders to capture them intact. Be prepared to leave this site after we complete our S&R operations. It is meaningless for us to remain as we are no longer in a state to fight another battle. The native aliens will send a considerably stronger force of face fighters to clear this sector. They are determined to sweep the entire asteroid belt as soon as possible. We do not want to be here when the next alien force arrives. Chapter 6678, Investing in Melker. While the human Mech forces tried to delay the advance of the native aliens as much as possible, they ultimately only produced moderate results. Many alien face fighters went down, but the defending side also lost a higher amount of Mechs than expected. It became abundantly clear that the latest wave of reinforcements from the front consisted of face fighters of a better generation than the ones that had been widely used in the recent past. The technological progression of face fighters was much faster than with Mechs due to how little the native aliens initially cared about small craft. While that caused the aliens to begin at a lower starting point, it was very easy for them to catch up to Mechs and quickly implement all kinds of nifty technological solutions. The other Mech forces that had been sent to scout enemy face fighters and skirmish them whenever possible suffered badly whenever they came across the most modern face fighters. People began to voice a lot of concerns when the Mech forces gradually returned to the main stronghold planet. They shared their observations and discussed the extent to which the aliens were making use of the more modern and advanced face fighters. The Mech pilots started to suspect that the native aliens may have more surprises in store. If their elite face fighters had already improved to this extent, then what about their warships? The Mech pilots couldn't forget about the Phase Lords either. Ever since the Red Tide offensive began in earnest, many Phase Lords engaged in direct confrontations against human expert Mechs and ace Mechs. They rarely gained an advantage, as ace Mechs proved to be too good in many areas. The biggest discrepancy between the two was the use of equipment. Ace pilots always relied on the best and most cutting-edge materials and tech to amplify their combat power. Their ace Mechs were among the best and most powerful individual machines that were active in the Red War. The Phase Lords, on the other hand, usually only wore giant garments and basic weapons and raiments that were merely adequate for their exaggerated physiques. However, that also made it easy for the native aliens to improve the gear of Phase, but they could still get their hands on much better designed equipment that was not so difficult to develop and produce. It was for these reasons, and more, that most of the defenders became convinced that the native aliens were probably planning to win the fight by leveraging their technologies. The rapid technological progression of the Red Cabal and the major alien races was making everyone feel uncomfortable. Melker knew his history lessons, and so did most people. The history of humans during the Age of Conquest was a universal teaching subject in practically any school. It was important for people to understand where they came from and why they had grown so great. They all knew that one of the principal reasons why humans managed to grow so quickly and surprise their complacent and arrogant alien opponents time and time again was due to their rapid technological adaptation and innovation. Humans first started to imitate super-alien technology. They learned more and more about how stuff worked and used those insights to apply their own technological ideas and paradigms onto alien solutions. This usually produced a lot of new results that the alien scientists and engineers had never thought about before. Humanity took advantage of this gap to push familiar alien technologies into new ground, thereby attaining a form of superiority that they weren't supposed to possess. The explosive rise of humans in the Milky Way galaxy was the archetypical example of how weak and technologically inferior race could ultimately vanquish over its much more powerful and developed peers. Right now, most people began to feel as if they were in the position of the 7 apex races during the Age of Conquest. Though their situations were not entirely the same, the sense of discomfort of being overtaken by aliens they used to consider technological primitives was deeply disturbing. Damn cosmopolitans! Everyone blamed the human traders for giving the native aliens so much technological support. A lot of red humans would have been alive today if the native aliens did not manage to upgrade their tech so quickly and in such great leaps. While the expeditionary fleet licked its wounds and prepared for the decisive battle that was due to start tomorrow at the latest, the Avatar commander held a talk with the patriarch of the Larkinson clan over a secure communication channel. To the T Institute. The T Institute subsequently passed it on to Vess, who immediately decided to call Melker after he became impressed by what he saw. I admit that I am frequently guilty of looking down on Kai cultivation, Vess admitted. High-ranking Mech pilots are simply more impressive on the battlefield. It is also well known that they are very resistant to the attacks of Kai cultivators. However, that doesn't mean that people like you are ineffective against our current opponents. The ability to manipulate the battlefield to such a great extent is an amazing power, and one that is well worth investing in. I have already told my personal assistant to draft a plan to set up a separate division under the T Institute that is dedicated to raising a group of formation masters. You can be a part of this division as well, Melker. The Legion commander politely smiled at Vess' projection. I think it is a good idea for you to do that, but you should mind the cost of raising a formation master and the amount of effort it takes to become one the normal way. I would be glad to contribute to the new division once it is set up, but I can't do this on a full-time basis, as I am still responsible for leading the avatars of myth. Melker was not old or weak enough yet to hang up his cape and transfer to a desk job. He was still committed to fighting the Larkinson clan's enemies on the battlefield. That's okay. Our clan is not large enough to support a large division centered around Kai formations. I have seen how expensive those material anchors can be. We can keep this division relatively small and only raise enough formation masters to develop a limited collection of spell arrays based on the unique advantages of the Larkinson clan. You can buy third-party spell arrays from the Red Collective or other groups if you need a function that our formation masters cannot provide. Does that sound like a good arrangement to you, Melker? The Legion commander nodded. I do not have a problem with this setup. It's your money after all, so you get to decide. I just hope you don't expect me to perform miracles anytime soon. I am just starting out as a formation master. I still have much to learn, and I need to spend more time on cultivating. Neither of the two are problems as long as you have enough money and resources at your disposal. Vess' physical projections smirked back. Always remember that as long as you are useful enough, our clan would be happy to support you. It is only fair. Spell arrays can do stuff that conventional technology cannot replicate. The same goes for battle formations. Our clan is not short on cash these days, so the burden of supporting you is not that great in my eyes. Melker felt a little uncomfortable about how his cousin placed so many expectations on his shoulders. The Legion commander was afraid that he would ultimately disappoint Vess and everyone else who expected the Larkinson clan's first combat spell, Array Master, to Kai formations aren't as strong as you think at the moment. Most of them cannot withstand the attacks of warship gun batteries. My usefulness is severely limited during larger engagements. It is only in the smaller fights that I can make a real difference. Vess did not look too disappointed. Kai formations are too new for us at the moment. While I don't understand how they work, I can make a few inferences. The best way to improve the power of a spell array is to design them better and build its formation anchors out of the best hyper materials. Just like how an expert pilot needs a good expert mech to realize his potential, you will need a set of strong and well-developed spell arrays in order to protect our clan to the best of your ability. As for the time it takes for you to grow your power, the Red Collective is gradually ramping up the sale of elixirs and artifacts that can speed up your growth. I want you to achieve your second major breakthrough as fast as possible. Can you do that, Melker? That will take years even if you stuff me with elixirs, Vess. If I want to become a combat spell array master that is able to deploy a Kai formation with his domain align, I would have to study and practice for a decade, if not longer. And that is when my ability to think has improved by a massive extent after my breakthrough. Melker may have become a Kai cultivator that was capable of performing genuinely powerful feats, but he still hadn't gotten rid of his imposter syndrome. He began to question his own competence again, after he thought of how much he needed to work in order to reach a breakthrough that would allow him to birth his own domain. Despite his cognitive boost, Melker still had little confidence in studying the full theories related to Kai formations. The borrowed texts only made him dizzy and confused. Just because his cognitive capabilities had improved by a huge extent did not mean he obtained the qualifications to work with Kai formations at a higher level. Melker needed to study a lot of textbooks and maybe even attend virtual tutoring sessions just to make effective use of the more advanced spell arrays. Sure, he got a formidable boost in brain power, but that sounded a lot less impressive when it was an improvement based on his previous level of intellect. In other words, the smarter the person, the more suited he was to become a formation master. Mech designers who converted to formation masters would be able to progress much faster and produce much better results than Melker. While Vess had shown great willingness to use clan resources to speed up his own progression, Melker knew that the only reason he was able to receive this extravagant benefit was due to sentiment and familiarity. It was much less likely for Vess to be so generous to a random Larkinson. In other words, Melker could only establish himself as a combat spell array master in the short term by relying on nepotism rather than his own talents. You don't need to spend so much if there are better ways for the clan to spend its money and resources. Those high-grade hyper materials are very rare, you know. We are talking about materials that are on the same level as mentalist crystals. Vess briefly frowned. That is indeed a problem, but that doesn't change my decision. It is easy enough to raise formation masters from a bunch of clever nerds, but they are too vulnerable to deploy in an active war zone. You are a veteran Mech pilot and Mech commander. You know how to handle yourself on the battlefield, as evidenced by your latest performance. Sure, you are not perfect, but I am not asking for that. Just focus on becoming good at deploying a set of useful spell arrays as quickly as possible. There are many wonderful uses for ceiling-type spell arrays in and out of combat, and there are even more great uses for other types of Kai formations. I can probably make you a lot more powerful by designing a mech that is especially designed to complement your new capabilities. Really? Melker blinked, though his visor blocked his expression. You are already piloting the right kind of mech. Don't you think it is interesting if your living Fae are replaced by spell array Fae? Who says that formation masters can only work with static and lifeless formation anchors? Vess grinned. Chapter 6679, Cultivator Mech Concept. When Vess spoke to his cousin Melker about his breakthrough and other interesting experiences, he suddenly realized that he had overlooked a lucrative as well as impactful market. What if Mech pilots chose to further their evolution by committing to Kai cultivation as opposed to willpower cultivation? People who managed to become expert pilots and ace pilots would naturally be equipped with expert mechs and ace mechs appropriate to their rank and capabilities. Nobody ever believed that it was best for these powerful champions to keep piloting inferior machines that were more suited to be used by their lesser peers. An expert pilot had to be paired with an expert mech. An ace pilot had to be paired with an ace mech. This was common sense in the mech industry. These rules had become so ingrained among mech pilots and mech designers that no one questioned their validity anymore. It was true that the water was wet. He saw an opportunity that hardly any mech designer had thought about, let alone try to explore. Vess did not blame the mech industry for this. Most of them were still unfamiliar with systematic cultivation. Their grasp on cultivation science was only a fraction as extensive as his own. He was different. He possessed a much deeper grasp on both, and also happened to have plenty of experience with trying to incorporate systematic cultivation in his living mech designs. Part of the reason why his 7th-generation living mechs were supposed to be better than the previous generation was due to their ability to proactively guide and assist the pilot's own cultivation efforts. Sure, Vess had only added a relatively limited auxiliary Kai cultivation method to the Karma Cutter model that was supposed to help mech pilots become more perceptive of the bonds of karma, but this was already a game changer in his opinion. Karma was a highly advanced and abstract concept that was difficult for ordinary people to get in touch with, let alone comprehend. It was very hard for people to get started without receiving expert instruction or special resources. What made Vess proud of his Karma Cutter design was that it fulfilled both functions at once. It was like a tutor and cultivation artifact in one. Piloting the mech should effectively reduce the difficulty threshold of learning how to perceive and weigh karma to a minimum. Though Vess had already been thinking about expanding this nifty feature into his other mech designs, it was only now that he was thinking about using this function to benefit real Kai cultivators. Unlike mech pilots who were still young, fit, and way too confident for their own good, the more mature types who lost their hope of breaking through could still become fairly powerful in other ways. Kai cultivation was not that bad now that he learned how Commander Melker managed to defeat a bunch of highly advanced Pulmer elite face fighters. Vess saw immense promise in Kai formations. He already concluded that the profession of formation master would one day come close to approaching the value and prestige of a mech designer. Seeing how a bunch of static formation anchors were able to cut an enemy force in half and cause the trapped face fighters to fight under much less favorable circumstances. Vess fully acknowledged that Melker had become an existence that could affect the battlefield to a similar degree to an expert pilot. Even though a combat spell array master affected the flow of battle in a radically different manner from an expert pilot, the magnitudes of their impact should not be too divergent from each other. What did this mean? The Larkinson clan effectively obtained another expert pilot-level champion. Though Melker clearly sounded as if he understood how much more agency he obtained by gaining so much powerful capabilities, he clearly undersold his own value. The Avatar commander had been beating himself up for so long that it had practically become an instinct for him. Perhaps he had good reasons to keep his ego in check while he was still mediocre, but all of that had changed now that he had taken his first true step on the path to godhood. Melker, yes. What you have been able to pull off in the previous battle is only a fraction of what you are capable of when you progress your cultivation and master more advanced techniques. Am I correct? The Avatar commander nodded. That is true, but it takes time and expensive gear to make that happen. Melker, the time where humans fought against each other with their bodies and cultivation alone is long over. We are a race of tool users. Leveraging technology to amplify our own capabilities has been the standard for our civilization for multiple millennia. Our clan is not so poor that we cannot afford to invest in quality equipment for people such as you. I am already thinking about designing a new classification of Mech to help you realize your full potential. I should have thought about this before. Kai cultivators can become much more powerful if they are paired with the appropriate cultivator Mechs. Melker couldn't help but look astonished. He had not considered this idea, even though he spent a lot of time agonizing over his future as a Kai cultivator. The classical image of a Kai cultivator was a man wearing an elegant and exotic robe while performing feats akin to magic. Few people would ever think about putting a wizard-type figure into the cockpit of a modern Mech. The two belonged to completely different settings. Yet because red humanity had entered the Age of Dawn, this conflicting idea had suddenly turned into a viable concept. Vess began to grin as his inspiration injected him with new ideas. There is no rule that states we have to stick to the classical model of Kai cultivation. By merging every form of Kai cultivation with artifact cultivation, we can drastically improve the survivability and potency of Kai cultivators such as yourself. Is such a great idea that I cannot imagine why others have failed to realize it already. Melker started to warm up to the idea. If he had a choice, then he would naturally welcome the possibility to amplify his combat effectiveness as a formation master by an order of magnitude or more. What you just said makes so much sense to me, Vess. I have consulted with other Kai cultivators in the past, but they never thought about piloting a Mech or Carmine Mech. They all assumed that they could best wield their powers without relying too much on conventional technology. I am not surprised, Melker. Those cultivators have all fallen into the same trap. Expert pilots require expert Mechs because they are barely stronger than a well-trained infantry soldier outside of the cockpit. A Kai cultivator such as you is a lot more powerful when utilizing spell arrays by yourself. This naturally produced an attitude that assumes Kai cultivators don't need to bother with Mechs in order to exert their power to the fullest. I believe that this is a faulty way of thinking. At the very least, we need to test my new hypothesis and gather empirical data on whether cultivator Mech can significantly boost your combat effectiveness as a Kai cultivator. Melker really wanted to work with such an experimental Mech, but when he thought about the upcoming battle, his mood began to sink. I would love to cooperate with you, Vess, but I am afraid there is not enough time to explore this idea of yours. I need to focus on the upcoming battle. I have to work with the assets that I have right now. Vess snorted when he heard Melker's words. Who do you think I am? We don't need to complete a full experimental Mech design project in order to give you a powerful boost. I can whip up a short-term solution within a day or less. This should be enough to give you a leg up in the upcoming battle. I will need to think further on how to design a proper cultivator Mech for your specific circumstances. I will not only need to discuss this with Gloriana, but also the people of the Tea Institute and the Red Collective. Cultivator Mechs have the potential to become a big deal considering how much easier it is for people to achieve low-level breakthroughs as Kai cultivators, as opposed to willpower cultivators. Hearing that Vess could whip up a quick solution sounded great, but Melker did not understand how the Patriarch would be able to make such improvements. What do you have in mind for my current situation? I have already studied the design and modification plan for your Fey Fianna. I understand its current condition quite well. I need to perform a close examination of the so-called formation anchors that you have been using and any theories about it that you can share with me. My goal is to figure out how to convert these formation anchors into living Fey. If that is not possible due to compatibility issues, it should at least be possible to mount external thruster modules onto them and allow you to control their flight. My Fey Fianna is only paired with 8 living Fey at the moment. My confinement spell array can only be activated by deploying 25 formation anchors. That is true, but I bet you can finally control way more than 8 Fey at a time. Vess guessed with a smile. You told me that your breakthrough has caused your cognitive functions to expand by a lot, right? Your multitasking ability should have improved by a lot. How many Fae do you think you can really control now that you are much stronger than before? Melker frowned. You are right. I should be able to handle many more now. What about my Fae Fianna? I know that living Fae are special because the Fae Fianna is able to split up pieces of itself and insert them into the spurs. Can my machine handle so much splintering in a short amount of time? The previous times my Fae Fianna's capacity expanded. The people responsible for doing the work warned me that this can only be done once every few months, because we need to give the living Mech time to recover and heal. Vess chuckled. This is true, but only under normal circumstances. I can think of several ways to skip this healing and adaptation process. Besides, your Fae Fianna should have grown a lot more powerful as well. I know that when Mech pilots break through, they release a lot of energy. Living Mechs can absorb a portion of the released energies to substantially fuel their growth. I do not think the effect will be much different when it comes to the breakthroughs of Kai cultivators. Don't bother telling me what you think about this. I will remotely examine your custom Fae Fianna and attempt to upgrade it right away. Thank you, Vess. The Avatar commander felt honored that the patriarch of the clan was willing to set aside his current work schedule to figure out how to upgrade his current machine in the short term. The eventual result might not be as promising as a proper cultivator Mech's Vess envisioned, but it was better than nothing. By the way, do you have other spell arrays on hand? You told me that your formation anchors have already cracked and are close to breaking apart. If it is possible, I would rather work with the formation's anchors of an untouched and undamaged spell array. The Avatar commander shook his head. I hate to disappoint you, but I do not have anything available. I don't think I can find anything comparable in the Viola Magnifica system, as I am pretty sure that I am the only formation master in this middle zone. Damn. Well, let me take a closer look at the formation anchors then. Maybe there is a way for us to repair these artifacts. Chapter 6680, The Value of Different Perspectives. Vess threw himself into this side project with great interest. He would devise a more formal Mech design project around the concept of a cultivator Mech in the future. But for now, he was content with setting up a small experiment. The Mech designer first wanted to take a good look at the formation anchors that were vital to deploying a spell array. He had never gotten in touch with them before, so he was curious to see what they were like. He already formed a lot of suspicions on how they worked. They are pretty big, Vess commented as a handful of Mechs brought them to the private workshop inside the Spirit of Bentheim. They have to be, Commander Melker said. Many of the ancient Kai formations that the Red Collective managed to recover are mostly useful at the infantry scale. Their effects typically encompass a radius of hundreds of meters or maybe several kilometers. The formation anchors are also designed to be fairly small and portable. They often come in the form of small flags or pieces of rock and metal that you can easily stuff in a rucksack or whatever. That makes sense. A formation master has to pull them out and be able to deploy them in the field without needing lots of helpers or equipment. Vess nodded. There are larger versions of spell arrays. They were originally designed to provide defenses to strongholds and cities. The formation anchors are much larger and more complex, but they are able to attract much more E-energy and shape them into much larger protective barriers. In fact, most of them aren't able to sustain their exaggerated effects by absorbing E-energy radiation alone. Their energy demands have to be supplemented by other sources of E-energy. There are references to special stones or crystals that are highly concentrated with E-energy that were commonly used at the time. I take it that these city-grade formation anchors have formed the basis for the modern formation anchors, like the one you have used. Melker nodded. That is correct. They are different in multiple different ways, but they share the same root. This is because only the formation anchors that work at the scale of a city are strong enough to be useful in this age of warfare. Even then, they are still not quite up to strength in my opinion. Spell arrays are largely useless in the upper zones because they are too fragile. The overwhelming firepower of alien warships can break every spell array by relying on brute force alone. If Melker dared to use the same confinement spell array on a phase lord or a couple of powerful alien warships, then it would be no different to trying to cover a person up with a large paper bag. The individual could easily tear apart the bag in order to get rid of its effects. Vess frowned. When I watched the battle footage, I didn't see any sign that you needed to rely on another source of E-energy in order to power the spell array. How is it able to function so well? Just because ancient cultivators used to possess a rich tradition in Kai formations doesn't mean they did everything perfectly, Melker calmly replied. According to the Red Collective, the design and fabrication of most spell arrays left much to be desired. The formation anchors had to be handmade by the formation master and possibly his apprentices and assistants. They worked over most materials by hand. Even if their perception, precision, and craftsmanship has received massive improvements due to their growing cultivation, how can they beat the precision, consistency, and sophistication of modern superfabs, materializers, and other production tech? That makes sense. Vess nodded as he possessed a much better understanding of how modern fabrication technology can make a great difference on the quality of the output. Our craftsmanship is much better. The materials are also a lot better as well. Our civilization's grasp in metallurgy and materials science is much stronger. Combined with using advanced processing machines to produce hyper-alloys that are otherwise impossible to produce through other ways, the formation anchors that we can produce in the modern day are much better than the ones used in the distant past. To put it in simpler terms, the efficiency of modern manufactured formation anchors is probably much higher than what people made in the distant past. The tools used to extract ores, refine minerals, and shape them into formation anchors were all worse. Even if cultivators could use special abilities to mitigate these shortcomings, there had to be limits to what they could do to improve the quality and consistency of their works. The only reason why our spell arrays aren't stronger at the moment is because our theory and our ability to design more sophisticated Kai formations is not as good, Melker added. This will improve over time as formation masters figure out more stuff. Once they do, they can use the same set of high-grade hyper materials to build the formation anchors of much more powerful spell arrays. This would naturally improve over time. Vess could not do much about it. As he examined the formation anchors by remote, he winced when he looked at the very visible cracks and other signs of damage. It is quite impressive that the spell array can still work despite the anchors being damaged to this degree. How are they supposed to be repaired? I don't know, Melker shrugged. I chose to specialize in deploying and controlling spell arrays. I completely skipped out on all of the lessons related to designing the spell arrays and producing the necessary formation anchors. These are completely different subjects that I don't necessarily need to know in order to do my job. Vess wondered whether it was possible to extend the lifespan of these damaged formation anchors merely by restoring their physical damage. It sounded a bit too simple for it to be true. If he had more time, Vess would have loved to contact the formation masters of the Red Collective and hear their advice on how to restore the damaged formation anchors as best as possible. Every hour counted. Vess decided not to waste his time on this endeavor and focus on attaining more immediate results. Forget it, we'll just use them as is. Right now, the simplest way to turn them into living Fae that you can control with a greater degree of control is to build a protective shell around them and slap thrusters onto the exterior. This should allow you to control and move all 25 of them by yourself. Melker frowned when he heard that. He looked rather underwhelmed by the proposal. Are you sure that the results will be worth it, Vess? I mean, I already managed to move the formation anchors to their places by using other mechs as porters. Our Mech forces are not so small that we cannot afford to assign 25 machines for this assignment. Ves shook his head. You are not thinking big enough. There is a huge difference between moving the formation anchors with Mechs controlled by other people and letting them move directly under your direction by converting them into Fae. With the latter, you are able to form a much closer bond with them through the neural interface of your Fae Fianna. Your living Mech and its many subordinate spirits will effectively serve as a much better bridge to them than your dinky little disc-shaped control. Artifact. That may actually be possible. Melker had never thought about it before, but if Ves could really make this happen, then his ability to control the formation anchors would massively improve. That in turn would massively boost his ability to control the active spell array. I never thought about that. I am beginning to understand much better why you have become so good at inventing new stuff. The idea you proposed sounds really simple and logical in hindsight, but formation masters such as myself never thought about it, because we never bothered to consider how living Mechs can be combined with spell arrays. Ves chuckled in response. I am not arrogant enough to claim that only I can come up with such an idea. A clever Mech designer or scientist should be able to connect the dots and propose a similar concept sooner or later. The difference is that there is still a massive gap between a formation anchor that has been turned into a regular spur and one that is turned into a living Fae. The latter makes it so that the formation anchors possess life. I wonder if that also means that you can infuse life into spell arrays. What would it be like if they came to life and started to take actions by themselves? Can Kai formations even be alive in the first place? All of these ideas and speculations sounded way too crazy for Melker. He had no interest in finding the answers to all of these convoluted and difficult questions. He just wanted to pilot a good Mech that would hopefully help him deploy his spell array a lot better than last time. Will the attempt to turn the formation anchors into Fae even work? Melker skeptically asked. When I procured the set from the Red Collective, one of their people warned me that it is best not to bring them close to other hyper materials. The formation anchors contain a large amount of hyper materials and need to be able to interact with E-energy radiation without any nearby disturbances. That was a serious warning, and one that Ves needed to think through. I think that this may be sound advice, he conceded. If I had more time, I could have performed experiments on how the proximity of other hyper materials may affect the functioning of the hyper totems. I don't believe that they will malfunction or produce glitches just because of this reason. Just to be safe, I will design the Fae shell of a formation anchor so that it is only made out of stable exotic materials. That should allow the flow of E-energy radiation to remain unimpeded. That would limit the performance of the new formation anchor Fae. The silver lining was that it saved Ves a bit of work and effort. What about the living Mech itself? Melker asked another important question. The Larkinson edition of the Fae Fianna is a transphasic hyper-Mech after all. If you turn the formation anchors into living Fae, some of the Fae Fianna's stuff will get passed on to the new Fae. Wouldn't that comprise a disturbance in itself? Yes and no. You need to clarify that, Ves. I know what the formation masters are worried about when they issued that warning. The thing is that living Fae works differently. If my theories are correct, turning the formation anchors into Fae will not add a disruptive variable to the total package. It will instead fill up a gap that was missing all this time. What are my formation anchors missing? Artifact spirits, or rather just one artifact spirit that is spread over multiple different anchors. If this is the case, then what I am about to do will not cause the spell array to malfunction or collapse entirely, but it will instead enhance them to a higher level. If their quality and conditions were much better, then I suspect that the end product may actually be powerful enough to trigger a lightning tribulation event. That risk still existed, but Ves did not think the heavens would be picky enough to respond to his upcoming work. The spell anchors were in terrible condition, and the design of the confinement spell array was too basic and rudimentary. Vess was very interested to see what would happen if all of the formation anchors obtained their own artifact spirits. This may be enough to turn them into pseudo-high-level artifacts. Chapter 6681, No Way. Vess began to form a quick and dirty plan to convert the formation anchors into living fae. He did not dare to apply any direct changes to the formation anchors themselves. His plan was to stuff it inside a shell that would act as a carrier for these pillar-shaped constructs. As long as he affixed a few thrusters and maybe small transphasic energy shields onto the shells, they would be able to move wherever they were needed while being able to withstand a few stray shots. Of course, a small energy shield module was not enough to make them last on a real battlefield. They still needed to be protected until they were ready to go active and trap enemy units. Vess intended to apply other features and improvements onto the shell, but they weren't really worth mentioning to Melker. The Mech commander and combat spell array master wouldn't really understand the technical details. The biggest limitation that Vess had to work with was that he had to limit his application of hyper-technology and e-technology. Aside from betting that inserting the formation anchors would turn them into pseudo-high-level artifacts, Vess could not permit the use of any other material or tech that had an effect on the flow of E-energy radiation. It was hard for him to abide by this limitation. Hyper-technology had revolutionized the Mech industry as well as many other industries, while E-technology happened to be a part of his main specialization. Vess drew on Veronica's experience of designing the Auto-Heretic Mech line and quickly got used to the mindset of designing a Mech without making use of hyper-materials. Of course, he did have the option of using face water, but he tried to be a little more restrained with using this material because it might interfere with the functioning of the formation anchors. Work like this was trivial to a senior Mech designer like Vess. He was able to whip up a complete solution in a handful of hours. He could have compressed that time even further, but he wanted to be extra careful in order to prevent the already fragile formation anchors from falling apart in mid-flight. While he designed the formation anchor fae, Vess regularly asked questions about formation masters to Melker. Vess could easily retrieve documents related to this up and coming cultivation specialization from the Red Collective, but he preferred to hear the details from a friendlier and most trustworthy source. Melker's opinions would definitely influence Vess policies towards formation masters. The Avatar commander was well aware of that, so he tried to be careful and attentive with his wording. He did not want to give Vess the wrong impression about important subjects. If this cultivator Mech concept succeeds and allows you to amplify your power on the battlefield, are you willing to take this to the next level? Vess asked as he continued to work, while repeatedly examining all 25 formation anchors. They were fascinating artifacts that already incorporated the deliberate and systematic use of runes to program their behavior. The Red Collective had made rapid progress in understanding the meaning of runes, as well as figuring out how to apply them to create artifacts with a deeper level of complexity than regular hyper products. What do you mean by that, Vess? The physical projection of the Patriarch smiled in Melker's direction. There is one easy way you can improve your combat effectiveness as both a Mech pilot as well as a combat spell array master. Have you thought about forming a blood pact with a Carmine Mech? To be honest, Melker did consider this choice. The benefits of the Carmine system to a conventional Mech pilot was not as dramatic as was the case for Norms, but they were still significant. A Mech pilot would be able to gain additional control over a living Mech. He would also develop a much deeper relationship with the machine that transcended ordinary friendships. By making a mutual vow to fight together to the exclusion of everyone else for the rest of their lives, the Carmine Mech and Carmine Mech pilot automatically elevated their trust and friendship to the highest level. The question was whether Melker was ready to make such a life-changing commitment. Were the benefits of forming a Carmine Mech truly worth the limitations imposed upon himself? Different from most Mech pilots, Melker was not the sort of Mech pilot to develop an unhealthy attachment to his living Mechs. The fact that he had passed on the increasingly more outdated Golden to an Avatar Mech officer and switched to piloting the much newer and more powerful Larkinson edition of the Fae Fianna proved that he valued immediate practicality over sentimentality. Perhaps this was one of several traits that disqualified Melker from breaking through as a Mech pilot. "Not for now," Melker eventually replied. "I am not the kind of Mech pilot that can accept the possibility that I will forever be barred from piloting anything else ever again if my Carmine Mech gets destroyed in battle. If you have been fighting the native aliens as often as my men, and you will know that the native aliens never fight on the same level as us. They play dirty, they readily abuse their advantage of numbers and advantage of resources, and frequently try to shoot at Mechs with their formidable warship-grade gun batteries. Any machine that gets hit by the latter will disappear without a doubt." "That is not quite true," Vess responded. "Most expert Mechs are able to avoid or resist them quite well. Now that you have become a cultivator on the same level as an expert pilot, you are not as vulnerable to the threat of enemy warships as before. As long as you are paired with a powerful cultivator Mech that is designed to the same standard as an expert Mech, you will definitely be able to survive many battles." Commander Melker could understand these points, but he still felt reluctant to commit to such an extreme approach. "I don't think that your comparison holds up as well as you wish. Expert pilots have many different ways to directly enhance the performance of their expert Mechs. They are able to resonate with their expert Mechs, thereby amplifying their technical performance. True resonance can also generate a resonance shield around an expert Mech, which is usually strong enough to resist at least one or more direct hits from the primary cannon of a large warship. Then there is the secret weapon of every expert pilot, their strong and uncanny intuition towards danger. This is how Saint Tusa was able to evade nearly every attack that threatened to shatter his relatively thin and fragile Mech over the course of his career. The Avatar commander raised good counterarguments. He was true about how well expert pilots amplified the performance of their expert Mechs. This was the entire reason why the latter became so fast, powerful, and unreasonably resistant against damage. Combined with the uncanny intuition of expert pilots that enabled them to avoid many fatal errors over the course of their active service, they were simply the best out of making the most of their already powerful machines. As a Kai cultivator and one oriented around support rather than direct combat, Melker was distinctly lacking the enhancements that would allow him to fare much better when directly threatened by enemies. Perhaps his overall spiritual growth may have boosted his intuition by a noticeable extent, but it was probably not as exaggerated as that of an expert pilot. As for resonance, it was impossible for Melker to resonate with an expert Mech due to his relatively weak willpower. His recent breakthrough may have caused his willpower to grow as well, but this was most definitely a side benefit. The important part was that Melker's willpower did not exceed the standard of a typical Kai cultivator. "You're right," Vess admitted. "I didn't fully think this through. A Kai cultivator piloting a Carmine Mech will not enjoy the extraordinary protection of a proper expert Mech. This puts the long-term survivability of your machine under question. While our clan is working on more effective solutions to allow your living Mech to survive, even if the Mech frame gets blown to pieces, they are either limited in effectiveness or not even close to ready for implementation. If you still want to make use of Carmine Mechs, but don't want to be restricted by the current limitations of the Carmine system, you can always wait for a number of years. The later generation of Carmine systems will definitely offer more mitigating solutions that will make it safer to pilot Carmine Mechs. I will look forward to that," Melker said with an accommodating smile. "I am not principally opposed to using Carmine Mechs. I just don't want to put all of my eggs in a single basket." Though Vess felt disappointed by Melker's rejection, it was not that big of a deal. Multiple Mech pilots rejected Carmine Mechs for similar reasons. They were all potentates who had no problem with using the neural interface to control their existing machines. Their demand for the Carmine system was not very strong even if Vess tried his best to sell its virtues. Oh well. Vess returned to his work and quickly finished his design for the modified and more personalized version of the Fey Fiona. He proudly presented his quick improvisation to his cousin. Here you go. This is how your machine will look after it has been changed. It will be paired with 25 formation anchor Fey. It will take quite a bit of time to fabricate the components and put them all together, but there are plenty of Mech technicians on this ship who can complete this job in a hurry. You won't do all of the work in person. I will, Vess responded. I will just be present in a special form since my actual body is light years away from Viola Magnifica. Even then, I can't possibly produce 25 formation anchor Fey and perform the necessary modifications to the Mech frame by myself. Don't worry. I will be constantly monitoring the work of others, and I have other ways to keep them under control. Now, what do you think about the revised design? Well, I can't mount more than a fraction of all of the Fey on the back of my Mech. They will have to remain separate from my Fey Fiona. I don't see any other type of Fey in your design. Will I be able to control a few spare Azure Energy Shield Fey to improve the defenses of my machine? If the native aliens figure out that my Mech and I are the ones to control the big spell array, they will definitely focus fire on my machine. Vess nodded. That is a realistic possibility. I have chosen to withhold myself from adding more Fey to your Mech because I already have to split 17 more subordinate spirits from its spiritual foundation. Even if I try to mitigate the damage as much as possible, the strain on the living Mech will still be unimaginably high. I do not dare to stretch its limitations any further. Then my Mech will become a sitting duck. Not if you rely on the support of other Mechs and assets, Melker. You are not alone, remember? You can rely on your subordinates to provide you with cover. In fact, there is an even better way to amplify your performance and increase your survival rate on the battlefield. This is actually one of the main reasons why I insist on designing a special cultivator Mech for you. The potential synergy is insane. What are you talking about, Vess? I know you haven't considered it since you are a Mech commander yourself. But have you ever thought what would happen if you deploy your spell array while you are actively being encoffed by Saint Commander Kaysella? Melker widened his eyes as he began to consider this possibility. No way. Chapter 6682 Aureus. The new Fey Fiona had taken shape. It took a lot of effort to get this done within a very limited time frame. Vess delegated most of the work involving the fabrication of Fey parts and assembling them around the 25 formation anchors to the best-performing Mech technicians who served on the Spirit of Bentheim. These Larkinsons had years of experience with working on many different kinds of living Mechs. They participated in the production of hundreds of them and also services quite a few existing machines. While they did not understand how the living Mechs like Vess, they had developed their own feelings for them that could only be accumulated through years of experience. Vess was quite satisfied with their attitudes, their professionalism, and their competence. So long as he wrote a clear and detailed manual that described the steps that they needed to follow, he had no concerns that they would screw up along the way. Unfortunately, as good as the Larkinson Mech technicians have become, the modifications to the Fey Fiona's Mech frame required more skilled and delicate touch. This was why Vess decided to descend on the Spirit of Bentheim in person, so that he could do all of the work himself. One way to do this was to possess one of his masterwork Mechs and use the Mech frame as a medium for him to operate tools and equipment. He had done it several times in the past by temporarily taking control of the Evertshanger. However, Vess disliked this measure because it wasted a lot of energy and made him feel exhausted at the end. A Mech was also far from suitable to perform precision work. The Evertshanger was never designed to perform these tasks. Another solution that was a bit more unconventional ways to use his external incarnation Vulcan to possess the body of a Mech technician or craftsman who worshipped Vulcan. Vulcan worship was not that prevalent in the Larkinson clan, but they could always be found on every Larkinson capital ship. Although using Vulcan to perform Mech-related work was not ideal, the advantage was that the design spirit was extremely good at elevating the quality of every work he touched. If Vess had no better option at his disposal, he would have settled for this approach. It was a good thing that he did happen to have a better choice. "Who are you? What are you?" Commander Melker asked with surprise when an ostentatious golden mechanical construct entered the Mech workshop. "Don't you recognize me, cousin? It's me, Vess." Melker would have accepted this statement if the speaker even vaguely resembled Vess. The problem was that the construct looked nothing like the patriarch. The remote-controlled bot was shorter than a typical human, but possessed a lot more girth. The construct's appearance greatly resembled that of a stereotypical dwarf that was engaged in blacksmithing or other productive craft. What made the bot a lot different was the fact that it was made entirely of uncoated metallic golden alloys. Gold dominated all of the visible surfaces of its exquisite mechanical body. What was interesting was that his exterior was not entirely smooth and closed. Instead, many parts of its chest, arms and legs were deliberately opened, showing off a lot of dazzling gears and other anachronistic mechanical implements that looked like they belonged to a completely different age. Melker suspected that the spinning gears and such served no purpose at all aside from making the golden dwarven mechanical avatar look more classy and artful. "Is this a masterwork?" "Yup," the golden dwarf construct replied with a deliberately mechanical and tinny voice. "This is Aureus, one of several masterwork mechanical avatars that I have constructed through special means to allow me to possess them. It is much more efficient and convenient to have me work through this construct than trying to do the same with the Evertshanger. Technically speaking, Vess made this masterwork avatar to allow Vulcan to seamlessly possess it whenever possible. After all, an inherent energy-based life form that had made a lot of strides in his deity cultivation was much more suited to descend on a suitable vessel. Vess, on the other hand, would have to force himself to perform an action that he was not inherently supposed to execute. While there were several differences between letting Vess or Vulcan do the work, it didn't matter too much in this case. Aureus was not the only mechanical avatar tied to Vulcan. It was merely the one that the god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship had created and deposited inside the spirit of Bentheim for occasions like these. Given that Aureus would likely be used for mech-related tasks, Vulcan had designed the mechanical avatar to excel at operating high-tech instruments and production machines. Argent was the second dwarven mechanical avatar that Vulcan had made. It was currently deposited inside Vess' personal office within the astral octagon. If there were any situations over there that required him to be present in person, he could have Vulcan temporarily manifest a part of himself inside the silvery shell. Since Argent was designed to work with cultivators of many different varieties, Vulcan had impregnated its silver alloys with a higher proportion of hyper-materials than usual. This made it very suitable to craft certain types of artifacts. There was also a third mechanical avatar named AES. Vess and Vulcan deliberately designed the dwarven avatar to possess a larger and more stout dwarven appearance. Combined with decorative elements that adhered to the brutalist style and a booming, low-pitched mechanical voice, AES did an excellent job of conveying strength and power. AES was stationed in the Eternal Vulcan Empire, though it had yet to make a public appearance. Vess just wanted to deposit a mechanical avatar close to the Iron Emperor and the fanatical dwarves in advance. Vulcan was already working on the design of a fourth mechanical avatar that had yet to be named. This one was designed around a dark theme and was meant to navigate the seedier corners of human society. Ever since Vess climbed his way up the ladder and entered the upper echelon of red humanity, he no longer maintained any contact with the black markets and other elements of the underworld. That did not mean they had ceased to be of use. These murky sectors always offered goods and services that people wanted but did not dare to obtain through regular channels. From the bodies of deceased high-ranking Mech pilots to stolen pieces of mentalist crystals, a lot of contraband could be bought as long as customers were willing to take risks and pay big fat premiums. It was completely unsuitable for Vess, or most of his clansmen, to get in touch with the underworld. If Calabast was still around, then he would have entrusted her to form a discreet trade channel. Her absence during the current period made Vess reluctant to delegate this matter to the rest of the Black Cats. It would be better if he could do this himself through an avatar that could disguise itself and share no obvious relations with Vess. This was why the design of his fourth mechanical avatar had to be impregnated with a lot of Salu's gas. While the mysterious substance was excellent at blocking all kinds of scanning and observation methods, it also had the potential to block Vulcan from manifesting himself inside the mechanical shell. This was why Vulcan needed more time to conduct research and find a way to reconcile two conflicting demands. So long as Vulcan found a solution to this problem, it should be no problem to cover up the surface of the dark construct with false organic skin and pass it off as a human. Naturally, the fourth avatar was designed to look like a human rather than a dwarf. The latter would attract way too much attention for Vess' liking. The steady development and production of these unique mechanical avatars imperfectly solved one of Vess' long-standing problems. Since he was way too important to participate in battles and expeditions in person like he used to, he could still be present in a different way by possessing these masterworks. He originally intended to design a few cat avatars for himself, and he might still do so in certain cases. For now, Aureus would allow Vess to work on Melker's mechs with a much greater degree of control and feel than through other means. After an extensive round of upgrades and modifications, the iconic drone mech of the Larkinson clan had drastically changed in function and performance. Vess did not apply too many changes to the mech frame. At most, he applied a few quick fixes and upgrades that should slightly improve the Fae Fiana's defenses and responsiveness. He also updated it to a 7th-generation living mech, though he did not implement any measures related to assisting in the cultivation of the combat spell Array Master Kai cultivation method. He did not understand it himself, so the probability of making mistakes when implementing it was high. There would be time to implement this feature later, when he was willing to design a proper cultivator mech for Melker. In fact, the Fae Fiana served as an initial proof of concept for Vess. He wanted to know how a modern Kai cultivator was able to amplify his capabilities with the help of a mech designed to complement his abilities. The lessons learned from observing the upgraded and modified Fae Fiana in action would definitely provide Vess with a lot of guidance on how to design a proper cultivator mech from the ground up. If successful enough, Fae Fiana could even be used as the basis of an upgrade project. 11 mitigate everything that went sideways. This was a much safer and more thorough design approach that would ensure that Melker's first proper cultivator mech made him as useful as an expert mech. Vess refused to accept a lesser outcome, given the rapidly expanding demand for mechs, especially Carmine mechs that could allow Kai cultivators to properly fight on the modern battlefield. Vess needed to get in early rather than later. He did not want his competitors to overtake him and set the standards for this new and special classification of mechs. So what do you think now that my work is done? Do you feel more eager to pilot your mech than before? Vess asked through his Aureus mechanical avatar. It looks better, Melker admitted. I don't think its performance has improved by much compared to the base model of the Larkinson edition of the Fae Fiana. The only real changes are related to the Fae. I don't know whether the new formation anchor Fae will work as intended. I need to take the new mech out for a spin. Then go ahead. I am curious to see how my work will perform as well. Your Fae Fiana has become the precursor to cultivator mechs. I need to know whether my theories are correct. Melker entered the cockpit and smoothly activated it. Once the living Mech came online, he immediately noticed a number of differences. My living Mech has become less responsive. His personality is not as strong and assertive as before. It's like he has turned from a healthy adult into a bedridden old man. That is an expected outcome, Aureus said, without any surprise. Your living machine had to splinter many more pieces of himself to infuse life all 25 formation anchor Fae. It is already good that it still remains alive. As long as you keep piloting your machine, your spiritual feedback will nourish it back to health. For now, I want to control the new Fae and try to deploy a weak formation if possible. We need to find out whether their core functions are still working. Melker and his modified drone Mech cautiously proceeded to conduct a few tests. Chapter 66, 83, Testing the Improvised Cultivator Mech. The upgraded and modified Fae Fiona largely worked as Vess and Melker hoped. At the start, Melker found it difficult to control the formation anchors. It turned out that surrounding the objects in a metal shell and adding extra modules onto it caused numerous disturbances that had to be corrected one by one. Many of the changes did not require a lot of work. Vess was able to perform corrections by changing the settings and programming of the Fae Fiona. Once the drone Mech's configuration received a round of corrections, Melker finally became satisfied with the current machine. I have to say that your work is excellent as always, Melker said. It is uncomfortable for me to lose access to the regular set of Fae, but being able to control the formation anchors directly is a fantastic benefit. It opens up new possibilities that I haven't thought about before. Instead of sending the coordinates to other Mechs in order to tell them where to plant the formation anchors, I can do it directly, saving valuable time and reducing errors. While I am concerned that the new formation Fae may get intercepted along the way, I already intend to provide them each with an escort that includes at least one space knight. That's a good idea. The native aliens won't let them fly without interruption. There is another advantage to this new setup, Melker added. I can pre-prepare the Kai formation by moving all 25 formation anchor Fae roughly in the places where they are supposed to be. Once my Fae and I have moved close enough to a group of enemy face fighters, I can make fine adjustments that will allow me to find the optimal positions for the formation anchors in any environment, including open space. I can subsequently activate the spell formation with minimal delay. What does this mean? The upgrades you made to my Fae Fiona has made it much easier for me to deploy the confinement spell array reactively rather than proactively. Do you understand the difference, Vess? It means that I don't have to plant the formation anchors at the chosen site in advance. I can use them offensively by bringing the new Fae to the front and deploy them while the fighting has already erupted. So long as the escort Mechs do a good job of protecting the formation anchor Fae, they should definitely be able to occupy the right coordinates. If not, I can make last-minute adjustments based on feel and judgment. This should allow me to activate them quickly enough before our enemies shift their priorities and attack the formation Fae. This was an important gain for Melker. He previously viewed ceiling spell arrays as metaphysical traps. They had to be set up in advance on a site where he guessed the enemies would pass through. This could easily work if he fought on land, but out here in space, there were many places that were completely empty. Most places of the Viola Magnifica system did not host convenient asteroids, which could be used to hide the precious formation anchors. Perhaps stealth technology could be used to hide the planted formation anchors on a temporary basis, but there was too little time for Vess to implement this elaborate function. In any case, Melker possessed all of the flexibility he needed for the moment. He could bide his time and wait for the native aliens to advance to the main fortress planet. It was difficult to guess how the native aliens intended to assault the defenses. Their angles of attack, their formations, their force divisions, and so on could take on many different forms. If Melker planted his formation anchors at a certain site in advance, then he may come to regret his decision when the native aliens decided to attack the stronghold planet from the opposite direction. The new setup helped him a lot by reducing this possibility. He could wait until the enemy committed to an assault and take the time to choose where to activate his spell array based on the maneuvers and disposition of the enemy forces. I have a few more questions, Melker. Ask away. Do you feel as if the formation anchors have gained life? Are you able to control them better with the help of the neural interface? I do, Melker responded as if he did not quite believe in his own answer. It is really strange. Your prediction that I do not necessarily need the formation control artifact anymore is partially correct. I think I can activate the formation anchors directly through the living Mech. It's not ideal for me to do so, because the formation disk contains a lot of easy controls that are specifically designed to activate many specific functions. I see. Vess rubbed his hairless chin in thought. Next time, I will look into designing a formation disk holder that can allow you to integrate the artifact with your living Mech. This should enhance your control over the spell array even further. I can even make room for multiple different formation disks. He continued to generate more ideas on what his next cultivator Mech should look like. Vess became more and more interested to explore the new possibilities and design the best possible machine for Melker. As the testing process wound down, there was only one more matter that needed to be tested. I've invited Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar to hop into the cockpit of the Minerva and test whether she can successfully empower you through her command field. In order to conduct this test in greater confidence, we'll need to move to a more private location. Can you shrink the size of your spell array? I can, but there is a limit. These formation anchors are designed to transform a large amount of space. Trying to go against that will cause them to work less effectively. If the size of the spell array shrinks too much, they will start to interfere with each other, making it impossible to form a proper spell array. I have to make use of a smaller set of formation anchors that are designed to operate on a reduced scale. That was interesting to hear to Vess. Can you deploy your formation anchor inside a large Mech depot? The local garrison has recently abandoned one of the many warehouses where they used to store Mechs and massive spare parts reserves for repairing damaged gun platforms and orbital fortresses. It's not as spacious as I would like, but it is buried deep underground in order to shield the warehouse against orbital bombardment and starship crashes. Vess sent the data on the location of the abandoned warehouse and how much space Melker would have at his disposal. This warehouse is bigger than I expected. It should do fine. Then let's go. 20 minutes later, the Fae Fianna, accompanied by 25 formation anchor Fae, entered the large and rectangular-shaped hall. Melker automatically directed his Mech to deploy the 25 formation anchor Fae. The resulting spell array should cover at least half of the underground warehouse. Soon enough, Melker's breath hitched as he felt a powerful presence descending down to the warehouse. This was hardly the first time he came into proximity to the Larkinson clan's third ace pilot. Unlike other ace pilots, the Saint Commander's command field lacked the oppressive and domineering qualities of the domain fields of other ace pilots. Perhaps it was because Kaesela Ingvar already considered the Larkinsons to be friendly and trustworthy by default, but her command field always felt very inclusive to other Larkinsons. Now that Melker had broken through to a real Kai cultivator, he was able to sense the Saint Commander's domain a lot better than before. Kaesela Ingvar was powerful, incredibly powerful. Her command field may be accommodating, but it was still based on her extraordinary willpower. That potent willpower not only made it difficult for Melker to observe the saint in charge. As the Minerva entered the warehouse and gently flew towards the modified Fae Fianna, Melker slightly came under pressure as he found it difficult to put himself on the same level as Kaesela Ingvar. Their strength diverged too much. If Melker was like a dim star, then the Saint Commander was like a bright and scorching sun. Melker had a strong feeling that this wouldn't change too much if he ever broke through to the next major cultivation rank. I have come, the Saint Commander announced while restraining her presence as best as possible. I have already been briefed on the purpose of this experiment. Let us proceed without delay, as I am needed elsewhere. As one of the few ace pilots remaining in this strategically important star system, Kaysella definitely gained a lot of responsibilities. From trying to boost the morale of the defenders by holding speeches to meeting up with strategists to understand which enemies she should prioritize on eliminating, the Saint Commander was doing her best to raise the odds of victory. The only reason why she agreed to come was because Vess and Melker believed that this experiment would definitely produce a positive result. If that was the case, then the Larkinson army gained another trump card that it could spring against the native aliens at the worst possible moment. All right, Vess transmitted to the two Larkinson Mechs. Please send me confirmation that you are ready to start. Received. Since both of you are in good condition, then let us proceed with the first step. Kaysella, I want you to try and commandeer the Fey Fianna. Melker, do not resist. Try to accommodate the Saint Commander as best as possible. Both Mech pilots did as instructed. The commandeering process usually took place in an instant for Larkinson Mechs and Mech pilots, but Kaysella had to take her time. I am encountering more resistance, she remarked. It is easy enough for me to commandeer the Fey Fianna itself, but when I try to commandeer Melker, I feel the similar sort of resistance when I try to commandeer a fellow expert pilot. The only high-ranking Mech pilot that I was able to commandeer successfully was my late brother. Once he died, I haven't been able to empower any other expert pilot and expert Mech. That meant that this was a new result. Saint Commander Kaysella looked stumped for a moment. Melker, are you resisting her efforts? Vess asked. Yes, I mean no. I feel like I really can't let her inside me and take control over me. Melker Ranliad with a hit of distress in his tone. Cello is so powerful that if I let her into my mind, her power would shatter my cultivation. That is why there is a new part of me that is actively resisting her entry. That sounded like a serious problem. Kaysella immediately ceased her attempts to commandeer Melker. Being able to empower your Mech and not yourself is not ideal, but it is safer, she succinctly explained. It may not be a good idea to assume direct control over you. I am not versed in Kai formations and wouldn't know how to manipulate a spell array such as you. It is better to let you stay in control. I can even feel that I have gained control over the Fae as well. That last part was an important observation. What about enfiefing? Vess asked. It works through slightly different principles, correct? I was just about to try it out, sir. When Kaysella switched from commandeering to enfiefing, the differences became a lot more apparent. Not only did the Fey Fianna gain access to true resonance that it was able to use as if it belonged to itself, but the same effect applied to the formation anchor Fey, thereby making them a lot more resistant to damage at the very least. This is much better, Melker said with relief. I don't feel as if Kaysella is trying to force me to surrender control over my own body to her. I now feel as if I have entered into a more casual employer-employee relationship with her. This gives me enough agency for me to deploy and control my spell array. The conditions of the formation at Shore Fey have not deteriorated now that they are exposed to true resonance, Vess observed. These are good signs. Let's proceed with testing the spell array under these circumstances. You can start whenever you can, Melker. Well, here goes nothing. The familiar white mist of the confinement array began to appear as it went active. A huge amount of E-energy radiation got sucked into the active Kai formation in order to sustain its effect. What was different from before was that Kaysella had enfiefed Melker and his Fae Fianna so that they constituted a Baron, which in this case corresponded to a low-tier expert Mech. Kaysella widened her eyes when she felt as if her true resonance was taking effect on the spell array. This is amazing, Melker said with growing excitement. It actually works. The effect is not as strong as I expected, but Kaysella's true resonance has indeed made the Kai formations stronger and more resistant to faults. I can even feel that the durability of the formation anchors has increased. It will take much more damage for them to break. The experiment was a success. The test definitely proved that it was possible for Saint Commander Kaysella to empower Kai cultivators under certain circumstances. This opened up an entirely new set of possibilities. Chapter 6684, Ego Problem. Although this was just a single test that produced a solitary set of data points, it already confirmed a lot of theories. Commandeering doesn't work properly because the process of turning a Mech pilot into a knight is inherently a domineering act. Saint Commander Kaysella explained her theory on what had happened during her initial attempt. Standard Mech pilots can easily accept my influence because they are frankly not strong enough to resist my authority. They are completely willing and able to allow me to take control over them. They realize that the difference in strength is so high that there is no point in resisting. Ah, Melker said in realization. It appears you understand. Your recent breakthrough and increase in strength has boosted your confidence and subsequently your self-esteem. From the moment you see yourself as a champion rather than a common soldier, you no longer want to bow to my authority. That is why you have been resisting my command field's attempt to turn you into one of my knights. In other words, it was an ego problem. Melker thought he was too good to be reduced to a cog in a machine. As long as he held this thought, he would instinctively resist Kaysella's forceful influence over his mind and spirit. There was nothing much Kaysella could do about it. The process of commandeering should only be conducted between two willing parties. If one side did not want to let a powerful ace commander take charge, then that should be the end of the story. Is it possible for Melker to adjust his mindset so that he can be commandeered? Vess curiously asked. I think so, the Saint Commander asked. I will need to widen the gap between myself and him. If I become a senior ace commander and earn a large amount of glory in battle, Melker will put himself in a lower position relative to mine. I imagine that this will work for other Kai cultivators as well. As long as they sincerely believe that I am much more powerful than them, they will earnestly bow their heads and accept my authority. This sounded rather troublesome. It meant that the great hope of amplifying Kaysella's impact on the battlefield by allowing her to commandeer tens of thousands of cultivator mechs was probably a lot more difficult to realize. The most crucial limitation was the power gap. At this moment, the Saint Commander had yet to prove herself enough times. She was still waiting on the much-anticipated upgrade of her Minerva to an ace mech before she could truly show off the majesty of an ace commander. Right now, she wasn't powerful enough to suppress the ego of a newly emerged Kai cultivator. Of course, Melker was not a regular Kai cultivator by any means. He was a combat spell array master who was able to engineer the defeat of dozens of elite face fighters and hundreds of regular face fighters with the help of expensive formation anchors. Even if the last battle ended up bloodier than he desired, Melker still thought of it as a victory that cemented his growing strength as a combatant. When Vess observed Melker's expression, it became clear that it would be counterproductive to ask the new Kai cultivator to humble himself. After struggling for several decades to chase after a breakthrough that never came, Melker finally took his first few sips of power and success. The feeling of becoming a Kai cultivator on the same level of an expert pilot was simply too intoxicating. It could make anyone's ego swell. So is the ego problem the reason why enfeefing had a better effect? Vess inquired. Kaysella nodded. Likely so. Enfeefment originally derived from my ability to empower my late brother. When Amon broke through and became an expert pilot as well, I was able to infuse him with power because he had absolute trust in me. He was completely willing to put his entire life in my hands because of that. Even so, I never attempted to abuse his hospitality and largely allowed him to retain control over himself and his mech. I merely loaned him my willpower so that he could wield much greater power in combat than usual. This dynamic had a lot of potential. Regrettably, Iman died before he and his sister could perform this promising capability at the level of an ace pilot. At least Kaysella's breakthrough enabled her to apply an ability that was once exclusive to her brother to other recipients. Being able to elevate them into barons effectively allowed her to add several dozen additional low-tier expert mechs on the battlefield at any time. While Kasella's enfeefment ability was already amazing when used on powerful quasi-first-class mechs, such as the transcendent Punisher mark Roman III of the Eye of Ilvain or the Storm Swords of the Sword Maidens, its value had skyrocketed now that they found out that it also worked on cultivator mechs and Kai cultivators. I understand, Vess said as thoughts spun in his mind. The process of commandeering is like drafting soldiers under your command. It is hierarchical, forceful, and not very subtle. The process of enfeefment is like loaning a part of your power and authority to others. They can make use of your power, but still retain their own pride and much of their autonomy. It is more of a ritual between equals if you conduct it with a fairly powerful mech pilot. It doesn't work on other expert pilots or ace pilots, Kasella mentioned. It only ever worked with my brother. As for other expert pilots, my bond with them is not as strong. The closest that I got to making it work was with Joshua, but even his willpower still rejects my wholehearted attempt to give him an advantage. I see. That makes sense, Vess said in thought. High-ranking mech pilots constantly need to prove themselves. From the humblest low-tier expert pilot to the most accomplished peak ace pilots, each of them are under constant pressure to hype themselves up and prove that they have what it takes to become the heroes and gods that they aspire to be. From the moment they take any step back in their pursuit of greatness, their growth has come to an end. That is how most expert pilots and ace pilots begin to stagnate in their progression. In other words, if Joshua was truly willing to accept enfeefment, then his chances of breaking through a second time and ascending to sainthood was virtually nil. It was good that this outcome did not happen. So what does that mean for Kai cultivators like myself? Melker asked. You should be fine. That goes for every other Kai cultivator. Your willpower isn't strong enough to make a fuss over this matter, Vess theorized. This was ultimately a good outcome. It meant that Kasella still had the option to infuse her willpower and true resonance into cultivator mechs. What is your current enfeefment limit, Kasella? 40 mechs, sir. I am barely able to convert 40 mechs into barons. Your growth rate has slowed. Kasella casually shrugged. You know why? I am still waiting for you and Gloriana to upgrade my Minerva to a first-class ace command mech. My resonance strength has hardly grown. My current peak is 149 lavers. That was way more than a high-tier expert pilot, but it was barely better than any other junior ace pilot in her first year. Having a good ace mech made a huge difference in the growth rate of an ace pilot. We are still working on it, Kasella. The Minerva Mark Roman II project has only slightly fallen behind schedule. We have recently acquired a mentalist crystal, which should massively boost your command field and its associated abilities. The trouble is that it is such a powerful hyper material that we are having trouble figuring out how to best integrate it into your future ace mech. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. Even if our implementation is suboptimal at first, we can apply incremental improvements over time. Right now, not many people have worked with mentalist crystals, so there is not much knowledge out there on how to make full use of its wonderful capabilities. Saint Commander Kasella Ingvar was already fairly powerful in her current state. But she would definitely become a monster once her battle partner received a massive upgrade. Melker looked envious as they talked about their expectations of the Minerva Mark Roman II. Piloting an ace mech was beyond him now that he had chosen to commit to Kai cultivation. At least the future for mech pilots like him was still fairly bright once Vess managed to design a proper cultivator mech. The three Larkinsons continued to talk about various subjects before the testing session finally came to an end. Time was of the essence, and Kasella needed to attend to a lot of other duties. Melker, yes, good luck. I know how important it is for you guys to put up a good fight later today, but don't take too many risks, okay? You are a Kai cultivator now. You are not obliged to act like a foolhardy and suicidal challenger like other high-ranking mech pilots. I know it will be difficult for you to adjust your mentality, but please understand the differences between Kai cultivators and willpower cultivators. Cowardice is not an unforgivable sin, and you don't have to force yourself to fight against Phase Lords head-on, especially when you have only taken your first steps as a combat spell array master. Though Vess meant well with his words, the Avatar commander still looked offended. With all due respect, Patriarch, do not lecture to me about matters you do not understand. I may be a Kai cultivator, but I am also a soldier and officer of the Larkinson army. For as long as I lead the avatars of myth, I must always hold myself to the highest standards of my Mech Legion. Becoming a Kai cultivator is no excuse to tarnish my honor and forsake my dignity. Vess' physical projection did not bother to hide his disapproval. Ugh, you Mech pilots are all the same. Fine, you can do what you want. It is your life. At least recognize that you are still a baby in terms of Kai cultivation. It is not your job to confront the greatest threats. Not yet. Phase Lords should only be dealt with by ace pilots, and only 2 of them are left in the expeditionary fleet. 3, Melker corrected Vess. You are overlooking Saint Desea. Oh yeah, I forgot about her. I'm sorry. That said, my point has not changed all that much. Desea's effectiveness as an ace pilot is severely constrained by the first sword mark Roman II. It is still a mid-tier expert Mech at best. It is grossly underpowered compared to Desea's current capabilities. That won't stop her, Melker confidently said. I know, and that worries me. She knows a lot better what she is doing, though. I have no choice but to trust her judgment and let her decide to pick a fight that she knows. The Larkinson clan was undergoing a second rapid growth phase. The explosive sales of the Yellow Jackets was filling its coffers with more money than it could possibly spend on a monthly basis, and several Larkinson ace pilots had emerged in the last few years. As long as those precious ace pilots survived for a few more years and grew accustomed to piloting their powerful new ace mechs, they should definitely have the capital to defend themselves against most alien threats. The first-class Mech force and warships of the Larkinson clan should also be ready for action in a few years. The Larkinson clan would gain the initial ability to defend itself against enemies at that point. Vess would no longer have to rely so heavily on the protection of the Blue Jay fleet and other external forces to maintain his foothold in the Red Ocean. If possible, he did not want his under-equipped ace pilots to risk themselves in the next few battles. Unfortunately, there was no choice. Chapter 6685, Staking Their Lives. The decisive battle was about to start. The native aliens had completely swept the entire outer system and large parts of the inner system of Viola Magnifica. Now they descended upon the fortress planet with confidence that the last bastion of resistance in the star system would fall into their hands. The only question now was how much of a price they needed to pay to secure a victory. The alien warships advanced cautiously. They had taken the measure of their opponents during the earlier skirmishes. The human Mech remained as strong as ever, and they definitely kept a few surprises in store. However, the alien armada likely held trump cards of their own. Enough years had passed for the Red Cabal and the major alien races to shake off their complacency and fully acknowledge the threat posed by the extragalactic invaders. The reason why the native aliens still decided to commit to an all-out assault was because they found out that the humans had withdrawn numerous ace pilots from the middle zones. Although most Phase Lords and Phase Whales did not acknowledge the divinity of high-ranking Mech pilots, they most certainly regarded them as threats on the same level as themselves. The aliens were playing for keeps this time. The alert sounded throughout every human base and starship. The soldiers schooled their expressions and methodically began their final preparations. The Mech technicians performed last-minute checks on as many Mechs as possible in order to verify that they were fully loaded with energy cells and ammunition. The Mech pilots all attended their final briefings in order to understand their own assignments and the enemies that they would likely have to fight against. The orbital defense platforms and orbital space fortresses warmed up their cannons and performed checks on their energy shield systems. The few CFA and privately owned auxiliary warships in the star systems positioned themselves close to the orbital defense ring. They clearly intended to use the space fortresses as cover in the hopes of limiting the damage to their hulls. Other starships such as fleet carriers, combat carriers, and the rare support vessel such as the Spirit of Bentheim hovered further to the rear. They were vital enough to remain in the contested star system, but not strong or useful enough to move further forward. These ships were probably the only way out for the defenders, who were about to fight the good fight. The vessels were already prepared to receive as many withdrawing soldiers as they could hold. The orbital defenses were doomed, but the personnel who served aboard them could still be saved as long as they evacuated in time. The ships must also be ready to pick up a large number of fleeing Mechs and Mech pilots. Each of them were valuable combatants that could do a lot of good if they managed to live and fight on another battlefield. Many defenders were already familiar with this routine. They had experienced similar withdrawals when they fought to defend the fortified star systems of the 2nd and 3rd defensive bands. However, it was exactly because many veterans had experienced those withdrawal events that they never dared to let down their guard. This was because an orderly withdrawal could easily turn into a chaotic rout. If the native aliens pushed harder than expected, then the ships in the rear could easily come under threat. For example, there had been times when phase lords forcefully pushed past the human defensive lines and prioritized the destruction of those warships above all other priorities. This often happened in battles where the native aliens were able to deploy more champions than the enemy. Everyone knew that the balance of power between the champions of both sides was decisive in determining the outcome of the upcoming battle. The greater the disparity, the greater the chance that the battle would take a drastic turn for the worse. The high-ranking Mech pilots of the Golden Skull Alliance attended one more virtual meeting. Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar passed on the latest intelligence on the enemy. Numerous intelligence sources have come to a consensus on what our alien adversaries are relying on to secure their victory, she said. A sizable detachment of high-tech Pulmer heavy cruisers and carriers have arrived. As far as our observers can tell, every Pulmer warship is equipped with high-tech weapons and modules that can pose an immense threat to our warships and defenses. They are also fairly mobile and can accelerate faster than a high-quality transphasic Mech can keep up if their warp drives are not interdicted. Do we need to prioritize their destruction, ma'am? Venerable Brutus Wadden asked with concern. Not specifically. Kaesela shook her head. We can only entrust our Mechs, our warships, and our orbital defenses to handle this threat. Our sole responsibility is to counter the enemy phase lords. At this moment, our intelligence analysts are 85% confident that we will be confronted by 6 phase lords. What is distressing to us is that 2 of them are greater phase lords, and 4 of them are lesser phase lords. The only consolation is that most of them have only been recently transferred to the front. They lack experience in fighting against us and can be taken by surprise. Projections of long-ranged image captures appeared above the briefing table. They depicted a variety of different phase lords. They all happen to share one concerning trait. They are much better armored than before, Joshua said with a frown. Those Rymants looked brand new and a lot more advanced than what the phase lords have been using in the past. Good observation. Kaesela nodded towards him. That is because the aliens have begun to ship newer generations of phase lord Rymants to the front. These are considerably more powerful and difficult to damage due to one underlying reason. They are not entirely products of the aliens themselves. The new generation Rymants were instead developed by joint teams of cosmopolitan Mech designers and alien engineers. What? No wonder those Rymants look familiar. It is like looking at a collection of juggernauts. Those damn traitors. When do they think they have done enough to skew the war against our favor? Do they really want us all to die? Kaesella allowed the champions of the expeditionary fleet to vent their frustrations for a moment. All right, that is enough. We cannot do anything to stop the cosmopolitan movement from offering Mech designer services to the aliens. All we can do is prepare ourselves to fight against phase lords that may be able to leverage the power of Mechs in various ways. We should expect them to fight with significant computer assistance, for example. They will also enjoy more advanced energy and material defenses, which makes it even harder to inflict serious damage to their massive bodies. Their relatively small warship-grade weapon modules will also hit harder. Worst of all, the Rymants may also be mounted with alien-adapted space suppressors. That last bit of news did not make any of the champions happy. The slavish cosmopolitans were willing to sell out every human technological secret on the cheap. It was only a matter of time before the aliens stole and adapted human space suppression modules for themselves. This has massive implications. Saint Deci spoke up for the first time during this briefing. If the phase lords can generate fairly powerful space suppression fields, then our Mech will lose at least a part of their transphasic enhancements. The effect on expert Mechs within range of the alien space suppressors will be serious, though I do not think it will limit Mechs piloted by ace Mechs due to stronger willpower. Kaesella nodded. I believe this to be the case as well. The immediate consequence is that it is not wise for our transphasic melee expert Mechs to move into close range of the enemy phase lords, as much of their performance will diminish. A single serious attack may overcome the weakened defenses of the precious expert Mechs and cause them to be eliminated in advance. Then, what are we supposed to do? Venerable Vincent Ricklin asked in a peevish tone. If you are asking me to wield a rifle and take potshots at incoming phase lords from a distance, then forget about it. I would much rather charge against a phase lord and punch his spatial barrier to pieces. If I am lucky, I may even break through, allowing me to put up a much better fight against the enemy, or you may just crash against an unbreakable wall and kill yourself in the process, Janzi warned. Venerable Janzi's words should be taken seriously, Saint Commander Kaesella told everyone. I will not issue orders to you, but I will present 2 proposals that you can choose from. First, maintain your distance and shoot at the phase lords with your resonance-empowered weapons. I am not forcing you to do this, but if you are a low-ranking expert pilot who has only broken through a handful of years ago at best, I highly recommend you do not attempt to challenge phase lords who are more comparable to ace pilots in strength. The old veterans who had managed to become high-tier expert pilots did not think much of Kaesella's words. Her true target audience was the new breakthroughs that emerged in the past year or so. The Larkinson clan had gained a bunch of low-tier expert pilots, and so did the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance. None of them had been able to become famous or renowned enough for everyone to remember their names, but that might change if they managed to survive the future. These expert pilots all had their own pride, but they were not stupid enough to miss the huge disparity in strength. Kaesella's proposal gave these low-tier expert pilots a way to decline the notion of committing suicide by charging directly at the phase lords. Since the Saint Commander told them to swap their swords or spears for rifles and hang back in the rear lines, then it was best for these immature champions to follow this recommendation. This was the only way for them to decline a challenge without making themselves look too weak or cowardly. Those of you who possess greater confidence in your ability to survive a confrontation against a phase lord are free to take your chances with the enemy, Kaesella said. Be mindful of their superior equipment. If you are not already an ace pilot, then limit your sights to the lesser phase lords. I am sure that many of you high-tier expert pilots seek to pursue your breakthroughs in this battle. The addition of 1 or 2 ace pilots can key a massive difference in this battle. Other forces will provide as much support as they can to provide you with cover, but do not expect too much from them as the enemy has brought a large amount of warships and face fighters to bear against us. You must ultimately rely on yourself if you intend to use the enemy lesser phase lords as your whetstones. The virtual briefing room became charged with energy. A lot of high-tier expert pilots looked either pensive or eager. A pitched battle like the one that was coming was the best opportunity for them to realize their breakthroughs. Each of them felt their chances were considerably higher than before. They had learned about Caddy's revolutionary heaven-earth-man trifecta and used this theory to increase their qualifications for advancements. This made the battle important for Swordmaster Caddy's as well. If the adherents of her new theoretical framework managed to break through at a higher rate than usual, then that would definitely serve as a powerful piece of evidence that her heaven-earth-man trifecta was valid to the Mech pilot profession. The expert pilots were already convinced by it. Not only did it explain DC's impressive breakthrough, but they also felt the benefits of focusing on developing the concepts or elements that would comprise their future domains. Several high-tier expert pilots had already decided to stake their lives on a breakthrough. Chapter 6686, The Other Mech Commander. After the high-ranking Mech pilots of the Golden Skull Alliance completed their meeting, they entered the cockpits of their mechs and prepared to launch. Many of them were looking forward to proving themselves or breaking through in battle. Today is the day, General Ark Larkinson told himself as he interfaced with his lion heart. He sentimentally stroked the armrest of his piloting chair. It is only in a time of great need that heroes are able to rise. The stage is set for my imminent ascension. I will prove that I can be the savior and protector that my subordinates and many others expect me to be for them. I have been playing this role for my entire career. I am ready to showcase my skills on a grander stage. Just like many other expert pilots, Ark had developed a strong fascination for the heaven-earth-man trifecta. It explained so much why his progress had stalled for so many years. Back in the old galaxy, it was pretty normal for expert pilots to slowly hit their bottlenecks and stall for a number of decades. At first, the expert pilots believed that ordinary accumulation would see them through. When their expected rewards failed to manifest, they grew more desperate. In order to attain their sainthood, they became more proactive and sought more challenges to temper their willpower and prove their mettle. Unfortunately for most of them, their efforts failed to yield results. They all felt as if there was an insurmountable gap between their current rank and the next one. Ark felt grateful for moving to the Red Ocean. The Great Severing had been a disaster to many people, but it also presented rich opportunities to those who yearned to pursue greater power. With the arrival of E-energy radiation, humans were able to harness the power of a massive galaxy to fuel their own cultivation. Although high-ranking Mech pilots initially believed that the initial wave of systematic cultivation introduced by the Red Collective brought them very little benefits, Ark's opinions had changed after he learned about Caddy's theory. The Mech general understood now why the Red Collective released a number of auxiliary Kai cultivation methods that were supposed to increase a Mech pilot's affinity towards the classical elements and a number of other concepts. It turned out that even Mech pilots needed to embody one of the many concepts of the heavens in order to form their own domains. Willpower alone was not enough to transform Mech pilot into a god in the form of a human as well as a machine. Although Ark did not yet understand the underlying reason why swordmasters and evidently high-ranking Mech pilots had to master an element or concept in order to continue their progression, that did not stop him from obsessing over the concept of idolatry. There were numerous moments where Ark wanted to take this a step further and present himself as a literal god to his fans and worshippers, but that was way too premature in his opinion. Even he understood that he only possessed the qualifications to present himself as a literal deity when he became a god pilot. Until he reached this critical point, Ark needed to be more measured in his ambitions and focus on attaining more immediate goals. Besides, a saint is already one step away from becoming a god. This is already good enough for the time being. His appetite was not small. Ark had long grown dissatisfied with remaining stuck as a venerable, while numerous Larkinsons who belonged to a generation younger than him were already being referred to as saints. What rankled Ark the most was that, whenever he contacted the members of the Larkinson army and the expeditionary fleet, the only Mech commander that they truly admired was their saint commander. The fact that this title had become synonymous to Kaesela Ingvar filled Ark with a deep sense of unease. It was not difficult for him to feel the lingering resentment that Kaesela held towards him. Even after all this time, she still blamed him for the death of her brother. As a Larkinson, Ark could understand her pain and loss, but he did not agree with her decision to ascribe all fault to him. Both he and Amon had taken the conscious decision to challenge the faceless warrior in the Dukas system. Ark's expression turned grave. The botched raid on Ducast Roman 9 still weighed heavily on him, not because one of his most important subordinates got killed, but because he failed to break through during that critical time. In hindsight, it had been a mistake to conduct a stealth raid on the alien-held Ducast Roman 9 with just a single stealth ship that only had enough room to accommodate a handful of expert Mechs. The decision to leave virtually all of the 77th Warborn Mech decision behind in orbit of Ducast Roman 7 had proven to be a fatal error. Ark recently began to wonder if he would have attained his cherished breakthrough if he brought a large audience to the raid. Not only would he and his Lionheart be able to put up a much better fight, but the mere act of showing off his combat prowess in front of hundreds of thousands of Mech pilots and support personnel should have provided him with enough admiration and worship to propel him to sainthood. Alas, Ark had remained ignorant of the young swordmaster's theory on what it took for willpower cultivators to break through. He had unknowingly sabotaged one of his better chances of advancing to the next rank because he mistreated his own source of power. No more. Ignorance is not an excuse anymore. Now that I understand who I truly am, there is nothing left that can stop me from breaking through. General Ark's willpower burned with confidence in the certainty that the variables were much more favorable this time. Instead of conducting a lone surprise raid with a handful of expert pilots and the crew of a small stealth ship, he would soon deploy onto a battlefield where millions of human soldiers fought by his side. So long as he performed admirably in front of them all, Ark would definitely attract a huge amount of attention, far more than he would have received if he was just fighting alongside the 77th Warborn. There was only one obstacle standing in the way between him and his imminent ascension. Though Ark felt nearly assured that he would be able to become the Larkinson clan's next ace pilot, he would not be their only ace commander. The Saint Commander had already taken a step in advance. That young brat Kaesela Ingvar acted all high and mighty now that she possessed both great power and great authority. While she was not wrong in throwing her weight around, Ark felt as if she was constantly irritating him by acting as if she was better than him. Just because she gained a head start did not mean she would remain ahead for long. Today is the day that I finally get to catch up. Ark grinned with expectation. The difference between you and I is not that great. Kaesela's growth had become stalled due to the time it took to upgrade her precious Minerva to a first-class ace command Mech. While Ark was aware that his Lionheart also needed to undergo a round of upgrades in order to bring it up to the same standard, he could probably convince his nephew to prioritize his needs over any other Larkinson expert pilot or ace pilot. They were family, after all. The only person who may be able to gain a higher priority was his own father Benjamin. However, his old dad was not the sort of person who put his needs above the needs of his children. Benjamin would definitely give way. His patience was immense. He had been waiting for half a lifetime to regain his ability to pilot a Mech. He could wait a half-ware to a war, for his blood star received an honorata, provided him with enough admiration and worship to propel him to sainthood. Alas, Ark had remained ignorant of the young swordmaster's theory on what it took for willpower cultivators to break through. He had unknowingly sabotaged one of his better chances of advancing to the next rank because he mistreated his own source of power. No more. Ignorance is not an excuse anymore. Now that I understand who I truly am, there is nothing left that can stop me from breaking through. General Ark's willpower burned with confidence in the certainty that the variables were much more favorable this time. Instead of conducting a lone surprise raid with a handful of expert pilots and the crew of a small stealth ship, he would soon deploy onto a battlefield where millions of human soldiers fought by his side. So long as he performed admirably in front of them all, Ark would definitely attract a huge amount of attention, far more than he would have received if he was just fighting alongside the 77th Warborn. There was only one obstacle standing in the way between him and his imminent ascension. Though Ark felt nearly assured that he would be able to become the Larkinson clan's next ace pilot, he would not be their only ace commander. The Saint Commander had already taken a step in advance. That young brat Kaesela Ingvar acted all high and mighty now that she possessed both great power and great authority, while she was not wrong in throwing her weight around. Ark felt as if she was constantly irritating him by acting as if she was better than him. Just because she gained a head start did not mean she would remain ahead for long. Today is the day that I finally get to catch up. Ark grinned with expectation. The difference between you and I is not that great. Kaesela's growth had become stalled due to the time it took to upgrade her precious Minerva to a first-class ace command mech. While Ark was aware that his Lionheart also needed to undergo a round of upgrades in order to bring it up to the same standard, he could probably convince his nephew to prioritize his needs over any other Larkinson expert pilot or ace pilot. They were family, after all. The only person who may be able to gain a higher priority was his own father Benjamin. However, his old dad was not the sort of person who put his needs above the needs of his children. Benjamin would definitely give way. His patience was immense. He had been waiting for half a lifetime to regain his ability to pilot a mech. He could wait a half-year to aware before his blood store received an honorado. The issue with his father was not a big concern to Ark. What truly concerned him was Kaesela. The woman had talent and a keen grasp on command. Just because Ark disliked her did not mean he underestimated her. Kaesela was good at garnering the respect and admiration of those who served under her command. Why wouldn't they? Many mech pilots dreamed of becoming her knight, or even better, her baron. Everyone who became a vessel of her true resonance all seemed to gain more inspiration on what they needed to do in order to bring them closer to their own breakthroughs. Though their beliefs had yet to be validated by any hard data, that did not stop the superstitious mech pilots from making the assumption that getting empowered by the Saint Commander practically doubled their breakthrough chances. How could Ark compete against this killer weapon? His extraordinary command style was completely different from that of Kaesela. Whereas she was more than willing to entrust her power to her subordinates, Ark instead fed off the admiration and worship of his men in order to enhance his own personal power. The two were pretty much opposites as far as they were concerned. Neither of the two could remain dominant at the same time. One approach must vanquish over the other. While Kaesela's distinctive command style made it very easy for her to build up her popularity among the masses, Ark identified a clear weakness in her command style. It was impossible for her knights and barons to give her the capability to defeat a phase lord. As helpful as commandeering and enfeefing a bunch of standard mechs may be, ants would still remain ants even if they grew a lot bigger and more menacing. The general of the 77th Warborn ultimately believed that his own command style would ultimately prevail, because concentrating much of the strength of an entire mech force onto a single champion gave the mech division the best chance of defeating a singularly powerful phase lord. Ark's belief in the correctness of his own command style caused him to make a forceful decision. The Saint Commander believes that high-tier expert pilots like myself should only settle for challenging one of the 4 lesser phase lords. Faye. As if I will fall for her trap and let her hog all of the attention. The glory of fighting a lesser phase lord was considerable, but it was far from enough for him and his lion heart to attract the admiration of the masses. Only by challenging one of the two formidable greater phase lords head-on would he be able to distinguish himself on the battlefield. Although it was exceedingly dangerous for him to challenge such a mighty powerhouse in such a solitary fashion, Ark needed the best possible stimulus to trigger his breakthrough, and this would surely do the job. According to the intelligence, there are two greater phase lords leading the assault. The Herald of the Void is a strident loyalist of the Red Cabal and a member of the Jureg race. His defenses are formidable, and he is skilled at brawling. The lower herdmaster is a Nuncer god whose skill in many different weapons has earned him the right to wield a Saint Piercer arm. Neither greater phase lords were easy to oppose. The Herald of the Void was equipped with the best raiment and also possessed an extremely hard exoskeleton shell that was proportionate to his enormous size. Ark would not be able to accomplish much if all of his attacks kept bouncing off the Jureg greater phase lord's many defenses. The lower herdmaster's defenses were not as high, but any attack from his Saint Piercer had a chance of killing his Lionheart with a single strike. Ark would have to fight a lot more carefully than he would like, or else he would end up as the next Iman Ingvar. Which greater phase lord should I challenge? He wondered. Chapter 6687, Joshua's Courage. Venerable Joshua was another hopeful who sought to accomplish a breakthrough today. Though he held no animosity towards Tusa, Kaysella, and the other ace pilots, he couldn't help but feel that he was falling increasingly further behind the longer he lingered at his current rank. Of course, Joshua shouldn't complain considering that he managed to become a peak expert pilot so quickly with the help of those expensive general cultivation elixirs. It used to be normal for expert pilots to fight and train for multiple decades until they were finally ready to seek their breakthroughs starting from their 6th, 7th, or 8th decade of life. Patriarch Reginald was an example of such an ace pilot. Back then, his breakthrough in the old galaxy was considered early by the standards of the time. The earlier, the better. There were many expert pilots who only hit their limits when they were about to fall from their prime when they celebrated their 100th birthday, causing their breakthrough chances to plunge. Joshua wanted to avoid this outcome at all cost. The battles going forward were only becoming larger and more difficult. Red humanity appeared to be doing fine at the moment, but that was only because the front lines were still relatively intact. Once the 4th defensive band fell, and the 5th defensive band came under siege, the native aliens would probably begin to send their raiding fleets around the final defensive line and begin to terrorize the industrial star systems that suddenly became a lot more vulnerable. That would probably put red humanity on the back foot and exacerbate the shortage of resources and war material. Though Joshua was only one pilot among many, becoming a saint could do much to alleviate the pressure. The more the people living in the star systems behind the defensive lines came under threat, the more he felt responsible for doing what he could to spare them from the threat posed by the aliens. This was why this battle that was destined to end in a withdrawal for red humanity became so important to Joshua. He did not really care for Viola Magnifica per se. What he cared about was that this was shaping up to become a battle where the threat posed by the incoming phase lords were great, but not to the point where resistance became pointless. St. Linda Cross and St. Commander Kaysella Ingvar would have struggled to hold back the two greater phase whales by themselves, let alone 4 additional lesser phase lords. However, St. Decee's surprising breakthrough slightly tilted the balance back in favor of the defenders, just enough to significantly increase the success rate of this defensive action. Venerable Joshua judged that the situation was still manageable enough that he could do his part and display enough courage and heroism to break through. He could not do it alone, of course. "Are you ready for action, Joshua?" his beloved wife asked over the communication channel. "I am, though I would feel a lot more reassured when deploying into the field if you board one of the evacuation ships that is on the way out of this star system." Kedis shook her head. No, I need to be here. I am a warrior and the holder of the Heaven Sword no less. My honor as a swordmaster does not permit me to miss this fight. I have advised multiple expert pilots, such as you, on how to use my new theories to figure out how you can raise your breakthrough chances. It is only fair for me to stand by their side and express my confidence in my own judgment. I at least want to show solidarity to all of the hopefuls. There is a real chance that not all of them will return with their lives intact once they have deployed. According to the strategic value of Viola Magnifica, this was not yet a battle that needed to be fought to the death. However, it was hard for expert pilots to show a lot of restraint, especially when they were working towards their next major breakthrough. Trying to tell the likes of Venerable Rosa Orphan and Venerable Vincent Ricklin to rein in their urges, take less risks, and withdraw sooner rather than later would probably fall on flat ears. At least tell me the kids aren't aboard the Spirit of Bentheim anymore. Don't worry, Joshua. I have already sent Kyrian and Mayra away. It is not their time yet to prove their mettle. Joshua smiled when he thought back on his children. One of the reasons why he felt the need to step up was because he wanted to fight for the future of his son and daughter. If Red Humanity fell, so would his clan and family. The Red Ocean might not be native to humans, but if Joshua was willing to fight hard to turn it into a reality. Evertshanger. Yes, Joshua. I will be approaching this fight differently than the last few times. I need you to cooperate with me more extensively than ever. That is a hard request to meet considering that our cooperation already ranks at the top among third-order living mechs. The only machine that can surpass our teamwork is Janzi and the Bastion. IT is too late for you to request Vess to install a Carmine system into the cockpit. I wasn't talking about that. Joshua shook his head. I need you to help me cope with our latest team member. I haven't had enough time to practice with the bitter scimitar. The D-arm is really powerful, but the personality that is hiding inside the weapon still remains awful. The fact that we have to store the blade in a separate shielded container says much about the safety and reliability of this new weapon. Are you expecting the bitter scimitar to sabotage you during the fight? Maybe, but that's not my main concern. I will be attempting to establish greater cooperation with the bitter scimitar. I am hoping that once the fight begins, the battle will make an impression on the violent weapon. Even if it still doesn't accept me as a partner and a wielder, I still hope that the D-arm will stop kicking up a fuss while we are surrounded by enemies. That sounds too much like wishful thinking, but maybe you can make IT work. The bitter scimitar resents you, but IT likes to shed blood and inflict harm on others. Maybe you can come to an accord with the weapon where IT will cooperate with you in exchange for making a Phase Lord scream. Venerable Joshua momentarily shuddered. I am not sure that recklessly indulging in the bitter scimitar's lust for blood is a good way to develop a healthy relationship with the D-arm. Forget about healthy relationships. A weapon that is steeped in so much evil and sin as the bitter scimitar is dysfunctional down to the very core. If you want to achieve a breakthrough, then you need to prove that you are in charge. You either make the scimitar surrender to you, or you will be the one to bow to the D-arm. The Evertshanger was right to voice his doubts and concerns. The third-order living mech had plenty of scuffles with the bitter scimitar as well. The gift presented by Cadiz and Vess was a metaphorical double-edged sword. Joshua could not bring himself to reject the immense power offered by the blade, but the constant resistance was inhibiting his attempts to use the new D-arm to the fullest. One way or another, I will solve the problem posed by the bitter scimitar. Joshua spoke with determination. I cannot afford to let the weapon fight against me when I am doing my best to fight and survive in a confrontation against a Phase Lord. Just to be sure, you will be challenging a lesser Phase Lord, right? Cadiz asked over the communication channel. Joshua nodded. I am not suicidal. I will leave the greater Phase Lords to the ace pilots who are left and whatever warships and mechs that are willing to offer fire support. I will be taking the fight to the lesser Phase Lords. They are still dangerous, but Evertshanger can take a beating. That's right. Do you have a target in mind already? I hope you are targeting one of the erudite lesser phase lords. I don't want you to fight against a martial lesser phase lord. One of the reasons why your D-arm comes in the form of a scimitar is that it is simpler to wield than a straight sword. You only need to perform slashes. Even so, your bladesmanship is still woefully inadequate if you are ever fighting against a true martial warrior. Joshua's self-esteem took a hit, but he was able to take it. I am not fighting one of the alien tough guys. My more enthusiastic colleagues, such as Orphan and Vincent, have already set their eyes on Ziren Divar and the Fate Driver. I will probably go for the 8th Lord of Takansha or Kaso Layan. The intelligence reports don't really have much information about them aside from figuring out that they like to keep their distance and manipulate space from afar. They are both Orvan native gods. The Orvans sure have a lot of them, Kedis mused. If I look at the images of the 8th Lord and Kaso Layan, I have the impression that the 8th Lord of Takansha may be trickier than the other. Kaso Layan comes across as a more aggressive, emotional, and straightforward enemy. His fighting methods are likely simpler and more direct. So do you think I should test my mettle against Kaso Layan? Kedis paused for a moment. It depends on how strong they are and what abilities they have. From what little intelligence that we have on hand, I think it is better for you to challenge the 8th Lord of Takansha. Reason. You struggle against enemies with more pronounced strengths, Kedis said. Before you say anything, I know that you have improved and made up for a part of your shortcomings. That still does not invalidate my point. You are piloting an expert hero Mech. Your Evert Shanger is incredibly versatile, but perfect versatility is an impossibility. Compared to enemies with extreme mobility or other pronounced strengths, your Evert Shanger is still limited by how much he can keep up. My intuition tells me that Kaso Layan may break your limits to such an extent that he will not give you enough time to recover. Though Joshua accepted Kedis' logic and agreed with it, his willpower did not allow him to shy away from a lesser phase lord just because the enemy had the potential to exploit one of his weak points. The expert pilot was tired of losing due to the inherent limitations of piloting a hero Mech. Perfect versatility may not exist in reality, but Joshua became increasingly more determined to come close to it as possible. If he always abided by his limitations, then he wouldn't have been able to break through in the first place. Kedis, what is it, Joshua? I love you, but I don't agree with you. Sometimes a man has to do what is right. If this Kaso Layan fellow poses a greater threat to our forces than the other lesser phase lord, then I feel obliged to challenge him even if the matchup is not ideal. I am a hero. The Evert Shanger is a hero Mech. Both of us are made to challenge the strong. At least you sound like a hero, Kedis sighed. Whatever, do what you want. Just remember that you are not only fighting for yourself. Our children and I do not want to see you return in a coffin. The upcoming battle is a final act of resistance before we depart. This is not a fight to the death. That comes later. I know. You don't need to remind me. I will definitely find a way to stay alive long enough to participate in the next battle and the ones that come after. Chapter 6688, Extreme Range Competition. The battle had begun. The leading elements of the native alien forces had entered into extreme weapons range and began to test the defenses set up by the humans. Numerous distant alien warships utilized their laser cannon batteries to lightly rake the energy shields covering the orbital fortresses. At this range, it was hard to ensure that the weapons would hit their targets. Even if the orbits and trajectories of the large orbital fortresses remained completely the same, the extreme range amplified every mistake caused by dialing in the wrong angles. This was why the human defensive forces did not bother to fire back at the distant enemies. It would only waste energy, wear down components, and provide more information to the aliens. The attackers had different ideas in mind. Those aren't ordinary alien ships. They are Pulmer heavy cruisers. Damn, almost all of their laser beam attacks are landing at our fortresses. Their Titan shields are taking a more serious beating than expected. Although the orbital fortresses were unlikely to go down due to the probing shots launched by the enemy warships, the fact that the Pulmer vessels were able to maintain such a high hit rate at such an unreasonable range was already impressive. This instance fully validated the theory that the Pulmer race had invested their latest and more up-to-date assets to this star system. The Pulmers proved once again that they developed the most advanced sensors and targeting systems among the major races of the Red Ocean. It was hopeless for anyone to shoot down the vessels. The Pulmer heavy cruisers were much more mobile than the orbital space fortresses. They utilized their superior mobility to frustrate humans who thought that they could return the favor. The Pucklemer warships continued to fire their laser cannon batteries at the defenses. The rest of the native alien forces took their time to cautiously move forward without risking any of them overextending. It took a lot of time and trouble to make multiple different fleet elements move in a coordinated fashion towards a target. Until the native aliens were ready to start the main battle, the Pulmer heavy cruisers not only continued to fire their laser gun batteries without concern that they will overheat or miss too many shots. In fact, the Nullmer heavy cruisers slowly started to become more accurate. The native aliens were testing the field performance of their powerful transphasic laser cannon batteries and calibrating their settings in real time. This is a mind game. Saint Commander Casella warned the members of the Golden Skull Alliance over a communication channel. The aliens are testing our patience by attacking us in a steady and irritating fashion. They are showing off their extreme-range strike capabilities as well as the technological improvements of Pulmer assets. They are exploiting a universal weakness of every sentient being, and that is our unwillingness to take a beating without dishing it back. No matter whether it was the laser cannon batteries mounted on the orbital fortresses or the handful of RF warships that remained in the Viola Magnifica system, none of them could guarantee that they could achieve a better result. The competition was rigged from the beginning. The human defenders relied on a lot of fixed defenses to help them weather the storm. All of these were much easier to target at long range than moving objects such as face fighters and warships at such exaggerated distances. These arrogant bastards need to be taught a lesson. Don't we have long-ranged combatants of our own? There's the new Amaranto piloted by Venerable Davia Stark. Will she take action against the aliens? The new crystal rifle that comes paired with this upgraded Mech looks incredibly wicked. The Saint Commander of the Larkinson clan grew more and more concerned about the current trend. The advanced Pulmer warships were definitely wearing themselves down by firing their laser cannon batteries so many times, but the aliens made sure to keep the firing rate low to give their advanced weapons systems plenty of time to cool and rest. If this continued to take place for half an hour to an hour, the one-sided laser beam attacks would definitely destroy the moods of most of her troops. Even if they had not yet sustained any physical damage to their mechs and bodies, the psychological effects generated by all of the sequential laser beam strikes was enough to disrupt the mental balance of all but the strongest of mech pilots. It was not easy to counter this clever tactic. Unless the human defenders did anything proactive that could raise their morale and give them hope that their side possessed advantages as well, the differences in morale between the two forces may prove decisive. No matter what, Red humanity could not afford to remain passive. The Saint Commander decided to open up a private communication channel. Venerable Stark, Saint Commander, the older woman greeted with a mild degree of respect. How are you and the Amaranto doing? We are operating at good to optimal conditions. Venerable Stark responded. I believe my Amaranto Mark Roman III has remained undetected while hiding at my current firing position. My new instrument of vengeance has already warmed up. I have yet to charge it at full power because my mech and weapon will produce a strong light show that anyone can notice. The mech designers have also warned that charging the weapon in advance and keeping it in a highly energized state for too long also stresses and damages the luminar crystals. My primary targets have yet to make an appearance, so I see no reason to prepare to fire my weapon right away. Casella nodded in understanding. The Amaranto Mark Roman III was a specialized precision machine that should only save her firepower for the most crucial enemies. It was a huge waste to expend her formidable shots on face fighters and enemy escort vessels. Even so, Casella wanted to learn whether Venerable Stark was amenable to opening fire in advance. Are you able to land a hit if you charge up your weapon and target one of the enemy's larger warships? It would be ideal if you can hit one of the Pulmer heavy cruisers. Davia nodded without hesitation. I can guarantee a hit on one of the enemy capital ships. I am 80% certain that I can hit one of the Pulmer heavy cruiser. That said, I do not see the purpose in taking a shot at this time. I am saving my firepower for our true enemies. The Phase Lords will decide whether we will be able to make an orderly retreat or collapse like a house of cards. Casella frowned. Is the advantage of surprise that important to you, Stark? Yes, the enemy does not know about the full power of my Amaranto Mark Roman III. In fact, almost no one from our side understands what my new and improved machine is capable of. I would like it to stay that way because I need every scrap of advantage that I can obtain to make my debut strike as memorable and effective as possible. When and who? When the Phase Lords show up, Stark responded. I will pick my target based on many different factors. I can't tell you who I intend to put under my sights because I don't know enough about them yet. Only when I can observe them clearly will I be able to gain a feel which one makes for a good target. The Saint Commander paused in thought. Perhaps the situation that they were currently in was not as dire as she thought. Sure, the harassment from the Pulmer heavy cruisers was wearing people down, but this downward trend could easily be reversed with one powerful counterattack. WWW-11. The Amphis Extremis lacked long-ranged striking capabilities. As powerful as St. Linda Cross and her new machine had become, that did not change the fact that the latter was solely suited to close to mid-range assaults. Out of all of the expert Mechs in the Golden Skull Alliance, none of them could come close to matching the previous or current iterations of the Amaranto in long-ranged striking capabilities. Casella may have become the Saint Commander, but her Minerva Mark I was not only limiting her performance, but also never really possessed notably strong ranged combat capabilities from the start. The Everchanger suffered from a similar problem. The expert hero Mech may have received a massive upgrade in melee combat power, but his ranged striking capabilities had fallen behind. Venerable Joshua was no marksman either. He did not have the skills to strike targets at such an extreme range. Perhaps Venerable Brutus Wadden of the Glory Seekers may be closest to matching. Venerable Stark in marksmanship, but both expert pilots approached combat differently. Brutus was much better than Stark in terms of evasion and maintaining steady aim, while his machine was maneuvering and evading wildly. He was much more comfortable when fighting at mid-range. All of these expert pilots and associated expert Mechs would begin to shine when the two sides had come closer to each other. Right now, there was only the Amaranto Mark Roman III. Time passed by. 20 minutes came and went as the native aliens continued their slow advance. The appearance of so many warships and face fighters generated even further psychological oppression on the human defenders. At the same time, the strong show of force by the attacking side boosted the morale of every alien soldier, thereby increasing the chance that they would perform at their best in the coming fight. The disparity in morale could easily cause hundreds of thousands of additional human casualties. The native aliens decided to amp up the pressure by finally unveiling their gods. They've come. 2 massive bodies and 4 less massive bodies appeared behind the main fleet elements. Just know the intelligence unnected the native aliens Danlard, 2 Grantor Enhasa Lorda, and 4 lesser phase lords to the Viola Magnifica system. Nobody who was able to observe the powerful alien leaders could shift their eyes away from the 2 greater phase lords. Their bodies were so much bigger than that of their lesser counterparts that they could already approximate the size of large battleships, if not larger. The biggest one was definitely the Herald of the Void, a Jureg martial greater phase lord with a penchant for brawling and wrecking. That did not mean the lower herdmaster was much worse. The Nuncer martial greater phase lord made up for his relative lack of stature by wielding one of the notorious Saint Piercer spears. While the appearance of these phase lords indeed caused a lot of humans to lose a bit of fighting spirit, this did not apply to venerable Davia Stark. Her eyes practically lit on fire as she observed her primary targets. She set her sights on each of the 6 phase lords and tried to decide which one she should grace with the first proper strike of her Amaranto Mark Roman III. Her Amaranto Mark Roman III had already begun to charge up. Davia's fighting spirit continued to grow, causing her to resonate stronger and stronger with her recently upgraded machine. The Salu's gas integration, that was responsible for keeping her machine relatively unnoticeable, was struggling to hide the rapidly growing energy emissions of the powerful marksman Mech. Her nearly full hyper archimetal Mech frame caused a lot of light from the surroundings to dim, only to amplify her own light emissions. The greater the accumulation of energy, the brighter the Mech shone. The 6th-generation living Mech also began to pull energy from other sources. The modern Index System version 3.0 supplied both electrical energy and E-energy to the machine, allowing the Amaranto to charge up faster without generating a greater energy vortex in the surrounding area. Venerable Stark also struggled hard to resonate with both Heatmate and Chargemate. It was an uphill battle for her to resonate with the 2 Ace Mech-grade resonating exotics. She felt as if she was struggling to lift a shuttle with her mind and willpower alone. She had to fight hard for each measure of progress and constantly keep up her efforts for fear of losing all of her gains. Though her efforts took a toll on her, the results were worth it as both the Mech frame and the oversized instrument of vengeance began to glow like miniature stars. The Amaranto Mark Roman III had almost reached her strongest state. Activate Ultimate Module. The 2-step execution crystal integrated in the new instrument of vengeance was primed and ready to show off its capabilities. Though Venerable Stark did not think it was necessary for her to rely on this ultimate module at this range, there were other reasons to use it aside from helping her calibrate her shots at extreme ranges. Stark only needed to add one final enhancement to her charged attack. Phase King, bless me with your power and teach these phase lords who have truly mastered the power of face water. The design spirit readily answered her call. The instrument of vengeance had been turned into a blessed weapon, just like the instrument of doom. This meant that the Phase King was readily able to descend onto the Luminar crystal weapon and amplify its transphasic capabilities to a massive degree. At this point, both the Amaranto Mark Roman III and the Instrument of Vengeance had reached and maybe exceeded their upper boundaries. If the living machine remained in this state for too long, she was liable to explode. Many outside observers grew confused or concerned when one of the eye sockets of the spirit of Bentheim's cat head prow began to shine like it contained a dazzling star. Venerable Stark did not intend to give them enough time to deduce the truth. She cycled her aim to all 6 phase lords before she ultimately chose a target. It's you. The Instrument of Vengeance instantly shot out in bright white resonance-empowered light beam whose passage briefly lit up the entire battlefield. Wow, how powerful! Wait, she missed. The Amaranto Mark Roman III missed her initial shot. As impressive as the transphasic hyper light beam looked, all of that energy went to waste if it ended up hitting nothing until it dispersed into harmless heat and photons. How could Venerable Stark fail to hit her mark? The enemy phase lords already began to express their contempt and amusement. The one that was targeted looked especially smug at the fact that he did not even have to test his defenses against this powerful strike. The phase lords, they're laughing at us. They think we are weak. Chapter 6689, The Second Shot. The shot launched from one of the cat eyes of the spirit of Benthime's iconic prow had missed the mark. Granted, any rifleman Mech that attempted to strike a target from so many kilometers away would have missed anyway. It was just too difficult to control so many variables and keep the rifle of a barrel at the perfect angle to secure a hit. As the native aliens gloated at the incompetence shown by the powerful marksman Mech, the human defenders grew dismayed. How come the Pulmer heavy cruisers were able to maintain consistent and accurate laser beam fire at such enormous distances, while their best marksman failed to land her own shot? In fact, it was a bit unfair to compare the two with each other. The Pulmer warships exclusively hammered the largest orbital fortresses that all followed constant and predictable trajectories. Any human Mech would struggle a lot more to do the same. Mechs, by nature, were originally designed to fight at much closer ranges than typical warships were capable of. For centuries, they had been designed to fight and defeat other Mechs, so they naturally gravitated towards improving their close to mid-range combat capabilities. In other words, they were handicapped in long-ranged shooting contests from the start. This made it so that fewer people held expectations that they would win this competition. Venerable Stark did not take notice of what other humans and aliens thought about her performance. She and her battle partner were still fully focused on their primary goal and mission. The initial shot missed, but they were already preparing to launch their second shot. What few people noticed as they reacted to the dramatic miss was that the spirit of Benthime's eye socket still glowed bright. Although the energy levels of the Amaranto Mark Roman III and the new instrument of vengeance had dipped, they were already beginning to return to their prior peak levels. It turned out that the powerful marksman Mech had only discharged a portion of her accumulated power. It was a testament to the excellent design and powerful specifications of the Amaranto Mark Roman III that many people mistook her partially charged attack as a blow that the Mech was only able to launch at full strength. Venerable Stark had a better appreciation of the difference in firepower and lethality between the Amaranto Mark Roman II and the Amaranto Mark Roman III. I can do better. I can do much better. At this moment, Venerable Stark and her machine were busy trying to use the data gathered from the calibrating shot to fine-tune the decisive execution shot. This was a process that should normally happen within a few seconds at most, but Stark decided to break from this standard routine. Her next shot had to strike true, so Davia Stark was more than willing to impose additional delays in order to further calculate the best firing solutions. The two-step execution crystal had already run the numbers and proposed minute adjustments to get the angle just right. This would only remain valid for a short time, and its accuracy steadily dropped as the enemy phase lords maintained their advance towards the final fortress. The Mech and rifle glowed brightly once again. It was amazing to see how much energy they were able to absorb after the big upgrade. The Amaranto was most definitely a peak performance Mech that only needed to make a few moves to turn the tide of a battle. Was she capable of repeating her miracles? Did she have what it took to deter enemy phase lords with her instrument of vengeance alone? Get ready. Venerable Stark's momentum rose to a new peak. Her fighting spirit blazed with excitement and expectation. Her focus narrowed to the point where she had consciously cast aside most of her calculations and became solely focused on making sure her next shot hit her target. All of the previous factors that made her attacks so much more powerful than before fell into place once again. The offensive hyper materials integrated in the archimetal frame. The Ace Mech-grade resonating exotics. The Index system, version 3.0. The high saturation of face water. The massive increase in size of the instrument of vengeance. The blessing from the Phase King. The two-step execution, Crystal's protocols for the critical execution shot. All of these separate factors combined into a total package where Mech and rifle turned into one extraordinary superweapon. The line between the two practically blurred as they sucked in the surrounding light. In an unscientific manner, and glowed extremely bright as a response. As Venerable Stark quickly dialed in her settings, she decided to go all out and bet everything on this single shot. "Vale, it's your turn." Chip chip. A dark and shadowy companion spirit emerged from her head. Vale's aura was tinged with the curse of death. Its aura made a strong contrast with the light-filled Mech, but Vale was still able to enter the instrument of vengeance without effort and add her own modest strength to the impending attack. The companion spirit's ominous properties happened to resonate well with the two-step execution crystal. This was what Venerable Stark relied upon to give the execution shot additional meaning. Just like her companion spirit, Stark herself was also able to imbue additional power into the already overloaded attack that was still in the making. Even as her instrument of vengeance started to transmit a few warning signals due to holding back so much power, Venerable Stark still forced herself to squeeze out a bit more strength. Just like every other expert pilot, Davia Stark had been studying Ketty's new theory. After consulting with Venerable DC, Stark worked hard to discover and develop her own Clement. There were certain expert pilots who already knew what their element was supposed to be. Venerable Vincent Ricklin was a clear example of this. He knew exactly how he wanted to shape and express his power. There were also other expert pilots who needed to do a lot more thinking and self-exploration in order to find out the best way to harmonize with the environment. Fortunately, Venerable Stark managed to find her central concept rather easily after a bit of soul-searching. Before she became an expert pilot, she was just an ordinary woman and a Mech pilot. Davia Stark still looked back on the days she spent in the Komodo star sector with fondness. Life was not easy for her at the time, but she had learned to enjoy the simple pleasures in life. Then the Sand War came and ruined everything. Due to the Big Two's neglect of the border regions, the Sandman race were allowed to invade humanity's borders and raze planet after planet. So many star systems fell in such a short amount of time that no second-rate state was able to organize any proper resistance against the tide of Sandmen. After breaking through in desperation and almost giving into despair, the Davia Stark that emerged from these traumas was a completely different woman from before. The Venerable Stark of today was no longer able to appreciate the simpler pleasures in life because she was no longer able to return to her previous state. She had lost her humanity and made up for it by becoming an avenger. Vengeance was the overwhelming purpose that drove her to fight, to challenge herself, and to persist in her life. If she was not so driven by the need to take revenge against those who harmed her and many other people, she would have taken away her life already, because there was nothing else that could fill the void in her heart. Davia Stark was broken woman. Her return to strength did not heal all of her wounds. It just made her functional enough to fight and nothing more. As the flames of vengeance burned brighter and hotter inside her heart, she felt as if she was forming a connection with the primal human desire for retribution. She was fighting more people than just herself. How many red humans had died to the native aliens since the start of the Red War? How many parents had lost their children? How many children had lost their parents? How many families broke apart, and how many friendships became severed when the native aliens ruthlessly slaughtered every human in their path? The vast majority of people who died, and those they left behind, were too weak and powerless to take revenge against the murderous aliens. They were ordinary civilians. Only a minority of them served in a military organization, and only a tiny fraction of them possessed enough agency due to piloting a Mech. Other than that, the people who were locked in grief after learning about the depths of their families and loved ones resonated with Venerable Stark like nothing else. As the unfulfilled desire to take revenge began to converge upon Venerable Stark, she took a deep breath as she felt herself swelling with violent and less controllable power. She did not dare to hold this power for long, especially when she was already struggling to contain the other potent and unstable element of her expert Mech. The expert pilot, instead, channeled much of the desire for vengeance into the Instrument of Vengeance. This caused the Luminar crystal rifle to output even more energy emissions. Its charge had not grown by much, but it began to take on strange properties. Negative E-energy radiation channeled into the Instrument of Vengeance, causing it to harmonize with the collective human desire to exact retribution upon the native aliens. It was at this moment that Venerable Stark no longer felt alone anymore. There were millions, if not billions, of people who held the same desire for revenge as her. Their reasons and motivations may vary, but they could all agree on the best way to satisfy their cries. At this point in time, Venerable Stark was no longer just a high-tier expert pilot with a massive chip on her shoulder. She had become the focal point of all of Red humanity's imperative to punish the native aliens for their many transgressions. It did not matter to Venerable Stark whether the aliens were in the right and that they were only defending their own native territories. Stark hated the aliens with a vengeance. They were all the same, whether back in the Milky Way or here in the Red Ocean. The only good alien was a dead alien. With that thought in mind, Venerable Stark tried her best to combine the power of human retribution into her Mech rifle, causing the bright weapon to grow hot with surging anger. Stark felt as if her rifle and Mech had become a vessel that was solely designed to deliver the power of collective human retribution to one of the culprits who were chiefly responsible for all of the killing. As her state rose to an unprecedentedly high peak, she felt powerful and omnipotent like nothing else. She had never wielded so much might in the past. While the Amaranto Mark Roman III was able to endure a lot of stresses due to her quality materials and exquisite Archimech design, the machine had already exceeded the time limit on how long she was supposed to contain all of the combined energies. Venerable Stark delayed no further. Execution strike. The massive bright light beam that shot out of the spirit of Bentheim was so much thicker and more powerful than the previous strike that it temporarily overloaded many sensors. Everyone's eyes became seared by the bright white line that crossed right across space and off into the distance. The passage of this distorting and extremely penetration energy attack was so extraordinary that even the heavens bowed before its passage. Though it happened far too quickly for people to observe this effect, the bright light beam continually gathered more light as it passed through space. This caused everything around the beam to plunge into darkness, as if nothing on the battlefield existed aside from this overwhelmingly powerful attack. Though the bright light beam only lasted for an instant, the concentration of energy was so immense that the Phase Lord that Venerable Stark set her sights upon was unable to react and defend against this surprisingly powerful follow-up attack. The execution strike shattered his spatial barrier in an instant, overwhelmed the Azure energy shield that served as a second layer of protection, and drilled through the armor plating of his raiment. Even then, the energy beam still hadn't expended all of its power. The retributive light tunneled through the massive body of the Phase Lord like a hot knife through butter, and even had enough energy left to exit from the other side. The entire battlefield seemed to go still, as both humans and aliens struggled to make sense of what had happened. Chapter 66, 90, The Mortality of Phase Lords. Venerable Davia Stark exhaled. Her Amaranto Mark Roman III, which once shone so bright that it looked as if the cat-head prow of the spirit of Bentheim was about to explode, had dimmed now that she had discharged all of the accumulated energies in her execution shot. The last shot had taken too much out of her. It was far too difficult for her to concentrate multiple sources of energy and mix them together without causing them to explode. The Amaranto Mark Roman III and the reinvented Instrument of Vengeance were both stellar pieces of engineering for being able to channel so much power without causing anything to explode or melt. Even so, Venerable Stark had pushed several delicate components to their limits and beyond. If not for the fact that her true resonance was able to temporarily boost their tolerances, the Instrument of Vengeance would have shattered into pieces, releasing so much catastrophic energies that her Amaranto Mark Roman III would have struggled to stay in one piece. She was thankful that this outcome did not come to pass. Stark had put her complete faith in her machine, and the Amaranto Mark Roman III rewarded her for it. The powerful Mech was designed for the future and could handle way more loads than her previous iteration. The only limit to her power was her lacking power reactor and her pilot. Venerable Stark had become the weaker partner in their relationship. This was why she already felt exhausted and worn out after letting loose a single serious attack. She did not regret it, though. She had deliberately sought to leverage as much of her willpower and mental strength as possible. Stark sought to push everything she had in a single overwhelming attack to ensure she was able to land the most decisive blow against a phase lord. The enemy gods might not deserve to be called this way, but they were undeniably difficult to damage. Ordinary attacks did not cut it. Their spatial barriers and energy shields were ridiculously strong and could soak up a lot of attacks. If Venerable Stark wanted to make a difference, then she needed to rely on releasing a single strike with all of the power she could muster. She had done so. If this gambit of hers ended in failure, then she would have to sit out the rest of the battle while being reduced to a passive participant in the battle. Right now, Venerable Stark only cared about one thing. How had her target fared when his massive true body got speared by the extremely execution strike? Enetra. She was far from the only individual who wondered about that. Many other people had trained their sensors in the direction of the phase lord in question. The Amaranto Mark Roman III did not target either of the two greater phase lords. Venerable Stark wisely believed that the probability of failing to meet her goals was too high. She instead wanted to target one of the 4 lesser phase lords. Stark did not know much about them. The scouts and intelligence services only collected a limited amount of data. Observing them through the excellent sensors of the Amaranto Mark Roman III granted her better insights on her targets. Of the 4 lesser phase lords, she quickly dismissed the 2 martial-oriented ones. Their mastery over spatial manipulation was usually inferior, but they made up for it by training and upgrading their physical prowess. Their flesh was usually denser and more fortified with tough exotic materials. With the help of face-water organs, their bodies also gained numerous different ways to contain and repair heavy injuries. Combined with the fact that martial phase lords were much better conditioned against pain and were able to keep fighting even when they were partially crippled, they were just better at resisting the Amaranto Mark Roman III attacks. The same could not be said for the erudite phase lords. They usually amounted to scholars, politicians, and other upper members of a society. No matter what race they belonged to, the individuals at the top rarely fought in person. Instead, they were the ones that ordered others to fight on their behalf. The 2 crudite phase lords just happened to be Orvans, which was good news. Venerable Stark and the expeditionary fleet had fought against many different Orvans over the years. She was intimately familiar with the biologies of mortal Orvans. The physiology of their phase lord counterparts may have mutated a lot, but the most important organs should still be in the same places. Of the 2 Orvans, one of them came across as more cautious and reserved, while the other possessed a more aggressive bearing. The 8th Lord of Takansha looked as if he would rather be elsewhere than on the battlefield. The Orvan Lesser Phase Lord respected the threat posed by red humans a lot more seriously than his peers, and conjured up multiple spatial defenses around him to guard against Curus Ataxa. Though his peers thought he was being silly for acting so cautiously, the Phase Lord was of a civilian origin. War was too frightening for an academic like himself. Kasolayan, on the other hand, felt excited about killing as many humans as possible. Whether he was motivated by greed for the rich rewards promised by the Red Cabal or the desire to shed as much blood as he could, the more aggressive Phase Lord was already prepared to wreak havoc onto the human defensive positions. Whatever Kasolayan specialized in, he had clearly selected face-water organs and honed his spatial abilities with an offensive focus. This Orvan Phase Lord carried himself like a wrecking ball, or at least a god, who was able to summon as many wrecking balls as he wanted. That made him the most suitable target in Stark's eyes. Her judgment may be wrong, but she believed in her eyesight and intuition. It was clear that she made the right choice. The instant her Amaranto Mark Roman III unleashed the most powerful attack that she had launched up to this point in her existence, the two erudite lesser phase lords reacted very differently. The 8th Lord of Takansha was clearly a lot more prepared to defend against surprise attacks, because he only twitched for a minuscule amount of time before he reflexively generated multiple layers of spatial barriers around his entire true body. In contrast, Kaso Leiyan was much slower to react. He was not able to strengthen his spatial barrier or activate any other defensive measures from his raiment or his face water organs. By the time he properly registered the attack heading in his direction, the overpowering light beam had already successively pierced through his spatial barrier, his azure energy shield, his armored raiment, and his flesh. Though the laser beam was proportionally thin compared to the formidable stature of the lesser phase lord, it still managed to pierce through several face water organs as well as his heart before escaping through his back. As the light levels returned to normal on the battlefield, everyone tried to see what happened to the lesser phase lord. Kaso Leiyan was absolutely not in good shape anymore. He keeled over and held the hole in his chest where the attack had pierced through. Face water-infused blood leaked out from the holes on his front and back. The amount of blood leaking from his body was not as much as it could have been, but that was actually a bad sign in this case. His heart was not circulating the blood in his veins anymore. Phase lords or not, so long as their true bodies were still modeled after the biologies of their race, their weak points still remained the same. A mortal Orvan individual would die if his heart got stabbed by a spear of light. The same did not necessarily apply to an Orvan phase lord. The physique of a phase lord was an impossibility in biological terms. It worked through principles that nobody fully understood. Yet for all of their ability to defy the laws of physics, no amount of face water could make up for the absence of a heart. This was not necessarily a fatal wound to every phase lord. Some martial phase lords implanted their bodies with face water organs that could promote the flow of blood in their bodies. They were effectively second hearts that also happened to grant them additional insurance in case their real hearts got destroyed. As Kaso Leiyan's alien expression conveyed shock and disbelief as he feebly raised his hand to cover the hole in his chest, it became increasingly more clear that he did not possess this backup organ. The other 5 phase lords froze in place. They no longer conveyed as much arrogance and confidence as before. They all stared at Kaso Leiyan in silence. None of them moved forward to help the critically injured native god. Whether it was because they were frozen in shock or because there was nothing they could do to treat the injuries of another phase lord, Stark did not know. All she cared about was that Kaso Leiyan was on his own. Was he capable of recovering from this wound? That became less likely as the Orvan phase lord remained hunched over while suffering from a huge amount of pain. His body was not healing. His wounds were growing worse. The destruction of his heart was so great that, working condition, I was impossible to restore it back to. As Kaso Leiyan tried to make use of his elevated control over his own physique to apply emergency solutions, he despairingly felt that his strength was leaving his body. His control over the fabric of space had taken a hit after multiple face water organs got destroyed, but now his healthy organs were faltering as well. Meanwhile, his psyche grew less stable as he felt a dark and murderous force enranding through his true body. The true resonance that empowered this mysterious force not only added enough power to this force to elevate it into a serious threat, but also made it much more difficult for Kaso Leiyan to remove. The heavily injured phase lord gradually figured out that this mysterious force was one of the contributing factors that made his wounds worse. Not only that, but it was hindering his true body in several other ways. It was like a parasite that devoured his body from the inside. The Orvan Phase Lord coughed blood that was concentrated with a moderate amount of face water. The alien god raised his hand and looked at his own blood stains. He looked down at the hole that had been cut through his raiment. If he was able to bend his back further, then he might even be able to see the space on the other side of the hole. The alien opened up his mouth and spoke a few alien words before growing still. Is he dead? Life signs are dropping. Spatial activity has plunged by over 90%. Body temperature is beginning to drop. The lesser phase lord known as Kaso Layan has either entered into hibernation or died at the hands of venerable Davia Stark. From the moment Davia Stark acknowledged the final result of her dramatic shot, she closed her eyes and felt an unprecedented period of peace and serenity. For a tiny moment of her life, the ghosts of all of the people that haunted her dreams and waking hours left her alone. She had fulfilled her purpose as a vessel for people's desire to exact vengeance against the culprits responsible for their demise. Though Kaso Layan likely had not participated in the massacres that saw many humans lose their lives, he was still representative of the native alien regimes that sought to exterminate the extragalactic invaders. Therefore, the death of this Orvan Phase Lord satisfied the long-held wishes of a huge amount of people, both dead and alive. Now, these people seemed to reward Venerable Stark for her dedication. More and more E-energy radiation began to flow in her direction. A certain part of her will and spirit began to sublimate as she gained a much better realization of her purpose and goals in her second life. I am vengeance. Apotheoses came for her, like a mother welcoming back her lost daughter. Chapter 6691, The Limit of the Pilot. Venerable Davia Stark broke through. Every sensor that was able to get a read on the Amaranto mark Roman 3 identified the undeniable manifestations of a second apotheosis. Red humanity just became a little stronger than before after welcoming the ascension of a new ace pilot. Many human defenders immediately cheered as they saw their hopes of surviving this battle rise higher. Many high-tier expert pilots of the expeditionary fleet sincerely transmitted their congratulations to St. Davia Stark. Although they were all jealous that she had managed to take this crucial step first, the powerful expert pilots all felt confident that they could grasp their own chance during this battle. As St. Davia Stark broke through, she became stronger in every way. Although her accumulation was not too great, the fundamental transformations sublimated her willpower and spirit until she was able to birth a new domain. The cat head prow of the spirit of Bentheim, that previously showed off the majesty of the Larkinson clan, suddenly began to glow brighter, while exuding a strong, threatening aura. Anyone who held even the slightest contempt towards red humanity immediately felt guilty, as if the source of the newly formed domain would come to them and force them to surrender their lives one day. The powerful domain of the latest ace pilot of the Larkinson continued to expand and take shape. E-energy radiation from the environment supplemented its growth and helped to solidify the ace pilot's new foundation. In the meantime, the Amaranto mark Roman 3 underwent a transformation of her own. The recently upgraded Mech eagerly absorbed a portion of the powerful feedback released by her battle partner, using the energies to boost her growth and become a better living Mech. The compatibility between the Mech and Mech pilot had already been high, but it rose even further as the energies molded the sophisticated Archimech into a machine that better matched Davia Stark's domain and power expression. The Archimech continued to glow bright. The unusually high concentration of hyper-materials in her Archimech frame caused the entire machine to resonate with Saint Stark on a much deeper and stronger level than before. The resonance meters shot up, breaking straight past the limit of an expert pilot and propelling all the way to 108 lavers before hitting a ceiling. If Saint Stark's accumulation was greater, then it may have been possible for her to surpass Saint Commander Kaesela, Ingvar's resonance strength. This was especially possible considering that the miracle couple technically designed the Amaranto Mark Roman III as a partial ace mech, rather than a pure expert mech. At this time, Gloriana's bold and forward-thinking decision to replace the expert mech-grade resonating exotics with ace mech-grade resonating exotics seemed prescient. Although the Amaranto Mark Roman III was not entirely an ace mech, she had definitely risen beyond the limits of an expert mech from the moment the design department completed her most recent upgrade. This brought so many benefits to St. Stark. For all intents and purposes, she was already piloting a quasi-first-class ace mech in many ways that mattered. Though a part of her components, hardware configuration and operating system parameters were still tuned to accommodate a high-tier expert pilot, it was quite easy to perform shallow modifications and retune the Amaranto Mark Roman III until she became a proper ace mech like the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. It was unfortunate that the Amaranto Mark Roman III could only complete this transformation in a workshop, but it didn't matter too much for the newly ascended saint, as the classification of resonating materials was by far the most important variable that differentiated expert mechs from ace mechs. All of this meant that unlike many other pilots who broke through a second time, St. Stark did not face as many constraints from her machine. In fact, now that St. Stark's resonance strength had become so much stronger than before, she no longer felt as much strain when trying to resonate with charge mate and heat mate. The two resonating materials comprised of a classic combination among ace mechs that relied heavily on energy weapons. One of them was capable of directly converting true resonance into electrical energy. The other was able to reduce a lot of heat by expending true resonance. Although the effects sounded simple, they were absolutely powerful under the right circumstances. The stronger the ace pilot, the more he or she was able to benefit from these two resonating alloys. At this moment, St. Stark had only just become an ace pilot, so she was not able to tap into the greater potential of the two resonating exotics. It was already enough that she was able to draw out a part of their strength and make her ace mech a little stronger. With the power of her explosive forced resonance, St. Stark was able to sidestep the fairly weak power reactor of the Amaranto Mark Roman III and improve the living mech's energy output so that it faintly surpassed the threshold of a first-class high-ranking mech. When combined with the Index System version 3.0, which just experienced a considerable boost in efficiency and effectiveness due to the most recent willpower sublimation, the Amaranto Mark Roman III was able to output even stronger energy beams than before. The best part about many of the changes and improvements triggered by St. Stark's breakthrough was that it was all persistent rather than temporary. The newly ascended ace pilot grinned as her shining eyes gazed at the enemies in the distance. She could practically feel the fear emanating from the phase lords that were located so far away that their massive bodies had to be viewed through magnifying telescopic optical sensors. She no longer saw the phase lords as threats per se. Though she always had to remain on guard against these powerful alien foes, right now the power balance was firmly in her favor. Up close, I am at your mercy. From afar, I am the executioner who shall harvest your lives. St. Stark did not yearn to be invincible and omnipotent. She only asked for one thing. She wanted the power to kill her targets, no matter how strong they may be. The ace pilot knew that as long as her foes remained at extreme range from her own Amaranto. Mark Roman III. As long as St. Stark piloted the Amaranto Mark Roman III, she knew without a doubt that nearly any enemy became vulnerable to her instrument of vengeance, so long as they were in the open and far enough away. It just so happened that there were still 5 high-priority targets flying in open space. The slow and steady advance of the native aliens had turned from an intimidating display to a shooting gallery as far as St. Stark was concerned. "Stark!" The Saint Commander transmitted an urgent message to the latest ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. "How long are you able to last?" "Not for long," Stark scowled. "Even with your new mech, My new ace mech allows me to stretch my grown legs without hitting any limits, but that doesn't mean much if I have already run a marathon beforehand. I can feel that my explosion of strength is temporary. You've experienced the same thing. You should know what it is like. My mech has little to no influence on how long I can last. That was the only downside to breaking through in battle. Though she was incredibly glad that she had finally gained the strength and status, that she needed to exact her revenge on those who preyed on humans that could not protect themselves, she would probably have to retire from the battlefield from the moment her forced resonance ran out of steam. Then make the most of it, Kaesela Ingvar succinctly said. Oh, I intend to. St. Davia Stark grinned. The Amaranto Mark Roman III flared with greater power than before. The ace mech had not weakened by any measure compared to before. In fact, she had grown stronger and was able to absorb a lot more E-energy with the help of a domain that was powered by forced resonance. The entire spirit of Bentheim suddenly darkened as the Amaranto Mark Roman III absorbed much of the light from the surrounding environment. The living mech's Diverna's alloy worked much more effectively than before. It sucked in a torrent of light energy and channeled it all into the instrument of vengeance. The oversized rifle already glowed like a blazing hot white star. Previously, the weapon struggled to contain so many different energies at elevated quantities. Now, the most recent wave of willpower baptism, along with the much stronger application of forced resonance, effectively caused the weapon's tolerances to expand in an explosive manner. The instrument of vengeance's concentration of energy exceeded that of the previous instance. The native aliens weren't stupid. Even if they had difficulty making sense of what was happening inside the eye socket of the cat-head prow of the spirit of Bentheim, they knew an attack was coming. This time, the Phase Lords no longer stupidly postured their giant and very exposed true bodies in the open. The alien gods may be prone to arrogance and conceit, but they were not stupid, especially if they have lived for hundreds if not thousands of years. The 5 remaining Phase Lords completely shed any notion of dignity and hastily traveled to the rear of the closest alien battleships, intending to use their formidable hulls as solid cover. St. Stark let out a noise of irritation. If she wielded the previous version of the PR-131 countermeasure by bending her energy beam at an angle. Unfortunately, one of the changes that Vess had made to the instrument of vengeance was to replace opticonium in order to free up capacity to integrate charge mate and heat mate to the Amaranto Mark Roman III. St. Stark did not think it was wrong to make this swap. Without the additional power and tolerances provided by the 2 ace mech-grade resonating alloys, her earlier strike wouldn't have been able to become strong enough to assassinate Kaso. Leyen, since she was no longer able to bend her energy beam attacks anymore, she may as well attempt to wound and kill the Phase Lords by relying on brute force. You are next. She did not pull out all of the stops this time. The 2-step execution crystal was an ultimate module that was not as suited in the current conditions. Using it was time-consuming and would force her to make fewer shots than she would like. Besides, her latest breakthrough had improved her in a way that made it a lot easier for her to maintain her accuracy at this range. As soon as she trained her rifle in the direction of the 8th Lord of Takansha, she decisively pulled the trigger. Another exaggeratingly strong and thick bright light beam lanced across space before striking at the battleships that the other Orvan Phase Lord used as makeshift cover. Just as Stark expected, the energy beam pierced through the multiple layers of Azure energy shields as if they were nothing, and pierced through the hull as if it was only a minor speed bump. After the beam instantly passed through the other side of the thick hull, it pierced through the other layers of Azure energy shields that were oriented towards the opposite side, before finally slamming into the defenses of the 8th Lord of Takansha. The alien was ready for the attack. He apparently specialized in defense, because he did not just rely on his native spatial barrier to resist this overwhelming strike, but also conjured up 4 more layers of spatial barriers in front of his true body. Though the additional spatial barriers were significantly smaller and did not cover every angle of his body, the 8th Lord of Takansha was still able to put them in the way of the extremely powerful energy beam. 3 of the barriers broke in quick succession, but the 4th flared brightly before finally succumbing. The native spatial barrier caught the remaining energy beam, but it had exhausted so much of its power that it finally fizzled out of existence. The 8th Lord of Takansha looked weary, but relieved. Then the eye socket of the spirit of Bentheim began to glow again amidst the spreading darkness. Saint Davia Stark was already preparing to launch her next strike. Chapter 6692, Terror from Afar. The Amaranto Mark Roman III firing rate was still as slow as ever. Becoming an ace pilot hadn't changed the awful long time it took to fully charge the instrument of vengeance. However, the power of every attack was so astonishing that it captivated everyone's attention, whether they wanted it or not. There was no choice, as the damage output of the Amaranto Mark Roman III was so exaggerated. With every bright white energy beam that lanced out of her instrument of vengeance, the formidable alien battleships that were supposed to be strong enough to withstand the attack of expert mechs for a while became gutted. Neither their azure energy shields nor their hull structures could offer enough resistance to block the incredibly penetrating attacks from the most powerful ranged mech associated with the Larkinson clan. The 8th Lord of Takansha grew distressed as his weakened spatial barriers failed to resist the onslaught of the powerful energy beam. The partially expended energy beam continued to lance forward and cut straight through his raiment before finally drilled a hole into his lower body. The Phase Lord uttered a silent scream of pain that shook the surrounding space. It was only due to the tiny delay generated by the continuous blockades that the Orvan Lesser Phase Lord managed to move out the way just enough to avoid getting struck in the heart. As the battleship that the native god used as a makeshift shield began to falter as her hull became stressed by secondary explosions, the 8th Lord of Takansha still sought to secure his life. Since not even the largest alien hulls were able to block the Amaranto Mark Roman III piercing strikes, the Orvan Phase Lord figured out a better solution. Space warped around him as he made his way to the Herald of the Void. The Greater Phase Lord, in turn, did not want to witness the fall of another native god, even if he belonged to another race. The Jureg Greater Phase Lord uttered an alien command that saw the rest of his exalted peers converge upon each other. The Phase Lords did not hide their fear towards the distant ace mech and adjusted their formation so that they lined up with each other. The alien Phase Lords moved quickly despite their formidable bulk and mass. Since the position of the Amaranto Mark Roman III remained static, the native aliens were able to trace the exact trajectory of the energy beams and adjust their formations accordingly. At this time, the Herald of the Void used his much larger true body to serve as a physical shield for the 3 surviving Lesser Phase Lords. In the face of the extremely powerful and incredibly penetrating energy beams unleashed by the Amaranto Mark Roman III in her forced resonance state, none of the Lesser Phase Lords wanted to take their chances. What a huge loss of face. Back in their home territories, countless mortal alien individuals worshipped and looked up to Ziren Divar, the Fate Driver and the 8th Lord of Takansha, as gods. Each of them enjoyed many years of life and had grown accustomed to being a part of the ruling class of their own societies. How many years had it been since they were driven to such desperation that they had to take shelter behind the bulk of a Greater Phase Lord? It was ridiculous for them to hide from the firepower of a single ace mech, but they had no other choice. In fact, the damage inflicted by the Amaranto Mark Roman III was not necessarily higher than that of other ace mechs. What made the Amaranto Mark Roman III so much more threatening than the other machines was that she was almost fully designed to maximize her firepower. The Amphi's Extremis, piloted by St. Linda Cross, was designed as an assault mech that possessed good defenses, but also scored relatively well in offense and mobility. The Mars piloted by Patriarch Reginald Cross placed greater emphasis on offensive power, but still made a number of compromises in order to keep its defense and mobility good enough to facilitate aggressive actions. The Dark Zephyr placed the highest emphasis on mobility and possessed relatively poor offensive power. If not for the fact that St. Tusa temporarily borrowed the Tier 3 destroyer spear, the Ace light skirmisher wouldn't have posed much of a threat against alien phase lords. No matter what areas they excelled in, the vast majority of Ace mechs were designed for dueling, brawling, and intense dynamic maneuvers. This was a common design direction, due to the fact that Ace pilots had a long tradition of dueling against other Ace pilots. They only saw themselves as their opponents. They could not stand the thought of losing against a peer because their machine was not able to keep up with the adversary. The Amaranto Mark Roman III clearly deviated from this pattern because the original intent of this machine was to take enemies out at a distance. She was never meant to duel against a Norful Ononant, unclose the Larkinson. Army always made sure to provide adequate cover and support for venerable Davia Stark, so that she would not have to do anything else but snipe her targets. The living mech started out as the realization of the extreme firepower concept, and her third iteration only made this defining characteristic more pronounced. Not only was her single-shot firepower incredibly damaging, her effective range was astounding as well. The alien phase gods had nothing in their arsenal that could retaliate effectively against the extremely distant marksman mech. The only vessels that could pinpoint the coordinates of the Amaranto Mark Roman III and land effective retaliation hits onto the Amaranto Mark Roman III were the high-tech Pulmer heavy cruisers. Their formidable transphasic hyper-laser cannon batteries all swiveled around so that they were aiming straight at the spirit of Bentheim. While it was a lot more difficult for the heavy cruisers to land a hit on a moving capital ship, the Amaranto Mark Roman III generated so much energetic activity that the Pulmer targeting systems were able to calculate their firing solutions faster and with greater ease. It was not always good to be able to generate so much energy. The Amaranto Mark Roman III energy emissions were so excessively high that they may as well be giant signposts that told the native aliens where to aim. Dozens of warship-grade laser beams lanced across space and largely managed to hit the spirit of Bentheim. Though many of the laser beams still missed due to minute errors, and because of the factory ship's unpredictable course changes, the majority of attacks still struck her Azure energy shields. Fortunately, the attacks were spread out across the hull, so none of the shields broke. Most of the energy beams struck near or at the bow section of the spirit of Bentheim, but this happened to be the most well-protected part of the factory ship. Although St. Davia Stark did not excel in defense, her new Saint Kingdom was still able to weaken and dampen any attack that entered its effective range. The Amaranto Mark Roman III would have been fine if the enemy energy attacks managed to bypass all of those layers of defense. The cat-head prow of the spirit of Bentheim provided excellent cover for mechs that sheltered inside the eye sockets. The threatening Ace mech laid prone in order to minimize her silhouette towards the native alien forces as best as possible. St. Davia Stark did not worry about the incoming attacks at all and continued to focus on what she did best, which was launching powerful precision shots at her opponents. Unfortunately for her, the Amaranto Mark Roman III in her forced resonance state was unable to threaten the lives of any further lesser phase lords. The native alien gods had traded away their dignity for safety. They were far more willing to cower behind their stronger peers so long as this act protected them from the wrath of a Newsly ascended ace pilot that already took away the life of an Orvan lesser phase lord. No matter how much Saint Stark wanted to make her bright light beam attacks punch through the defenses of the Herald of the Void, her ace mech had reached her limit. The only results produced by her eye-wateringly bright full-powered shots was to partially drain the Greater Phase Lord's spatial barrier. The Herald of the Void was not as easy to take down as the others. He had developed his body, his face water organs, and his abilities much longer than the other Phase Lords. His much higher face water concentration amplified almost all of his capabilities. This was not an enemy that a junior ace pilot could challenge on an equal level. The only results gained by the Amaranto Mark Roman III powerful attacks was to exercise the Herald of the Void's face water organs and expose the strength of his spatial barrier. Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar had enough of this display. "Stark, don't waste your firepower on the Herald of the Void. Even if you break past his spatial barrier, his exoskeleton shell can resist a lot of damage as well. You are better off investing your remaining energies into eliminating the most threatening alien warships. I have already designated the highest priority targets to you over the commandnet. Do your best to eliminate as many of them in the time that you have left. Every alien battleship that falls will save thousands of Mech pilots and tens of thousands of other soldiers on this battlefield." St. Davia Stark scowled, but she did not reject Kaesela Ingvar's logic. The Herald of the Void had quickly taught her a lesson that just because her offensive power had grown by a lot, that this was not enough to pierce through the defenses of a Greater Phase Lord. Not yet. Not alone. As long as she consolidated her new state and learned how to channel her newfound powers more effectively, she might be able to threaten the Jureg Greater Phase Lord's life, especially if he was already engaged in battle by another ace Mech. The extreme range between the two sides worked against her this time. Being able to attack the native alien champions from such a distance spared her from any serious retaliation, but it also left the rest of the human defenders with no options to capitalize on the openings made by the Amaranto Mark Roman III. Davia quickly adjusted her targeting. Though her pride and ego screamed at her to continue to hammer the Phase Lords, there were still plenty of other aliens that deserved to taste her vengeance. The superiority of an ace pilot over warships became a lot more evident for the following period, as the Amaranto Mark Roman III accurately struck the largest and most threatening alien warships. Each of every piercing bright light beam pierced through the azure energy shields of the alien vessels and punched straight through the exterior hull and citadel before destroying the most critical power generators and other vital systems. While most of the alien battleships that got speared by the Amaranto Mark Roman III did not collapse or blow up right away, the damage they sustained was so severe that they had effectively become crippled before the proper battle even started. After landing a crippling blow on the 7th battleship, the Amaranto Mark Roman III finally began to dim, causing the surrounding light levels to return to normal. The ace Mech had withdrawn from her forced resonance state. St. Davia Stark had completed her breakthrough and had drained herself for the second time. Her fatigue was very real. She could not stave off the wave of exhaustion that overtook her transformed body. The stresses she endured were too great. She felt as if her ballooning willpower had forcibly expanded her entire being, causing her to feel as if she had metaphysically grown larger. This forceful growth process had certainly produced massive results, but the downside was that St. Davia Stark needed to retreat and enjoy a long rest before she could slowly regain her fighting condition. She felt unwilling to retreat from the battlefield so soon, but Stark possessed enough awareness that everyone had their limits. "I am done," she said in a softer and much more exhausted voice. "I am withdrawing now as I am struggling to maintain consciousness." "Good luck, Larkinsons. Thank you for your service, St. Stark. We shall take it from here. You have given us an excellent opening play." Chapter 6693, Failure to Capitalize. St. Davia Stark changed the entire dynamic of the battle in an instance. Though there were many Larkinsons that had high hopes for the marksman Mech specialist after receiving her newly upgraded Mech, few expected her to break through when the enemy forces were still too far away for most weapons to be able to land a hit. Not everyone was able to match the legendary accuracy of Pulmer laser gun batteries. A buffer period took place, as both sides took stock of what just happened. The Amaranto Mark Roman III never showed up in full view of the public, to the dismay of the soldiers that became encouraged by her astonishing performance. The spirit of Bentheim possessed her own internal channels for mechs and mech-sized objects to move inside her interior. This shrouded the new ace pilot in mystery. Many people would remember this day for the rest of their lives for this overwhelming display of ranged superiority alone. The fight had to go on. Just because the native aliens unexpectedly lost a lesser phase lord was not a reason for them to abort their long-awaited offensive push to the final human stronghold in the Viola Magnifica system. The native alien commanders evidently saw no point in any further posturing or showmanship. The enemy forces advanced faster. The phase lords that previously came under threat were indignant at what a single human ace pilot and ace mech had put them through, and were eager to earn back their lost face by crushing the human resistance. Of course, the 3 remaining lesser phase lords did not stupidly fly in the open this time, but conspicuously remained behind the much more massive bodies of the 2 greater phase lords. The returned assault fleets made their own adjustments just as the Amaranto Mark Roman III. Their warships altered their formations so that the Amaranto Mark Roman III wouldn't be able to pierce through several hulls at once. It was rather amazing to see how the performance of just a single saint could curb the arrogance of so many aliens and reshape the dynamics of this battle. Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar felt genuine gratitude towards Davia Stark for removing an important enemy chess piece off the board. She only felt regret that the latest saint broke through a bit too soon for her liking. If Davia Stark was able to hold her fire and wait until the native aliens had moved within the effective range of most of the guns of the human mechs and orbital defenses, then they could have taken advantage of the Amaranto Mark Roman III impressive firepower to take down 1 or 2 additional phase lords. This was not an exaggeration. The Saint Commander truly believed that more enemy champions would have fallen if the timing of Saint Stark's breakthrough had been better. Even if the Amaranto Mark Roman III had lost the most crucial element of surprise, the ace marksman mech's extremely potent attacks was enough to weaken the spatial barriers of greater phase lord by a significant margin. Certainly, the Amaranto Mark Roman III firepower was ultimately not enough to overcome the formidable defenses of the Herald of the Void. But what if Kaesela added the firepower of her Minerva Mark, along with dozens of barons and thousands of knights? The massed firepower of all of those resonance-empowered mechs would definitely put the greater phase lord's defenses under much greater strain. It would be even better if the Amphi's Extremis piloted by St. Linda Cross was able to approach the greater phase lord and hammer away at the enemy's battered defenses with the help of its ace mech-grade space suppression module and powerful mace. The combined onslaught of all of these ace pilots and machines would have surely inflicted enough damage to kill, or at least drive away the Jureg greater phase lord, before he even had a chance to demonstrate his combat prowess. Alas, it was not to be. There was no guarantee that St. Davia Stark would have broken through if she held in her urges and waited until the enemy forces advanced much closer. The guest pilot of the Larkinson clan clearly struck at that specific timing because her machine made it possible and because she wanted to challenge herself. In any case, the Saint Commander knew better than to look at a gift horse in the mouth. Even if it was not the horse she wanted, having one was better than having none. "What do we do now, Kaesela?" Venerable Joshua asked. "We wait, we adjust, we prepare, despite this." Variable. "Our plan has not changed all that much. The enemy force is too numerous for the loss of a phase lord and a dozen battleships to reverse the balance of power. The greater phase lords are the true threat. Their defenses are much tougher. Their attacks hit much harder. Their mobility is quite high as long as they are not being warp interdicted. Their technological equipment has also received major upgrades. Without the presence of a senior ace pilot or the exceptional firepower of an offensive specialist like Saint Stark. I do not see a way for us to kill or cripple either greater phase lords. Davia Stark managed to kill a lesser phase lord when she was still an expert pilot. Saint Tusa managed to kill a greater phase lord by himself. Those are exceptional circumstances that cannot be replicated by us so easily, Kaysella retorted with a frown. Saint Tusa borrowed the power of a Tier 3 destroyer spear. Davia Stark has completed an impressive feat, but she is out of action for the remainder of this battle. Our only hope of replicating the earlier miracle is for you or another high-tier expert pilot to break through on the battlefield. While I would like to be optimistic, as a Mech commander, I cannot base my plans on a low-probability event that historically almost never happens. Joshua objected to that approach. I think you can be a little more optimistic about our chances. It's different this time. While it is true that this is the first time that Davia Stark is able to properly pilot her shiny new Amaranto Mark Roman 3 in a serious battle, she has worked hard to improve her practice according to Ketty's theories. If I, along with a handful of other high-tier expert pilots, manage to break through during this battle, Saint Commander Kaysella Ingvar would truly welcome the emergence of so many comrades who she had fought alongside with for years. However, there was no proof yet that the Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta could magically improve the breakthrough chances of every expert pilot that believed in the unproven theory. We shall see. Kaysella remained uncommitted. We will switch from defense to offense as soon as the alien forces have suffered enough blows. However, breakthroughs alone may not be enough for us to slay one of the greater phase lords. As long as the Herald of the Void or the lower Herdmaster remains in fighting condition, either of the two can collapse our defenses and drive us away from the star system. This was the tyranny of a greater phase lord. The same applied to a senior ace Mech. Both of them were so much more powerful than other forces that they could swing a battle in their favor almost by themselves. Time passed by. Saint Commander Kaysella Ingvar and numerous other commanding officers continued to observe the advancing enemies while issuing orders to their troops. Now that the aliens have suffered the first major casualty in this battle, their approach no longer appeared as intimidating as before. The morale of the aliens had definitely taken a blow. The death of any phase lord was a huge deal in alien society. Even gods could die. The collapse of a phase lord, even a lesser one, produced a lot of ripple effects. The most ardent and most organized worshippers of the deceased phase lord had lost their greatest backing. The believers, who genuinely considered the phase lords to be divine, suffered crises of faith. While the enemy warships behaved as if there was nothing wrong, their crews had likely grown a lot more discouraged than before. If the humans were able to take out a phase lord with ease, then what about their ships? What about their stations? If not for superiors and supervisors watching out for any alien crew members that began to express their doubts, many of the alien vessels would have slowed down by this time. Instead, the alien officers pushed their warships to advance faster, allowing them to end the awkward period where no one was able to hit anything with any reliability. As the alien armada was about to enter into the effective range of many ranged mechs, both sides finally began to open fire at each other with their ranged weapons. Few projectile weapons had begun to open fire, but plenty of energy weapons did not show any restraint. Laser weapons, positron weapons, plasma weapons, and more crossed through space and either missed their targets or managed to strike at the enemy's defenses. The native aliens trained their guns at the orbital fortresses for the most part. While the Titan shields of the targeted fortified space stations could withstand numerous warship salvos, their shield generators were not able to withstand so many sustained attacks. One fortress got breached due to receiving the highest concentration of warship cannon fire. The Titan shield fizzled out, exposing the space station's metallic structure to the enemies. The native aliens capitalized on this advantage and launched a few more energy weapon salvos that completely wrecked the most essential systems and compartments of the space station. While the orbital defense network was steadily being degraded by the native aliens, the humans did not remain idle. They shot back with all of the guns they could bring to bear against the aggressors. While the guns were unable to effectively target any face fighters due to how small they had greater success when targeting the enemy capital ships. Unfortunately, there was still a noticeable gap in firepower. It was at this time that the Star Dancer Mark Roman II, piloted by venerable Brutus Wadden, had begun to open fire. Though he excelled at dogfighting, Brutus was still a relatively good marksman. His shots did not miss at this distance, and he was always able to maneuver his machine at different angles in order to target the best weak points, as much as that was possible when dealing with heavily shielded enemies. Those azure or transphasic energy shields could withstand only so many attacks, though. The alien warships just appeared a lot more durable because they usually roll their hulls and made sure to present their weakest side away from the greatest threat. Venerable Brutus happened to be fairly good at maneuvering around the battlefield and obtaining a superior angle to snipe down his adversaries. He drew upon his skills and experience in order to flank and harass the enemy warships with his ranged attacks. The Hexacris Luminar crystal rifle may have become outdated according to modern standards. It was still a weapon that venerable Brutus had used for years. He learned much of its quirks and issues, and knew for certain that his Mech weapon would land its shot exactly according to specifications. Come on, you misbegotten aliens. Your alien and patriarchal society rests on a foundation of sand. By denying the power of women in your uncivilized hierarchy, you deserve nothing but death. As the Star Dancer Mark Roman II merrily flew further and further away from the human defensive lines, the machine continued to lure more enemies in chasing after the expert rifleman Mech. Even if the Star Dancer Mark Roman II attacks were not even able to penetrate through the powerful alien energy shields, the mere fact that this expert Mech was able to infuriate the aliens could bring the human defenders another advantage. Already, a sizable detachment of elite phase fighters had veered away from the main formation and had entered into pursuit against the annoying expert rifleman Mech. Chapter 6694, Evolving Alien Counters. The battle had begun in earnest. Warships and Mechs from both sides began to shoot at each other. While the melee Mechs of the human defenders had yet to go into action, they had already begun to maneuver across the battlefield in the hopes of finding favorable angles of attacks. The native aliens did not underestimate the threat of these melee Mechs. If left unchecked, these primitive machines wielding swords, spears, or axes could debilitate a lot of alien assets with the help of their space suppression modules. In order to prevent these melee Mechs from weakening transphasic energy shields and disrupting the operation of warp drives with impunity, the native aliens had to stop or stall them no matter what it took. The native alien armada had spent much of the last few weeks shipping in large amounts of face fighters from afar. Many of them were piloted by alien conscripts that possessed little to no experience in actual warfare, but their hardware was largely superior due to the more copious use of face water technology. The latest generation of face fighter models especially stood out compared to the older models. The human defenders quickly noticed that the face fighters reacted faster and more responsibly to different threats. The strike craft had also become more accurate even as they made faster and more complicated maneuvers. Their cannon hardpoints were able to angle their barrels at greater angles, and the automated tracking systems had become significantly more effective than before. While a Mech controlled by a professional Mech pilot was usually able to throw off the AL-driven tracking systems for a while, it became exponentially harder to do so when two or more face fighters were working hard to gun down the human machine. These situations happened more often than not because the alien face fighters easily outnumbered the total number of human Mechs that remained in the star system. The earlier rounds of skirmishing had caused both sides to suffer losses. However, Despite the fact that the native aliens lost more small craft than the humans, the invaders were much better able to absorb these losses. The removal of even a single Mech had a much greater impact on the human forces due to how fewer of them were available from the start. What was worse for the defending side was that the melee Mechs often had to fight at a distance from their ranged counterparts. This meant that melee Mechs frequently found themselves in situations where they were outnumbered 2-to-1, 3-to-1, or even more lopsided ratios. Fortunately, few of the pilots succumbed to the immense pressure. They had endured similar situations in the past and trusted in their skills and the strength of their Mechs to see them through this chaotic battlefield. Many melee Mechs faltered and broke when they got strafed by multiple face fighters swooping in from multiple directions, but many more managed to intercept the alien craft and quickly strip the alien craft of their defenses with the help of space suppressors. Supporting fire from ranged Mechs most certainly eased the pressure, but only under limited circumstances. Their attacks largely bounced off the Azure energy shields that protected the fragile frames of every face fighter without much consequence. Only the Mechs armed with transphasic firearms were able to inflict much more significant damage to the alien craft, but they were in the minority because face water was still out of reach to more ordinary outfits and military units. This was why it was crucial for the ranged Mechs to coordinate their actions with the melee Mechs. Only by weakening and dampening the face water technology that made face fighters so difficult to deal with were the ranged Mechs able to quickly exhaust the defenses of the alien craft. At first, this tried-and-true approach worked fine. Its simplicity was its strength. Most of the burden fell onto the melee Mechs who needed to catch up to the relatively fast and agile alien face fighters. While the melee Mechs were not able to catch up to their targets by themselves, their pilots had plenty of training and experience in working together to pincer or flank the enemy strike craft. Space was big. The alien face fighters could only travel in so many directions if they wanted to be useful on the battlefield. Human Mech officers carefully read and analyze the movement of enemy units before instructing subordinates to box in their designated targets. Plenty of alien craft were able to identify the trap in advance and urgently made turns that allowed them to escape the kill boxes, but there were other alien face fighters that failed to get out in time. Though the human Mechs were employing the best and most proven tactics to cope against their enemies, the aggressors were not willing to allow their small craft to perish like this without being able to generate enough value. Damn, the Pulmer gunships have arrived. Wait, those craft look different from the advanced Pulmer craft, a Mech designer and analysts reported. These gunships are single solid craft that are likely piloted by multiple alien crew members. Their architecture and material usage is distinctly Orvan in nature. The Orvans had apparently entered the gunship game as well. While they hadn't taken the same route as the Pulmers and formed their gunships out of combining the frames of numerous face fighters together, their solution was much more economical and structurally sound. From the perspective of observing Mech designers, the gunships were clearly designed with a lot more patience, intent, and direction than most face fighters. The Orvan gunships were also obviously designed in cooperation with treacherous cosmopolitan Mech designers. It was painful to see so many sound human design principles being used to improve and optimize the design of the brand-new Orvan gunships. Even if the larger strike craft were not able to gain metaphysical enhancements like human Mechs, their larger size and far greater capacity to accommodate weapons and other systems were already advantages by themselves. So this is what the native aliens have been holding back all this time. Damn, their Azure energy shields are much tougher. They're slower and less maneuverable. They are 3 times easier to hit from afar. That doesn't help us all that much when we don't have enough guns to wear them all down. The Orvan contingent of the alien armada only deployed a couple of thousand of face fighters, but they were already having a disproportionate impact on the battlefield. The gunships were equipped with basic miniature warp drives that allowed them to travel pretty fast, so long as their flight was not being interdicted. Once a melee mech got close, the gunships began to show off their real strengths. Each gunship easily surpassed a heavy mech in size and mass. Their more generous dimensions allowed them to accommodate much stronger Azure shield generators and thick layers of transphasic hyper armor plating. The latter was a radical departure from Facefighter design. Whereas Facefighters largely tried to survive on the battlefield by relying on pretty decent energy defenses and mobility, gunships clearly tried to survive by banking on their much stronger energy defenses and armor systems that were no longer a joke anomaral. Though expensive, the gunships turned out to be excellent damage sponges at this scale of warfare. A dozen ranged mechs focused their fire onto an Orvan gunship, but the latter's defenses proved to be so tough that it took a considerable amount of time just to take the larger craft out of action. The Orvan gunship did not passively take the beating. It instead opened fire at its attackers and any other human mechs that sought to take advantage of the situation. Powerful transphasic hyper-positron beams spat out from multiple turrets and demi-turrets. Their calibers were significantly greater than the smaller guns mounted on Orvan-developed Facefighters. Since the gunships were not only able to supply more energy, but also manage the buildup of heat a lot better, their positron beam cannons were able to inflict serious harm onto any mech it hit, particularly if the target lacked Azure energy shields or other effective forms of defenses. Be careful when you are being targeted by these gunships. The new alien craft hit much harder than Facefighters. A few of my friends already got killed because their cockpits got breached before they even had a chance to pull their ejection levers. What was worse was that the gunships had enough capacity to accommodate even more armaments. When melee mech units easily caught up to these slower and less maneuverable craft, they suddenly found out that the Orvan gunships were equipped with weapons systems that were specifically designed to repel threats at close range. Hidden gun ports slid open and revealed short but wide barrels that soon began to launch transphasic hyper shrapnel in multiple directions. The spray of penetrating and incredibly deadly flechettes were so all-encompassing that hardly any of the nearby melee mechs remained unharmed from this devastating salvo. The closer the distance, the more devastating the damage incurred by the unprepared melee mechs. Many of them had lost power or floated erratically as their limbs malfunctioned and their internals got breached. The more powerful melee mechs that were equipped with Azure energy shields managed to retain their mobility, but their energy defenses had been overloaded in an instant. Press the attack. Try to maintain more distance and circle around rather than going in straight away. Watch out for any movement from the flechette guns and be ready to 111 spots of the gunships whenever possible. Despite being taken by surprise, the melee mech pilots did not lose their cool and tried to adjust to this latest enemy type as best as possible. They quickly figured out that the gunships probably possessed a limited capacity of expensive transphasic hyper flechettes. They also found that it was still possible to threaten the gunships without getting shredded to pieces if they attacked the gunships at angles where their flechette guns were not able to reach. The rear was an especially good angle, as there were only a handful of positron beam cannon turrets that could swivel directly to the rear. There were no flechette launchers that could do the same for this particular gunship model. However, the native aliens had at least two ways to deal with melee mechs that tried to hug the rear of their gunships. The Orvan craft were all equipped with a minimissile launcher. This module was able to launch small but potent transphasic minimissiles that were easily able to circle around and home in on the melee mechs that had been following from behind. Another way the native aliens tried to prevent melee mechs from weakening the facewater technology that was crucial to keeping the gunships protected against human firepower was to call for help from other alien craft. The gunships by themselves possessed clear strengths and weaknesses. The humans could easily exploit the latter if the larger craft remained by themselves. However, when multiple gunships grouped up and covered each other with their guns, it became multiple times more difficult just to take one of these heavy craft down. When face fighters were assigned to guard the gunships and drive away any melee mech that attempted to stay in the blind spots of the new Orvan craft, it became nearly impossible for the humans to quickly eliminate these powerful new assets. We need a better solution against these Orvan gunships, because they are killing us faster than we are able to take them down. As the aliens became more adept with employing small craft in warfare, it seemed inevitable that they would resort to gunships to more effectively counter mechs. Even though they were far larger and more expensive to construct than face fighters, it didn't matter too much to the aliens as they had much more abundant resources at their disposal. Considering that only a few thousand of them were already enough to sap the momentum of over 100,000 human mechs, it was clear that the defenders needed to deal with them sooner rather than later. Chapter 6695, Countering the Counter. The appearance of the Orvan gunships proved that the Pulmers were not the only one to realize the potential of this larger craft. The native aliens had made greater strides in their attempts to improve and refine their solutions against human mechs. These gunships are going to be a bigger problem going forward, Vess remarked as he observed the battle by remote. There was no way he would miss out on this battle, despite the fact that he resided all the way over at the new Constantinople system. St. Stark's breakthrough already strengthened the clan by an enormous degree. Right now, he was hoping that more promising high-expert pilots would be able to grasp their chance and trigger their own breakthroughs. While Vess initially did not think much of the native alien forces, it was clear that he had underestimated their ingenuity and the speed in which they were able to roll out their latest solutions. Gunships represented relatively unknown territory to mech designers, because few, if any of them, ever designed a craft of this scale. They were bigger than heavy mechs. They traded all semblance of agility and speed for scale and capacity. Their hulls were shaped like angular ovals, allowing them to accommodate more weapon systems and other powerful systems. Even the most mediocre engineers could easily stuff a gunship hull with large armaments and thick armor plating without needing to worry about running out of space too soon. With the help of cosmopolitan mech designers, the Orvans had whipped up a few gunship designs that were simple and fairly cost-effective given the size of the craft. They were certainly not cheap, but it should not be difficult for them to generate enough value to pay for their hefty production costs. The gunships are more effective at repelling melee mechs than face fighters. Kedis frowned in concern as she observed that even the sword maidens struggled to kill the hardy craft. Face fighters rely on mobility more than anything to avoid getting caught. If a pair of melee mechs have already come close enough, then their azure energy shields will only delay their inevitable demise. These gunships are different because their energy defenses are strong enough to fend off melee mechs much longer than usual. That gives them enough time to repel their attackers with their fletchette guns or wait for backup from other alien small craft. The native aliens had begun to deviate even further from the pattern set by Red humanity. Instead of rigidly sticking to face fighters that approximated the size and mass of human mechs, the alien races had begun to adopt a different form of strike craft that played a lot better to their existing advantages. As Vess continued to study the performance of the new Orvan gunships as the battle unfolded, he could see that the aliens really made a wise decision to adopt these new craft. The gunships were no longer operated by a single alien pilot. He loosely estimated that they should be crewed by 3 to 5 low-caste Orvan operators. This worked out well because the Orvan gunship operators no longer had to split their limited training time in learning how to maneuver their craft, operate their weapon systems, keep up their defensive systems, and so much more. Now, the Orvans could assign different personnel to different training courses that solely taught them how to perform one responsibility well. This approach towards specialized roles clearly caused the gunships to exhibit inferior coordination. The alien conscripts were not always of the same mind. The lack of experience and training made it so that the larger craft was unable to respond quickly and in a unified manner in the face of changing circumstances. However, it was still worth it for them to be controlled by multiple Orvan operators, as the aliens were at least competent enough to perform their main jobs. The larger size, the lower mobility, and the stronger defenses all played in its favor for this reason. Whereas spacefighter pilots needed to be able to make quick decisions while their craft flew at great speeds, gunship operators could take their time to do their jobs right due to the slower pace of operation. Vess bet that around half of the gunship operators used to serve on warships before they received a change in assignments. This was convenient, as they were not only more disciplined and able to follow orders, but many of their skills also transferred over. The gunships are large and slow enough that they are easier to hit by long-ranged artillery fire, he noted. They are also a bit more prone to getting hit by warship gun batteries. There is no way these craft can defend against direct strike from a large enough warship cannon. That is true, Vess, but all of our heavy guns are currently occupied with trying to repel the alien warships. That was unfortunate. The warships, the defensive platforms, and the orbital fortresses were under heavy siege from alien warships. Although the native alien armada had lost numerous formidable warships due to St. Stark's breakthrough moment, it still had enough hulls left to be able to force their way forward in time. All of the big guns available to the human defenders had to train their firepower at the enemy warships for this reason. Vess frowned for a moment before he spotted another movement on the battlefield. His expression eased. He even began to smile. Well, the Orvans have certainly made a statement by unveiling their take on gunships, but it is too unfortunate for the aliens that their new strike craft are about to be confronted by one of their worst enemies in this particular battle. Just a few seconds passed before thousands of resonance-empowered energy beams lanced from the Larkinson Army contingent and accurately slammed into the Azure energy shields that protected a score of the new alien craft. Thousands of knights had opened fire at the gunships at once. It didn't matter whether the small craft were not being affected by a space suppression field at the time they got hit. The luminar crystal weapons wielded by notable ranged mechs, such as the nullifiers of the Battle Crier Mech Legion and the Fey Fianas adopted by several other Mech Legions, were all transphasic hyper-weapons that could already inflict considerable damage onto the enemy energy shields. When empowered by a touch of the Saint Commander's true resonance, the lethality of those attacks multiplied by several times, causing the gunships to enter into more precarious states. Saint Commander Kaysella was commandeering thousands more mechs at this time. Many of them were assigned to attack much higher priority targets. As one of the few ace pilots that was present on the battlefield, she was responsible for holding back the enemy phase lords as much as possible. This was why she could not afford to allocate all of them to destroy the enemy gunships. It was only because St. Stark managed to reduce the threat posed by the alien champions by assassinating one of them while tiring out the other that Kaysella was able to divert a portion of her commandeered mechs, address the threat posed by the enemy gunships. She recognized that it would not demand a major effort on her part to solve the gunship problem. As the commandeered living, mechs armed with powerful luminar crystal weapons repeatedly opened fire, the Orvan gunships had nowhere to hide aside from the larger pieces of debris that had begun to spread across the battlefield. The Azure energy shields of the Orvan gunships were designed to withstand the siege of several mechs at the same time, but they were not equipped to deal with several thousand temporarily empowered knights. Kaysella's ability to multitask through her command field was insane. She was able to control the knights so well that their ranged weapons attained a hit rate of over 95%. She probably could have raised this to 99%, if not for the fact that she was commandeering so many mechs at the same time. The inferior mobility of the gunships worked against them. In the face of this onslaught from afar, the craft had turned into sitting ducks who could only rely on their strong azure energy shields to resist the initial attacks. However, the luminar crystal weapons equipped by Mech models, such as the Fey Fiona and the Nullifier, were able to fire their shots at a decent firing rate. Resonance-empowered energy beams continued to strike at the initial gunships. Soon enough, their energy defenses disappeared, causing them to expose their armor. The commandeered Mechs continued to open fire at the exposed gunships. Their transphasic hyper armor was actually of good quality, but they were ultimately not equipped to withstand so many powerful and accurate attacks. The Orvans lost a hefty amount of gunships in a much shorter period of time than anticipated. This did not bode well for the remaining gunships. The human Mechs that had previously been struggling to fight against these well-designed craft suddenly gained an advantage now that they enjoyed the fire support of one of the most powerful Mech pilots taking part in this battle. "This is exactly what the Saint Commander excels at," Kedis said as she viewed the unfolding battle in the command center of the Spirit of Bentheim. "Her ability to commandeer so many different Mechs gives us an enormous advantage in any fight against enemy small craft. It doesn't matter whether they come in the form of face fighters or gunships. Both are vulnerable to superiority of Mechs, controlled and empowered by Kaesela Ingvar." In other words, the Saint Commander was perfect for fighting against conventional enemy units. The small fry were too weak to withstand attacks that had been blessed by the extraordinary willpower of an ace pilot. The more valuable the enemy's small craft, the more misery Saint Commander Kaesela could inflict upon it, as none of their defenses could equal that of a genuine warship. While the Orvan gunships desperately trained their transphasic hyper-positron cannons at the knights, the superior mobility of the latter along with the greater distance made it a lot more difficult to land their hits. The Saint Commander made sure to keep the commandeered Mechs moving in random patterns. If the gunships wanted to increase their hit rates, they needed to get closer, but this was clearly impossible because their mobility was vastly inferior, even without taking the amplification from true resonance into account. There was only one reasonable choice that the gunship commanders could make. "They're turning around. They're fleeing. Don't let them get away. Eliminate them all before they can come back and bite us when the Saint Commander isn't available." Many melee Mechs went in pursuit of the fleeing gunships. While the Mechs were still wary of getting blasted by flechette guns, they had learned enough to maintain a certain degree of distance from their targets. The flechette guns possessed wide dispersal rates. The further away the Mech, the less projectiles that would eventually hit the machine. The Mech pilots also learned to minimize their surface area towards the enemy gunships. By tilting their torsos to the side, or by facing their foes with the head or feet first, they could drastically lower the amount of flechettes that would eventually rake through their armor and internals. The clever melee Mech pilots engaged in all of this, while the ranged Mechs commandeered by Kaesela Ingvar continually showed off their prowess by downing gunships by the dozens. No escape. Alien face fighters tried their best to interfere with the pursuit, but they could do little to divert the attacks launched by the commandeered Mechs. Soon enough, only about 300 gunships managed to limp back to their respective carriers. This was less than a tenth of the proud gunships that the Orvans originally sent into the fray. The knights that previously hammered the Orvan gunships did not bother to attack the alien face fighters. The other Mechs could handle them. The firepower of the commandeered Mechs was exceptionally potent compared to their unempowered states. This turned them into a sharp weapon in Kaesela's hand. The Saint Commander scanned the battlefield for any other adverse situations that she could save with her abilities. There were plenty of other precarious situations that she needed to defuse in order to lead this battle in the right direction. Chapter 66-96, Brawling Phase Lords. Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar was one of the most powerful assets on the battlefield. Even though her power and abilities were constrained by the limitations of an expert Mech that she had already outgrown, she was still able to commandeer a huge amount of mechs just fine. What mattered the most was not the relatively small amount of true resonance that she was able to channel through her nights. The biggest reason why her commandeered mechs performed so much better than usual was because she was able to control their operations directly if she chose. In many cases, Kaysella felt that it was necessary to take control away from the mech pilots and reduce them to bystanders. She did not do this because she was an egotistical control freak, but because her combat skills were simply so much better, especially when it came to controlling ranged mechs. Kaysella was willing to retain more autonomy to her commandeered melee mechs, as her melee combat skills were not as good. Even so, their mech pilots still had to move to the coordinates and attack the enemies that she designated for them. Kaysella could only make the most of her nights if they moved in complete coordination with each other. Although the results she achieved were remarkable so far, the pressure on her shoulders was extremely heavy. The mech she assigned to dismantle the curious Orvan gunships only comprised a small part of the forces that were under her direct control and blessing. She was actually commandeering a lot of transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III and other powerful ranged mechs for the sole purpose of sieging the enemy phase lords from afar. From her perspective, the confrontations between mechs and face fighters were not that important for the time being. It would certainly be bad if the mechs got beaten back by alien small craft, but so long as the scrappy human machines managed to keep the face fighters at bay, there was no need for her to expend her attention and energy on giving them a boost. The enemy warships were a more serious concern. For now, the CFA warships, along with the many orbital defenses surrounding the fortress planet, were doing a good job at putting the alien warships under pressure. What the defensive platforms and orbital fortresses lacked in mobility, they made up for it with many layers of thick alloy armor. While the exotics and hypers used to make the orbital defenses were not too expensive or high in quality, the structures were easily able to stack multiple layers of meters-thick armor plating without compromising much of their other functions. Combined with modern and serviceable Titan shields, the orbital defenses were just tough and sturdy enough to withstand multiple relentless salvos launched by the enemy warships. Of course, the story may be different as the battle progressed. The lack of mobility meant that the orbital defenses were sitting ducks. They could not evade any attacks, nor retreat when their Titan shields were on the verge of getting depleted. The enemy warships were more flexible than that. Whenever their Azure energy shield coverage started to look shaky, they were able to fall back and recover their energy defenses and conduct repairs. This was a simple but effective tactic that the aliens relied upon to preserve their warships, especially after they lost a bunch of battleships due to Davia Stark's breakthrough. If possible, Commander Kaysella wanted to direct the firepower of her knights at these warships just before their energy shields were reaching their critical limits. Doing so would cause them to suffer real damage, and may even cause them to get crippled as long as they sustained enough concentrated attacks. However, she did not have the luxury to do this, because the enemy phase lords needed to be taken care of as well. Now that the 5 phase lords had moved into fighting range, they had begun to unleash the anger that they repressed since the Amaranto Mark Roman III took away the life of one of their own. The 8th Lord of Takansha was the weakest and most vulnerable phase lord. His threat level was limited, but that did not mean he could be ignored. He still retained the ability to project remote spatial barriers that added an extra layer of defense onto heavily damaged and exposed warships. The Orvan Lesser Phase Lord was content to play a support role. He continuously projected one spatial barrier after another that successfully blocked numerous attack salvos launched by the humans. Ziren Divar and the Fate Driver preferred to take more physical action. The Orvan and Jureg Lesser Phase Lords were all equipped with heavier and more threatening ryments. The gun turrets mounted across the surface opened fire at warships, orbital defenses, and the expert mechs that sought to stop them in their tracks. Although the Tun Marshal Lekar Face Lord Wara newsarful enough to ama ant for it with many layers of thick alloy armor. While the exotics and hypers used to make the orbital defenses were not too expensive or high in quality, the structures were easily able to stack multiple layers of meters-thick armor plating without compromising much of their other functions. Combined with modern and serviceable Titan shields, the orbital defenses were just tough and sturdy enough to withstand multiple relentless salvos launched by the enemy warships. Of course, the story may be different as the battle progressed. The lack of mobility meant that the orbital defenses were sitting ducks. They could not evade any attacks, nor retreat when their Titan shields were on the verge of getting depleted. The enemy warships were more flexible than that. Whenever their Azure energy shield coverage started to look shaky, they were able to fall back and recover their energy defenses and conduct repairs. This was a simple but effective tactic that the aliens relied upon to preserve their warships, especially after they lost a bunch of battleships due to Davia Stark's breakthrough. If possible, Commander Kaysella wanted to direct the firepower of her knights at these warships just before their energy shields were reaching their critical limits. Doing so would cause them to suffer real damage, and may even cause them to get crippled as long as they sustained enough concentrated attacks. However, she did not have the luxury to do this, because the enemy phase lords needed to be taken care of as well. Now that the 5 phase lords had moved into fighting range, they had begun to unleash the anger that they repressed since the Amaranto Mark Roman III took away the life of one of their own. The 8th Lord of Takansha was the weakest and most vulnerable phase lord. His threat level was limited, but that did not mean he could be ignored. He still retained the ability to project remote spatial barriers that added an extra layer of defense onto heavily damaged and exposed warships. The Orvan Lesser Phase Lord was content to play a support role. He continuously projected one spatial barrier after another that successfully blocked numerous attack salvos launched by the humans. Zirendivar and the Fate Driver preferred to take more physical action. The Orvan and Jureg Lesser Phase Lords were all equipped with heavier and more threatening ryments. The gun turrets mounted across the surface opened fire at warships, orbital defenses, and the expert Mech that sought to stop them in their tracks. Although the Turn Marshal Lekar faced Lord Wara knew, Urful enough to crush Anu expert Mech in a contest of strength, the Seaman and other powerful machines relied on their smaller sizes and superior mobility to evade every attack. The expert pilots that had chosen to challenge the lesser phase lords did not dare to fly too close or commit too much to an attack. They constantly had to keep track of their opponents' movements and evade in time when the giant aliens launched their counterattacks. So far, neither side was able to inflict much serious damage to each other. The expert Mech did not have the hard power to break past the spatial barriers of the enemy phase lords so quickly. Even as they attracted the firepower of numerous Mechs and warships, the lesser phase lords were still able to withstand a lot of attacks for a time. In order to deplete their defenses faster, it became vital for melee expert Mechs to approach Zirendivar and the Fate Driver in order to interdict their warp travel capabilities and weaken their spatial barriers. Our space suppression modules aren't working too well against these lesser phase lords. Their spatial barriers are so strong that we are only suppressing a part of their power. Ah! Venerable Vincent Ricklin cried as the Fate Driver somehow managed to slam his Seaman with a giant ritualistic metal rod. How did he manage to predict my movements? Is this guy truly able to forecast the future? This was not the only time that his Seaman suffered from attacks that he normally should have avoided. The Fate Driver defied his predictions time and time again. The Jureg Lesser Phase Lord occasionally put himself in a position where he could easily counterattack the Seaman. This alien bastard is begging to grate my nerves. I need to teach him a stronger lesson. While the Fate Driver was uncommonly good at spotting opportunities only for him to exploit them, he did not reveal any other challenging traits. This was a specialized phase lord who was clearly working up to an excellent state, but had to go through a prolonged period of relative weakness due to missing several crucial face-water organs. Saint Commander Kaysella immediately concluded that the expert Mechs would be able to cope with the Fate Driver for the time being. Ziren-Divar posed a significantly greater threat in comparison. He did not reveal any specializations or unique power expressions. The reason why the Riot Mark Roman II, piloted by Venerable Rosa Orphan, and several other expert Mechs struggled to avoid damage in their bout was because Ziren-Divar made significantly better use of his raiment than other Enhoka Lordal. The alien fought as if he was a giant Mech, or better yet, a juggernaut. His raiment was clearly modeled after a first-class multi-purpose Mech, because it was loaded with many integrated weapon systems. Plasma bolts, positron beams, Gauss rounds, and other attacks launched in the direction of the expert Mechs. While the Riot and the other machines were able to evade the majority of incoming strikes, there were too many for the expert Mechs to avoid them all. This caused the Riot's resonance shield to weaken and wobble in an instant. "Ha! Is that the best you can do, Orvan?" "It will take far more than that to take me down." The Orvan Phase Lord that moonlighted as a juggernaut did not dismiss the expert Mechs. Too many Phase Lords had already paid the price for underestimating any human Mech. Ziren-Divar continued to lash out at the expert Mechs that constantly circles around his true body and sought to wear down his defenses with constant attacks. The occasional fire support provided by Kaysella's commandeered Mechs had saved the expert Mechs from suffering more serious damage. Ziren-Divar was aware of the presence of the powerful Saint Commander, but he had little choice but to allow the humans to play their tricks. To the native aliens, the goal of this offensive was not to kill as many humans as possible. They instead sought to conquer the star system. It was not necessary to crush each and every expert Mech, especially if they possessed superior mobility. Ziren-Divar therefore focused on attacking the assets of the human defenders. No matter whether they were carrier vessels or orbital fortresses, all of it was fair game as far as the alien was concerned. The alien actually lifted a custom-developed plasma rifle and started to shoot out large and hot bolts that could overload Azure energy shields in an instant and melt a serious hole through the hull of an enemy vessel. The alien used a plasma rifle that was big enough to be mounted on warships to bring the hurt directly to the human defenders. Venerable Rosa Orphan and the others were not willing to let that happen. The bright, orange-coated Riot flew close in order to start spreading more chaos and instability. The expert Spearman Mech tried his best to drain the defenses of the enemy, but even though he was merely a lesser phase, Lord did not mean his defensive face-water organs were below par. For now, both Seven Randiver and the Ovnart Mash that fought against thick particular phase, Lord had entered into another temporary stalemate. The balance could easily tip in one direction or another, so Saint Commander Kaysella needed to be ready as well in order to capitalize on the weaknesses shown by the enemies. As threatening as the lesser phase lords may be, the human defenders had enough expert pilots and ace pilots at their disposal to contain and suppress Ziren-Divar. However, the phase lord soon gained the upper hand when he reached behind his back and activated a juggernaut-grade plasma sword. The potent weapon might not have any transphasic enhancements, but the sheer heat and power radiating from the plasma blade were indications that the weapon was already effective at overwhelming defenses. The plasma sword might not be as good as a Saint arm, but no expert Mech wanted to get struck by the energy weapon. Venerable Rosa Orphan saw no reason to back off. Instead, she flew her outdated Riot even more aggressively. The expert pilot knew she was playing with fire by exposing her last-gen expert Mech to an extremely well-equipped lesser phase lord. Just getting whacked by the plasma sword a few times may be enough to break the Riot's resonance shield and dig through the armor plating that was supposed to keep the machine intact. "Heth, I never wanted this to be easy," Venerable Orphan grinned as she grew more and more excited as the fight continued. "Come, hit me if you can." The Riot was not the most mobile or agile of Mechs, but the expert spearman Mech was still able to evade the enemy plasma sword multiple times due to Venerable Orphan's powerful intuition. She just knew in which direction the Riot had to evade in order to prevent adverse contact with the plasma sword. All the while, the Riot occasionally swooped in to land another blow against the Orven Phase Lord's spatial barrier. While the spear wielded by the Riot was not strong anymore by modern standards, Venerable Orphan demonstrated an unusual degree of patience and kept up his effort to whittle down her opponent's formidable energy defenses. Her blood kept pumping faster in her veins as she barely managed to anticipate and evade one plasma sword attack after another. Chapter 6697, Venerable Orphan's Resolve. The final battle of Viola Magnifica unfolded like a grand tapestry. As both sides confronted each other, countless instances of desperation and heroism unfolded. Alien face fighters weaved and danced into each other in order to place the Mechs, chasing from behind into their crosshairs. Pairs and trios of melee Mechs did their best to box in the fast and agile face fighters on a busy battlefield where attacks could come from many directions. A large number of alien warships of many different shapes and sizes unloaded their firepower at the orbital defense network that protected the final human stronghold in the star system. In turn, the defensive platforms and orbital fortresses opened fire with their weapons with no abandon, not caring that their excessively high firing rate was rapidly wearing down their electrical components. Shoot! Keep shooting. This fortress is going down anyway, so it doesn't matter if we are cutting down the lifespan of our positron beam cannons by 99%. Just make sure you don't exceed the limits too much, or else the charging mechanism for our guns will blow up prematurely. The more alien ships we take down, the longer we hold our enemies back from storming our final line of defense. Everyone knew what they were fighting for. The Viola Magnifica system was destined to fall to the native aliens, but that did not mean that their resistance was futile. Although the enemy benefited much more from attrition warfare than Red humanity, the latter had no choice but to play this game if it wanted to prevent a rapid collapse. Mechs fell when strafed by face fighters, or got shot to pieces by the storm of firepower unleashed by nearby escort warships. Numerous warships succumbed under heavy fire as the orbital defense network constantly focused its collective firepower onto a small selection of warships for the purpose of eliminating them before they could retreat to safety. For now, the orbital defense network was making good progress in eliminating most warships. The larger vessels possessed a multitude of strong, segmented, as well as multi-layered energy shields, allowing them to withstand an amazing amount of punishment despite posing as logger targets. However, their lack of mobility made it so that they were much slower to retreat to safety than other vessels. The native alien commanders tried to adjust by sending other warships forward so that they could utilize their defenses to serve as temporary forms of cover, but it was difficult for them to cover every angle. The warships could go down much faster if they were being assaulted by Mechs. The fast and agile small craft could not only weaken the vessel's transphasic defenses with their space suppressors, but also attack the hulls through any open gaps in the energy shield layers. It was unfortunate that the enemy face fighters did everything they could to prevent that from happening. The latest generation of face fighters exhibited many improvements that enabled them to close the gap with human Mechs. From the implementation of hyper-technology to more generous use of expensive materials, the major alien races that deployed the strike craft showed little hesitation in squandering large amounts of high-quality resources to give them an edge on the battlefield. Many Mech designers, who observed the ongoing battle from the safety of their offices or design labs, frequently had to suppress their pangs of jealousy when they saw how even the most trashy cannon fodder units benefited from face water technology. For Red humanity, face water was a precious strategic resource that was increasingly becoming more and more difficult to obtain. Even the line fighters that had earned a lot of war merits over the past months could hardly afford to redeem enough face water to construct a serviceable transphasic mech. The demand had grown, but the supply had not kept up that much. Red humanity was only able to extract a fraction of the face water contained within alien salvage. All of this meant that human mechs had to make do with less. The Larkinson clan may be one of the few private organizations that was able to field transphasic mechs on a large scale, but that did not mean that other outfits could afford this luxury. Right now, these mechs were struggling to survive when fighting against the enemy face fighters. They could only rely on the superior skill and judgment of their professional mech pilots to stay alive on a dangerous battlefield. With so many mechs and other assets struggling to hold their ground against the alien forces, there were not enough assets that could hold the native alien phase lords back. There were plenty of low to mid-rank expert mechs among the mech forces. Plenty of soldiers had broken through since the start of the Red War. However, nobody dared to send them in the direction of the enemy phase lords, as they were far too weak to survive an extended engagement against the alien powerhouses. Even high-tier expert mechs struggled to hold back the lesser phase lords. The expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance contributed most of them to the fight. Famed living expert mechs such as the Riot, the Everett Shanger, the Seaman, the Green Axe, the Bloodripper, the Blood Star Mark Roman II, the Star Dancer, the Valkyrie Krista, and the Valkyrie Ursa were doing their best to hold back the three remaining lesser phase lords. Despite the multitude of powerful machines, they were struggling to inflict meaningful damage while evading attacks that could heavily sap their resonance shields. The Fate Driver was a hardy Jureg lesser phase lord who possessed an unusual sense of foresight. Whatever facewater organs, he was making use of allowed him to predict his opponent's moves in advance and allow him to counterattack at accelerated speeds. Venerable Vincent had to rely far more on his intuition than in any of his prior fights, just to prevent his Seaman from getting bludgeoned by the Fate Driver's heavy metal rod. Ziren Divar was an Orvan Lesser phase lord that wielded a deadly plasma sword that was largely derived from human technology. Although it was not transphasic in nature, the phase lord-scaled energy weapon generated so much heat that brief contact with it was enough to overload an expert mech's resonance shield within seconds. This was extremely troubling for the Riot. As one of the expert mechs that had undertaken the unenviable task of trying to stall the lesser phase lord up close, the outdated expert mech was showing his age in many ways. The most important shortcoming was that the mobility of the armored expert spearman mech was not as good as the other machines. The Riot was designed to take hits head-on and launch counterattacks that struck just as hard, if not harder. That strategy did not work against a phase lord who wielded a weapon as powerful as a large plasma sword. So the Riot was forced to imitate more agile and mobile mechs, such as the first sword, just to be able to fulfill his purpose. The Riot barely managed to hold on for the time being because other expert mechs, such as the Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa, were doing their best to distract the phase lord with their attack runs and their glows. Of course, Ziren Divar hardly took notice of the famed glows of the Valkyrie mechs. This trick may be enough to scare inexperienced alien face fighter pilots into paralysis, but the gap in strength between the Orvan phase lord and the Daughter of Death was not large enough. The Riot spun around in a messy manner as the living expert mech barely managed to evade a fast and tricky swipe of the phase lord's plasma sword. The heat emanating from the powered weapon was so great that the Riot's resonance shield had to expend a small portion of its power just to prevent the mech from suffering thermal damage. Before the Orvan phase lord could press his attack, the Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa coordinated their actions and simultaneously charged and thrust their own spears into the enemy's spatial barrier from below and behind. Ziren Divar clearly wanted to keep chasing after the Riot, especially since the outdated expert mech was among the slowest in this fight. However, if he did so, the two Valkyrie expert mechs of the Glory Seekers would continually assault his spatial barrier with repeated spear attacks at close range. The updated transphasic hyper spears wielded by the two Valkyrie mechs might not hit too hard, but the relatively fast and nimble expert Marauder mechs were able to launch repeated strikes without too many issues. If Zirendivar underestimated the threat posed by these two annoying machines, then his spatial barrier would quickly collapse. He still enjoyed the protection of Azure Shield generators integrated in his newly developed raiment, but that would not last all that long against determined attackers. The Orvan Phase Lord would definitely be in big trouble once he lost his energy defenses. The armor plating that comprised his raiment would only delay the expert mechs for so long as they targeted his weak spots, such as his head or back. The Lesser Phase Lord was an experienced enough combatant to make the right for himself. Rather than put his life and health at risk just to chase after a stupid expert mech, Zirendivar much preferred to preserve his defenses. He felt especially strong about this after witnessing the assassination of a fellow Orvan god. The frustrated Orvan Phase Lord uttered a silent but angry roar before halting his pursuit of the riot. He subsequently spun around in order to sweep his plasma sword towards the two Valkyrie expert mechs, forcing both of them to abort their assault and evade before they got melted by the potent weapon. By this time, the riot had already turned back and performed a short charge that allowed it to thrust its spear right into the back of the Orvan Phase Lord's spatial barrier. The integrated cannons mounted on the raiment worn by the Phase Lord were prepared this time. They lanced out with potent transphasic hyper-positron beams. The riot was able to evade several of the charged beams, but his mediocre mobility ultimately prevented him from evading the final strike. His resonance shield became shakier after getting hit. Venerable Rosa Orphan growled as she found herself in a fight that was far from ideal for her. The riot mark Roman II inability to resist a proper strike from her current opponent's plasma sword locked out many of her tactics and abilities. The riot was designed to embroil his enemies head-on in a brutal slugfist, not dance around the enemy's attacks as if he was a light mech like the Dark Zephyr. "Orphan!" Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar shouted over a communication channel. "Your riot is not doing so well against this martial Phase Lord. You should have better luck if you entangle the 8 Lord of Takansha instead. Let others take over your position." "No," Venerable Rosa Orphan immediately shot down this suggestion. "I won't back down from this fight. That 8 Lord fellow is an Archie masquerading as an Orvan. All he does is cover himself with lots of spatial barriers while trying to outrun his pursuers. His attacks are too feeble to make me feel threatened. What I need is an enemy that poses a true threat against my expert mech and myself. If I am not good enough to survive a dogfight against this Zirendivar guy, then I do not deserve to live any further." Seeing old friends and comrades, such as Dissi and Davia, Stark break through in recent times, was spurring Venerable Orphan forward. She was no longer willing to wait any longer to attain her own breakthrough. While she would have liked to pilot the Riot Mark Roman III, it shouldn't be necessary for her to pilot an updated machine to trigger her second apotheosis. If Dissi can do it, so can I. Venerable Orphan felt that none of the ace pilots of the Larkinson clan were as good as Saint Dissi. She was the only one who managed to break through while piloting an expert mech from the first half of the Facewater generation. This proved that she was the best out of all of the Larkinson ace pilots, as her willpower was much stronger for it to be able to overcome the handicap of her outdated expert mech. And Venerable Orphan wanted this as well. She knew that there was no shortcut to attaining success through this difficult approach. Saint Dissi had worked much harder, overcome greater challenges in order to complete her current attainments. If Orphan did not want to be left behind by the woman she considered her peer and equal, then the former flagrant vandal officer needed to test her courage and fearlessness in a confrontation against the most powerful of the 3 lesser Phase Lords. Chapter 6698, Cold Calculus. The riot danced on the razor's edge, as Venerable Rosa orphan squeezed all of the performance out of the aged and outdated expert Mech frame. While the newer machines, such as the Lionheart and the Bloodstar Mark Roman II, were much faster, tougher, and more responsive, the Riot Mark Roman II was a relic of a bygone age, a product designed for the sole purpose of dueling opposing expert mechs. It was clear to see for everyone with a bit of sense in mechs that the Riot was not faring well at all. Even if the living expert Spearman Mech was able to evade every plasma sword attack up to this point, the Riot only needed to make one mistake to suffer a crippling or even a killing blow. The good news was that Venerable Rosa Orphan was performing at her peak. She made no mistakes because she literally could not afford to make them. A slow response, a misread of the enemy's movements, or an overextension could easily cause her Riot to get melted by the plasma sword. The Riot's resonance shield would not be able to resist for long. The mix of alloys that comprised his Mech frame would only be able to resist for a short amount of time before succumbing. True first-class Mechs made use of harder and more sophisticated alloys that were able to resist a wide variety of physical and energy attacks. Their heat capacities were exceptionally high and could buy precious seconds of time for the Mech pilot to move a machine out of the way of a plasma weapon. Of course, Mechs that were rated to resist plasma weapons more effectively were also ludicrously expensive. During the time the Larkinson clan developed the Riot, it was a fantasy to acquire and make use of such rare and powerful exotic materials. To be fair, attempts had been made to help the Riot keep up with the times. His spear had been updated several times so that it gained transphasic and subsequently hyper properties. The Riot also gained enough room to equip additional gear, such as grenades and firearms. The X-Trans armor system that was unique to the Riot had also received updates over the years as the outer armor layer that suffered the greatest damage regularly got replaced by superior alloys. Unfortunately, there were many other aspects about the Riot Mark Roman II that could not be upgraded so easily. The internal architecture remained vulnerable and could not resist as much damage as the internals of Archimechs, such as the Dark Zephyr Mark. Roman III. The Riot Mark Roman II was still a good enough asset when used to fight against other human forces. The living expert Spearman Mech was also adequate in fighting against most warships so long as the machine was able to catch up to the vessels. What the last-gen expert Mech emphatically was not supposed to do was to challenge a lesser phase lord directly, and especially when the latter wielded a destructive plasma sword. The Riot Mark Roman II may technically be classified as a quasi-first-class expert Mech, but he was much worse at resisting the damage inflicted by plasma than the newer quasi-first-class machines such as the Lionheart. Given the disappointing performance parameters of the Riot Mark Roman II, any sane Mech pilot in control of this outdated machine would never choose to confront the lesser phase lord known as Zirendivar. It would have made much more logical sense for the Riot to lead the low-ranking expert Mechs that were responsible for exerting pressure onto enemy warships. It was too bad that Venerable Rosa Orphan was not a sane expert pilot. Her pride and self-esteem did not allow her to avoid this challenge. Besides, her actions still had meaning. If the Riot did not take the responsibility of attracting most of the attention of this plasma sword-wielding phase lord, then another expert Mech would have been forced to take the expert Spearman Mech's place. That would subsequently lighten the burden on another dangerous phase lord, thereby raising the chance of accidents. The human defenders could not afford to lighten their resistance against the 5 powerful phase lords. The expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance fielded the most ace pilots and expert pilots out of all of the other forces stationed in the Viola Magnifica system, so there was no one to turn to for help. For now, the situation was somewhat stable, but Mech commanders such as Kaysela Ingvar knew how precarious the situation had become. As an ace pilot herself, Kaysella understood what drove ace pilot candidates, such as Venerable Rosa, Orphan, to flirt with certain death. Expert pilots generally only broke through under the most extreme circumstances. Having the right qualifications was not enough unless one possessed S-grade genetic aptitude, such as the chosen human. Everyone else had to rely on a strong emotional stimulus in order to push their mind states past their peak and into a whole new realm. Kaysella only managed to break past her bottleneck at the cost of her brother's death. She never wanted her glorious moment, up to this date, to become tarnished by this horrible event. What price would others have to pay just to gain a chance to break through and survive this pitched battle? Reality was not a fairy tale or an action drama. The heroes did not magically get to survive when they confronted the Demon King. Kaysella knew this well, because her brother was one of the many victims who failed his challenge against a Phase Lord. The Saint Commander did not love the other Larkinson expert pilots as much as she did her brother, but she still cared for them in many ways. They were all comrades who were united by their desire to protect the Larkinson clan and to fight for Red humanity's right to survive in this dwarf galaxy. They had known each other for a decade. Kaysella considered them her friends and maybe even her family due to how often they had fought together. Kaysella did not want any of them to die, just to force their breakthroughs when they weren't necessarily ready. The decision made by Venerable Rosa, Orphan, did not make much rational sense. At least Venerable Benjamin Larkinson piloted a fairly modern expert Mech. His blood star Mark Roman II may have missed out on becoming an Archimech, but the powerful offensive Night Mech was able to resist a lot more direct impacts than the Riot Mark Roman II. Yet Venerable Orphan still took it upon herself to dogfight against the only Phase Lord that was able to punish mistakes with a brutal if not fatal strike. Suffice to say, Kaysella had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps the lessons that Venerable Orphan learned from Ketty's new theory might spur on Venerable Orphan's breakthrough. However, if the expert pilot overestimated herself or developed the wrong understanding of her own power, her ascension to sainthood may still be far away, which meant that she was at the verge of getting killed by Zirendivar at any time. "What do you think, Vess?" she asked the patriarch of the clan, even as she used her neural interface to transmit orders to different Mech units. "Venerable Orphan is unnecessarily putting her life at risk. She doesn't need to be so impatient. If she can wait until she has access to the Riot Mark Roman III, I will not doubt that her breakthrough is only a matter of time. I can understand why she insists on challenging her limits now rather than later, but I still feel the need to pull her back and assign a safer task to her. Her ego might not like it, but she can suck it up. The needs of our clan comes before her own selfish desires." "And what do you think the need of our clan is exactly?" Vess asked with a smile. The Saint Commander frowned. "Is it not your goal to quickly raise as many ace pilots of our clan as possible? The more saints we have under our banner, the stronger our foundation. Having more ace pilots at our disposal also helps to make other parties take us more seriously." "All of that is true, Kaysella, but that only applies in the short and medium term. While it is important for us to have enough high-level combat assets available to defend ourselves from hostile Phase Lords and dastardly cosmopolitans, those aren't the enemies that we have to be worried about as long as we are able to overcome this difficult early period. There are much more terrible threats on the horizon. Threats such as—" Vess' expression grew grim. "I can't say. Let me just say that the ability to put up a fight against a god pilot or an ancient Phase whale is the minimum requirement. We don't need this right away, but if we don't make enough progress to be able to defend ourselves against these powerhouses, our ability to survive in the long term becomes very small. Are you claiming that if we cannot produce a god pilot from our own ranks fast enough, we will be unable to resist the threats that may arise in the future?" He slowly nodded. "You can say that. I have already said a bit too much, but I think it is fine since you are an ace commander. What matters is that you understand my attitude when it comes to expert pilots looking to force their breakthroughs to the point of putting their lives on the line. My policy is, let them try. Based on her understanding of the patriarch, Kaysella already guessed he might respond this way. Why? She still asked. Champions are admired and worshipped because they are fearless. They are strong because they possess the courage to do what others shy away from. While that doesn't mean that they must never retreat in the face of overwhelming opposition, it is up to the expert pilots themselves to decide when to retreat. Only by giving them enough agency to decide their own actions will they prove whether they have what it takes to not only become an ace pilot, but also prepare them to meet the much tougher demands of becoming a god pilot. That is many decades away, Kaysella argued back. Applying god pilot criteria to expert pilots is too premature. Each Mech pilot must grow step by step in order to reach the top of our profession. We cannot adhere to the excessively high criteria of a god pilot right away. We are still mortals, some more so than others. I know what you are trying to say, Kaysella, but it is too late to solve any problems and shortcomings when they become a peak ace pilot. Vess sighed. They need to be able to handle themselves in this battle by relying on their own strength and judgment. Mech pilots are similar to Mech designers in that both professions must learn how to independently solve problems. If neither of them exercises their problem-solving skills in the most stressful of circumstances, then they will never be ready to solve the ultimate test when they initiate the Mech-body merger process. So that is it then. You want to allow these suicidal expert pilots to charge recklessly at the enemy phase lords, in the hopes that they can gain so much more growth from this costly battle. Vess nodded again. That is the gist of it. As far as I am concerned, our clan has already earned a profit with St. Davia Stark's breakthrough. She is not a Larkinson, though. She'll be gone in less than a century. So we need to expand our ranks of ace pilots further in order to have enough of them to permanently keep our most important starships and bases protected. As far as I am concerned, we already have so many expert pilots that we can afford to make a few gambles. In other words, Vess was psychologically prepared to lose a few expert pilots, even the old-time ones that he had known on a personal basis for many years, just to see if he could gain an ace pilot of the highest caliber. Chapter 6699, Playing with Fire and Plasma. There were many theories that attempted to explain the variables that influence the breakthrough chances of a high-ranking Mech pilot. While no one had managed to deduce the full and accurate formula or model that explained all of the variables that could affect this low-probability event, plenty of people had formed a lot of guesses and unproven theories. Vess had developed his own understanding of what it took for Mech pilots to break through. The Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta developed by Kedis possessed strong logic, but it was too general and did not have good ways to quantify its variables. It was ultimately incomplete. It was a good theoretical model when expert pilots used it to strengthen their foundation and underlying qualifications to step up and become a greater version of themselves. However, once they had done all they could to improve their breakthrough conditions, they still had to work hard to actually trigger this life-changing event. That was an entirely different challenge. Much of it was a mind game of sorts. Expert pilots had to push themselves to the limit and exceed it just enough to prove themselves worthy of becoming an ace pilot, but not too much to the point where they would likely die before succeeding. As the Viola Magnifica system continued to become engulfed by war and death, an awfully large quantity of expert pilots that had ceased to grow any further had all chosen to place their trust in their recently improved foundations and seek greater challenges by confronting the dangerous phase lords. Venerable Orphan did everything she could to stay alive while proving her valor in battle. She piloted the riot with greater skill and courage than in the past. The former soldier of the Bright Republic had grown far over the course of her service in the Larkinson clan. Though she had never let go of the traits that defined her personality, she had tried her best to become more responsible and more deserving of the help that the Larkinson clan had provided her over the years. Rosa Orphan realized that she could have never raised herself so high without the assistance of Vess Larkinson and the Larkinson clan. While she most certainly relied on her own qualities to become as powerful as she was today, she did not want to become a hero whose accomplishments were largely attributed to external factors. She wanted to become strong enough to stand on her own 2 legs. This was one of the reasons why she purposefully rejected the decision to wait until she received the riot mark Roman 3. Venerable Orphan wanted to become a saint by relying on her own merits, rather than attribute most of her success to the virtues of her luxuriously upgraded Mech. As the plasma sword wielded by the opposing Orphan phase lord once again whipped close enough to her scrambling riot to pressure his resonance shield further, Venerable Orphan realized that she could not keep this up for long. A few more near misses like this would eventually cause her machine's resonance shield to collapse entirely. The overstrained components of the riot mark Roman 2 were already whining and groaning far beyond their usual levels due to how extensively Orphan pushed their performance. She could not afford to tackle this challenge by leveraging 100% of the riot's strength. That was simply not enough to make him last against Zirendivar. As the fight dragged on, the Orphan phase lord grew wise to the tricks of his tormentors. The Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa were certainly annoying, but their attacks did not hit particularly hard. Their compact luminar crystal rifles hardly stressed Zirendivar's spatial barriers. Only their spear charges could inflict enough damage, but they needed to build up momentum first before their attacks could strike hard enough. The only other way for the 2 Valkyrie expert Mechs to deal a lot of damage was to stay close and repeatedly strike their spears at the spatial barrier. As annoying as it was for Zirendivar to turn around and swipe his plasma blade in the direction of the 2 Glory Seeker expert Mechs, he still did so just to chase them away for a time. The Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa may not be as old as the riot, but the 2 machines were not designed to resist plasma weapons of this scale either. What stood out from their combat approach was that Venerable Olivia Remus and Venerable Iana Ballantyne took fewer risks when attacking the Orphan Lesser phase lord. Whereas Venerable Rosa Orphan frequently put her riot within striking distance of the enemy's deadly plasma sword, the 2 Valkyrie Mechs only dared to attack up close when Zirendivar's back was facing their direction. The short delay created by turning around to slash the plasma sword at their positions gave them enough of a delay to pull their lighter and more maneuverable machines out of the way with a much wider margin of safety. It was pretty clear to outside observers such as Vess and Kaysella that the duo of Hexer pilots that had become known as the Handmaidens of Death did not deliberately push on their limits in the hopes of trigger their breakthroughs. They were more than content with doing their duty and using the capabilities of their mid-tier expert Mechs to harass and delay their opponent. Venerable Remus and Venerable Ballantyne never thought about defeating their adversity in the first place. They already accepted the truth that their skills, experience, and most importantly, their expert Mechs were not up to standard, yet for them to realistically defeat this kind of opponent. We're outmatched, outgunned, and outnumbered. Rather than hoping to defeat this phase lord with the 3 of us, we are better off trying to delay this big boy. If we are lucky, the other expert Mechs have beaten back another phase lord and can team up with us to drive Zirendivar away as well. If no help is forthcoming, then at least we have done our best to delay and distract this phase lord as long as we could. There is no need for us to go all out and take risks when Madame Gloriana Wadden has already promised us to upgrade our expert Mech in the next couple of years. The Handmaidens of Death clearly chose to make rational decisions. Even if they knew that this was not conducive to breaking through, Venerable Remus and Venerable Ballantyne were not in a hurry to become ace pilots quite so fast. Both the Larkinson clan and the Hex army already accumulated a number of ace pilots. That reduced the pressure of expert pilots, such as the Handmaidens of Death. They could take the time to wait and polish their skills further. Once the pair received their upgraded expert mechs, then they would try and push their limits, knowing that their superior machines could keep up with their ambitions. While it was well within their right to adopt a more prudent and patient development strategy, the problem with taking so few risks was that their effectiveness in distracting their current adversary was quite limited. Ziren-Divar had already taken their measure. In his alien eyes, the two Valkyrie expert pilots were cowardly weaklings who lacked the resolve to win. The pilot of the Riot was different. He could feel the intense hostility and determination from the human inside the cockpit. The false god of the Larkinson clan was fully committed to defeating him during this battle. This was why Ziren-Divar took the threat posed by the Riot seriously. The expert spearman mech might not be as powerful as the other expert mechs on the battlefield, but when piloted by an aggressive human who did not fear him as much as she should, the Riot was doing a far better job at pinning him in place. This was why their bout developed into an asymmetric contest, where both sides worked to make their enemies falter by any means possible. Neither of the two could expect to receive much support from their comrades and allies. St. Linda Cross, St. Desi Larkinson, and St. Commander Kaysella, Ingvar already had their hands full trying to slow down the relentless advance of the Herald of the Void and the lower Herdmaster. It was quite amazing how the three junior ace pilots, two of which were still being limited by their expert mechs, managed to keep the two greater phase lords preoccupied. Even then, they still needed the fire support from CFA warships and orbital defenses in order to prevent the most powerful alien combatants from advancing too quickly. The ace pilots could not afford to direct their attention and energy elsewhere, because the greater phase lords may become free to inflict massive damage onto the orbital defense ring. Ha! I don't need the help anyway, Venerable Orphan muttered as she maneuvered her Riot for another risky attack run. The Riot's resonance shield was on its last legs. Some of the heat of the plasma sword had already bled through the shield and begun to heat up the upper layers of the X-Trans armor system. Despite the obvious risks of continuing to persist in her attacks without any additional support, Venerable Orphan preferred it this way. During the months-long Red Tide offensive, Venerable Orphan had fought many battles under the auspices of numerous ace pilots. Their power and perception were so high that they were often able to bail expert mechs out whenever they overextended and put themselves into vulnerable positions. Although the ace pilots did not intervene too often, the awareness that it may be possible for them to take action had taken away much of the challenge of fighting against the native aliens. It was understandable for the ace pilots to prevent expert pilots from getting killed too often. There weren't enough of them, and they could always use more. Even so, Venerable Orphan personally felt she did not need a babysitter in order to succeed. Now that the greater protectors on the human side were fully engaged with the two greater phase lords, Rosa Orphan was fairly certain that this was the best and most authentic challenge that she could ask for at this time. Her blood pumped faster, and her body ran hot. The grin on her face grew increasingly more unhinged as she reveled in the danger that she voluntarily chose to embrace. As her mood rose higher, she pushed her Riot harder, causing the expert spearman mech to charge a little faster and strike a little faster. Her intuition grew sharper. She evaded the deadly plasma sword attacks with clumsy but undeniably effective evasive maneuvers. Each time Ziren-Divar missed his strikes, he grew increasingly more frustrated. His tempo increased. He attacked harder and began to employ various spatial abilities to hinder the Riot's movements. This was exactly what Venerable Orphan wanted to attain. In the previous days, she managed to figure out that chaos was the element or concept that resonated with her the most. Just like the Riot, Venerable Orphan liked to sow chaos among her enemies. The more she could destabilize her opponent, the greater her advantage. She truly did not fear the increasingly more aggressive phase lord. Her Riot continued to vindicate her trust and always evaded the incoming plasma sword without fail. Ha 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 ha, this is it, This is my life. I revel in the chaos of the battlefield. Venerable Orphan's mental state was so strong at this moment that she was able to shrug off most of the spatial disturbances by sheer force of will. Do you feel it, Riot? This is what I was made for. This is what I am supposed to become. She could feel it. She could feel that she was approaching her upper limit. Just as Venerable Orphan could pierce the invisible barrier that blocked her path to becoming a saint, sudden mutations occurred on the battlefield. Over a dozen warship-grade laser beams attempted to strike the Riot from different angles. Though Venerable Orphan's intuition had warned her of the acute danger a second or so in advance, that only gave her enough time to reflexively juke the Riot to the side. Unfortunately, her expert Mech got hit anyway, as the powerful laser beams did not converge at a single point, but instead created a momentary grid. It turned out that several Pulmer heavy cruisers had quietly brought their primary laser cannon batteries to bear against the Riot. Their advanced targeting and prediction systems had spent precious minutes modeling the performance parameters and evasion patterns of the expert Spearman Mech before launching a coordinated surprise attack. Their attempt was incredibly effective. No matter what direction the Riot moved towards, the expert Mech was guaranteed to. The Riot's luck had finally run out because he was struck by 3 laser beams this time. This was enough damage to exhaust his resonance shield entirely and melt a large amount of armor plating on the surface. Getting struck by the Pulmer heavy cruisers was not immediately fatal to the Riot. What was truly dangerous was that the surprise attack interrupted the Riot's rhythm and halted Venerable Orphan's momentum for just a single instance. Ziren-Divar was already on the move. It was clear that he had been in quiet communication with the Pulmer commanders, as he had already begun to chop his plasma sword straight in the direction of the Riot, a moment before the laser cannon batteries had opened fire. No, Orphan. The Riot tried to evade the deadly attack, but the accumulated stresses on his systems proved to be too great at this time. Some of the expert Mech's components were a little bit slower to activate, and other parts were unable to perform at their full power. This ultimately caused the Riot to get struck by the burning edge of the plasma sword. Metal burned and half-melted parts flew out into a spray as Venerable Orphan's expert Mech succumbed to the attack. Chapter 60, 700 Fatal Attraction. Many people grew shocked when they witnessed the takedown of the Riot Mark Roman II. In one moment, the expert Spearman Mech impressed many observers by how well it outmaneuvered the lesser phase lord known as Ziren-Divar. The Orvan martial god was hardly an easy opponent to contain. He was armed with a plasma sword and also wore a high-tech raiment that shot out energy beams and occasionally boosted his movement with the activation of thrusters. Yet the Riot performed exemplary under the circumstances. Venerable Rosa Orphan had mastered the art of piloting her expert Spearman Mech for many years. She knew exactly how far she could push her systems. Through a combination of skill, judgment, intuition, and guts, she successfully stalled an opponent that was much bigger and much more lethal than her expert Mech. If she was able to keep this up for a while longer, there was a good chance that she may actually be able to pierce her bottleneck and undergo her second apotheosis. Yet just as her resonance strength began to grow past previous limit and break a new personal record, the Pulmers had unexpectedly intervened. The Pulmers never built battleships. Their physical statures were small, so they had a different appreciation of size than most other races. Despite boasting a length that was less than 1 standard kilometer, their heavy cruisers still earned a lot of fear and notoriety among humans. Whereas Orvans and Nuncers all too frequently squandered huge amounts of resources to build the biggest and most massive homeships, the Pulmers always sought to maximize the efficiency and effectiveness of every cubic meter of hull structure. Their guns did not boast the largest calibers, but the use of advanced and optimized high technologies caused them to hit harder and more precisely than the gun batteries utilized by other races. It turned out that the Puelmer heavy cruisers had been hanging back and used their long-ranged armaments to exchange fire with the CFA subcapital warships. However, the Puelmer officers always paid attention to the fights between the champions. The clever aliens keenly understood that the downfall of phase lords would have a devastating impact on the alien armada. If Zirendivar perished or suffered a severe setback, morale throughout the alien fleets would plunge. The Orvans would especially become discouraged as the humans managed to disgrace not one, but two of their gods. This was why the Puelmers chose to intervene. Their sophisticated computer systems had already built up an extensive model of the riot's movement patterns and knew exactly where to aim their crazily accurate laser cannons in order to guarantee at least several hits. Under normal circumstances, the riot should have been able to resist enough laser beam attacks to withdraw and take shelter behind a starship or an orbital fortress. However, the riot had already eroded his safety margin by occasionally getting struck by the positron beam cannons mounted on Zirendivar's raiment and getting a bit too close to the extremely hot blade of plasma sword. Venerable Rosa, Orphan, knew what she was doing. She was aware that her expert Mech's resonance shield had been dwindling. Instead of making the more prudent and logical decision to back off, or at least fight less aggressively than before, she persisted in her aggression and made herself far too vulnerable to what happened next. The riot Mark Roman II repeatedly played with fire and eventually got burned, both figuratively and literally. What was worse was that the riot played with fire when he was still in his Mark Roman II iteration, instead of the much more powerful and capable Mark Roman III version. This meant that Venerable Rosa Orphan could no longer shield herself from the Mark Roman II many technical inadequacies. These might not matter much if she fought against more reasonable enemies, but by choosing to confront a lesser phase lord, these technical shortcomings and limitations may have become her undoing. Many Larkinsons looked aghast when the riot failed to evade the plasma sword that struck his exterior and melted or vaporized so much plating of the X-Trans armor system that parts of the expert Mech already split apart. As the half-molten fragments of limbs, armor plates, and more critical components sprayed into the expanse of space, the remnant of the riot's Mech frame floated away as if it was a broken and discarded puppet. Is she still alive? What is the state of the cockpit? The riot Mark Roman II no longer maintained any active data connections anymore. His ability to transmit and receive signals had been completely destroyed due to the blow he had suffered. The Larkinsons had to rely on their sensors and scanners to quickly ascertain the state of the expert Mech and the expert pilot. The cockpit is damaged and deformed, but it should still be partially intact. Keddy's analyzed based on the sensor readings and observation data. I fear that the reinforced shell of the cockpit may have been breached. If that is the case, then. Venerable Orphan Mauhava suffered from severa avmacura to thermal anarst. Her piloting suit can provide limited protection against heat and burn damage, but she needs to be brought back in order to receive treatment right away. The riot Mark Roman II had been crippled, but his X-Trans armor system had not completely failed. The dual mix of unending alloy and more modern first-class transphasic hyper-alloy plating had done its job and resisted just enough energy damage to keep the cockpit whole, more or less. This meant that Venerable Orphan could still be saved. Doing so was difficult as the Puelmer heavy cruisers were already preparing to fire their precise laser cannon batteries yet again. Cease! The commandeered Transcendent Punishers Mark Roman III no longer bombarded the Herald of the Void, giving the greater phase lord more breathing room to pummel the Amphis Extremis. The Saint Commander instead instructed the heavy artillery mechs to fire their massive Devora cannons at the Puelmer heavy cruisers that sought to take advantage of the riot's inability to defend himself. Hundreds of high-velocity transphasic hypergauss rounds that were all empowered by the true resonance of an ace pilot soared across space and thundered against the segmented multi-layered azure energy shields of the alien heavy cruisers. even if their Azure energy shield generators were stronger and better than the ones employed by other races. The Pulmer vessels were still limited by their limited size and scale. As the transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III reloaded their Devora cannons and prepared to fire another salvo of empowered siege attacks, the Pulmer heavy cruisers quickly switched from offense to defense. The alien captains and officers panicked. They no longer channeled a lot of power to their energy weapon batteries, but instead diverted all of that energy to their Azure energy shield generators in order to bolster their defenses as much as possible. Even so, Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar did not intend to let the Pulmer heavy cruisers off this time. It had been a mistake for her to ignore the threat they posed against other assets. So long as they remained active and operational on this battlefield, they could easily shift their targets and take advantage of the weakness of other crucial expert mechs. Hold on for a while, Linda. I need to take care of these Pulmer heavy cruisers right away. My knights will remain busy for a time, but my barons will still be able to support you during this time. Go ahead, Kaesela. The Crosser Ace pilot responded even as her Ace offensive space knight hastened to allure a lot brighter and hotter than Hafril. I have inked actiumed the volcanic outburst mode of my Ace Mech's magma vein system. I can hold back the Herald of the Void by myself if I have to, but only for a few minutes. Are you sure? Yes, go save your colleague. The Saint Commander decisively pressed on with her rescue action. While she agreed with Vess that the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan should have the freedom to make stupid decisions, she did not want her old friends and comrades to die when there was still a chance that they could be saved. In any case, the Riot Mark Roman II challenge had come to an end the moment the expert Mech had lost the ability to fight, so Kaesela wasn't ruining Venerable Orphan's chances of attaining a breakthrough. While Kaesela tried to use her knights to put the Pulmer heavy cruisers on the defensive, she used her barons to put pressure onto the Phase Lord responsible for crippling the riot. The brand-new Karma Cutter mechs had already shown off a portion of their capabilities as they intervened in the mech battles and systematically took down one elite face fighter after another. The Saint Commander had retained 40 of them for the purpose of enfeefing them, causing the powerful quasi-first-class rifleman mechs to gain power that was equivalent to a low-tier expert mech. Prior to this moment, Kaesela had utilized their rapid-fire null rifles to pelt the Greater Phase Lords with highly disruptive null rounds. Now, she quickly changed their assignments and commanded them to drown Zirendivar with resonance-empowered hyper bullets. While the volume of attacks put much greater strain on the spatial barrier of a lesser Phase Lord, Zirendivar forcefully endured the attacks and continued to fly forward while raising his plasma sword. He looked as if he was determined to finish the job, even if he started to incur real damage. The Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa no longer fought as cautiously as before. The Handmaidens of Death did not want to see a respected female expert pilot perish in front of their machines, so they drove their expert Valkyrie mechs to assault and savage the Orvan Phase Lord in the rear. However, Zirendivar's spatial barrier still remained strong enough that he had the luxury to ignore the two annoying expert mechs for a time. As the lesser Phase Lord easily caught up to the crippled and drifting riot, he continued to weather the high volume of incoming attacks and forcefully chopped his plasma sword down onto the expert spearman mech. Fatal attraction. Just as Zirendivar imagined the riot melting and splitting apart from his plasma sword, the riot's crippled mech frame strangely drifted out of reach from his weapon at the last second. At most, the broken mech frame's proximity to the plasma sword had caused a few more components to melt. Janzi, good job. The Bastion had come to the rescue. The expert heavy space knight had always been hovering not too far away from the fights between the champions of both sides. Venerable Janzi knew that she would be of greatest use if she stood by and waited until an unexpected crisis or accident had occurred. Though her relatively slow Bastion was not fast enough to catch up to the riot and shield Venerable Orphan's machine from the coup de grace, Janzi still had another trick up her sleeve. She resonated with GT 535, the key resonating exotic that had been developed by Master Moira Willix during one of her past projects. The resonating exotic granted the Bastion limited control over gravity. This was enough for Venerable Janzi to activate a resonating ability that caused her Bastion to form a gravitic link with the riot, causing the two to converge upon each other. While this temporarily saved the crippled expert spearman Mech from total eradication, it still did not solve the threat posed by the angry Lesser Phase Lord. Zirendivar continued to ignore all of the ranged attacks that were sapping his spatial barrier, and continued to fly forward before swinging his plasma sword with fury or an angry native god. This time, the Phase Lord did not want to be fooled again. He deliberately advanced closer and slowed the speed of his weapon's swing so that he could exert much better control over his attack. Venerable Janzi had no other choice but to stand her ground and shield the riot harm. Mark Roman 2 from Maximum Defense